I had just finished my college entrance exams when I suddenly found myself burdened with billions of dollars in debt. My mother disappeared without a trace. The multi-billion-dollar conglomerate collapsed overnight. The stock price plummeted, and the company gate was crowded with people demanding repayment of debts. Everyone was waiting for the Jiang family to fall completely. In the meeting room, the longtime shareholders looked at me with sneers, like prey about to be devoured. They said that a high school student who had just finished the college entrance exam was not worthy of sitting in this position. But what they didn't know was that I wasn't just an ordinary high school student. The secret I possessed was enough to revive the group. So, faced with their pressure, I didn't beg for mercy. Instead, I signed a 3-month performance-based agreement on the spot. If Jiang's group couldn't turn a profit within 3 months, I would hand over all my shares. Everyone thought I was crazy. But what they didn't know was that from the moment I signed my name, the person who should really be afraid was no longer me. But it all started on the day the college entrance exam ended. That day, all the students were cheering at the school gate, but I stood outside the crowd and waited for a long time. But my mother didn't appear. I thought she was tied up with work again, too busy to even take care of her son's college entrance exam. But the next second, my mother's assistant, Lu Ruyan, appeared outside the school gate. Her face was deathly pale, her voice trembling, and she only said one sentence to me. "Chairman Jiang has disappeared." At that moment, my heart sank, as if something had shattered completely. It wasn't until I got into the car that I realized the Jiang Group was on the verge of collapse. Its real estate business had collapsed. Its annual report showed a loss of 2 billion yuan. Its stock price had plummeted for several consecutive days, and its investments of over 1 billion yuan had all gone down the drain. Creditors and reporters were already blocking the group's entrance. Even more terrifying is that my mother went to meet a mysterious investor 2 days ago and has completely disappeared since then. Her phone goes unanswered, her messages go unread, and she seems to have vanished from Jiangcheng without a trace, leaving no explanation. I sat in the back seat, outwardly calm, but my heart sank deeper and deeper. Because I knew very well that this was no ordinary business crisis. All the troubles had erupted on the same day. It was more like a pre-planned hunt. To outsiders, I'm just a student who just finished the college entrance exam. But those who truly know the Jiang family know that I'm the sole heir to the Jiang Group, which was once the most dazzling business empire in Jiangxing. This conglomerate has assets of nearly 10 billion yuan, spanning healthcare, technology, finance, and real estate. My mother, Jiang Qingxue, is the woman who single-handedly built it up. After my father's early death, she sat alone in the chairman's seat, shielding it from all storms. I used to think she was too busy to be a mother. But it wasn't until this day that I realized she hadn't forgotten me, but had been standing in a place I couldn't see, holding up a sky that was about to collapse for me. Lu Rian gripped the steering wheel, her voice growing increasingly tense. She told me that the group's crisis had actually begun long ago. Jiang's real estate's high leverage had led to a collapse. Banks were tightening lending, and her mother could have divested the real estate company and dumped the mess. But she couldn't bear to damage the Jiang Group's reputation, so she insisted on diverting funds to cover the losses. The real estate company was barely saved, but the entire group was dragged into a quagmire. Then, the annual report revealed a major problem. Out of more than a dozen wholly owned subsidiaries, only 2 were still profitable. All other subsidiaries suffered losses, resulting in a group loss of over 2 billion yuan in 1 year, with assets shrinking by nearly a quarter. The capital market began to speak negatively about the Jiang family, with institutions and retail investors frantically selling off their shares, causing the stock price to hit the daily limit down for several consecutive days. 2 weeks ago, several key investment projects fell through one after another, and almost all of the billions of yuan went down the drain. The more I listened, the more silent I became. If it were just a matter of operational problems, it's impossible for every step to be so coincidental. Real estate collapse, project failure, mother's disappearance, creditors besieging the door. All these troubles seem to have been timed perfectly, falling on the Jiang family on the very day I finished my college entrance exams. This was no accident. Someone wanted to take advantage of the Jiang family's weakest moment to completely destroy the Jiang Group. By the time the car arrived at the Jiang Group headquarters, the entrance was already surrounded by debt collectors. Some were holding banners and shouting for repayment. Some were holding signs cursing Jiang Group, and reporters were carrying cameras, pointing their lenses at the group's gate. At that moment, what I saw through the car window wasn't the company, but a giant ship sinking. Everyone was watching it sink, and some were even ready to rush aboard and grab the last bit of valuables. Lu Rian didn't dare to enter through the main entrance, so she led me around to the back entrance and took the private elevator straight to the top floor. After the elevator doors opened, the entire floor was eerily quiet. Even the sound of footsteps felt like they were hitting my heart. I walked into the chairman's office and looked at the chair my mother often sat in. My mind was filled with images of her hunched over her work. I used to complain that she was too busy, but now I just wanted to know where she had gone. I sat down in the executive chair and whispered, "Mom, where are you?" Exhaustion, worry, and anger all pressed down on me at once, and my eyelids grew heavier and heavier until I unknowingly drifted off to sleep. When I woke up again, the office was already dimly lit. The next second, a flood of strange yet familiar memories rushed into my mind, like a knife cleaving through my consciousness. I finally understood. I had been reborn. The start of this life was absolutely atrocious. My father was dead, my mother was missing, the family business was on the verge of collapse, creditors were besieging the door, and shareholders were waiting to seize power. By all accounts, I looked like cannon fodder being trampled into the mud. I froze for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled bitterly. If a cheat code appeared right now, the whole story would be complete. The next second, a cold notification sound rang in my mind. Ding, Tianjiao investment system is binding. Binding successful. My gaze instantly changed. The system's introduction was simple. It aimed to cultivate me into an investment legend, building an unshakable business empire. And its first ability was to allow me to predict stock market fluctuations. Before I could even feel happy, my own stats panel pierced my heart. Strength 4, Agility 2, Endurance 3, with only 4 words in the description, 3-second trash. I was completely stunned. The other stats being a little low was one thing, but this note was like stabbing a knife into a man's dignity. I stared at the panel for a few seconds, only one thought in my mind. This thing has to be changed sooner or later. Soon, the system released a newbie task. It required me to quickly link my account to a company, and upon completion, I could unlock a newbie gift pack. My first reaction was that it was absurd. I had just finished the college entrance exam. Where was I supposed to find a company to link my account to? But the next second, I looked down at the building beneath my feet. Why look again? Isn't there a ready-made one right in front of us? Although the Jiang Group is riddled with problems, it was still a once mighty business behemoth in Jiangqing. After my mother disappeared, the group lost its backbone, with external partners pressing for repayment and internal shareholders adopting a wait-and-see attitude. If no one steps forward now, the Jiang family will eventually be devoured by those old foxes. The fruits of my mother's life's labor will become prey in their mouths. I picked up the landline and dialed Lu Rian's number directly. "Sister Yan, come to my office." Lu Rian had just received termination notices from 2 business partners, who were also demanding double compensation from Jiang's group, amounting to a staggering 300 million yuan. She was already overwhelmed, but hearing me call her, she still forced herself to come over. When she pushed open the door, she saw me sitting in the chairman's seat, my expression so calm that it didn't seem like that of a teenager who had just finished the college entrance exam. She paused for a moment, as if for the first time realizing that I was no longer the child she remembered. I first asked the police if they had any news of my mother. Lu Rian shook her head. After a few seconds of silence, I finally spoke. "Before finding my mother, I need to take over the Jiang Group." Lu Rian was stunned. An 18-year-old student, fresh out of the exam hall, was about to take over a conglomerate with a market value of billions in debt, and the potential for collapse at any moment. This didn't sound like a decision. It sounded more like madness. But I didn't give her a chance to refute. I own 10% of the Jiang Group shares, and my mother, Jiang Qingxue, owns 48.94%. Together, they hold more than half, which is absolute control. This is the trump card my mother left me. I know I'm young, and I know those shareholders won't submit to me. But if the group falls into the hands of those old foxes, it will only perish faster. Now the Jiang family has no way out, and I have no right to continue hiding behind my mother. Looking into my eyes, Lu Rian finally realized that I hadn't acted on impulse. Beneath my calm exterior lay a ruthless determination born from being driven to the brink. She remained silent for a long time, then asked in a low voice, "How do you plan to get the board to agree?" I only replied with one sentence. "At 3 o'clock this afternoon, notify all directors to attend a meeting." The news quickly spread throughout the entire building. The employees were all speculating that the sudden board meeting after Chairman Jiang's disappearance meant the shareholders were finally looking for a way out. They were burdened by debt, projects were stalled, partners were terminating contracts, and reporters and creditors were outside. The entire Jiang Group building was already in a state of panic. At 3 p.m., all the directors and shareholders arrived. The atmosphere in the meeting room was oppressive. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Qingxue to appear. But when the door was pushed open, it wasn't my mother who walked in, but me, dressed in my school uniform. Everyone froze instantly. I didn't explain, but walked straight to the head seat and, to everyone's astonishment, sat down in my mother's place. One shareholder's face darkened, and he immediately demanded to know where Chairman Jiang was. Others sneered, saying, "This is the boardroom, not a place for students to play house." I looked up at everyone, my voice not loud, but it quieted the entire conference room. I had Sister Yan notify everyone about today's board meeting. The meeting room erupted instantly. Some people scolded me for being ridiculous, some put on airs of elders and advised me to go back to school, and others claimed it was for the good of the company, but their eyes were filled with undisguised greed. After Jiang Qingxue had disappeared, the position of chairman was too tempting. Of course I could see that. These people weren't worried about the group, nor did they care about the Jiang family. They were just waiting for the Jiang family to collapse so they could take everything my mother had worked for her entire life. He slammed his hand on the table. Quiet. The noise in the conference room finally subsided. Jiang Chen looked at everyone and spoke, word by word. My mother is missing, and I'm more worried than anyone else. But the company can't come to a standstill. Today, the board meeting has only one agenda item. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the room. From this moment forward, I will officially take over the Jiang Group. His words were followed by a moment of silence in the conference room, then a chorus of cold laughter. Some said he was too young and knew nothing about business. Others said the Jiang Group was at a critical juncture, and they couldn't let a kid who had just finished the college entrance exam gamble with the livelihoods of tens of thousands of employees. Jiang Chen remained calm. He knew very well that to shut these old foxes up, status alone wouldn't work, nor would intimidation. He had to offer something they couldn't refuse. So, he immediately presented a betting agreement. The term was 3 months. If, after 3 months, he couldn't change the Jiang Group's current situation and turn it around, he was willing to give up all the shares he and his mother held to compensate all the shareholders for their losses. A full 58.94%. The meeting room fell silent instantly. The mockery on the shareholders' faces slowly faded, but their eyes grew increasingly bright. In their eyes, this wasn't an agreement, but a piece of fatty meat delivered to their lips. No one believed that a student who had just finished the college entrance exam could revive the Jiang Group within 3 months. Jiang Chen looked at their greedy expressions and sneered inwardly. He continued, "During the bet, I must have absolute control of the group. Within 3 months, no one can interfere with my decisions." Lu Rian's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to bet so heavily. But it was too late for her to stop him. The shareholders' eyes were filled with greed, like they were seeing a piece of meat being offered to them. Soon, someone spoke up with a smile, saying that since their nephew wanted to give it a try, they, as elders, couldn't very well stop him. The words sounded nice, but everyone knew in their hearts that they were waiting to divide up the Jiang family's shares 3 months later. Jiang Chen didn't waste any words and directly asked Lu Rian to draft the contract. After the document was delivered to him, he signed his name on the spot, and the other shareholders also signed their names one after another, afraid that he would change his mind at any moment. The contract was stamped with the group's official seal and notarized on site by the legal department to take effect. After the shareholders left, Lu Rian followed Jiang Chen back to the chairman's office and finally couldn't help but scold him for being too impulsive. In her view, this agreement was tantamount to handing over the Jiang family's last remaining shares to someone else. Turning the Jiang Group around within 3 months was something even Jiang Qingxue herself might not be able to do, let alone a teenager who had just finished the college entrance exam. Jiang Chen simply reassured her. He wanted more than just to save the Jiang Group. He also wanted to use this gamble to drag all those who wanted to devour the Jiang family onto the table. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind. Newbie quest completed. Jiang Group officially bound. Jiang Chen opened the system panel. His identity had changed to student and chairman of the Jiang Group. The company section showed the Jiang Group, with a current market value of 5.853 billion. Immediately afterward, the newbie gift pack was activated. The system awarded the following reward: stock market cognitive ability. This ability allows the user to see through stock price fluctuations and provide investment tips, limited to 5 uses per day. Jiang Chen was shocked. This was clearly a direct invitation to plunge into the stock market. He immediately opened the group's securities account. The account held nearly 50 million in total, with a paper loss of over 10 million. Jiang Chen glanced at it, and his eyes turned cold. The X-ray vision indicator clearly showed that 2 of the stocks would hit their daily limit down at the opening bell next Monday. Holding onto them would turn this account into a money-devouring pit, not an asset. Jiang Chen didn't make a fuss immediately, but kept it to himself. Later, he checked his bank card and found only a little over 315,000 yuan. For a newly appointed chairman of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, the truly usable personal capital was only 300,000 yuan. Jiang Chen transferred 300,000 yuan directly into his stock account, leaving only about 10,000 yuan as a reserve. Since the system had given him X-ray vision of the stock market, this 300,000 yuan was his first bullet in his counterattack. Soon, news of Jiang Chen signing the performance-based agreement spread throughout the company. Some employees admired his courage, while others thought the Jiang family was completely finished. Appointing an 18-year-old student as chairman sounded like a joke. At 4:30 p.m., all the department heads arrived. The meeting room was filled with discussion. Everyone wanted to know how this young master, fresh out of the exam hall, planned to clean up this mess. After the glass door opened, Lu Rian walked in first, followed by Jiang Chen. He sat down and, without beating around the bush, announced directly that, starting today, he would assume the role of chairman and general manager of the Jiang Group, taking over all of the group's affairs. His voice still carried a youthful quality, but his gaze was so cold that no one dared to underestimate him. Jiang Chen swept his gaze across the room, directly revealing the group's current predicament. The Jiang Group had suffered losses for the past 2 years. Its assets had shrunk by nearly half. Its stock price had plummeted, and market confidence had reached rock bottom. If the situation wasn't reversed soon, the Jiang Group's delisting was only a matter of time. The meeting room fell completely silent. Everyone understood that if the company collapsed, their bonuses, stock options, and positions would all vanish. Jiang Chen then offered the first piece of good news. He said that if the group could weather this crisis, every core executive present would receive an additional bonus of no less than 1 million. Upon hearing about the $1 million bonus, the expressions on everyone's faces finally changed. Jiang Chen knew that to get these people to work so hard, sentiment alone wouldn't work. He had to give them sufficient and direct benefits first. Subsequently, Tang Qingqing, the finance manager, reported the most critical problem. The group's assets were still 4.76 billion yuan, but its liabilities had reached 4.189 billion yuan, with a debt ratio approaching 88%. With only 140 million in cash on hand, the company needs to repay 370 million in debt within a month. In other words, what the Jiang family needs most right now is not face, but cash to save their lives. Jiang Chen's expression darkened slightly. He had known the group was in danger, but he hadn't expected the cash flow to be this strained. The most critical issue now wasn't immediate profitability, but rather preventing the group from collapsing. After the reports from each department were finished, everyone looked at Jiang Chen, eager to know what orders the new chairman would give. Jiang Chen coughed lightly and immediately started the first initiative. From this moment forward, the group will undergo a comprehensive asset restructuring. Profitable assets will be retained, while loss-making assets and projects with no short-term returns will be sold off. The Jiang family can no longer continue to inject funds into those bottomless pits. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that Jiang Chen, having just taken the chairman's seat, would immediately target the group's assets. Wang Haixing was the first to object, arguing that although these assets were losing money, as long as they remained under the Jiang family's name, their book value could be maintained. If they were rushed to sell, the original billion-dollar assets might only fetch 600 or 700 million. Other senior executives also tried to dissuade him, saying that selling now would only make outsiders more pessimistic about the Jiang family. Jiang Chen, however, only uttered 4 words: no destruction, no construction. What Jiang's family lacks now is not an inflated market capitalization, but cash flow. Those loss-making projects are like mountains weighing down a cripple's back. Keeping them will only cause the group to continue bleeding. Tang Qingqing was the first to stand up in support. She pointed out in a cold voice that the finance department was no longer able to continue to inject funds into the loss-making assets, and if this dragged on any longer, the Jiang Group would be completely dragged down by these projects sooner or later. Lu Rian also stepped forward. She had proposed a similar plan to Jiang Qingxue before, but it hadn't been implemented at the time. Now that Jiang Chen had made his decision, she naturally chose to fully support him. Jiang Chen immediately made the decision. instructing the Asset Management Department to compile a list of non-performing assets and the Risk Assessment Department to reassess all projects. Any assets with excessively high risk and no short-term return would be sold off in a package. He demanded that the group's accounts see cash flow by Monday at the latest. Simultaneously, the Securities Department was instructed to immediately sell all of the group's stock holdings after the market opened on Monday. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhong, the Securities Department manager, subtly changed his expression. Others might not know, but he was well aware that although the group's securities account had suffered significant losses, selling everything at once was tantamount to completely admitting defeat and leaving the market. Jiang Chen didn't explain. He had already used his stock market insight to see that holding onto those stocks would only lead to a more severe drop. Once the first fire was extinguished, he immediately lit a second one. Starting from the group headquarters, a comprehensive personnel assessment was launched. Those who were simply coasting, slacking off, lacking ability, or only drawing a salary without doing any work were all dismissed and compensated according to regulations. There are many cronies in the Jiang Group who, relying on their connections, do nothing all day yet still receive high salaries. Jiang Chun will never allow these parasites to continue to gnaw on the group. He assigned this matter to the Human Resources Department for overall coordination, with the Finance and Legal Departments providing assistance, and the Audit and Supervision Department overseeing the entire process. Anyone who dared to obstruct the layoffs was to be reported directly to him. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chun ignited a third fire. His gaze swept across the entire room, his voice not loud, yet it made everyone's hearts tighten. From today onwards, there can only be one voice in the group. Anyone who dares to make moves behind the scenes, don't blame me for being ruthless. After the meeting, the senior executives all understood that the Jiang Group was truly about to undergo a major change. Although Jiang Chun was only 18 years old, his three actions were swift and ruthless, far beyond what one would expect from a teenager who had just finished the college entrance examination. Meanwhile, in the vice chairman's office, Fang Tianhe listened to his subordinate's report, frowned at first, then sneered. He didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. In his view, a mere youth couldn't manage such a large group, let alone turn the situation around within 3 months. Once 3 months are up, Jiang Chen's shares will be completely divided up by the shareholders. At that point, the Jiang Group will inevitably be taken over by the Fang family. After the meeting, Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan returned to the office. He casually tossed the documents onto the table and asked her how many of these high-ranking officials were trustworthy. Lu Ruyan truthfully told him that by Ryu in the Human Resources Department, Tang Qingqing in the Finance Department, Yang Zhong in the Securities Department, and Nie Yu in the Audit and Supervision Department were all reliable. The Asset Management Department and Risk Assessment Department were Fang Tianhe's people, while the Logistics Department and Legal Department were managed by Ji Xinyuan. Jiang Chun then opened the shareholder information. Fang Tianhe held 12.4% of the shares, making him the second largest shareholder. Ji Xinyuan held 9.83% of the shares, making him the third largest shareholder. Independent directors Fu Guoxing and Guaning also held a significant number of shares. The situation is clear. For the next 3 months, the board of directors may outwardly refrain from interfering, but Fang Tianhe and Ji Xinyuan will certainly not wait idly by. They will definitely find an opportunity in the shadows to drag Jiang Chen down completely. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask, after selling assets to generate cash flow, what are your next steps? Jiang Chen looked up, his voice frighteningly calm. I won't keep a single penny of the sold assets. I'll invest it all in the stock market. Lu Ruyan's expression changed instantly. She thought Jiang Chen was selling assets to improve cash flow, but she never expected him to bet all of Jiang's last lifeline into the stock market. This didn't just sound like a gamble. It sounded like madness. Jiang Chen stayed home for the entire weekend, enjoying the last bit of peace and quiet. He knew that once the funds arrived on Monday, he would have no more time to rest. The real battle for the Jiang Group was just beginning. Group affairs were temporarily handed over to Lu Ruyan. She coordinated the sale of non-performing assets across departments, while simultaneously pushing forward the process of changing the chairman. Every step in changing the chairman of a listed company must be compliant with regulations. First, a shareholders' meeting is held to pass a resolution to change the legal representative. Then, a board meeting is held to elect a new chairman, amend the group's articles of association, submit the business registration change documents, obtain a new business license, and also go to the bank to change the account opening information. Finally, any change in the chairman of a listed company must be reported to the China Securities Regulatory Commission, CSRC, and disclosed on a designated platform. At 8 p.m. on Sunday, the Jiang Group officially released the board resolution announcement on its website. The announcement was simple. The Jiang Group's board of directors unanimously approved Jiang Chen's appointment as chairman of the group. The most striking part was his resume. Jiang Chen, male, 18 years old, current chairman of the Jiang Group. This short sentence, both incredibly simple and incredibly shocking, was instantly reposted by financial media, with headlines across various platforms becoming increasingly exaggerated. An 18-year-old boy taking the helm of a listed company, what exactly is the Jiang Group planning? Soon, what were you doing at 18? Became the #1 trending topic. The comment section exploded. Some were shocked, some mocked, and some dug up old accounts of the Jiang Group, saying that after Jiang Qingshua's disappearance, the Jiang Group had no one left. Some shareholders even directly predicted a downturn, saying they still held shares in the Jiang Group and had to sell them off immediately on Monday. Inside the villa, Jiang Chen looked at the screen filled with doubts, but a slight smile played on his lips. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The Jiang Group had already generated a lot of buzz, and in the coming days, every move the group made would be under intense media scrutiny. Jiang Chen even considered taking advantage of the momentum to open a personal account and build his own brand. But he quickly shook his head. He and the Jiang Group were currently in the eye of the storm. A hasty appearance would only result in them being mercilessly attacked by netizens. However, this thought had already taken deep root in his mind. The next morning, Lu Rian drove her Mercedes-Benz E300 to the villa. Jiang Chen had just gotten into the passenger seat when the car suddenly started moving. He noticed the heavy dark circles under Lu Rian's eyes and immediately grabbed the handrail, telling her to slow down. Lu Rian looked exhausted. Less than half an hour after the announcement was released last night, her phone was ringing off the hook with calls from the media, and she barely managed to get some sleep until 4 or 5 in the morning. She asked Jiang Chen if they should hold a press conference to respond to the public. Jiang Chen shook his head. The more low-key we are now, the better. It's best to let them criticize us first. We'll hold a press conference to announce the financial report once Jiang's group has truly turned a profit. By then, all the doubts will become a joke. Lu Rian remained silent, her heart heavy. The Jiang Group had deteriorated to such an extent. Could it really possibly turn a profit? When the car arrived at the group's gate, it was already surrounded by reporters, and security was desperately trying to maintain order. Jiang Chen didn't enter through the main entrance, but instead had Lu Rian drive the car to the back door. The two avoided the reporters and took the private elevator directly to their top-floor office. Jiang Chen sneered at the bald man. The man was about 1.75 meters tall and weighed at least 200 kilograms, looking like a mountain of flesh, but Jiang Chen had no intention of backing down. Although this body wasn't particularly strong, the previous owner had practiced combat Tai Chi and studied Sanda for several years, even winning a city-level championship, so it was more than enough to deal with this kind of person. Enraged by his gaze, the bald man rolled up his sleeves and threw a punch. Lu Rian urgently warned, "Chairman Jiang, be careful." Jiang Chen dodged to the side, grabbed the man's wrist, and shoved him away. With a thud, the bald man crashed into an empty table, shattering his plates on the floor. He was furious, his face flushed, and he scrambled to his feet, charging forward again, only to be once again thrown away by Jiang Chen's Tai Chi-like movements. After being thrown twice, the bald man finally got scared, but still stubbornly threatened, "Give me your name if you dare, and I'll have someone kill you." Jiang Chen calmly replied, "Jiang Group, Jiang Chen." The surrounding area erupted in excitement. Someone recognized him as the new chairman of the Jiang Group from the news, who had taken office at the age of 18, and whose photo was still displayed on the group's official website. The real person was even more striking than the photo. Hearing the murmurs, the bald man broke out in a cold sweat and immediately bowed with a fawning smile. "Chairman Jiang, I'm sorry. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me." Jiang Chen looked at the bald man sarcastically and said indifferently, "I still prefer your arrogant demeanor from earlier." Then his voice turned cold, and he reminded him, "The person you should apologize to is not me." The bald man turned pale, immediately turned around and bowed deeply to the waitress, repeatedly admitting his mistake, and even slapped himself twice on the spot. Jiang Chen added, "Remember to pay for the things you broke." After the farce ended, Jiang Chen and Lu Rian went into the private room. Lu Rian couldn't help but ask, "Chairman Jiang, I didn't expect you to be such a good fighter?" Jiang Chen simply replied calmly, "There's a lot you don't know." After the food was served, the waitress who had been there earlier came in to thank him. Jiang Chen then learned that her name was Zhao Menghan, a third-year student majoring in economics and management at Jiangxing University, who was working part-time to find an internship because of her family's financial difficulties. Lu Ruyan glanced at Jiang Chun, who immediately understood her meaning and asked Zhao Menghan directly, "Have you considered joining the Jiang Group?" Zhao Menghan was stunned and asked nervously, "Can I?" Jiang Chun nodded and said, "Internship assistant, under the chairman's office, monthly salary of 5,000, internship certificate can be issued." Zhao Menghan was so excited that she thanked him repeatedly and immediately agreed to report to the group the next day. Back at the company, Jiang Chun reviewed the documents Lu Ruyan had sent, his expression growing increasingly cold. Fang Tianhe, outwardly a veteran of the company, had secretly embezzled hundreds of millions of yuan, practically treating the Jiang Group as his own personal cash cow. Jiang Qingxue had never mistreated Fang Tianhe. He received the vice chairman position, a multi-million-dollar annual salary, and all the group's dividends. Yet, he still betrayed the Jiang family. Jiang Chun gripped his pen tightly and crossed out Fang Tianhe's name. As the workday was drawing to a close, Yang Zhong rushed in to report. The Kechuang information stock, which he had bought yesterday, had risen by nearly 18% today, bringing his account profit to nearly 10 million. The entire securities department was stunned by Jiang Chen's performance. Jiang Chen only asked, "Has the money arrived in the finance department's account?" Yang Zhong immediately replied that the 1.5 billion yuan in cash had all been transferred to the securities account. Jiang Chen nodded and told him to continue operating according to instructions tomorrow. The next morning, Jiang Chen arrived at the company and instructed Lu Ruyan to organize the information on branch offices and their managers. He also asked her to review the layoff list first. At 9 o'clock, Zhao Menghan knocked on the door to remind him that the onboarding process was officially completed. Zhao Menghan wore light makeup and a fresh look, her long hair styled in an updo, dressed in professional casual attire. She looked nothing like the hotel waitress she had been just yesterday. Jiang Chun led her to the securities department, where Yang Zhong and 24 traders were already waiting. After the opening auction began, Jiang Chun activated his stock market vision and locked onto digital authentication and energy-saving Iron Man. After the market opened, Kechuang information immediately hit its daily limit, and the securities department promptly liquidated its holdings at the limit price. This time, the liquidation resulted in a profit of 23 million, bringing the account balance to 1.57 billion. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun immediately ordered the establishment of positions in digital authentication and energy-saving Iron Man. In less than 20 minutes, 799 million units of digital authentication and 770 million units of energy-saving Iron Man were purchased. At 9:55 a.m., energy-saving Iron Man was the first to hit its daily limit, resulting in a profit of 107 million. At 11:06 a.m., digital authentication also hit its daily limit, with a profit of 122 million. The trading room was deathly silent. Everyone stared at the giant screen, where the day's profit was fixed at 229 million. On July 3rd, everyone in the securities department was on fire. They'd made 229 million in one day, almost keeping the traders awake with excitement. But Jiang Chen knew this news had to be kept low-key. At 9:30 a.m., the stock market opened. Digital authentication's performance was sluggish, while energy-saving Iron Man's stock price soared. Everyone thought the latter could still hit the daily limit, but Jiang Chun suddenly spoke up. "Sell energy-saving Iron Man around 1.8. Yang Zhong hesitated for a moment, but Jiang Chun said calmly, "Deliberately drive up the price so the big players can unload their shares." As soon as he finished speaking, several huge sell orders appeared on energy-saving Iron Man, and the trader immediately followed the order to sell. Energy-saving Iron Man ultimately closed at an average price of 1.81 yuan, yielding a profit of over 91 million yuan. Jiang Chun didn't give everyone time to be shocked and continued to order, "Establish a position in Pinwo Foods." In less than 3 minutes, Pinwo Foods completed its purchase with a transaction volume of 969 million. At 9:52, Jiang Chun ordered the sale of digital authentication around 26:26, sending chills down everyone's spines. Digital authentication was indeed driven up by the speculators and was successfully sold, yielding a profit of over 96 million. In just one morning, the two stocks combined earned 187 million, leaving the securities department utterly impressed. Subsequently, Jiang Chun continued to allocate his positions, buying 200 million yuan worth of Honghe Technology and 200 million yuan worth of Dongyi Rixing, with the remaining funds used to build a position in Hongchang Electronics. After making the arrangements, he only left one sentence: report any unusual activity immediately. Back in his office, Jiang Chun appeared to be relaxing on the sofa, but he knew very well that he had no right to slack off. The responsibilities of the system and the Jiang Group weighed heavily on his shoulders. He had to lead the group to new heights. Thinking of his mother, Jiang Qingxue, his heart sank again. The police had investigated every possible route, but she seemed to have vanished into thin air. The system only told him one thing: his mother was still alive. Just then, Zhao Minghan knocked and came in, asking about lunch arrangements. Jiang Chun casually replied, "To Fengyang Restaurant, you come too. Also, order some boxed lunches to send to the securities department, 100 yuan per person." At 3 p.m., Yang Zhong reported on time, his voice trembling with excitement. "Chairman Jiang, all 3 stocks hit their daily limit, and today's profit is 483 million. Jiang Chun simply put down his phone. The next day, when the market opened, Jiang Chun was in charge of the securities department. He first sold Pinwo Foods, making a profit of more than 92 million yuan, then built a position in Yud Precision, and then sold Hongchang Electronics and Honghe Technology to further increase his profits. Over the course of a few days, the group's securities account value rose from 1.54 billion to 2.438 billion, with a total profit of 898 million. Everyone in the securities department finally realized that Chairman Jiang was no ordinary person. As soon as I returned to the office, Bai Ryu, the HR manager, hurriedly reported that the group's optimization list had been completed, involving a total of 2,175 people. All resignation contracts had been signed, and compensation had been paid in full. Jiang Chun acknowledged the HR department's efficiency and immediately decided to grant all employees 5 days of paid leave, plus a bonus of 3,000 yuan per person. He then inquired about the group's cash reserves and learned that they could still utilize approximately 200 million yuan. Tang Qingqing cautioned that the group was not yet out of its predicament, and issuing cash at this time might displease creditors. Jiang Chun calmly replied, "If the creditors are dissatisfied, let them come to me." During lunch break that day, all employees of the Jiang Group received a notification. To demonstrate the group's humanistic care, Chairman Jiang Chun decided to issue a high-temperature allowance of 1,000 yuan to all employees, which would be credited to their accounts immediately. 5 minutes later, all employees received a notification of the deposit on their phones simultaneously, and the employee group chat exploded. Some were shocked, some were overjoyed, and some even took screenshots and posted them on their WeChat moments. What an amazing company! It turns out it's our company. Jiang's employees were thrilled, but other business owners in Jiangxing were stunned. The ones who were truly uneasy were the creditors. Seeing that Jiang still had money to pay employee benefits, they immediately felt that the money should have been repaid to them first. That afternoon, several creditors came directly to Jiang's group, demanding to see Jiang Chun. Lu Rian settled them in the conference room and immediately rushed to her office to report, her voice trembling with anxiety. She couldn't understand why Jiang Chun dared to distribute money at this time when the group's crisis was still unresolved. Now that the creditors had come knocking, the situation was clearly even more troublesome. Jiang Chun showed no panic after hearing this, and simply stood up and said calmly, "Let's go see them." His expression was frighteningly calm, as if he had expected this scene. Inside the meeting room, several creditors were growing impatient. As soon as Lu Rian introduced Jiang Chun, they immediately spoke up, their words carrying only one meaning: repayment. Some said the economic climate was tough, and they needed to support their families. Others said their company employees were waiting to eat. Ultimately, they were afraid that Jiang's group wouldn't survive and their money would be wasted. Jiang Chun suddenly raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the table several times. The conference room fell silent instantly. He looked at everyone and said calmly, "I understand how you all feel. The Jiang Group will not default on a single penny of the money it owes. Whether you are here today or not, the principal and interest will be settled in full on the 15th of this month." Several creditors exchanged glances, pressing him to confirm if he was serious. Jiang Chun nodded. 10 days from now, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the 15th, in this same conference room, the group will make the payment on time. The group finally agreed to give him another 10 days, only warning him not to break the contract. Jiang Chun's voice was calm. "Don't worry, I can vouch for it with my integrity." After the creditors left, Lu Rian asked with concern, "Chairman Jiang, what will happen after the 15th? If all the money is used to pay off debts, how will the group operate?" Jiang Chun remained calm. "Sister Rian, don't worry. If the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up." He then added in a serious tone, "Besides, with me here, the sky won't fall." These words made Lu Rian's heart tremble slightly. She suddenly realized that this young chairman was no longer the Jiang Chun who had always been a quiet, book-loving individual. Jiang Chun noticed her lingering worry and said in a low voice, The group's securities department has made nearly 900 million yuan in the past few days. Lu Rian was stunned. Her first reaction was disbelief. 900 million yuan, made in just a few days? Jiang Chen didn't explain further, only saying, "If you don't believe me, come with me to the securities department tomorrow." Just before leaving get off work, Yang Zhong rushed in to report that the China Securities Regulatory Commission, CSRC, had sent a letter inquiring about Zhong's business operations because the group's stock had fallen below 1 yuan after consecutive limit down days. Jiang Chun had anticipated this and simply told him to give a normal reply. He then opened the software and saw that Zhong's stock price was only 0.98 yuan, and its market value had dropped to 3.11 billion yuan. At 9 o'clock the next day, Jiang Chun brought Lu Rian to the securities department. Lu Rian froze the moment she looked at the large screen. The account's total value was 2.438 billion, with a profit of 898 million. Jiang Chun leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Sister Rian, you should believe me now, right?" Lu Rian's heart skipped a beat, and she finally understood where Jiang Chen's confidence came from. At 9:30 a.m., Jiang Chen immediately ordered a complete sell-off of Dongyi Rixing shares, making a profit of over 24 million yuan. A few minutes later, he also sold off his entire stake in Yud Precision, earning a whopping 224 million yuan in one go. Lu Rian's mind went blank. In less than 10 minutes after the market opened, Jiang Chun had made over 200 million. His willingness to promise his creditors wasn't impulsive. He genuinely had a trump card. Subsequently, Jiang Chen bought into imaging technology and sold off his entire stake in Xiaomi Technology, making a profit of 101 million. Finally, he glanced at his balance and said in a deep voice, "I'll invest the rest in Jiang's group." Now that Jiang's stock has hit its daily limit down again, with the price at 0.88, it's the perfect opportunity to buy on the dip and support the price. Yang Zhong immediately executed his plan, buying 470,000 lots for a total transaction amount of over 41 million. Back in the office, Jiang Chen looked at Lu Rian, who had been silent the whole way, and asked, "Sister Rian, are you very curious?" Lu Rian nodded frantically, her eyes full of anticipation. In just a short time, a few stocks have made 349 million. Jiang Chen tossed his hair and said casually, "Maybe this is just my damn talent." Lu Rian rolled her eyes at him but didn't press the matter. She knew everyone had secrets, and if Jiang Chen didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't pry. After a moment of silence, she asked in a low voice, "Chairman Jiang, when do you plan to deal with Fang Tianhe?" Fang Tianhe was the biggest parasite in the group, greedy for money and betraying core intelligence. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering, a system notification suddenly sounded. The task required him to clean up the internal mess of the group and completely take control of Jiang's group, with a reward of 6 permanent free attribute points and an investment lead. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. The fact that simply staring at Fang Tianhe could trigger a system task meant that this person's harm to the group was deeper than it appeared on the surface. Lu Rian added that Fang Tianhe recently wanted to sell his shares and had been contacting investors for the past 2 days, but they hadn't reached an agreement on the price. Jiang Chen immediately became interested. Fang Tianhe held 12.4% of the shares, and even selling only a portion would be an opportunity for him to increase his influence. In the afternoon, Lu Rian found out that Fang Tianhe was preparing to sell 2.5% of his shares, with a target price of 75 million, while investors were only willing to offer a maximum of 64 million. Jiang Chun immediately made arrangements. Meet Fang Tianhe at the nightclub at 8 p.m., and also arranged to meet the people from Jinshang Bank. Knowing the other party's bottom line, it was now his turn to make his move. At the number 1 club, Lu Ning, the president of the Jiangxing branch of China Construction Bank, arrived with his assistant. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Chun went straight to the point. "President Lu, I would like to apply for a loan of 80 million. Lu Ning frowned and said directly that the Jiang family was currently at too high a risk. Jiang Chun immediately offered a deal. He was willing to pledge 10% of his shares as collateral and promised to make Jinshang Bank a long-term partner bank. The salary cards for all of the group's more than 10,000 employees were replaced, and the funds were transferred to China Construction Bank. Lu Ning was finally convinced and agreed to complete the procedures next Monday. At 8 p.m., at the nightclub, Jiang Chun led Lu Rian into a private room and found that Fang Tianhe had already arrived. He smiled and immediately called him Uncle Fang, his tone so intimate that it sounded like he knew nothing about him. After the drinks, Jiang Chen calmly asked, "I heard Uncle Fang is planning to sell his shares." Fang Tianhe's expression changed slightly, and he stared at him, asking, "How did you know?" Jiang Chen said calmly, "Uncle Fang, Too many people are paying attention to the group lately. This kind of thing can't be kept secret. His words avoided the sharp edge and left Fang Tianhe unsure of his true intentions. Fang Tianhe asked in a deep voice, "You want to buy my shares?" Jiang Chun immediately quoted a price. "Someone offered you 64 million. I'll round it up, 70 million for 2.5%. Fang Tianhe wanted to raise the price, but Jiang Chun's tone remained unchanged. "You know better than anyone the current situation of the group. If we talk again next week, your shares will only continue to shrink in value." Seeing Fang Tianhe remain silent, Jiang Chun stood up directly. "I don't necessarily need the shares. After tonight, the price won't be this high next time." Fang Tianhe finally panicked and gritted his teeth, agreeing to the deal for 70 million. On the way back, Lu Rian couldn't help but ask, given the group's current situation, isn't paying 70 million for 2.5% too much? Jiang Chun frowned and asked her to check if Fang Tianhe was short of money recently. On the weekend, Jiang Chun, who rarely gets to rest at home, received his Tsinghua and Peking University admission notices from a courier. Despite being admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University's business school as the top scorer in Jiangqing's college entrance examination, he wasn't particularly excited. His phone suddenly rang. Everyone in the high school group chat was posting pictures of their college acceptance letters, and someone was even suggesting a class reunion. Mu Wanbing messaged him privately to ask if he was going. Jiang Chun thought for a moment and then agreed to attend. The following evening, Jiang Chun arrived at the Manhwa Hotel dressed in casual attire. 3 minutes later, a Bentley Sprinter pulled up, and Mu Wanbing, wearing a sky blue dress, stepped out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Wang Lin immediately moved closer and called her Wanbing in a feigned friendly manner. Mu Wanbing coldly told him to call her by her full name, but the next second when she saw Jiang Chun, the coldness on her face instantly vanished. She walked quickly to Jiang Chun and said with a smile, "Jiang Chun, you're here." Wang Lin's face grew increasingly grim. He had organized the gathering, but Jiang Chun had stolen all the limelight. Wang Lin couldn't help but interrupt, asking Jiang Chun if he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination and had been admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities. Jiang Chun calmly replied with a single word, "Yes." The surrounding classmates immediately began praising him, saying that his reputation as a top student was well-deserved. Wang Lin was annoyed and deliberately said loudly that he only scored a little over 200 points and could only afford to have his father pay for him to study abroad. He added that when he returned, his family would even open a company for him and hire Tsinghua and Peking University graduates to work for him. Wang Lin looked at Jiang Chun with a smug expression, his eyes full of provocation. So what if he has good grades? So what if he went to Tsinghua or Peking University? In the end, he still has to work for the rich. Jiang Chun simply smiled, too lazy to bother with it. If it really came down to family background, Wang Lin, a rich second generation who relied on his father, couldn't even compare to the Mu family, let alone Jiang Chun in his current state. Mu Wanbing coldly replied, "Having money is nothing special. Having real ability is what matters." Wang Lin, wary of her status, could only usher everyone into the hotel. Upon entering the private room, Wang Lin immediately took the head seat and invited Mu Wanbing to sit next to him. However, Mu Wanbing didn't even glance at him, turning around and sitting down next to Jiang Chun. Wang Lin's smile instantly froze. After the food was served, he raised his glass, saying the first toast was to youth, then deliberately added, "Order whatever you like tonight, it's on me." Several lackeys immediately chimed in, saying in a sarcastic tone that studying was useless and that having money was the real skill. They even told Jiang Chun to thank Wang Lin, saying that he might need to rely on Wang Lin to find a job in the future. Jiang Chun remained calm, as if he hadn't heard. Mu Wanbing, however, couldn't hold back and coldly retorted, "Are you envious of Jiang Chun's good grades, or jealous that he's more outstanding than you?" The atmosphere in the private room instantly turned cold. Wang Lin could only try to smooth things over by offering a drink, saying that the men had drunk too much, apologizing to Jiang Chun on their behalf, and asking Jiang Chun to forgive them for his sake. Jiang Chun slowly wiped his mouth, looked up at Wang Lin, and said, "You really are generous. Should I thank you?" Then, he turned his wine glass upside down on the table. "I'm not going to give you that kind of face." Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Lu Wenshan, the general manager of Puman Hotel, walked in with a glass of red wine and went straight to Jiang Chun with a respectful attitude. "Chairman Jiang, knowing that you are dining at Puman, our boss specially asked me to bring you a bottle of red wine. The boss is out of town and could not come in person. Please forgive him." The entire room fell silent instantly. Some people wondered if there had been a mistake, and those around Wang Lin even mocked Jiang Chun for hiring actors to pretend to be rich. Lu Wenshan's face darkened. This is Jiang Chun, the new chairman of the Jiang Group. Don't you even read the news? The private room fell into complete silence. Mu Wanbing stared blankly at Jiang Chun and asked softly, "So, you're the new chairman of the Jiang Group?" Jiang Chun nodded, acknowledging it. Jiang Chun ignored everyone else, stood up, and looked at Mu Wanbing. "We'll get together again sometime. Are you staying or coming with me?" Mu Wanbing picked up her handbag. "Let's go together." After leaving the hotel, the two went to the riverbank. A night breeze blew by, and Mu Wanbing suddenly stopped and called out to him in a low voice, "Jiang Chun, there's something I've kept to myself for a long time." She took a deep breath and finally said, "I like you. I like the way you do your homework. I like the way you explain problems to me. And I like how calm you are in the face of anything." After saying this, Mu Wanbing seemed to finally let go of her worries and said softly, "Even if you reject me, it's okay. Jiang Chun, no matter what the outcome, can you hug me?" Jiang Chun was stunned for a moment. In both his lives, this was the first time someone had confessed their love to him so earnestly. Just as Mu Wanbing was about to feel disappointed, he suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Jiang Chun whispered in her ear, "Silly girl, the boy should be the one to say it first." The wind by the river ruffled her long hair, and Jiang Chun lowered his head and kissed his girl. The driver, witnessing this scene from afar, stared in shock and immediately took a picture, sending it to Mu Wanbing's father. Inside the Mu family villa, Mu Zhongxing's face instantly darkened after seeing the photo. Xie Qinghe leaned over to look at it and breathed a sigh of relief. Our Wanbing finally has someone she likes, and it's a man. Mu Zhongxing's face darkened even more, like an 18-year-old cabbage that had been stolen. When Mu Wanbing got home, she saw her parents sitting in the living room, with Xie Qinghe holding a photo of them kissing by the river. She immediately pretended to be obedient and sweetly called out, "Mom and Dad." Xie Qinghe smiled and asked her why she didn't tell her family about her boyfriend, then praised Jiang Chun for being even more handsome than male celebrities. Mu Zhongxing snorted coldly, saying that dating right after the college entrance exam was puppy love. Mu Wanbing protested, saying she was already 18. Xie Qinghe rolled her eyes at her husband, only reminding her that they could date, but she couldn't neglect her studies. Mu Wanbing immediately said that Jiang Chun always ranked first in the entire school and was the top scorer in Jiangxing City's college entrance examination. Xie Qinghe was even more pleased, smiling and saying that one was first in the entire school and the other second. They were a perfect match. Mu Zhongxing pressed Jiang Chun about his family's occupation. Mu Wanbing deliberately hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Seriously speaking, it is indeed a bit of a mismatch in terms of social standing, but our Mu family has climbed the social ladder." She recounted the class reunion, how the general manager of the Puman Hotel personally delivered the wine and publicly addressed Jiang Chun as Chairman Jiang. A long silence followed in the living room, until Mu Zhongxing finally accepted reality. Early Monday morning, Jiang Chun arrived at the company, his smile impossible to hide. Lu Ruyan, seeing his smug expression, scoffed inwardly. So what if he's dating someone? After the stock market opened, Jiang Chun, stationed at the securities department, first liquidated his entire position in Tiandi Online, making a profit of 186 million. He then established a position in Fumin Micro, and subsequently managed his personal accounts, liquidating his entire position in Dongfang Group. After his personal account balance reached over 600,000, Jiang Chun started investing in Chaoyang Technology. Not long after, he liquidated his entire position in imaging technology, with a total transaction amount of 2.633 billion and a total profit of 647 million. Next, Jiang Chun went all in on Sherpu testing. That afternoon, Lu Ruyan reported that 80 million had arrived in her account at China Construction Bank. Jiang Chun asked her to draft an equity agreement and then transfer the remaining 10 million to his own account. 5 minutes later, the 10 million arrived. Jiang Chun immediately transferred it to his stock account, applied for 10x leverage, and heavily invested in Yuanxiang New Materials, buying at an average price of 21.5 yuan, with a transaction amount approaching 100 million yuan. Fang Tianhe arrived at the office quickly, and both parties signed the equity transfer agreement. Jiang Chun asked Lu Ruyan to make the payment and complete the formalities, then smiled and reminded him, "Uncle Fang, if you still want to sell shares, you can come directly to me." On July 9th, Jiang Chun returned to the trading room. He sold Fumin Microelectronics, making a profit of 408 million. He also sold Sherpu Testing, making a profit of 1.385 billion, bringing the group's total stock account value to 5.843 billion. However, Jiang Group's stock price hit the daily limit down again, and its market value dropped to 2.51 billion yuan. The cash in the securities account was already more than twice the group's market value, but no one outside knew this. On the personal account side, Chaoyang Technology and Yuanxiang New Materials both hit their daily limit, and the leveraged account made a net profit of over 23 million yuan in one day. In the afternoon, Jiang Chun ordered the trader to invest all their funds in Sherpu testing. As the workday was drawing to a close, Yang Zhong reported with a grim expression that the China Securities Regulatory Commission, CSRC, had sent an official letter stating that Jiang's stock would be officially subject to risk warnings the next day, with the stock code now prefixed with ST and the daily price fluctuation limit reduced to 5%. Jiang Chun frowned and immediately ordered, "Tomorrow, reserve funds to prepare for the repurchase of the group's shares." Lu Ruyan also rushed in, saying that Fang Tianhe and other directors were clamoring to see him. Jiang Chun coldly told them to wait in the conference room, and then ordered Yang Zhong and the trading team to be on call 24 hours a day starting tomorrow, to live and eat at the group, to hand over their mobile phones, and to sign a confidentiality agreement. In the conference room, Jiang Chun pushed open the door and directly addressed the situation. He then proposed a solution. The group would allocate 200 million yuan to repurchase Jiang's shares to stabilize market confidence, with the directors having priority in increasing their holdings of the repurchased shares. The room fell silent instantly. Jiang Chun scanned the room, his tone icy. "If all the directors waive their right to increase their holdings, I will personally purchase all the shares in this buyback." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. They had originally come to question Jiang Chun about why he had pushed the group to the brink of delisting, but the meeting had barely begun when he had completely taken over the reins. Ji Xingyuan was the first to lose his composure, questioning the China Securities Regulatory Commission, CSRC, about why it had issued the letter and why the Jiang family was included in the delisting risk list. Two independent directors also expressed their dissatisfaction, instantly creating a tense atmosphere in the meeting room. Jiang Chun glanced at everyone, his tone calm. "There's no point in explaining this. Even if I weren't sitting here, the group would still receive the letter. You all know better than anyone else what the Jiang Group situation is right now." He reminded everyone that there were still 2.5 months left in the 3-month bet, and it was far too early to draw conclusions. After speaking, Jiang Chun stopped arguing and left the meeting room, leaving the shareholders looking at each other in bewilderment. Fang Tianhe's face was terribly grim. He had just sold the shares to Jiang Chun at noon, and the group was going to issue a buyback announcement a few hours later. This whole transaction meant he had lost at least 10 million yuan. At 8 p.m. that evening, Jiang's group released 2 announcements on its official website. The first stated that the group faced the risk of being delisted, and the second announced that the board of directors had approved a share repurchase plan, expecting to increase its holdings by 200 million yuan at 1 yuan per share. The announcements caused shareholders to lose sleep that night. Some praised the Jiang's directors for their responsibility, while others vehemently criticized the management, believing that their mismanagement had dragged the company to the brink of delisting. The next morning, Jiang Chun arrived at the securities department and immediately ordered a complete sell-off of Sherpu testing shares at the daily limit-up price. Yang Zhong quickly reported that the total transaction amount was 7.111 billion yuan, with a profit of 1.268 billion yuan that day. The trading room erupted in excitement. This figure even surpassed the entire year's profit during Jiang's peak. Jiang Chun, however, remained calm, ordering someone to pull up the group's stock chart, which showed Jiang's group still at its daily limit down. He whispered an order to use 100 million yuan to buy more shares of the group at the daily limit price. 1,351,300 lots were bought at 0.74 yuan per share, bringing the total transaction value to nearly 100 million yuan. After 2 buybacks, Jiang Chun had cumulatively increased his stake by 5.5%. With the remaining funds, he planned to continue driving up the stock price, aiming for a daily limit up to bring the Jiang Group back into the market spotlight. Soon after, Jiang's group's stock price hit its daily limit. A 100 million yuan injection and another 100 million yuan to seal the limit caused an uproar in the stock commentary section. Some regretted selling too early, while others suspected that Jiang's group was merely propping itself up through share buybacks. Jiang Chun then ordered the trading room to prioritize driving up the group's stock price, with a short-term target of 1.5 yuan per share. Following this, he also established a position in information development, with a total transaction value of 6.9 billion yuan. He also realized that with so much capital at his disposal, buying any single stock could potentially push it to its daily limit. He needed to diversify his funds and operate across multiple stocks to avoid attracting market attention. After dealing with the group's accounts, Jiang Chen sold his personal holdings in Yuanxiang New Materials, a transaction worth 170 million yuan, yielding a profit of 70 million yuan. He then bought shares of Jiachuang Vision, continuing to leverage his profits. At 9:30 p.m., Jiang Chen opened his U.S. stock account and converted all 550,000 Chinese yuan into U.S. dollars. After confirming that his stock market X-ray vision could also see through U.S. stocks, he bought ABView at the low point. Wall Street capital began to drive up the price, and ABView surged from $0.4 US to $1 US. Jiang Chen took advantage of the situation and sold, making a profit of over 117,000 US. He then continued to buy the next speculative stock. He didn't finish trading U.S. stocks until 4 a.m. The account balance stopped at 438,000 US, which, after being converted back to Chinese yuan, became 3,066,000 yuan. Jiang Chen finally realized that the U.S. stock market was the fastest way to accumulate personal wealth, but he also knew that Wall Street was not a benevolent place. This was just small-scale activity. Once the amount increased, the other party would definitely not stand idly by. It was too late for Jiang Chen to go home, so he simply slept on the sofa in his office. The next morning, Zhao Minghan came in to clean and was startled by the person on the sofa. Jiang Chen rubbed his eyes and asked what time it was. Zhao Minghan quickly apologized, saying it was already 8:43. Jiang Chen didn't blame her, only asking her to buy breakfast. Lu Ruyan, knowing he had slept in the office last night, felt anxious and distressed, urging him to eat and go home to rest for half a day. Jiang Chen shook his head, saying he would bring him the financial statements of the group's branch offices that morning and also compile a list of the branch office management. The Jiang Group, at its current level, was not in a position to make him stop. Jiang Chen wolfed down his breakfast and sent today's stock trading instructions to Yang Zhong. He had clearly marked the liquidation time, entry price, and trading points. Following these instructions would guarantee a profit. Chaoyang Technology was sold off at 24.15 yuan per share, yielding a profit of over 79,000 yuan. Jiachuang Vision was sold off at 5.3 yuan per share, yielding a profit of over 11 million yuan. The total profit in the personal account that day was 11.24 million yuan. Subsequently, Jiang Chen leveraged the funds tenfold again, bringing the available funds in his account to 227 million. He then established a position in Yinkarui, buying shares at 11.4 yuan per share, almost fully investing his funds. After closing the software, Jiang Chen pressed the intercom and asked Zhao Minghan to notify Bai Ruyu, the HR manager, to come over and bring the performance evaluation forms for the group's branch management. Not long after, Bai Ruyu knocked and came in, placing the documents on the table. Jiang Chen asked her to sit down, casually flipping through a few pages before asking directly, "If we're going to make changes to the management of a few branch offices, what suggestions do you have?" Bai Ruyu's heart tightened. She knew Jiang Chen was preparing to target the branch company and was also testing her attitude. After a moment's consideration, she chose to tell the truth. She said that Zhang Wenlong, general manager of Jiangshi Pharmaceutical, and Wei Eru, general manager of Jiangshi Energy, relied on Fang Tian's support to disregard the group's performance evaluation for a long time and even put their relatives into the branch company. During this round of layoffs and performance reviews, the two secretly interfered, resulting in a completely incomplete cleanup of the branch office. Out of consideration for Fang Tianhe, the HR department could only optimize their performance reviews. Bai Ruyu reminded Jiang Chen that he had just taken over the group and it wasn't advisable to escalate the conflict with Fang Tianhe. Jiang Chen, however, didn't back down, only asking, "If we remove these two people, is there anyone who can replace them?" A glint flashed in Bai Ruyu's eyes, and she immediately replied, "Yes. I will prepare a personnel file for you later." Jiang Chen nodded and pressed the intercom to call Nieyu, the manager of the Audit and Supervision Department. Less than 5 minutes later, Nieyu rushed over. Seeing Bai Ruyu there, her expression became noticeably more cautious. Jiang Chen gestured for her to sit down and asked directly, "Has anyone reported anything recently?" Unable to fathom Jiang Chen's meaning, Nieyu glanced at him first, then looked at Bai Ruyu. After Bai Ruyu nodded secretly, she spoke, saying that someone had indeed reported Zhang Wenlong and Wei Eru. An undercover investigation by the Audit and Supervision Department revealed that the two individuals had very serious problems. Abuse of power, embezzlement, bribery, buying and selling company positions, and inappropriate relationships with multiple female subordinates have all been confirmed. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and he asked in return, Since it has been verified, why hasn't it been dealt with? Niayu was somewhat embarrassed and could only explain that the two of them had a close relationship with Vice Chairman Fong, and that disciplining the branch company's general manager required the board's approval. Jiang Chun immediately ordered her to compile the key evidence and submit it as soon as possible. The Audit and Supervision Department was ready to contact the police at any time to transfer Zhang Wenlong and Wei Eru to the judicial authorities for processing. At the same time, he instructed the Audit and Supervision Department to assign two highly skilled teams to Jiangshi Pharmaceutical and Jiangshi Energy to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the two companies. Any illegal activities should be handed over to the police, and any violations should be dealt with strictly and swiftly. The Human Resources Department must also promptly send personnel to take over and ensure the normal operation of both companies. The Human Resources Departments of both companies must be reorganized. All personnel transfers are temporarily frozen, and any future changes in management must be approved by the group. At that moment, Bai Ryu and Niayu both understood. Jiang Chen's restructuring of the two companies was merely a facade. His real purpose was to wrest back personnel control of the branch companies from Fong Tianhe. Jiang Chen looked at the two of them and said in a calm tone, "Report directly to me on this matter. If you encounter any obstacles, come to me. You are not fighting alone." Bai Ryu and Niayu agreed at the same time. Originally, they were still observing Jiang Chen, but this operation made them truly decide to stand on his side. Before noon, the two delivered the documents to Jiang Chen. After reviewing them, Jiang Chen immediately notified Lu Ruyan to convene a board meeting at 3 p.m. He knew very well that this was the first real breakthrough he had made since taking office. At 3 p.m., Fong Tianhe and others were summoned again to the Jiang Group's conference room. Ji Xinyuan complained in a low voice that Jiang Chen was too much of a troublemaker, but Fong Tianhe sneered and said, "If the kid wants to play, let him play first." Footsteps approached, and the conference room fell silent instantly. Jiang Chen entered and, without any preamble, stated that there was an important matter that required a board vote. Lu Ruyan and Zhao Menghan distributed the materials to each director. Jiang Chen named Zhang Wenlong, general manager of Jiang's Pharmaceutical, and Wei Eru, general manager of Jiang's Energy, for abusing their power, embezzling and accepting bribes, and placing their relatives in key positions within the company during their tenure. Jiang Chen continued, "Now that the evidence is conclusive, I propose that the two be transferred to the judicial authorities. At the same time, an investigation team composed of the Human Resources Department and the Audit and Supervision Department should be stationed in both companies to conduct a thorough investigation." Upon hearing this, Fong Tianhe's face instantly darkened. The entire group knew that Zhang Wenlong and Wei Eru were his men, and Jiang Chen's move was tantamount to a direct attack on him. Fong Tianhe immediately objected, saying that the group was already on the delisting risk list, and that a scandal at this time would only increase public suspicion of the Jiang family. He suggested handling the matter internally, having the two return the embezzled funds, and temporarily waiving legal charges. Jiang Chen retorted coldly, "Do you think you can treat this kind of thing lightly? Some of the losses the group has suffered cannot be compensated by money. The fact that we are now taking the initiative to clean up corruption is just proof of the group's determination to reform." He pushed the pressure back, asking Fong Tianhe, "If this gets exposed to the outside world later, can Chairman Fong take responsibility?" Fong Tianhe was speechless on the spot, and the atmosphere in the meeting room began to shift. Ji Xinyuan remained silent for a moment before choosing to support Jiang Chen. Independent Director Fu Guoxing also expressed his support, followed closely by Guaning. With one director opposing and four supporting, the resolution was passed on the spot. Fong Tianhe tried to prevent the investigation team from entering the two companies, citing reasons such as production stoppages, order defaults, and employee panic. But Jiang Chen gave him no chance to maneuver and announced immediate implementation. Soon, the criminal records of Zhang Wenlong and Wei Eru were submitted to the judicial authorities. The police took both men into custody for investigation that same day, and Jiang's Pharmaceutical and Jiang's Energy were officially placed under the investigation team's control. Fong Tianhe stormed back to his office, smashing everything on his desk to pieces. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Jiang Chen, you started this." Then he picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hey, I agree to cooperate with you." Fong Tianhe suppressed his anger, and after listening to the words on the other end of the phone, his eyes darkened completely. In the end, he only managed to squeeze out 4 words, "Happy cooperation." Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Jiang Chen once again gave Bai Ryu and Niayu instructions. Although Zhang Wenlong and Wei Eru had been taken away, they still had trusted confidence in the branch company, and their safety must be ensured during the investigation. After the two left, Jiang Chun had someone call Li Zhongfeng, the manager of the strategic investment department. Li Zhongfeng entered quickly, a smile on his face, his attitude respectful, yet revealing a shrewdness. Jiang Chun simply gestured for him to sit down, then continued reviewing the documents. The office was eerily quiet. Li Zhongfeng sat upright, but his anxiety grew. Jiang Chun had just taken down Fang Tian's men today, and now he'd summoned him again, but hadn't said a word. This kind of disregard was more terrifying than a direct outburst of anger. Li Zhongfeng's back was almost soaked with cold sweat. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and cautiously spoke. "Chairman Jiang, please speak frankly. If this continues, my heart really can't take it." Jiang Chun then looked up and smiled faintly. It seems that Manager Li's ability to withstand pressure still needs some work. Then, his tone turned cold, pointing out that the strategic investment department had suffered serious investment losses in the past 2 years and had performed very poorly. Jiang Chun told him that the group was about to restart its investment plan, allocating at least 10 billion yuan for investment within a year. Li Zhongfeng's expression changed instantly. Given the group's current situation, where would they get 10 billion yuan? Jiang Chun seemed to see right through him and casually said, "The securities department has made a lot of money in the stock market these past few days, and there are already billions in their accounts. Breaking the 10 billion mark is just a matter of the next couple of days." Li Zhongfeng's mind went blank. He finally understood that Jiang Chun had been keeping the news under wraps, and that Jiang Chun had called him here today to force him to choose sides. Jiang Chun lowered his voice. "I heard you have a good relationship with Chairman Fang, Chairman Ji, and the 2 independent directors?" Li Zhongfeng hurriedly clarified that it was just work-related interaction, and there was no personal relationship between them. Jiang Chun nodded. "That's for the best. Zhang Wenlong and Wei Eru have already been taken away by the police, and what awaits them is imprisonment." Li Zhongfeng immediately followed up, saying that the 2 men, relying on Fang Tian's backing, were acting recklessly and were a disgrace to the Jiang Group. Jiang Chun didn't respond, only watching him quietly. Li Zhongfeng finally understood what he meant and quickly assured everyone that the strategic investment department would never have such a scoundrel and would strictly follow Jiang Chun's instructions from now on. These words were tantamount to a complete declaration of their stance. Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction, saying he was willing to trust him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called him in for a private talk. Li Zhongfeng immediately bowed his head and promised that he wouldn't divulge a single word of what he had heard that day. Jiang Chun finally gave Li Zhongfeng an order to reorganize the strategic investment department within a month and to absolutely not allow anyone to influence the group's external investment decisions. The meaning was clear. He wanted to completely control this core department. Li Zhongfeng respectfully agreed, promising to complete the task. Back in his office, he sat in his familiar chair, his heart slowly calming down. Recalling the conversation he had just had, he could only manage a wry smile. He once thought he could navigate between different factions with a smile, ruthlessly navigating the complexities of the situation. But after today, he finally understands that the Jiang Group will no longer allow him to remain neutral. That evening, Jiang Chun stayed in his office again, preparing to try his luck with U.S. stocks again. The daytime windfall profits had given him a taste of success. His single-day gain exceeded 450%, a crazy increase that would be impossible in the A-share market. He converted all the funds in his account into U.S. dollars, totaling 438,000. Then he activated his stock market insight and quickly identified the most volatile stock among more than 7,000 stocks. It was a newly listed cryptocurrency company, code CN. Jiang Chun established a position at 21.7 US dollars per share, buying 201 lots, quietly waiting for the breakout point to arrive. In less than 3 minutes, CN Company was suddenly ignited by a large buy order, and its stock price soared all the way up from more than 20 US dollars to 47.74 US dollars, with the increase exceeding 120% in an instant. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate and precisely timed his sell-off at the highest point. 201 lots were traded, totaling 959,000 US dollars, resulting in a profit of 521,000 US dollars. The next second, CN Company's stock price plummeted, falling from its high point back to the opening price within half an hour, then dropping below 20 yuan, and finally reaching 13.5 yuan. This was the moment Jiang Chun had been waiting for. He immediately bought in with all his funds, acquiring 710 lots at 13.5 US dollars per share. For the next hour, the stock price fluctuated between 14 and 15 US dollars, and the office was so quiet that only the sound of keyboards could be heard. Before the cigarette had even burned out, CN Company started up again. The stock price surged from 15 yuan all the way up to a new high of 65 yuan. Jiang Chun made another move, clearing out all 710 lots. This transaction totaled $4,556,500, yielding a profit of $3,597,500. He then shifted his focus to biotechnology stock HUH, selling off his entire position at the peak, making a single profit of $7,432,500. At 4 a.m., Jiang Chun finished his U.S. stock trading session. After converting all the funds back to Chinese yuan, his final balance reached 83,923,000 yuan, with a total profit of over 80 million yuan for the day. To others, this was an enormous windfall. But for Jiang Chun, it was merely the final warm-up before paying off his debts. He shut down his computer and lay down on the office sofa again to sleep. On July 14th, with only one day left to repay the creditors, Jiang Chun sent the day's trading instructions to Yang Zhong and then checked Yinkarui's holdings in his own account. Yinkarui hit its daily limit again, bringing the market value of its holdings to 326 million yuan, with total profits approaching a small fortune. Earning such returns in just a few days with 10 times leverage is truly astonishing. In the chairman's office, Tang Qingqing placed the financial documents in front of Jiang Chun. The total amount owed by the 7 creditors was 1.04 billion yuan, while the group's cash on hand was less than 30 million yuan. Tang Qingqing's heart sank, and she couldn't help but remind him, "Chairman Jiang, there's simply no money in the account to repay." After reviewing the report, Jiang Chun calmly said, "Notify them to come to the company tomorrow and repay the loan on the spot." She was about to say something more when Jiang Chun told her directly that the securities department would transfer 1.5 billion yuan back to the group's account that afternoon to first repay the creditors. Afterwards, they would continue to tally up bank loans and private lending and repay them all in the near future. Tang Qingqing stood there, stunned. Not long after, Yang Zhong arrived to report that 1.5 billion yuan in cash had been transferred to the group's financial account. The securities department had made a profit of 1.3 billion yuan from trading today, and the total holdings amounted to 8.43 billion yuan. Jiang Chun nodded and then asked about the situation in the trading room. Yang Zhong said that all 24 traders were on standby 24 hours a day, living and eating at the group's premises, and anyone trying to get information from outside had been turned away. Jiang Chun glanced at the list, gave a casual compliment, and then asked Yang Zhong to draft the bonus list, with each of the 24 traders receiving an initial bonus of 200,000 yuan. For 1,800,000 yuan in cash, he didn't even blink. That night, Jiang Chun once again ventured into the U.S. stock market. By 4 a.m., his account balance had grown to 43,087,000 US dollars, equivalent to 301 million Chinese yuan, resulting in a single-day profit of 217 million yuan. But his frenzied profits over several consecutive days had already attracted the attention of Wall Street. Jack One, the owner of BI Investments, heard from his secretary that an Eastern trading account was generating outrageous returns, and his expression instantly changed. The secretary handed over the transaction records. The first transaction was Abview, a stock they themselves had been manipulating. The other party bought at the lowest point and exited precisely at the highest point when they were preparing to sell. Jack Wen's first reaction was that there had been an internal leak. His secretary, however, told him that an investigation had been conducted and there was no mole or loophole. Jack Wen grew increasingly alarmed, because this Eastern account always seemed to have read the script beforehand. He immediately ordered his secretary to closely monitor all subsequent transactions of this account. He then called his old friend Johnson, speaking gravely, saying that they must completely shut down this Asian man and prevent him from making any more money. Before the two could even formulate a plan, Jiang Chun had already reopened the trading software and invested all of his 40 million US dollars in Elkian Company shares at 32.4 US dollars per share. The secretary rushed in with a laptop, telling Jack Wen that the Eastern account had made another move. On the screen, Elkian stock price began to rise rapidly. Jack Wen's expression grew increasingly grim, and he immediately ordered someone to investigate the perpetrator's identity. The technicians could only pinpoint the approximate IP address, located in Jiangdong Province, China. Just then, Elkian's stock price surged to 84.7 yuan, and Jiang Chun immediately sold all his shares, once again precisely at the highest point. Jack Wen stared intently at the screen and asked in a low voice, "Who exactly is this person?" He had seen countless financial geniuses, but he had never seen anyone treat the market like an ATM. After selling LKN, Jiang Chun's total trading volume exceeded 112 million US dollars. He simply said, "Finally, it's over 100 million. Then he turned around and heavily invested in another stock. When the last stock reached its peak, Jiang Chen sold off all his shares again. His account balance became $275 million, and his profit for the day exceeded $227 million. He knew he was definitely being targeted by American securities firms, but this was China, so he wasn't worried at all. He then converted all his funds back to Chinese yuan and withdrew them directly to his bank card. A text message popped up quickly. 1.925 billion yuan had been transferred from China Construction Bank. Jiang Chen stared at the long string of zeros, a smile finally spreading across his face. Now he was truly rich. With 1.9 billion yuan in cash flow lying in his account, a sum many listed companies might not be able to readily withdraw, he figured the money was in hand. Now that the money was available, he should buy a car. He couldn't keep relying on Lu Ruyan as his driver indefinitely. July 15th was the day to repay the creditors. The 7 creditors arrived at Jiang Group early in the morning and were led into the conference room by the secretary. Everyone stared at the time, waiting for Jiang Chen to appear. When Lu Ruyan entered the office, Jiang Chen was still asleep at his desk. Looking at her 18-year-old boss, she felt a pang of heartache. He had stayed up all night again for the sake of the company. After waking up, Jiang Chen washed up and changed his clothes, then asked Lu Ruyan to inform Tang Qingqing. Lu Ruyan replied that Manager Tang was already waiting in the conference room. Seeing her slightly flushed cheeks, Jiang Chen casually asked what was wrong. She lowered her head and said it was too hot, then turned and quickly left. Inside the meeting room, the 7 creditors were growing impatient. Someone couldn't help but ask why Jiang Chen hadn't arrived yet. Tang Qingqing appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was pounding, fearing that Jiang Chen might change his mind at the last minute. At that moment, the conference room door was pushed open. Jiang Chen walked in, and the group representative immediately stood up to greet him, while the creditors simply remained seated, offering only a perfunctory greeting. Jiang Chen didn't mind and sat down directly. He looked at everyone and said calmly, "As agreed before, I will transfer all the outstanding payments to you today. I, Jiang Chen, keep my word." Then, he instructed Tang Qingqing to transfer the money one by one according to the contract. The finance department quickly began processing the transfers, remitting principal and interest in installments. Creditors, upon receiving notifications of the funds arriving, couldn't hide their joy, but they were also filled with doubt. Had the Jiang Group's crisis been resolved? In less than half an hour, all the money owed to the 7 creditors was repaid, totaling 1.04 billion. Jiang Chen nodded, told Lu Ruyan to see the guests out, and didn't say another word. When the creditors left, their attitude was noticeably more polite. Some even smiled and suggested getting together another day. Jiang Chen simply responded indifferently, because he knew that he would most likely not cooperate with these people again in the future. After everyone left, Jiang Chen kept Tang Qingqing behind and told her that each of the 24 traders in the securities department would receive a bonus of 200,000 yuan, and that the bonuses should be distributed as soon as possible. Tang Qingqing nodded and noted it down, feeling increasingly shocked by Jiang Chen's confidence. Back in his office, Jiang Chen opened his stock account and first sold all his shares in Yinkarui at 18.79 yuan per share for a total transaction amount of 373 million yuan, making a profit of more than 47 million yuan. Afterward, he established a position in Layerway, buying shares at 12.15 yuan per share. Having done this, Jiang Chen closed the trading page, picked up his phone, and dialed Mu Wanbing's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Mu Wanbing's voice was crisp and clear as she asked if he was done with his work. Jiang Chen hummed in response and immediately asked her to go shopping. Mu Wanbing readily agreed, and the two arranged to meet at the entrance of the Mu family villa. Jiang Chen called Lu Ruyan over and asked her to cancel all her work for the day and arrange for a car to take him to the Mu family home. Upon hearing Mu family villa, Lu Ruyan paused slightly, then tentatively asked if Mu Wanbing was his classmate. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything and directly admitted that the two were already together. Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a pang of sadness, but quickly suppressed her emotions, said, "I'll make arrangements now," and turned to leave. On the other side, Mu Wanbing was so happy to receive the call that she almost jumped for joy. But when she looked in the mirror, she found that her hair was messy and she was still wearing her pajamas, so she immediately rushed into the bathroom to wash up and change. Not long after, Jiang Chen arrived at the Mu family villa in a Maybach S480. Mu Wanbing jogged out, and, upon seeing Jiang Chen standing beside the car, couldn't help but smile and say, "You're so fast." At the I-Area Western restaurant, Jiang Chen carefully cut steak for Mu Wanbing and brought it to her lips. Mu Wanbing blushed and said she could eat it, but Jiang Chen smiled and asked her if she didn't like it. She quickly shook her head, saying that she wasn't used to it. Just as the atmosphere was getting right, a man in a suit walked to the table and directly told Mu Wanbing that he wanted to get to know her. Mu Wanbing's face instantly turned cold, and she only replied with 3 words, "No interest." The man refused to leave, revealing his identity. "I am Wan Bo, the vice president of Wan High Energy." Wan High Energy, backed by Wan's holdings, is now the new leader in Jiangqing's energy sector, and he is used to relying on the Wan family's name to act arrogantly. Mu Wanbing remained indifferent. Wan Bo then looked at Jiang Chun, his tone arrogant. "Be smart and leave. You can't handle the consequences." Jiang Chun put down the steel fork and asked calmly, "What consequences? I'd like to see." Enraged, Wanbo asked Jiang Chun if he knew how powerful Wan High Energy was. Jiang Chun calmly replied, "No." Wanbo then asked his name, and Jiang Chun only uttered 2 words, "Jiang Chun." Wanbo was taken aback, but quickly remembered the name, then sneered, "So it's the chairman of the Jiang Group, which is on the verge of bankruptcy. A kid who just finished the college entrance exam. Does he even deserve to sit in that position?" Jiang Chun wasn't angry, only saying calmly, "No need for President Wan to worry about it." But in his heart, Wan High Energy had already been sentenced to death. For the Jiang Group to rise again, the first blow would start with it. He ignored Wanbo, took Mu Wanbing's hand, and left. Wanbo, feeling humiliated in public, turned ashen-faced with rage. He immediately made a phone call ordering an attack on the Jiang Group, declaring that anyone who dared to cooperate with the Jiang Group would be an enemy of Wan High Energy. In the car, Mu Wanbing asked with some concern if there would be any trouble. Jiang Chun replied calmly, "The one in trouble isn't me, it's Wan High Energy." After saying that, he dialed Li Zhongfeng's number and instructed the Strategic Investment Department to immediately prepare detailed information on Wan High Energy. He then dialed Yang Zhong's number and ordered the Securities Department to allocate funds to begin buying Wan High Energy shares. Yang Zhong's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but remind Jiang Chun that this was tantamount to a direct slap in the face to Wan's holdings. Jiang Chun simply gave a cold, and Yang Zhong immediately dared not persuade him any further, promising to complete the task. Mu Wanbing apologized softly, feeling that the incident was caused by her. Jiang Chun patted her head and smiled, saying that she hadn't done anything wrong. Even without Wanbo, he would have acquired Wan High Energy. Now that the Jiang Group is on the verge of recovery, it must rebuild its momentum with a truly impactful acquisition. Small companies are meaningless. Only by acquiring Wan High Energy can the entire city of Jiangxi once again recognize the Jiang Group's strength. In the Securities Department, Yang Zhong still had concerns after hanging up the phone. Seeing this, the trading director asked if Chairman Jiang had another plan. Yang Zhong whispered, "Chairman Jiang wants to buy a large amount of Wan High Energy shares and achieve absolute control." The operations director paused for a moment, then asked only one question. "Mr. Yang, based on your observations of the past few days' operations, do you think Chairman Jiang is someone who acts impulsively?" Chapter 31 Capital Game. The trading director's words were like a bucket of cold water, waking Yang Zhong up. Indeed, which of Jiang Chen's previous moves was truly impulsive? Each seemingly sudden action ultimately proved to be well considered. Without further hesitation, Yang Zhong asked in a deep voice how much more capital was available. The backend quickly retrieved the data: 467 million yuan in available funds, 10.823 billion yuan in stock market value, and a total market value of 11.29 billion yuan. He stared at the screen and immediately ordered the listing of Wan High Energy. The page opened, showing a share price of 3.47 yuan, up 1.8%, a total market capitalization of 4.094 billion yuan, and a total share capital of 1.18 billion shares. The shareholding structure of Wan High Energy is also clear. Wan's holdings holds 39.7%, making it the controlling shareholder, but not absolutely controlling. If Jiang's group acquires 51%, it can turn the tables and take control. The trading director asked for instructions in a low voice regarding the next step. Yang Zhong only said 2 words: establish a position. Buy at least 5% today. This transaction, calculated at the current market value, will amount to approximately 204 million. By acquiring just 5% of the shares, Jiang's group could become one of Wan High Energy's top 10 shareholders, gain a seat at the shareholders meeting, and even have a chance to join the board of directors. The real capital battle would begin from this moment. The 24 traders immediately sprang into action, their keyboards clicking rapidly. The trading director issued instructions, ordering each group to place 4 buy orders of 10,000 lots each to drive up the share price of Wan High Energy. Large buy orders flooded the market, instantly pushing Manhwa Energy's stock price to 3.66 yuan per share, a 7.4% increase, with capital inflows exceeding 55 million yuan, turning the calm market into a frenzy. At the same time, Manhwa Energy's securities department was in an uproar. Someone in the trading room exclaimed that someone was buying large quantities of company stock. In just 3 minutes, the transaction volume had exceeded 50 million. Securities Department Manager Lu Tian's face darkened. He immediately realized something was wrong. Based on past experience, he ordered his men to place several sell orders of 10,000 lots each, hoping to force the other party to back down by threatening to support the stock price. After 6 sell orders totaling 10,000 lots were placed, the stock price was pushed back to 3.54 yuan per share, with more than 20 million yuan flowing out. However, in the trading room of Jiang Group, the trading director coldly ordered that all the shares be bought up. The next second, the Jiang Group absorbed all 6 sell orders of 10,000 lots each, and the stock price was pulled back up to 3.62 yuan. Immediately afterwards, the trading director instructed each group to place 2 more buy orders of 10,000 lots each. Manhwa Energy quickly received the report. Upon hearing it, Lu Tian frowned even more deeply. According to capital market practice, when a company intervenes to support the stock price, the other party will usually give them some leeway, but this time was completely different. After swallowing the sell order, the other party immediately dumped 8 buy orders totaling 10,000 lots each, pushing the stock price to 3.71 yuan per share, a 9.7% increase, just one step away from hitting the daily limit. Lu Tian couldn't help but curse inwardly, wondering what the other party was up to. He was forced to order the price to be locked at the daily limit. Manhwa Energy's own traders immediately placed buy orders, firmly sealing the price at the daily limit, with the amount locked exceeding 10 million. Lu Tian didn't dare to linger and turned to head straight for the general manager's office. He reported to General Manager Ma Jiahao that someone had bought at least 300,000 lots, accounting for 2.5% of the company's share capital. Because the situation was unclear, they could only temporarily lock the price at the daily limit to delay the other party's actions. Ma Jiahao was furious. The other party held a 2.5% stake, yet the securities department hadn't even investigated their identity or purpose. With a grim face, he ordered an immediate investigation to find out who was behind it all. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Tian's phone rang. The person in charge of the trading room urgently reported that the other party first threw out several thousand lot sell orders, triggering retail investors to sell at the limit up price. Just as the limit up was about to be broken, the other party threw out another 10,000 lot sell order. Lu Tian turned on speakerphone to inquire about the current situation. The other party had actually absorbed all the sell orders again, relocking the price at the daily limit, with the locked amount now exceeding 40 million. His heart sank. The other party was manipulating the price at the limit, selling at the daily limit up price, then buying back at a lower price after the price drops, while keeping the same number of shares, yet making a profit from the price difference. This kind of operation indicates that the other party has ample funds and greater audacity, and is definitely not an ordinary speculative investor. Ma Jiahao's face darkened completely, and he headed straight to the securities department. Staring at the screen, he said coldly, "They have quite the appetite. Since they want to eat, let them eat their fill first, and hopefully they won't be stuffed to death." Soon, Manhwa Energy dumped 11 sell orders totaling 10,000 lots each, forcibly breaking the daily limit up. However, these shares were immediately absorbed by the Jiang Group, and the daily limit up was firmly locked again. No matter how much Manhwa Energy dumped, the Jiang Group bought it all. The two sides traded back and forth at the daily limit, with funds clashing wildly. This capital game may have only just begun. Countless investors are watching this capital game closely. In the past, when major players clashed, they usually stopped short of a decisive battle and ended things in a tacit agreement. But this time, the other party is completely disregarding the rules and is clearly determined to go head-to-head with Manhwa Energy. Ma Jiahao's face was extremely grim. He had already realized that the other party was not simply manipulating the market. If this continued, the person's shares would only increase, eventually either dragging Manhwa Energy down or directly squeezing into the shareholder seats. He coldly ordered a halt, declaring the real battle would take place tomorrow. He then instructed Lu Tian to contact several well-connected organizations to jointly sabotage this reckless opponent. However, Lu Tian quietly reminded him that the company didn't have enough funds available. Ma Jiahao immediately called the finance department and learned that the company had 130 million in its accounts. He immediately requested that all of it be transferred to the group's stock trading account. Combined with the original funds, The available funds in the securities account reached 250 million. With the help of several external institutions, they could mobilize at least 600 million yuan tomorrow. Ma Jiahao didn't believe that 600 million yuan wouldn't be enough to subdue the other side. Moreover, they also held a large number of shares in Manhwa Energy. Before leaving, he only left one sentence: find out who the other party is as soon as possible. Tomorrow, when the stock market opens, he will personally oversee and command this war without gunpowder. Meanwhile, in the securities department of Jiang Group, the operations director reported to Yang Zhong that Manhwa Energy had completed its position building, acquiring 5.08% of the shares, with a total investment of 207 million yuan. Yang Zhong instructed everyone to leave sufficient funds for the next day, preparing to continue the battle. The atmosphere in the trading room, however, was somewhat delicate. All the traders were waiting for an answer. Would Jiang Qin come in person tomorrow? The trading director couldn't help but ask, but Yang Zhong glared at him, telling him to stop worrying. In reality, even Yang Zhong himself was hoping for Jiang Qin's appearance. After all, no one who witnessed that godlike trading performance would forget it. On the other side, Jiang Qin didn't take Wanbo seriously at all, nor did he care about Manhwa Energy. He took Mu Wanbing's hand and walked directly into the Jiangxing Juning Supercar 4S store. Several sales consultants immediately came forward. They had just seen the two get out of the Maybach, and judging from their clothes and demeanor, they knew they were no ordinary customers. Jiang Qin asked Mu Wanbing what kind of car she liked. Mu Wanbing shook her head. The supercars here cost millions or even tens of millions of yuan, and she really didn't dare to accept such an expensive gift. Seeing that she didn't speak, Jiang Qin directly asked the salesperson to recommend a car suitable for a woman. The saleswoman looked at Mu Wanbing, her eyes filled with envy. The number one beauty in Jiangxing truly lived up to her reputation. Even women couldn't help but be captivated by her. The female salesperson recommended a pink Porsche 911 Carrera with a matte gray and slate gray interior, equipped with a 3.0 TV6 engine, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in 3.88 seconds, and a final price of 2.84 million yuan. Jiang Qin glanced at Mu Wanbing and immediately saw the liking in her eyes. Without hesitation, he said, "That's it." His gaze then fell on the supercar in the center of the showroom. The saleswoman quickly explained that it was a Pagani Huayra R, which the client had entrusted the store to sell due to cash flow problems, and the asking price was as high as 58 million. This car is equipped with a 6.0 L V12 engine, producing a maximum of 850 horsepower. The body extensively uses glossy carbon fiber and a matte finish. Jiang Qin sat inside, gripped the custom steering wheel, and uttered only two words, "Not bad." Immediately afterward, he added, "I'll take it." The saleswoman was stunned. Before she could recover, Jiang Qin had already led Mu Wanbing forward. He pointed to the Ferrari SF90 in the showroom and said he wanted it. He then took a liking to the Aston Martin Vanquish and said he wanted that too. Finally, he asked the salesperson to calculate the total price directly. The saleswoman was completely stunned. In all her years in the industry, this was the first time she had ever seen someone buy a supercar like it was a toy, ordering for it once. She confirmed again whether Jiang Qin wanted all four vehicles. Jiang Qin simply nodded and told her to complete the formalities and register them before delivering them all to the Shengshi Lanting Villa. This order was so large that the female saleswoman didn't dare make the decision on her own and immediately went to consult the general manager. Not long after, she returned with Ning Yuan, the general manager of Jiyuan Supercar. Ning Yuan respectfully explained that the total price of the four cars was 79 million, but the boss had given a special discount, so he only needed to pay 75 million. Jiang Qin remained expressionless and took out his bank card to hand it over. 75 million was just a drop in the ocean for him. Ning Yuan then presented him with a black gold membership card. There were no more than 5 cardholders in the entire Jiangxing city, and the store would provide 24-hour service for any future issues. Jiang Qin casually put the membership card into his pocket and then signed the car purchase contract. Over the next afternoon, he bought a Mercedes-AMG G63, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Cullinan, a Bentley Bentayga, a Range Rover Luxury Edition, and a Lamborghini Urus. 6 cars cost another half a small fortune. Mu Wanbing stood to the side, completely dumbfounded. She had never seen such a way of spending money. It almost shattered her entire understanding of the world. Chapter 33 is the little cotton padded jacket leaking air? Jiang Qin, what's wrong with you? At the entrance of the Mu family villa, Mu Wanbing looked at him, her eyes full of doubt. The gift Jiang Qin had just given her was too expensive, and she felt uneasy. Even her words were hesitant. Jiang Qin smiled and gently patted her head, his tone both tender and reassuring. He told Mu Wanbing that he was indeed very wealthy, and that she shouldn't feel burdened by accepting the gift. No matter how expensive those things were, they couldn't compare to the weight she held in his heart. Mu Wanbing wanted to refuse, but Jiang Qin suddenly moved closer and gently pulled her into his arms. She froze at first, never having been so close to a man before, and didn't even know where to put her hands. But the warmth in Jiang Qin's arms felt so real, and the fragrance in his breath made her heart race. After a moment, she finally slowly raised her hand and gently wrapped it around his waist. In that instant, it was as if even the wind had stopped. Not far away, a familiar Bentley slowly pulled up. The driver spotted the two embracing at the villa entrance and instinctively reminded Mu Zhongxing, who was resting in the back seat, that the woman at the entrance looked like a young lady. Mu Zhongxing opened his eyes instantly, thinking that his beloved daughter had come out to greet him. He was about to grin from ear to ear, ready to marvel at how sweet his daughter was, when the driver quietly added insult to injury. The driver said, "Mr. Mu, your little darling seems to be getting cold." Mu Zhongxing looked up in confusion, and the next second he saw Mu Wanbing nestled in Jiang Qin's arms, a sweet smile on her face. Mu Zhongxing's face turned ashen, his anger almost bursting out of the car roof. He recognized Jiang Qin as Mu Wanbing's classmate, and his heart ached even more. The daughter he had raised was about to be kidnapped in the blink of an eye. The driver appeared honest, but he was secretly enjoying the spectacle. Mu Zhongxing gritted her teeth in anger and ordered the driver to stop. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin was unaware that his future father-in-law had already arrived at the door. Jiang Qin gently told Mu Wanbing to go home first, and that he would ask her out for a day after he finished his work at the company. He knew it wasn't appropriate to be too intimate in front of someone's door. If their elders saw them, the scene would definitely be awkward. Mu Wanbing reluctantly let go of him, but suddenly mustered her courage and stood on tiptoe to kiss Jiang Qin's cheek. Jiang Qin was full of anticipation, and just as the kiss was about to land, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Shut up!" Mu Zhongxing stood there with a dark face. Mu Wanbing's face turned pale instantly when she saw who it was, and her voice trembled as she managed to call out "Dad." Jiang Qin also realized that the person in front of him was his future father-in-law. Jiang Qin immediately greeted him politely, calling him Uncle Mu. Mu Zhongxing snorted coldly, giving him no friendly look whatsoever, and stared at Mu Wanbing, telling her to come over immediately. Old Mu was practically grinding his teeth to powder. Mu Wanbing slowly moved to her father's side, but whispered to him not to scare Jiang Qin. Mu Zhongxing was even angrier. They weren't even married yet, and he was already siding with outsiders. His little darling was really showing her true colors. At this moment, Xiechinghe came out of the villa, breaking the deadlock. She had been watching the commotion inside, and was really enjoying it when Mu Zhongxing abruptly interrupted the two young people who were about to kiss. Xiechinghe invited everyone inside. Even though Mu Zhongxing was unhappy, he didn't dare disrespect his wife and could only enter with a sullen face. Xiechinghe, however, grew increasingly satisfied with Jiang Qin, feeling that her daughter indeed had excellent taste. Jiang Qin entered the living room, first greeting Xiechinghe, then sitting down next to Mu Wanbing. Mu Zhongxing sat on the sofa, her expression still unpleasant. Xiechinghe, however, was very welcoming, telling Jiang Qin not to be shy and to stay for dinner that evening. Jiang Qin apologized, saying that his first visit was too rushed and he hadn't prepared any gifts. Actually, before he entered the house, he had secretly sent a message to Lu Ruyan, asking her to prepare several valuable gifts and send them to the Mu family as soon as possible. Xiechinghe wasn't concerned about the gift. Instead, she inquired about the Jiang Group. Jiang Qin readily admitted that he was now the chairman of the Jiang Group. After his mother's disappearance, the group was left without a leader, and he had no choice but to step up and take charge. Xiechinghe sighed when she mentioned Chairman Jiang. She knew that the powerful woman had managed the Jiang Group with great success and was recognized as the queen of Jiangqing's business world. She never expected that she would suddenly encounter such a change. Jiang Qin looked serious and said he believed his mother would return soon. If it weren't for this incident, he might still be a hothouse flower, but it was because of this storm that he was forced to grow up quickly. After a long silence, Mu Zhongxing finally spoke, asking if it would be difficult for him to take over the group for the first time. Although his tone was stiff, his words were filled with concern. Jiang Qin understood that this Uncle Mu was just putting on a brave face. He wasn't cold-hearted. Jiang Qin replied that the group had already improved and would soon make a strong comeback as the leading business in Jiangqing, officially announcing that the crisis was over. Mu Zhongxing simply hummed in agreement and then fell silent. Xiechinghe continued chatting with Jiang Qin for a long time until Lu Ruyan called. Jiang Qin got up to apologize and went out to meet her. Lu Ruyan had already delivered several beautifully wrapped and valuable gifts to the villa. Jiang Chun reminded her to remember to submit the expense report, and then gave her some important instructions, asking her to notify Yang Zhong from the Securities Department, Li Zhongfeng from the Strategic Investment Department, and Tang Qingqing from the Finance Department to attend a meeting the next morning and to prepare the necessary materials, as he wanted to get rid of Fang Tian'e. Lu Ruyan immediately agreed. Meanwhile, in the Mu family's living room, Xie Qinghe and Mu Wanbing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Lu Ruyan outside. Xie Qinghe whispered, "Who is that woman? She's beautiful, and she seems to have a good relationship with Jiang Chun." Mu Wanbing shook her head, saying she hadn't seen her before. Mu Zhongxing glanced out the window and calmly told her not to overthink it. That was Lu Ruyan, the assistant to the chairman of the Jiang Group and also the former personal secretary of Chairman Jiang. Chapter 34. The father-in-law discusses brotherhood. Jiang Chun returned to the Mu family villa carrying 4 or 5 gifts. As soon as he entered, he politely greeted uncle and aunt, saying that he didn't know what they liked, so he just bought some as a token of his appreciation. Xie Qinghe complained that he was disobedient, saying that she had just told him not to prepare anything, but inwardly she was increasingly satisfied with what she saw. Jiang Chun smiled and said, "It's my first time visiting, so I can't come empty-handed, otherwise I'll be embarrassed to come again next time." As the banquet began, Mu Zhongxing specially brought out a rare and expensive bottle of liquor that he had treasured for a long time. He asked Jiang Chun to have a couple of drinks with him, and Jiang Chun immediately agreed, opening the bottle and filling Mu Zhongxing's glass first, then filling his own. Xie Qinghe and Mu Wanbing drank red wine, while Mu Zhongxing first raised his glass to welcome Jiang Chun to the Mu family. Jiang Chun politely thanked them for the hospitality, speaking steadily and calmly, quickly easing the tension among the group. After the first drink, Mu Zhongxing brought up seniority and business status. The Jiang Group was stronger than the Mu Group, and his words carried a hint of probing. Jiang Chun immediately lowered his tone, saying that Uncle Mu was a senior in the business world and that he still had much to learn. These words struck a chord with Mu Zhongxing. Jiang Chun raised his second glass to toast him, showing him respect without being overly deliberate. Mu Zhongxing laughed heartily, downed his glass in one gulp, and his eyes held a hint of approval. Jiang Chun then thanked Qinghe. He said that before meeting Auntie, he wondered who Mu Wanbing inherited her beauty from, but now that he saw her, he understood that she inherited it from her mother. He added that Xie Qinghe looked to be at most 28 or 29 years old, and if they were on the street, people would only think she and Mu Wanbing were sisters. He concluded by saying, "Uncle Mu is so lucky to have married you." With a single sentence, Xie Qinghe praised the mother and daughter, and also subtly flattered Mu Zhongxing. She couldn't suppress her smile, and Mu Zhongxing was also pleased. Jiang Chun, after several glasses of baijiu, showed no change in his demeanor. Xie Qinghe quickly urged him to eat, saying that he shouldn't just drink alcohol, but try the home-cooked food to see if it suited his taste, and that he could come back to try her homemade dishes next time. Mu Wanbing whispered a reminder that her mother didn't cook easily. Jiang Chun immediately replied that it was an honor for the junior. After picking up a few bites of food, he raised his glass to toast the stars, saying that he would need to learn more from him about running the company in the future. Mu Zhongxing then inquired about the Jiang Group's asset sale, noting that there must have been considerable opposition from the outside world. Jiang Chun readily admitted that there was opposition, but the outcome was positive. Bad assets were eliminated, profitable industries were preserved, and the group has returned to healthy operation. Mu Zhongxing gave a thumbs up after hearing this. Making a tough decision is never easy, and even fewer people dare to make that choice. His gaze towards Jiang Chun changed. It was as if he were looking at a young man who could truly shoulder responsibility. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Mu Zhongxing was so drunk that he put his arm around Jiang Chun's shoulder. He usually had a high alcohol tolerance, but tonight the two of them had drunk too much, and he started calling Jiang Chun brother as soon as he opened his mouth. Jiang Chun was stunned. Xie Qinghe and Mu Wanbing laughed so hard they were doubled over, and they even secretly recorded a video on their phones. Mu Zhongxing patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder and said that if he ever had any problems he couldn't solve, he should just ask his older brother, who would definitely help him. Jiang Chun had no choice but to help him back to his room to rest. Mu Zhongxing still insisted that he wasn't drunk and could continue drinking. He picked up the glass that had already been replaced with water and kept clamoring to continue. Finally, Jiang Chun helped him into the bedroom. Only Jiang Chun and Mu Wanbing remained in the living room. She held Jiang Chun's arm, asking if he was all right. As for Mu Zhongxing, who was completely drunk, he received no words of comfort, and the old father's heart was utterly broken. Jiang Chun said he was fine, but it was getting late and he should go home first, asking her to tell his aunt later. Mu Wanbing nodded and escorted him to the villa entrance. Before parting, Mu Wanbing tiptoed and kissed Jiang Chen's forehead, making up for the kiss that had been interrupted that afternoon. Jiang Chun felt her soft, slightly cool lips and reached out to wrap his arms around her waist. Mu Wanbing urged him to go back quickly, as he had work tomorrow. Jiang Chen got into the Mu family's Bentley and was driven away by the driver. On the third-floor balcony, Xie had sighed, wondering why this silly boy didn't kiss her. The following day, in the conference room of the Jiang Group, the heads of the Securities Department, Strategic Investment Department, Finance Department, and Human Resources Department had already arrived. Lu Rian respectfully reported that everyone had arrived. Jiang Chen also invited Bai Ryu from the Human Resources Department and Nie Yu from the Audit and Supervision Department to the meeting. While waiting, he opened his stock trading software and sold all his Layerway shares, totaling 36,000 lots at 20.99 yuan per share. The total transaction amounted to 642 million yuan, with a profit of 269 million yuan and a daily profit of 80.784 million yuan. Subsequently, he re-established a position in a stock that hit the daily limit. When Jiang Chun arrived at the conference room, everyone was already seated. He went straight to Li Zhongfeng and asked how the restructuring of the Strategic Investment Department was going. Everyone instantly understood that this smiling tiger had completely sided with Jiang Chun. Li Zhongfeng respectfully reported that the list had been drafted, some management and employees had been transferred from their original positions, some employees had been dismissed, and vacant positions would be filled through re-recruitment. Jiang Chun then asked if Wanhai Energy had completed its investigation. Li Zhongfeng nodded, inserted the USB drive, and projected the data onto the screens in front of everyone. Wanhai Energy is a large energy company invested in Jiangcheng by Wan's Holdings, with assets of 4.494 billion yuan and more than 4,300 employees. The data further shows that Wanhai Energy has an annual turnover of 460 million yuan and a net profit of 130 million yuan. Among them, Wan Shareholdings holds 39.7% of the shares, with a market value of 1.625 billion yuan. Chapter 35. We agreed on a capital game. So how did I end up making a profit? Besides the controlling shareholder, Jiangdong Wan Shareholdings, Wanhai Energy has several other minor shareholders, but their shareholdings are not high. Li Zhongfeng explained the situation point by point, but his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chun. Ma Jiahao, general manager of Wanhai Energy, is a confidant of Wan's son, chairman of Wan's Holdings. His ability and resourcefulness in securing this position, despite being an outsider, speaks volumes about his influence. The deputy general manager, Wan Bo, is a member of a collateral branch of the Wan family. He has no real skills and relies entirely on his family background. As for Wanhai Energy's debt, the total liabilities are 2.176 billion yuan, with a debt ratio of 53.1%. Of the total, bank loans amounted to 1.58 billion yuan, and private loans amounted to 596 million yuan. After reporting, Li Zhongfeng still felt uneasy. He couldn't figure out what Jiang Chun was up to. Did he really intend to take over Wanhai Energy by force? Jiang Chun didn't explain, but turned to look at Yang Zhong. Yang Zhong immediately reported that the Securities Department, following his orders, had acquired shares of Wanhai Energy from the stock market yesterday, reaching a holding of 5.08% before the market closed. This operation involved an investment of 207 million yuan, making the Jiang Group the seventh largest shareholder of Wanhai Energy. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. No one had expected the Securities Department to acquire such a large piece of meat in just one afternoon. Jiang Chun then inquired about the group's cash reserves. Manager Tang replied that it was less than 490 million. Jiang Chun immediately ordered the Securities Department to transfer 2 billion to the group's account shortly, and for the Strategic Investment Department to privately contact the minority shareholders of Wanhai Energy. Negotiate at a high price, with a maximum premium of 20%. If anyone makes an exorbitant demand, their shares will become worthless. This time, Jiang Chun intends to acquire at least 51% of Wanhai Energy's shares. What he wanted wasn't participation, but absolute control. At that moment, everyone felt his sharp edge. Wan's Holdings was deeply rooted in Jiangdong, but Jiang Chen's attitude seemed to show that he didn't take them seriously at all. After arranging the acquisition, he looked at Bai Ryu and instructed the personnel department to draft a recruitment plan to recruit a large number of veterans, especially retired special forces and armed police special operations personnel, with no limit on the number of people and high salaries. The Jiang Group is poised for a resurgence, and the number of people eyeing Jiang Chun will only increase. The chairman's disappearance must not be repeated. He needs bodyguards, and the group's security department must be replaced with retired military personnel within a year. Subsequently, the Audit and Supervision Department began its report. Niu said that a comprehensive review had been launched for Jiang's Energy and Jiang's Pharmaceutical, and their business operations over the past 10 years were being investigated. The workload was too large, and no final results had been found yet. However, after the investigation team arrived, they had already identified 6 senior executives based on internal whistleblowing, and the evidence of their corruption was conclusive, ready to be transferred to the judicial authorities. Jiang Chun, after listening, only made one request: to purge all the corrupt officials as soon as possible. Employees who slack off or are unproductive will also be dealt with. Next, after Jiang's group acquires Wanhai Energy, it will merge and reorganize with Wanhai Energy to form Xingchen Energy Group. Xingchen Energy will first integrate energy businesses in Jiangcheng, then expand to Jiangdong Province, and finally go nationwide. At the same time, the group will invest in establishing a research and development team, focusing on new energy sources, with low-carbon and environmentally friendly technologies becoming a new direction. Jiang Chun surveyed the crowd, his voice steady. He wanted everyone to remember that the Jiang Group could not be confined to Jiangcheng. It had to become the leading enterprise in Jiangdong Province within 2 years, and the leading enterprise nationwide within 5 years. After the meeting, Jiang Chun led Yang Zhong to the Securities Department's trading room. 24 traders were ready. A new offensive was about to begin, and Wanhai Energy's capital war had officially entered its direct confrontation. Jiang Chun had someone pull up Wanhai Energy's stock chart. At the opening today, the stock price surged 5.8%, reaching 3.93 yuan per share. Clearly, Wanhai Energy had reacted and started snapping up retail shares in the market. Jiang Chun coldly ordered each group to place 5 buy orders of 10,000 lots each. The 4 trading groups acted simultaneously, dumping 200,000 lots of buy orders into the market, amounting to nearly 78.6 million. Several large orders were placed, instantly pushing Wanhai Energy's stock price to its daily limit, with the total amount locked at the limit exceeding 40 million. However, only 90,000 lots were actually traded, and the Jiang Group actually spent 35.37 million. With this, the Jiang Group's stake in Wanhai Energy rose to 6.68%, making it the 6th largest shareholder. However, this was still far from the absolute control that Jiang Chun desired. Just when everyone thought he would continue to buy, Jiang Chun suddenly ordered a sell order of 300,000 lots. Having bought a total of 680,000 lots yesterday and today, this single order wiped out nearly 40% of his holdings. The sell orders were quickly absorbed by Wanhai Energy, with each share trading at 4.09 yuan, totaling 120 million yuan. Jiang's group made an immediate profit of 11.1 million yuan. The stock price remained locked at the daily limit, but the funds available to maintain the limit were only a little over 9 million yuan. Jiang Chun didn't stop there. He had another 100,000 sell orders placed, breaking the daily limit up. With the massive sell orders, Jiang's group's shareholding shrank again, and the average selling price was 4.08 yuan, resulting in a profit of 3.6 million yuan. The shares sold were mostly purchased yesterday afternoon. Jiang's group reduced its shareholding but didn't lose a single penny. On the contrary, it made a large profit from Wanhai Energy and several institutions. Even more ruthless is that Wanhai Energy and its affiliated institutions have their funds tied up in their own stocks, locking up at least 300 million yuan in cash flow. Meanwhile, the Jiang Group still holds 960 million yuan in available funds, a frighteningly abundant supply of ammunition. Chapter 36 Fong Tianhe resigns. That's enough for today. Keep a close eye on Wanhai Energy's stock price fluctuations. Jiang Chun's voice was deep. As long as the other party dared to break the limit up and release as many shares as possible, he would buy them all and lock up their funds. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly tensed. Jiang Chun then looked up at everyone and dropped an even harsher statement. Tonight, he's taking you to the U.S. stock market. This wasn't a test. It was a battle in overseas capital markets. Everyone became excited after hearing this. The U.S. stock market is highly volatile, offering great opportunities, but the risks are equally terrifying. The Jiang Group had tried it once before, losing millions of US dollars completely, and since then no one has dared to touch it lightly. Yang Zhong was deeply shocked. When he was first recruited into Jiang's company, he witnessed firsthand the ruthless tactics of American stock market capitalism, a defeat that left a lasting scar. Now, Jiang Chun was going to lead them back to fight it all. Back in her office, Lu Rian placed a stack of documents in front of Jiang Chun. It contained evidence of all of Fong Tianhe's problems over the years: accounts, fund flows, affiliated companies, each item was alarming. Lu Ruiyan was somewhat worried. The Jiang Group had just stabilized its situation, and taking action against Fang Tianhe now could have far-reaching consequences. After all, he had served as vice chairman for many years, and he had promoted too many people within the group. Jiang Chen knew very well that Fang Tianhe would be eliminated sooner or later. Delaying it would only cause greater trouble for the group if the other side became aware of the situation. Even more dangerous was the fact that Fang Tianhe had connections with foreign forces. If Fang Tianhe's plan succeeds, the Jiang Group will become a protective umbrella for foreign forces within the country. At that point, it won't just be one position that's destroyed, but the very foundation of the entire group. Jiang Chen sent Lu Ruiyan to fetch someone. After a long while, Fang Tianhe finally strolled into the office. As soon as he entered, he put on airs of an elder, not even bothering to be polite, and sat down directly to ask Jiang Chen what he wanted, completely disregarding the chairman. Jiang Chen simply looked at him indifferently and asked if he had recently expanded into new businesses. Fang Tianhe casually brushed it off, saying it was just small scale and not worth mentioning. But he already had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The next second, Jiang Chen threw the materials in front of him. Fang Tianhe picked them up and looked through them, his face growing increasingly grim, cold sweat pouring down his back. Those accounts that had been hidden in the shadows were now all laid bare. He slammed the materials on the table, angrily declaring it all slander. Jiang Chen almost laughed out of anger. The evidence was right in front of him, yet this old fox still wanted to be stubborn. He wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. Jiang Chen spoke calmly, saying that since Uncle Fang felt wronged, then let the police clear his name. He then took out his phone to call the police. Fang Tianhe panicked instantly and reached out to stop him. Fang Tianhe changed his story, saying that calling the police would affect the group's stock price and cause panic among employees. Jiang Chen looked at him coldly, determined to clear his name. The more Jiang Chen did this, the more Fang Tianhe knew he was already in a bind. He finally bowed his head, saying he had acted foolishly and hoped Jiang Chen would forgive him out of consideration for their uncle-nephew relationship. He also promised to always support Jiang Chen in the company. But Jiang Chen didn't buy it at all. Having embezzled 340 million yuan from the group, how could he possibly let it go with a simple, "I was confused"? Seeing that pleading was useless, Fang Tianhe's tone immediately turned grim, implying to Jiang Chen not to push him too far, otherwise anything could happen. Jiang Chen's eyes grew even colder. Even at this point, Fang Tianhe still dared to threaten him. He directly laid out his conditions. First, resign from all positions within the group. Second, return everything he had embezzled. Jiang Chen knew that Fang Tianhe might not be able to come up with that much money immediately, so he gave him a way out. Fang Tianhe could sell his 9.9% stake to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would cover the remaining 40 million shortfall. On the surface, Jiang Chen seemed to have suffered a loss, but he never made a losing deal. Fang Tianhe's shares were extremely valuable, and acquiring those shares was more meaningful than sending someone directly to prison. Moreover, what the other party fears most is never going to jail, but watching the power, shares, and status that he has held onto for years be taken away little by little. Jiang Chen is not in a hurry. The road ahead is long. After a long silence, Fang Tianhe finally sighed and gritted his teeth in agreement. He knew he had no other choice. If he continued to stubbornly persist, what awaited him would be more than just resigning. Jiang Chen then handed the share purchase agreement to Lu Ruiyan, instructing her to immediately begin the handover process. Lu Ruiyan was shocked when she saw the agreement. She hadn't expected Fang Tianhe to actually agree to leave the group. Jiang Chen showed no extra emotion. Everything seemed to have been planned all along. He then summoned Tang Qingqing and instructed her to transfer 340 million yuan into the group's account to cover Fang Tianhe's losses over the years. Tang Qingqing immediately understood that Jiang Chen and Fang Tianhe had reached a private deal. Soon, 340 million yuan was transferred from Jiang Chen's personal account to the group's account, while Fang Tianhe completely lost his shareholder status. After the transaction, Jiang Chen had less than 1.5 billion yuan in cash left. His direct shareholding in the Jiang Group increased to 22.4%, and his indirect shareholding reached 71.34%. On the same day, Jiang Group issued an announcement. Mr. Fang Tianhe, the group's vice chairman, resigned from all positions, and his shares were transferred to Chairman Jiang Chen. This short sentence instantly caused a stir both inside and outside the group. The employees were abuzz with discussion. Some suspected something was wrong with the group, others thought Fang Tianhe was withdrawing, and still others saw it as a power struggle at the top. Jiang Chen had only been in office for a short time, yet he had already ousted Vice Chairman Fang from the group. Such methods were far from simple. At 9 p.m. that evening, Jiang Chun arrived at the securities department's trading room on time. The 24 traders were already seated, their excitement barely contained by the news that Chairman Jiang was leading them to conquer the U.S. stock market once again. The shadow of the last defeat still lingered, but they were even more eager to prove themselves with a victory. After Jiang Chun sat down, his gaze calm, he immediately ordered that all funds in the account be transferred to the U.S. stock trading account, and then converted into U.S. dollars. The air in the trading room instantly tensed as soon as he finished speaking. Yang Zhong's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but advise him that this was too risky, and it would be better to test the waters with a portion of the funds first. What he feared wasn't market fluctuations, but rather the ruthless tactics of American capital. In the eyes of those capitalists, money is everything. Human life and rules can be crushed. The previous experience left a shadow in Yang Zhong's heart that hasn't completely faded to this day. Jiang Chun merely glanced at him coldly and asked, "What are you afraid of?" This glance made Yang Zhong's heart sink. He immediately understood that his hesitation had displeased Chairman Jiang. Jiang Chun was also weighing his options, wondering if Yang Zhong could continue as the securities department manager. However, with the group in turmoil, and Yang Zhong being someone his mother had promoted and one of his earliest supporters, he couldn't be replaced for the time being. Yang Zhong dared not say anything more and immediately changed his mind to carry out the order. Soon, all 10 billion Chinese yuan were converted into US dollars, and the account backend showed 1.428 billion US dollars. All the traders stared at their screens, their breathing becoming lighter. Unlike the A share market, US stocks have no daily price limits. One could become rich overnight, or lose everything overnight, amplifying the risks infinitely. Jiang Chun wasted no time and immediately targeted MU Company in the United States. This stock was extremely volatile and had experienced a sharp rise, making it perfect for him to forcefully break through the situation with a huge amount of capital. The company invested 1.428 billion US dollars to buy shares of MU Company at a price of 21.8 US dollars per share, totaling 650,000 lots. This massive buy order caused the stock price to surge by over 30% instantly. The account immediately showed a profit of 425 million US dollars, equivalent to nearly 3 billion Chinese yuan. The trading room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by the speed at which money was being made. Meanwhile, across the ocean, on Wall Street in the United States, at BI Investments, a beautiful secretary rushed into the office. She told Jack when that another Chinese account had been discovered, with a total transaction amount exceeding 1.4 billion US dollars, all of which had been used to buy shares in MU Company. More importantly, this account's IP address is also in Jiangdong Province, China. Although it's different from the previous mysterious Easterner, they're still in the same province. Whether the two are related is currently uncertain. Jacqueline put down his cigar and stared intently at the screen. He realized that the other party didn't use any complicated techniques. It was simply aggressive buying, using huge buy orders to drive up the stock price and instantly influence market sentiment. He immediately inquired about the available funds. The secretary replied that 1.7 billion US dollars had already been raised. Without hesitation, Jacqueline dialed Johnson's number directly. Once the call connected, he got straight to the point, saying that another Chinese account had bought shares in MU Company, amounting to over 1.4 billion US dollars. If they didn't intervene, the profits that should have been theirs would be taken away. BI Investments is just a third-rate Wall Street firm, usually sandwiched between top-tier conglomerates, only able to get a small share. Now that a Chinese account has entered the fray, Jacqueline is naturally getting restless. He proposed a joint operation to target the account, forcing the account to keep all 1.4 billion US dollars in the stock market. The profits would be split 40-60, with him taking 60%. Johnson didn't object. Even taking only 40% would be a huge sum. Johnson stated that they could raise up to 1 billion US dollars within 30 minutes. Jacqueline immediately agreed and prepared to send his operations team. The two companies quickly raised 2 billion US dollars, preparing to target Jiang Chun. Half an hour later, several buy orders of tens of thousands of shares suddenly appeared at MU Company, with a large influx of funds driving the stock price up again. Yang Zhong hurriedly reported that at least several billion US dollars had entered the market, and the increase had already exceeded 70%. He immediately recognized that Wall Street capital had intervened. A familiar fear surged back. The last time they manipulated the US stock market, this very situation had nearly wiped them out. Jiang Chun remained calm, saying there was no rush. He then ordered the large order to be broken down into smaller orders, selling 300,000 lots initially, to prevent the other party from fully understanding his intentions. Ultimately, 300,000 lots were sold at $38.15 per share for a total transaction amount of $1.14 billion. BI Investment Company absorbed all of these shares, and the stock price was artificially inflated by another 20%. MU's stock price surged by over 90% in a single day, leading Wall Street investors to believe they were taking control of the market. However, Jiang immediately ordered the sale of another 200,000 shares. This time, 200,000 lots were successfully traded at $45.78 per share, with a total transaction value of $915 million. The account now has $2.055 billion in available funds and $686 million in outstanding positions. Jiang didn't linger and immediately chose a new target, the US-based OIO company. This company was large enough to handle huge sums of money, and more importantly, BI Investment Company had a large stake in it, with a significant amount of capital tied up in this stock. His goal wasn't to fight head-on, but to strike at the opponent's Achilles heel. Jiang gave a deep order. Small and medium-sized orders should be placed in batches to buy OIO company shares, totaling at least $1.5 billion. The traders immediately executed the plan, and funds poured into OIO company like an undercurrent. At the same time, inside BI Investment Company in the United States, the secretary's face changed drastically, and she rushed into the office. "Boss, we have a large amount of funds to buy OIO." "What?" Jack almost roared, his anger instantly rising to his head. He knew without a doubt that the funds must have come from that Chinese stock account. He originally intended to target Jiang, trapping all of Jiang's money on Wall Street. But he never imagined that before he could even close the net, his own backyard would be raided. Jack immediately ordered funds to be mobilized to support the stock price, but Johnson quickly stopped him and told him to calm down. Johnson clearly saw that the other side was making a big show of cutting off their escape route in order to force them to sell their shares in MU Company. Once they withdraw from MU, Jiang can take advantage of the situation to short sell, make a hefty profit, and then leave. Johnson reminded Jack that their original goal was to leave all of China's funds here. Jack's face darkened, and he ultimately decided against returning to support the company. They had bought MU at too high a price. Selling now would result in a huge loss, and what investors fear most is being forced to accept losses. On the other hand, Jiang had already established a position in OIO company at $61.43 per share, buying a total of 330,000 lots, with a transaction amount of $2.027 billion, accounting for 31.98% of the shares. After Yang finished his report, he noticed that the other party wasn't in a hurry to stabilize OIO's stock price. A large amount of capital was still tied up in MU Company. He looked at Jiang, unable to figure out how this situation would end. Jiang smirked. He knew Jack was reluctant to make a significant sacrifice, and he also knew that the other party would be firmly tied down by MU Company. His true target, however, was never MU Company. Jiang's target is BI Investment Company, the company behind OIO. The Jiang Group wants to expand into overseas investment markets, and BI Investment Company is the perfect cover. Many countries are now wary of Chinese capital, making it extremely difficult for Chinese companies to invest overseas, as they are constantly vulnerable to being targeted by foreign capital. BI Investment Company, however, is different. It is a US-based company. Jiang immediately ordered the sale of MU Company shares and the purchase of OIO stock with all available funds. All 150,000 lots of MU were sold off at $51.88 per share, bringing back $778 million. The funds were then transferred to OIO, where 100,000 lots were purchased at $76.38 per share, for a total transaction amount of $763 million. Jiang now holds 430,000 lots of OIO shares, representing 41.74% of the company, making him the largest shareholder. Yang was shocked. What started as a U.S. stock manipulation scheme had turned into an acquisition of the American company OIO. Jiang, however, showed no joy, only calmly reminding him that the real battle had just begun. Across the ocean, Wall Street's BI investment firm was in complete chaos. The secretary anxiously reported that a mysterious Chinese capital firm had acquired 41.74% of OIO's shares, becoming one of its largest shareholders. Jack finally panicked. OIO was of great significance to BI Investment Company, with over 60% of BI's funds invested in it. If OIO were to encounter problems, BI's foundation would be shaken. He immediately wanted to mobilize funds to salvage the situation, but Johnson stopped him again. Because if Jacquin withdrew from MU, it would mean today's attack had completely failed, and Johnson's $1 billion would be trapped. But Jacquin had lost his composure and roared in refusal. Just then, his subordinate rushed in to report that Jiang Chun was frantically selling off OIO shares, causing the stock price to plummet. Jacquin's mind went blank, and his blood pressure spiked instantly. It turned out that 5 minutes earlier, Jiang Chun had suddenly ordered the sale of OIO stock, with the aim of driving down the stock price and causing BI Investment Company's assets to shrink drastically. This was Jiang Chun's second move. First, he trapped Jacquin's heavily invested funds in MU. Then he turned around and dumped OIO, forcing BI Company to bleed money to save itself. Yang Zhong quickly reported that he had sold 200,000 lots of OIO, as instructed, at 81 new Taiwan dollars and 34 cents per share, for a total transaction value of 1.626 billion new Taiwan dollars. At this time, the OIO share price had already fallen to 51 new Taiwan dollars and 34 cents per share. But Yang Zhong also began to worry, because they still had 250,000 lots of OIO tied up, resulting in significant paper losses. He looked at Jiang Chun, once again unable to understand Chairman Zhang's actions. Jiang Chun remained calm, simply stating that someone would naturally help them out of this predicament. Yang Zhong was taken aback for a moment, then realized that the person could only be Jacquin. BI has a large stake in OIO. If OIO's stock price continues to plummet, BI will suffer heavy losses, potentially even jeopardizing its very foundation. To save the company, Jacquin has no choice but to mobilize funds to boost OIO's stock price. By then, Jiang Chun's chips would be successfully unwound, and he could even profit from the price difference during the upward surge. Yang Zhong finally understood that this was not an ordinary trading scheme, but a two-pronged approach. First, use MU to trap BI and Johnson's funds, then use OIO to cut off BI's escape route. Once Jacquin is forced to bail out the market, Jiang Chun can calmly withdraw and reinvest more funds into OIO. Ultimately, Jacquin ordered the dumping of MU stock, causing MU's stock price to plummet. He suffered heavy losses, and Johnson was dragged into the mess, wishing he could tear him apart on the spot. On the contrary, Jiang Chun made a fortune in this hunt. Alright, allocate $1 billion to establish a position in BI investment. Jiang Chun's tone was calm, as if he had just made an ordinary move in chess, but the entire securities department fell silent instantly. There were still $1.626 billion in the account that could be traded, not including 230,000 lots of OIO shares. Yang Zhong and his 24 traders were completely dumbfounded. They thought Jiang Chun had already reached his limit by swindling Jacquin twice, but they didn't expect that the real killing move had just begun. While everyone's eyes were fixed on OIO Incorporated in the United States, Jiang Chun went straight for BI investment. That was Jacquin's true stronghold, and the core asset he least wanted to be touched. After BI Company's stock price opened, Jiang Chun bought 304,500 lots at $32.83 per share, for a total transaction amount of $999 million, directly acquiring 24.6% of the equity. Immediately afterwards, he ordered the sale of all OIO shares. Just as Jacquin pulled OIO's stock price back up to 79 new Taiwan dollars and 45 cents per share, Jiang Chun decisively sold 230,000 lots, cashing out 1.827 billion new Taiwan dollars. Drive BI's stock price down to below 20 yuan. With the order given, Yang Zhong led his traders in a frenzied attack, and BI's stock price plummeted, causing violent turmoil in Jacquin's stronghold. Jiang Chun kept an eye on BI, while also checking on MU Company. At this time, due to Jacquin and Johnson's frantic selling, MU's stock price plummeted by 75%, leaving only $5.45 per share, and its market value shrank to $1.08 billion. Countless American stock market investors and small institutions were driven to bankruptcy by the crash, and the chairman of MU was devastated. The company had finally reached a market value of over $4 billion, only to be dragged into the abyss by the capital game. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun immediately arranged for the first and second trading teams to rebuild their positions in the US-based MU Company, aiming to acquire at least 51% of its shares. Following the stock price crash, a massive sell-off swept the market, making the acquisition process exceptionally smooth. Soon, Yang Zhong reported that BI Company's stock price had been driven down to $19.24 per share. Jiang Chun had been waiting for this moment. The real operation to close the net had begun. Across the ocean, Jacqueline had received the news as early as when Jiang Chun made his first move. His secretary frantically reported that someone was frantically buying up BI stock and now held 24.6% of the shares. Jacqueline then realized that MU and OIO were all bait. The other party's real target was never those two companies, but his BI investment. He was so angry that he started cursing, but even worse news came immediately. BI's stock price plummeted to $19.24, and the company's market value shrank by 40%. He staggered backward and almost fell on the spot. He ordered all funds to be mobilized to stabilize the stock price and buy back shares from the market. His secretary, however, warned in a trembling voice that all funds were tied up in OIO stock. Jacqueline's vision went black, and he fainted. Without pausing, Jiang Chun ordered another round of buying BI company stock, aiming to acquire at least 51% control. Yang Zhong felt his blood boiling. This operation made him feel like he was back at his peak. BI began selling off OIO stock in an attempt to raise funds to buy back BI shares, but it was too late. Jiang Chun had anticipated every possible escape route. Shortly after, the MU acquisition was completed, with Jiang Chun holding 54.68% of the shares for a total transaction amount of $670 million. He then instructed his trading team to buy shares in OIO, also aiming to acquire at least a 51% controlling stake. The second trading team, in coordination with the third and fourth teams, continued to buy BI shares. Jiang Chun issued instructions one by one, and the entire securities department operated like a high-speed machine without the slightest chaos. Soon after, BI acquired another 29.7% stake, for a total transaction amount of $750 million. Jiang Chun now holds a total of 54.3% equity in BI, having spent a total of $1.749 billion. Subsequently, OIO also announced its acquisition of 53.7% of the shares, with a total transaction amount of $960 million. With this, Jiang Chun now controls all three U.S. companies, MU, OIO, and BI. The account had only $74.35 million available, but the stock prices of the three companies rose due to large-scale purchases, bringing the market value of the account's holdings to $4.763 billion, with a profit of $3.335 billion that day. This is equivalent to 23.345 billion yuan in Chinese currency. Jiang Chun glanced at the time. It was a little past 3 a.m., with about 40 minutes left before the U.S. stock market closed. He then casually traded another U.S. stock. When the market closed, the available funds in the account became $175 million. Jiang Chun converted all of them into Chinese yuan, and the funds returned to his account, totaling 1.225 billion yuan. All right, that's all for today's operations, Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over everyone. That night, they acquired 3 U.S. companies and opened up the group's market in the United States. He announced an extra 1 million yuan bonus for each person and told Yang Zhong to come to his office the next day. Everyone was exhausted but too excited to speak, because they had witnessed a capital hunt. The next day at 9 o'clock, Jiang Chun had only slept for less than 5 hours. He ate a simple meal of steamed buns and soy milk that Zhao Minghan had brought him, selected a stock, and sent the trading time to Yang Zhong. The acquisition of 3 U.S. companies cost a lot of money, leaving the securities department with only 1.225 billion yuan in available funds. Jiang Chun had to start the most basic capital accumulation process all over again. After sending the message, he opened his stock trading software and continued clearing out and building positions. Zhao Minghan came in to report that Manager Yang from the securities department had arrived, his eyes filled with barely suppressed fervor. Yang Zhong looked exhausted when he entered. He had barely slept a wink the night before, but the fear that had gripped him for years had dissipated, replaced by a rekindled ambition. Jiang Chun looked at him and immediately arranged the handover in the United States. The acquisition of the 3 companies had been completed, and someone had to be sent there as soon as possible to restructure and change the status quo. The person in charge was Yang Zhong. Effective immediately, you are hereby appointed as the group's Deputy General Manager and General Manager of the United States region, with full authority over the handover and restructuring of the 3 companies. Jiang Chun's voice was calm, yet it sounded like a decree of appointment that changed his fate. He instructed Yang Zhong to first select a few people from the securities department, and then another batch from the strategic investment department, to travel to the United States ahead of schedule. Subsequently, the Human Resources Department would also compile a list and send someone to join them. I demand that all senior management, over 60% of middle management, and over 50% of junior management be replaced by our own people. I only feel at ease with our own people in charge. Ordinary employees will remain unchanged for now. Jiang Chun looked at Yang Zhong and said in a steady tone, all employees sent to the United States will be promoted one level and their salaries will be doubled. You will stay there for at least 6 months to take charge of the overall situation. Yang Zhong's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly realized that Jiang Chun was promoting him. This opportunity was too great and too crucial. He immediately assured him, please rest assured, Chairman Jiang, I will definitely handle the affairs in the United States well, otherwise I will never come back. Jiang Chun nodded, leaving only the words, you're far away on the other side of the ocean. If you encounter any difficulties, tell your family. I'll wait for you to come back. These words were spoken softly, but they weighed heavily on Yang Zhong's heart. After Yang Zhong left, Jiang Chun summoned Li Zhongfeng and asked him to select 10 trustworthy people from the Strategic Investment Department to immediately prepare for a business trip to the United States to assist Yang Zhong in completing the handover of the 3 companies. Jiang Chun briefly explained the acquisition of MU Company, OIO Company, and BI Investment Company. Li Zhongfeng was shocked after listening, but dared not delay and immediately agreed to select people. Subsequently, Bai Ryu, the HR manager, also came to the office. Jiang Chun directly instructed her to screen the personnel list, select a group of capable people, and send them to work at the U.S. branch. Bai Ryu was visibly stunned when she heard the words, U.S. branch. Jiang Chun explained that the 3 companies had just completed the acquisition, and the people sent there would be taking over senior management and middle and lower level leadership positions. He specifically instructed that the candidate must be able to get up to speed quickly and ensure the company's normal operation. Bai Ryu understood the importance of the matter and immediately accepted the order to carry it out. Jiang Chun had just finished explaining everything and was about to rest when his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was from Wall Street in the U.S., and the caller spoke broken Chinese. The person on the other end of the phone identified himself as Marco, the chairman of MU Company in the United States. Jiang Chun felt awkward listening to him, so he switched to English, and Marco immediately became excited. Marco said that Jiang Chun had acquired 54.68% of MU Company's shares and become the controlling shareholder, so he wanted to confirm when to send someone to hand over the work. Finally, Marco made a request. MU Company was founded by him and his wife, but she passed away 2 years ago. This company was the culmination of their life's work. He didn't want to leave MU Company, even if it meant just being an ordinary employee. He wanted to hold on to this place for his wife. His voice was so sincere it was almost a whisper, as if he were clinging to his last remaining belief. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chun said, my people will go to the United States as soon as possible to hand over the responsibilities. The company's senior management and more than half of the middle and lower level leaders will be replaced by Chinese. He could sympathize with Marco and his wife's relationship and was willing to give Marco a chance. The condition was that Marco must cooperate with the personnel changes and not cause any obstacles. Jiang Chun allowed Marco to remain at MU Company, even continuing as chairman. But this trust could only be given once. If Marco betrayed it, Jiang Chun would make MU Company disappear completely. Marco immediately swore allegiance. Jiang Chun simply replied, that was for the best, and then hung up. As for OIO and BI Investment Company, no one contacted him. It's good that no one has expressed their opinion. Jiang Chun can use this opportunity to thoroughly reorganize these 2 companies. No one who needs replacing will be spared. No power that needs to be revoked will be relinquished. A few days later, on July 22nd, Jiang Chun once again personally took charge of the trading. By this time, his personal stock account held 537 million yuan. This time, he didn't use 10 times leverage. The amount of capital was too large. Once he leveraged over 5 billion yuan into the market, it would trigger violent market fluctuations, regardless of which stock he bought. In fact, Jiang Chun's personal trading account had already been under close scrutiny by the China Securities Regulatory Commission, CSRC. His account balance grew from 300,000 yuan to 537 million yuan, a 1790-fold increase. Such achievements are virtually unprecedented in the stock market. Even after repeated investigations by the China Securities Regulatory Commission, no irregularities were found. Jiang Chun's every step was frighteningly clean. On that day, Jiang Chun re-established his position in Jiuyuan Technology, buying 196,100 lots at 27.38 yuan per share, with a transaction amount of 536.9 million yuan. With a surge of massive buy orders, Jiuyuan Technology's stock price instantly soared, hitting the daily limit and closing at 32.86 yuan per share. The company made a profit of 107 million yuan that day. This marks the first time Jiang Chen's personal trading account has achieved a single-day profit exceeding 100 million yuan. The account's total market value also surged to 644 million yuan, cold numbers, yet enough to shock everyone. In the past few days, he has not continued trading U.S. stocks. He has already made a considerable profit from the U.S. stock market, and rushing back and would inevitably attract the attention of Wall Street capital. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he is not yet ready to confront the American capital giants head-on. But he is not afraid. He is simply waiting for a more suitable opportunity. Meanwhile, the Securities Department's account still had 1.89 billion yuan in available funds. In the past few days, they have bought more shares of Manhwa Energy, accumulating 530,000 lots, accounting for 4.5% of the total share capital. Unfortunately, due to limited funds, Jiang Chen had to temporarily shelve his acquisition plan for Manhwa Energy. The scheme had been laid, but the real takeoff would take time. At this moment, Zhao Menghan came in with coffee and respectfully reported, "Chairman Jiang, Li Rukai, the Deputy General Manager of the Securities Department, has something to report to you." Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead and invited the man in. Yang Zhong had already gone to the United States, and Li Rukai was temporarily in charge of the Securities Department. Li Rukai entered quickly and reported directly. "Chairman Jiang, the share repurchase plan initiated by the group a few days ago has been completed, with the repurchased shares accounting for 5.4% of the total share capital. The group's stock price has risen to 1.03 yuan per share, and market sentiment has clearly improved." Jiang Chen opened his trading software to check the stock trend of Jiang Group. Sure enough, it was another limit-up day. The share buyback program had indeed worked, but Jiang Chen knew that this stability could only be maintained temporarily. He looked away, his voice remaining calm. "Continue to keep a close eye on the group's stock price fluctuations." Chapter 41, Company Handover. Across the ocean, on Wall Street, Yang Zhong and the Jiang Group's working group arrived and checked into the Kelton International Hotel. Anyway, all expenses during business trips are reimbursed by the group. Besides, this was Chairman Jiang's request. Chairman Jiang instructed that business trips represent the group's image and cannot tarnish the Jiang Group's reputation. In reality, he was worried that employees wouldn't get enough rest, which is why he insisted on the highest standards. More importantly, the Jiang Group is not short of money these days. In a hotel suite, Yang Zhong called several managers together for a meeting. As the group's vice president and general manager of the U.S. region, Yang Zhong was fully responsible for the restructuring of the three companies, and he was the primary person in charge. In addition, there are Wang Lin, Director of Strategic Investment Department, Tang Yu, Director of Securities Department, Yang Ning, Director of Audit and Supervision Department, and Fang Shaolin, Director of Human Resources Department. On the plane, Yang Zhong reviewed the information on the three American companies several times. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he knew it by heart. OIO Incorporated is a technology company based in the United States. Its main businesses include software development and artificial intelligence. Most of its technical staff are graduates of top universities in the world and have more than 10 technology patents. BI is an investment company whose main businesses include securities investment and venture capital. It is considered a third-tier investment company on Wall Street, and its scale is not very large, with private equity funds of nearly $10 billion. MU Corporation of the United States is a medical company whose main business is medical devices and rehabilitation equipment. Its customers are medium and large hospitals in the United States, with an annual output value of $700 million. Starting tomorrow, the Audit and Supervision Department will be stationed in the three companies to conduct a comprehensive review of their financial issues over the past 5 years. The Strategic Investment Department should rewrite the investment analysis report on the three companies. The Securities Department took over BI Company's securities account to stabilize the stock price first. As for the Personnel Department, we're going to MU Company tomorrow. Its chairman, Marco, will cooperate with us to take over and reorganize MU Company. First, we'll use MU to get things started, then take over BI Investment, and finally OIO. Yang Zhong said in a deep voice, his profound eyes fixed on the people beside him. This was the result of his discussion with Jiang Chen. When will the reserve talent be able to arrive? Yang Zhong looked at Fang Shaolin. The subsequent talent matching work was the responsibility of the Human Resources Department. Mr. Yang, the flight tomorrow is expected to arrive the day after tomorrow evening. Fang Shaolin said respectfully that she had contacted the group headquarters as soon as the flight landed and obtained the exact time. Good. Everyone, please get some rest today and adjust to the time difference. We'll start work tomorrow. Complete the tasks assigned by Chairman Jiang as soon as possible, and handle the affairs of the 3 companies in the United States as soon as possible, so that we can return to China sooner. Early the next morning, Yang Zhong, Fang Shaolin, and their colleagues from the HR department went to MU Company in the United States. Before leaving, they informed Marco, who, along with company executives, waited at the entrance. "You must be General Manager Yang, sent by the group." Marco greeted Yang Zhong in broken Chinese. "Mr. Marco, the chairman has sent us to take over the company. We ask for your cooperation." "Okay, no problem." It can be said that the takeover of MU Company went relatively smoothly. Even the chairman cooperated honestly, and the employees below also cooperated proactively. The Strategic Investment Department rewrote the investment analysis report. The Audit and Supervision Department reviewed the financial transactions over the past 5 years. The Securities Department took over MU Company's stock trading account, and the Human Resources Department conducted a comprehensive evaluation of the company's senior executives. BI Investment Company, USA. "Boss, what should we do now?" The beautiful secretary stared at Jack One, a hint of worry in her eyes. Jack One frowned, his mood particularly somber. "What else can we do? Get the hell out of here." Jack One roared and smashed everything on the table. The beautiful secretary snorted coldly. "I thought I'd stay with you if you had some money, but your company was acquired and you're still in debt. Why would I stay with you like that?" "You." Jack pointed at the beautiful secretary, never expecting that she was after his money. "Humph, you old man in your 50s, you don't actually think I like you, do you? They can't even do the basics, and they have to rely on medication to keep going. It's over in a few minutes." The beautiful secretary's eyes were filled with disdain. She swayed her voluptuous waist as she left. Jack was left fuming. "Boss, people from the Jiang Group have arrived." Suddenly, a subordinate reported this. Jack One staggered, barely managing to stand up. "Quickly, please come in." Shortly after, Tang Yu, the director of the Securities Department, pushed open the glass door of Jack One's office, followed by several employees of the Jiang Group. "Mr. Jack One, I apologize for the intrusion," Tang Yu said with a smile, his eyes sizing up Jack One. "Are you the head of the Jiang Group?" Jack One said respectfully. Since BI was acquired, Jack One finally knows who the mysterious Eastern force really is. But even now, he still doesn't know the details of the Jiang Group. "Tang Yu from the Jiang Group has come to your son's residence to hand over the acquisition matters on the orders of Chairman Jiang. At the same time, we will take over BI's Securities Department," Tang Yu said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with a hint of indifference. "This?" Jack One hesitated. "Oh, Mr. Jack One, is there something you're having trouble saying?" Tang Yu said jokingly. No. Jack One hurriedly said, his eyes fixed on Tang Yu. "Since your company has acquired BI, I should cooperate with you." "Well, Mr. Jack One is a very straightforward person." Tang Yu waved his hand. "You guys go to the Securities Department first. The Audit and Supervision Department will review BI Company's financial statements for the past 5 years, and the Strategic Investment Department will thoroughly understand BI Company's internal situation and write a detailed investment report." Tang Yu, on the other hand, stayed in Jack One's office and chatted with him. Now, everyone at BI is in a state of panic, fearing they will be laid off. Jack One was particularly terrified. He was worried that his secret would not be kept. "OIO Corporation of the United States. Boss, I heard that the people from Jiang's group have already gone to BI Company for handover, and they'll probably be coming to our company soon. What should we do then?" OIO's boss, Duke One, frowned and said in a deep voice, "Have the company's accounts been settled?" The subordinate replied respectfully, "Everything has been done as you instructed." "All right, let them investigate and see what they find. As for the handover, we'll cooperate if necessary. At worst, we'll hand the company over to them. I don't believe they can handle it." Duke One said coldly, a fierce look in his eyes. "Boss, I understand." On that day, Jiang's group personnel successfully moved into OIO Company. Chapter 42, Frenzied Acquisition of Shares. Jiang Group. Meeting room. Another board meeting was held. This time, however, Fang Tianhe was not there. Regarding the group's share repurchase plan, 200 million shares have been purchased, accounting for 5.4% of the total share capital. Currently, the A-share circulating shares account for less than 3% of the total share capital. Jiang Chun briefly explained the stock purchase and repurchase situation, his deep eyes once again sweeping over everyone. Should everyone increase their holdings? Ultimately, the shareholders will have to pay for the shares the group repurchases, but given the current state of the Jiang Group, it's unlikely that any shareholder will be willing to put any more money into it. "Chairman Jiang, I am short of funds, so I will give up this opportunity to increase my holdings." Ji Xinyuan spoke first, saying that taking money from his pocket was more painful than taking his life. If it were a surefire way to make money, that would be fine, But the Jiang Group is on the verge of bankruptcy. If they were to spend money now, wouldn't that be a waste? Only a fool would increase their stake in the Jiang Group. Okay, what about the other directors? Independent director Fu Guosheng stated, I'm giving up. Another independent director, Guan also gave up the idea of increasing her shareholding. In that case, I'll take all the shares worth 200 million. Jiang Chun sneered inwardly. He had already guessed that several board members would withdraw. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Chun clapped his hands, and Lu Rian and Tang Qingqing, who were waiting outside the conference room, pushed the door open and came in. Chairman Jiang. Good morning, board members. The two greeted everyone politely. Although they are senior executives of the group, their fate is directly decided by the board of directors. In any company, the shareholders meeting and the board of directors override all departments and are considered the core of corporate power. Manager Tang, I voluntarily agree to increase my holdings of the group's stock. You can handle the transfer of 200 million yuan to the group's account. Jiang Chun handed the bank card to Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing turned on the computer and started operating it. Less than 5 minutes. Chairman Jiang, 200 million has been transferred to the group's account, Tang Qingqing said respectfully. She had just seen that Chairman Jiang's account balance was 1.3 billion. Wow, I never knew Chairman Jiang was a hidden tycoon. Sister Rian, could you please handle the share transfer? Clear. Jiang Chun now holds 27.8% of the group's shares. Oh right. Jiang Chun looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, if any of you want to sell your shares, I am willing to buy them at a 10% premium. If anyone wants to sell their shares, they can come to my office to talk. Valid for 24 hours. It won't be this price if you want to sell it again later. What? Is Jiang Chun going to buy more shares? Ji Xinyuan and the others frowned, seemingly considering Jiang Chun's suggestion. 3 p.m. Zhao Minghan knocked on the office door. Chairman Jiang, Vice Chairman Ji wants to see you. Jiang Chun put down the documents in his hand, raised his eyebrows, and stared at the doorway. Please come in quickly. Ji Xinyuan sat down opposite Jiang Chun, a hint of hesitation in his expression. Vice Chairman Ji, is there something you need from me? Seeing this, Jiang Chun asked directly, are you thinking of selling your shares? Ji Xinyuan slapped his thigh and said in a deep voice, Chairman Jiang, I recently invested in a new project and am short of funds, so I want to sell my shares. Jiang Chun took out a share transaction contract from the drawer. Vice Chairman Ji, please take a look first. If there are no problems, sign today, and the money will be transferred to your account tomorrow morning. You are a veteran of the group, having worked alongside Chairman Jiang for many years. Even if you haven't made any great contributions, you have certainly put in a lot of hard work. The group will not treat you unfairly, and my Jiang family will certainly not treat you unfairly either. So, if you sign today, I'll give you an extra 5%. Jiang Chun opened his palm and extended his 5 fingers. Ji Xinyuan was initially hesitant, but upon hearing that Jiang Chun had increased the price by 5%, he immediately signed the contract. Chairman Jiang, you are a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush either. I'll sell these shares to you. Ji Xinyuan holds 9.83% of the group's shares, which, based on the daily limit price, would be 320 million yuan. With an additional 15% premium, the final transaction price was 369 million yuan. Okay, the 369 million yuan will be transferred to Vice Chairman Ji's bank card on time tomorrow morning. Since you've sold your shares, please have Vice Chairman Ji write a resignation statement. Jiang Chun said in a calm tone. Definitely, definitely. No sooner had Ji Xinyuan left than independent director Fu Guosheng arrived. Chairman Jiang, I want to sell my shares. Without any unnecessary preamble, Fu Guosheng went straight to the point and stated his purpose directly. Okay, I'll give you an extra 5% as per the agreed price. It's still a 15% premium. Thank you, Chairman Jiang. Jiang Chun handed the contract to Fu Guosheng, who glanced at it briefly before signing it without hesitation. Fu Guosheng holds 6.2% of the group's shares, which were ultimately sold for 233 million yuan. Okay, the 233 million yuan will be transferred to Chairman Fu's bank account on time tomorrow morning. Chairman Jiang, I will announce my resignation as an independent director. Let's cooperate again in the future if there is an opportunity. The two shook hands, and Fu Guosheng then took his leave. But Jiang Chun didn't see Guan, another independent director, even by the time he got off work. Doesn't she want to sell her shares? The Jiang Group is on the verge of bankruptcy. Could she be gambling? That's right. Upon hearing the price Jiang Chun offered, Guan was initially tempted, but upon calming down, she realized something was very wrong. If the group is really in trouble, why is Jiang Chun still frantically acquiring shares? We can't have so much money we don't know what to do with it. Therefore, Guaning concluded that this young chairman Jiang had a way to resolve the group's crisis. Having acquired the shares held by Fu Guosheng, Jiang Chun now owns 43.83% of the group's equity, almost equal to his mother Jiang Qingshue's stake. The group now has only 3 shareholders: Jiang Qingxue, Jiang Chun, and Guaning. That evening, the group issued an internal announcement. Mr. Ji Xingyuan, vice chairman of the board, and Mr. Fu Guosheng, independent director, have resigned from their positions as directors of the group and transferred their shares to Chairman Jiang Chun. Effective immediately, Mr. Ji Xingyuan and Mr. Fu Guosheng will no longer hold any positions in the Jiang Group. First, Fang Tianhe resigned, followed by Ji Xingyuan and Fu Guosheng. The already anxious group erupted into chaos once again. Many people are talking about it privately. The stock market was thrown into turmoil. Holy crap, what's going on? 3 directors have resigned in the past few days, and they've even sold their shares. The Jiang Group has undergone personnel changes, leaving only 3 shareholders: Jiang Qingxue, Jiang Chun, and Guaning. Does this mean that the Jiang Group is completely finished? It's estimated that independent director Guaning will also be selling her shares. Ugh, let's run. This lousy company is bound to go bankrupt. Another day that Jiang Group stock hit its daily limit down. They originally came up with a share buyback and share increase plan, which led to several consecutive limit up days. It was probably a last-ditch effort and had no effect. The directors all ran away. I admire the young chairman of the Jiang Group. In the current situation, he still dares to buy shares. Isn't he afraid of losing everything? Chapter 43, Another Move. Ding, congratulations host for completing the system task. Sweep away the internal scum of the Jiang Group and take complete control of the group. The host will be rewarded with 6 permanent free attribute points and 1 beginner investment clue. Inside the chairman's office of the Jiang Group, the system's cold voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. With Fang Tianhe, Ji Xingyuan, and Fu Guosheng leaving one after another, only independent director Guaning and employee director remained, and the system ultimately determined that the task was completed. 6 permanent free attribute points? Jiang Chun opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Jiang Chun. Identity, student. Age, 18. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 59 kilograms. Endurance, 3, lasts in 3 seconds. Strength, 4. Agility, 2. PS. The average value for a normal person is 10. Company, Jiang Group. Skill, stock market insight. Overall rating, trash. A 3-second stomp is a disgrace to our generation, severely dragging down the average score. What's the use of being handsome when everything else is weak and easily defeated? Power. Although my strength is a bit weak, it doesn't have much of an impact, since I still have bodyguards. I'll increase my strength later when I get more free attribute points. Agile. Jiang Chun stroked his chin, pondered briefly, and said, strength plus 1 point. Agility plus 1 point. Endurance plus 4 points. What man doesn't want to last longer? After all, this concerns a man's virility. Looking at the personal attribute panel again, the attribute points have changed. Host, Jiang Chun. Identity, student. Age, 18. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 59 kilograms. Endurance, 3 plus 4 is equal to 7. Strength, 4 plus 1 is equal to 5. Agility, 2 plus 1 is equal to 3. PS. The average value for a normal person is 10. Company, Jiang Group. Skill, stock market insight. Overall assessment, slightly better than erectile dysfunction, at least able to last 5 minutes, but still far from being a real man. Upon seeing the system's overall assessment, Jiang Chun was utterly speechless. I finally obtained 6 free attribute points from the system. All 4 attribute points are added to the durability attribute. Even at 7 o'clock, it takes about 5 minutes to barely hold on. This is fucking preventing me from being a proper man. Oh, right, there's another investment lead. Jiang Chun clicked on the investment lead with great anticipation. 1 month later, Jiangdong Province approved the Jiangxing City government's application to build a high-tech industrial park, which will drive up the value of surrounding real estate. It's just a short sentence, but it contains a lot of information. If Jiangcheng wants to build a high-tech industrial park, it needs to cover at least tens of thousands of square meters and accommodate dozens or even hundreds of high-tech companies. Just building the high-tech industrial park is a considerable undertaking. Furthermore, it's not enough to just have an industrial park. It also needs supporting facilities. These include buildings, shopping malls, hospitals, and schools, all of which must be provided. The resulting output value could potentially exceed 10 billion yuan. If Jiang Group can secure the high-tech industrial park project, it should make at least 2 billion yuan in profit. Jiang Chen frowned. If the acquisition of Wanhai Energy was the first battle for Jiang's group to turn the tide, then this high-tech industrial park was the first battle for Jiang's group to make a name for itself. We absolutely must secure the high-tech industrial park project. Wednesday, July 24th. Jiang Chen drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan to the Jiang Group and first traded stocks as usual. The total market value of the stocks in his trading account was 817 million yuan. I bought 215,000 shares of Xinjiang Company stock at 37.9 yuan per share, just waiting for the stock to hit the daily limit up so I could make another 20% profit. After spending some time cuddling with Mu Wanbing, he went to the group's securities department. Chairman Jiang, you've arrived. Li Rukai, the deputy general manager of the securities department, bowed respectfully and invited Jiang Chen into the trading room. Open the stock trading panel. The giant screen displayed the group's securities account back end, with available funds of 2.49 billion yuan. Acquire Wanhai Energy's shares like crazy. Jiang Chen issued another trading instruction. Everyone knew in their hearts that this time Chairman Jiang was going to take over Wanhai Energy completely. The massive influx of funds into Wanhai Energy instantly caused its stock price to surge. Meanwhile, Wanhai Energy's operations team noticed something amiss. Wanhai Energy Company's subordinates frantically reported the situation. Mr. Liu, someone has bought a large amount of the group's stock again. These past few days, there have been frequent purchases of Wanhai Energy's stock, which has caused Liu Tian a lot of headaches, and he has been constantly on edge. Quickly, mobilize funds to support the market, Liu Tian said in a deep voice, then hurriedly walked towards the trading room and reported the matter to Ma Jiahao. Fight them. Liu Tian directed his traders to build up positions in the company's stock and seize market share. Both sides were buying Wanhai Energy shares, causing the stock price to soar. In less than 5 minutes, the stock hit its daily limit, and the amount of money locked in the market even exceeded 50 million. Originally, Ma Jiahao was supposed to chair the meeting, but after receiving Liu Tian's report, he asked another vice president to chair it while he rushed to the trading room. How is the situation? Mr. Ma, things are a bit different from the past few days. Shortly after the stock market opened, the other party started buying up company stock like crazy. Seeing this, we seized the opportunity and drove the stock price to the daily limit. Liu Tian bowed his head and reported the truth. Well done, the handling of this matter was timely. Who exactly are they? How dare they oppose Wanhai Energy? Aren't they afraid of Wanhai Energy and Wan's holdings? Ma Jiahao said coldly. Despite investigating for several days, they still couldn't find out who the other party was. Mr. Ma, there's another situation. We've recently bought a lot of stocks, and we don't have much cash left. If the other side launches another surprise attack, we won't have the money to support the market, Liu Tian said in a low voice. Don't worry about that. I'll go and apply for funding from headquarters. Keep a close eye on the market. As soon as they make a move, we'll take market share from them, Ma Jiahao said in a deep voice. He turned and left the securities department. Back in his office, he dialed the number of Wan's son, chairman of Wan's holdings. Chairman Wan, someone has been investing heavily in Wanhai Energy stock in order to support the stock price. The company has used up all of its cash reserves, and now there is no extra money. If the other party makes another move, I'm afraid we won't have the money to support the market, so I want to apply to headquarters for some funds, Ma Jiahao reported respectfully. A rather authoritative voice came through the receiver. Oh, someone dares to go against Wan's holdings? Is he tired of living? Have you found out who the other party is? Wan's son said in a cold tone, his words devoid of any emotion. Not yet. Useless. Find out their background as soon as possible. Also, I've instructed the group's finance department to allocate 500 million yuan to Wanhai Energy. We must protect the market. Chapter 44 Targeting Wan's holdings? If anything goes wrong with Wanhai Energy, you need to think carefully about how you're going to explain it to the group, Wan's son said in a cold tone. He immediately hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone's receiver, Ma Jiahao placed the phone back on the table. He only realized after sitting down in his office chair that his back was soaked with sweat. No one knew Wan Dong's methods better than him. If this matter is messed up, this day next year will probably be the anniversary of Ma Jiahao's death. It took Ma Jiahao a long time to calm down. Finance department? The group headquarters will allocate 500 million yuan shortly. Once the group's funds arrive, they will be immediately transferred to the company's stock trading account. The scene changes. He returned to the Jiang Group Securities Department trading room. Chairman Jiang, it seems the other party has seen through our intentions and is using funds to support the stock price and compete with us for shares. Today, another 300,000 lots were purchased with a total transaction amount of 153 million yuan, representing a total of 7.03% of the share capital. Wanhai Energy's stock price hit the daily limit of 5.10 yuan per share, with a total value of over 53 million yuan. Throw out 130,000 lots and smash the limit up price. Jiang Chen said coldly. 130,000 lots were sold at the limit up price, with a total transaction amount of 66.3 million yuan and a profit of more than 7 million yuan. Anyway, I bought the stock at a low price a few days ago, so I'm making a profit no matter how you look at it. The shareholding ratio decreased to 5.93%. It remains among the top 10 shareholders of Wanhai Energy. Jiang Group had barely sold off its shares when they were all bought up by Wanhai Energy's traders, causing the stock price to hit the daily limit again, and the funds locked in the shares once again exceeded 50 million. Another 100 million yuan has been trapped in the stock market. Jiang Chen sneered. He wanted to see how much money Wanhai Energy had raised. Throw out another 100,000 lots. It was quickly swallowed up again. The total transaction amount was 51 million yuan, with a profit of over 6 million yuan. This time, the funds tied up in the lockup period exceeded 100 million yuan. It's clear that Wanhai Energy's securities department is furious. Wanhai Energy has spent more than 200 million yuan in total. He bought over 100 million yuan worth of stocks. The buy orders placed after the market closed totaled over 100 million. That's all for today. As soon as Wanhai Energy's stock price hits the daily limit, we'll buy in and lock it at the daily limit, preventing them from moving their funds. Jiang Chen said coldly. Back in his office, he had someone summon Li Zhongfeng from the Strategic Investment Department. Chairman Jiang, you wanted to see me? Li Zhongfeng, who looked remarkably like Mithriya Buddha, said respectfully. Only after receiving Jiang Chen's signal did he dare to sit in the chair opposite him. Have you contacted Wanhai Energy shareholders? Is anyone interested in selling their shares? Li Zhongfeng truthfully replied. Chairman Jiang, I've contacted a few minority shareholders. They don't hold many shares, and 2 of them want to sell for now. Okay, let's hurry up and negotiate. We can offer a 20% premium for the acquisition. Also, tell them that if they don't sell, their shares will soon be worthless, and they won't be begging us then. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with a hint of indifference. Understood, I'll pass it on to them right away. After Li Zhongfeng left, Jiang Chen opened his stock trading account and transferred another 500 million yuan. Search for Wan's Holdings. This time, Jiang Chen plans to use his own funds to buy shares of Wanshare Holdings. The two sides split up to see whether Wan's Holdings wants to save Wanhai Energy or Wan's Holdings. Although he couldn't shake Wan's Holdings with his financial resources, he could at least annoy them and cause them some trouble. Wanshare Holdings has a market capitalization of 43.75 billion yuan, listed on the Chinext board. Total share capital, 2.064 billion shares. The number of shares in circulation is 1.967 billion. It accounts for 95.3% of the total share capital. The controlling shareholder is Wan's son, holding 21.83% of the shares. The second largest shareholder is Wan Jia, Wan Sin's younger brother, who holds 11.63% of the shares. The third largest shareholder is Wan Shui, Wan Sin's younger sister, who holds 6.74% of the shares. The fourth largest shareholder is the other investors. It can be said that Wan Jia controls 40.2% of the shares of Wanshare Holdings. However, although the Wan family appears to be united as one, they are actually secretly competing with each other, especially Wan's son and Wan Jia. With Wan's Holdings, a company with a market value of tens of billions, who wouldn't want to be the head of the group? Unfortunately, Wan's son was quite shrewd and had controlled Wan's Holdings for many years. He had many confidants, which is why he was able to maintain a firm grip on Wan's Holdings. If someone were to intervene at this moment, do you think it would trigger Wan Jia's rebellious streak? But the prerequisite is that this person must be able to go toe-to-toe with Wan Sin. Clearly, Jiang Chen is currently no match for the other party and lacks the strength to persuade Wan Jia. Even so, Jiang Chen still planned to test the opponent's firepower first. Looking at the stock trend of Wanshare Holdings, the price dropped slightly at the opening, but then rebounded to the opening price and fluctuated around it. The current price is 9.73 yuan per share. Initially, small and medium-sized orders were purchased in batches, with an average transaction price of 9.84 yuan per share, totaling 304,800 lots, and a total transaction amount of 299 million yuan. Then, another large order of 10,000 lots was placed, with an average transaction price of 10.64 yuan per share, and another 188,900 lots were purchased, with a total transaction amount of 200 million yuan. With a large buy order of 200 million, Wanshare Holdings stock price rose to 11.37 yuan per share, an increase of 16.8%. Wan's Holdings Securities Department. Oh no, a large buy order has been placed. One of the traders reported this. Wan Yihu, the securities manager of Wan's Holdings, frowned deeply. It had been a long time since anyone dared to take charge of Wan's Holdings. It can be said that the rise and fall of Wan's Holdings is entirely controlled by Wan's Holdings, and no institution dares to mess with the Wan family. Retrieve transaction records. Wan Yihu stared intently at the trading records displayed on the screen, his expression particularly solemn. First, drive the stock price to its daily limit. Clear. Before long, Wan's Holdings stock price was driven up to 11.67 yuan per share, and then locked at 200 million yuan. You can't blame Wan Yihu for being overly cautious. He knew someone was secretly targeting Wanhai Energy, and he was worried that the other party's real purpose was Wan's Holdings, which is why he pushed Wan's Holdings stock to the daily limit. In fact, this is a standard procedure for market stabilization. Keep a close eye on the stock. I'll report to Chairman Wan. Wan's Holdings Chairman's Office. Chairman Wan, there are large buy orders for the group's stock, totaling 200 million yuan, and some small and medium-sized buy orders as well, with a total inflow of nearly 500 million yuan. I'm worried that the other party is trying to manipulate the group's stock, so I've asked the securities department to lock in the daily limit up. Wan Yihu reported respectfully. He is one of the more capable people in the Wan family's collateral branches, which is why he was appointed as the securities manager of Wan's Holdings. This can be seen as a way for the Wan family to win over the collateral branches. Let the collateral branches always serve the people. Wan Sen's face was gloomy. First someone targeted Wanhai Energy, and now someone else is getting involved with Wan's Holdings. What exactly are they trying to do? Could this be targeting Wan's Holdings? Wan's Holdings has been a force to be reckoned with in the business world for many years, and has certainly offended quite a few people. Only a handful of companies dare to openly and legitimately establish Wan's Holdings. Investigate. Find out who the other party is. Find out their intentions. Chapter 45. Acquisition of Wanhai Energy and merger to form Xingchen Energy. A few more days passed. July 29th. Jiang Chun returned to the securities department's trading room. Today, he plans to completely acquire Wanhai Energy, sounding the horn for a counterattack. No way. The group already holds a 24.1% stake in Wanhai Energy, second only to Wan's Holdings, becoming the second largest shareholder of Wanhai Energy. He personally holds 3.8% of the shares in Wanshare Holdings, which has propelled him into the top 10 shareholders and has attracted the attention of Wanshare Holdings. Wanshare Holdings has mobilized a large amount of funds to support the stock price and no longer has sufficient funds to deal with Wanhai Energy. After all, even Wanshare Holdings, with a market value of tens of billions, only has a few billion yuan in available cash flow. A few days ago, 500 million yuan was allocated to Wanhai Energy, and in the past few days, another 400 million yuan was spent to support the stock price. All in all, the available funds are only 700 million yuan. As for Wanhai Energy, it has almost no cash flow. Drive Wanhai Energy stock price down to its daily limit. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, issuing the trading instructions. As soon as trading began, several large sell orders pinned Wanhai Energy to its daily limit down. Despite Wanhai Energy mobilizing funds to buy, it still couldn't match the force of the sell-off. In less than 10 minutes, all of Wanhai Energy's working capital was poured into the stock market and trapped. At the same time, Li Zhongfeng took action again, contacting several shareholders of Wanhai Energy and stating his position that he was willing to acquire the company at a 15% premium. Several hesitant minority shareholders sold their shares to the Jiang Group. They spent 400 million yuan to acquire a 9.5% stake in Wanhai Energy. Seeing that Li Zhongfeng had succeeded, Jiang Chun said coldly, "Eat up the sell orders at the limit down price." Yes. The 24 traders acted decisively. Dozens of buy orders totaling tens of thousands of shares broke through the daily limit down of Wanhai Energy. Jiang Chun used his personal stock trading account to buy over 100,000 lots of Wanshare Holdings shares again, driving up the stock price. They sold small and medium-sized orders one after another, earning the price difference in between. I've been buying for several days, but haven't made much profit. I need to at least recoup some of my losses. It's worth noting that if he had invested his nearly 1 billion yuan in stocks, with several consecutive limit-up days, he could have made at least several hundred million yuan in profit. However, in order for the group to successfully acquire Wanhai Energy, Jiang Chun has given up several hundred million yuan in profits. Although I won't be able to earn several hundred million, but he should at least earn some money. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but the location was Jiangdong province. "Who are you?" Jiang Chun said in a calm tone. "Wan's Holdings, Wansa." The other party immediately stated their name. Jiang Chun was not surprised at all. If Wan Sin's methods still fail to uncover his true identity, then Wan's holdings should just go bankrupt as soon as possible. Chairman Jiang, let's have a chat. Please speak, Chairman Wan. What exactly do you want? Wan Sin seemed to be suppressing his anger, and his tone was particularly cold. A few days ago, your Wan family's subsidiary, Manhwa, threatened me, so it's not unreasonable for me to acquire Manhwa Energy. Wan's son slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang. Now he finally found the source of the problem and hated Manhwa to death. I can give you Manhwa Energy, but you absolutely cannot get your hands on Wan's holdings. Wan's son gritted his teeth and said that given the situation, he had no choice but to give up Manhwa Energy. Even a fool could tell the difference between a subsidiary and the group. We must never let small gains lead to big losses. Chairman Wan is very generous. Manhwa Energy Trading Room. Ma Jiahao and Lu Tian stared at the display screen, watching their company's stock fluctuate. They were already willing but unable to do anything about it. Suddenly, Ma Jiahao's phone rang. Chairman Wan. Give up on Manhwa Energy. Stop making futile struggles and minimize the losses. Wan's son said in a deep voice, then hung up the phone, not giving Ma Jiahao a chance to reply. Sell all the shares that were repurchased in the past few days. Ma Jiahao sighed helplessly. He knew he had no way to save Manhwa Energy, as the other party was determined to completely acquire Manhwa Energy and had prepared ample funds. But he didn't know that the Jiang Group had been manipulating them all along. Every time they push up the stock price, the Jiang Group sells off large quantities of shares. Not only do they lock up their funds, but they also profit from it. They sell their shares, and the Jiang Group buys them in large quantities, buy at extremely low prices, and then sell at higher prices. It can be said that they have used every trick in the book when it comes to the stock market. No matter how much Manhwa Energy sells, the Jiang Group will buy it all. For this acquisition, Jiang Chun withdrew all of the more than 3 billion yuan from the group's stock account. Seeing the other party buying up shares like crazy, Ma Jiahao could only sigh helplessly and watch as the other party acquired them. Chairman Jiang, you have acquired another 7% stake in Manhwa Energy, bringing your total holdings to 40.6%. It surpassed Wan's holdings to become the controlling shareholder of Manhwa Energy. Li Rukai reported respectfully, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. That's not enough. I want absolute control. Jiang Chun's tone was indifferent. If you are a controlling shareholder, you will lose control once the other party holds more shares than you. However, if you have absolute control, holding more than 50% of the shares, even just 50.1%, you have absolute control. At that point, as long as your shareholding remains unchanged, no matter how much the other party acquires shares, you will always have control of the company. Based on this, Jiang Chun has always insisted on absolute control. This includes acquiring 3 U.S. companies, which means gaining absolute control over them, leaving them with no choice but to relinquish their chairmanship. Wan's holdings. Bring Manbets here. Wan's son gritted his teeth and said that the group's loss of the Jiangxing branch was all because of Wanhua. Manbets caused losses to the group's interests, and this debt must be settled. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. The assistant said respectfully. He already knew Manbet's fate. Not only will he be kicked out of the company, but he will also be expelled from the family, and even his family members will be implicated. He returned to the Jiang Group. Chairman Jiang, we now hold 51.4% of Manhwa Energy's shares and have completely acquired Manhwa Energy. To acquire Manhwa Energy, the group poured in almost all of its working capital and money from its stock trading accounts. Currently, the available funds in stock trading accounts are less than 380 million yuan. The group has 0.9 billion yuan in working capital. The acquisition of a 51.4% stake in Manhwa Energy cost nearly 2.1 billion yuan. Drive Manhwa Energy's stock to the daily limit, and use the remaining funds to build a position in Fuhai shares. After giving his instructions, Jiang Chun returned to the chairman's office. He asked Zhao Menghan to call Li Zhongfeng from the Strategic Investment Department, Tang Qingqing from the Finance Department, Bai Ruoxue from the Human Resources Department, Nie Yu from the Audit and Supervision Department, as well as Lu Huaxing, the newly appointed manager of the Asset Management Department, Fu Xinhe, the newly appointed manager of the Risk Assessment Department, and Xu Hang, the manager of the Legal Department, to the conference room. Let them allocate some personnel to take over Manhwa Energy. This acquisition of Manhwa Energy was not an impulsive decision. Instead, they want to integrate resources. Manhwa Energy and Jiangshi Energy will be merged to form a new energy company. It will be named Star Energy Company. Chapter 46. Is the Mu Group's IPO hindered? The Mu family villa. Mu Zhongxing frowned. For the past 2 weeks, he has been working long hours, leaving early and returning late. and has been extremely busy with the group's listing. Just 2 days ago, at the crucial moment of the group's listing, an investor wanted to withdraw their investment. That investor holds 17.61% of the shares in the Mu Group. If he wants to withdraw his investment, the remaining shareholders must buy up all of his shares. In addition, the group's latest investment project has not only staked all of the group's working capital, but also has a funding gap of at least 200 million yuan. If this gap cannot be filled, it will affect the group's listing. Where can we find funding? In the past few days, Mu Zhongxing has met with several investors, hoping they would invest in the Mu Group. However, the investors have made outrageous demands, asking for 400 million yuan to acquire a 35% stake in the Mu Group. Mu Zhongxing holds 36.7% of the group's shares. Once he agrees, if the other party can gain the support of some shareholders, they can completely sideline him, thereby losing control of the group, and all his efforts over the years will be in vain. Therefore, Mu Zhongxing absolutely could not agree, but the other party actually released a message that forbade anyone from investing in the Mu Group. As a result, once the news spread, no investor dared to cooperate with the Mu Group anymore. The office of the chairman of the Jiang Group. Chairman Jiang, I recently heard a rumor that might interest you. Lu Rian deliberately kept everyone in suspense, her beautiful, bright eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. What news? Jiang Chun put down his pen and looked Lu Rian up and down. This sister Rian is getting bolder and bolder. She even dares to keep herself in suspense. The purple bodycon dress perfectly showcased Lu Rian's beautiful figure, highlighting her curves and making her incredibly eye-catching. Especially striking was the way her arms rested heavily on the desk, their weight drawing attention. There's a song that's quite good. My sister said purple has a lot of charm. Seeing Jiang Chen's gaze, Lu Rian rolled her eyes and glared at him fiercely. What are you looking at? But she still maintained her alluring pose. Fengding Investment has announced that no one is allowed to invest in the Mu Group. Oh, Jiang Chen looked somewhat surprised. Don't you know that the Mu Group is preparing for an IPO? I've heard about it, but what are the specifics? Recently, the Mu Group launched a new project and invested all of its working capital in it, leaving a funding gap of 200 million yuan. At this time, another shareholder wanted to withdraw their investment, which was undoubtedly a major blow to the Mu Group. President Mu sought investors, but several investors demanded exorbitant prices. In desperation, he turned to Fengding Investment, only to be met with an outrageous offer, 400 million yuan for 35% of the Mu Group's shares. Lu Rian explained everything in detail. Hearing this, Jiang Chun could already guess the gist of the situation. Fengding Investment must have had its eye on the Mu Group for a long time. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, expressing his strong aversion to such malicious investment practices. If you want something, do it openly and honestly. Don't resort to underhanded tactics. That's how it seems at the moment. The other side's ambitions have been completely exposed. There's another thing. It seems that the young master of Fengding Investment has taken a liking to Mu Wanbing. He even spread the word that he would only agree to the investment if the Mu family married Mu Wanbing to him. After speaking, Lu Rian watched Jiang Chen's emotional fluctuations. Although Jiang Chen appeared calm, those who knew him well knew that beneath that calm lay a turbulent undercurrent. Lu Rian seemed to see the future of Fengding Investment. Don't underestimate this young chairman Jiang. In fact, his cunning is beyond your imagination. Wan High Energy is one such example. Manhwa made only a few sarcastic remarks, and then Xiao Zhang directly acquired Wan High Energy. Now, Fengding Investment is actually pressuring the Mu family and even trying to take advantage of Mu Wanbing. This undoubtedly offended Jiang Chun. I see, Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Prepare a gift and visit the Mu family tonight. Come with me. Good. Lu Rian put away her earlier playfulness, realizing that Mu Wanbing held a significant place in Jiang Chen's heart. Also, call Tang Qingqing and Li Rukai over. Yes. Before long, Tang Qingqing and Li Rukai arrived at Jiang Chen's office almost one after the other. Hello, Chairman Jiang. Please sit down first. Jiang Chen stared at the two of them and said in a deep voice, Have you heard of Fengding Investment? Tang Qingqing shook her head. As the group's finance manager, she was only responsible for financial matters and was indifferent to other aspects. Li Rukai said respectfully, Chairman Jiang, I know. He was the vice president of the securities department and had many connections in the industry. Naturally, he knew about Fengding Investment and even had a good relationship with some people inside Fengding Investment. Let me explain briefly. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Chairman Jiang, it's like this. Fengding Investment is a relatively established investment company in Jiangxing, but its development has been rather conventional. Its assets are over 2 billion yuan, and it has raised over 4 billion yuan in funds. Their investments are mostly limited to Jiangcheng, and they have invested in many small and medium-sized enterprises. I heard that they are going to invest in the Mu Group recently, and it seems that they are still in negotiations. Li Rukai explained everything in detail. What do you think of Fengding investment? Jiang Chen spoke calmly, his eyes fixed on Li Rukai. This was not only to gain a comprehensive understanding of Fengding investment, but also a test for Li Rukai. He had already sentenced Fengding investment to death in his mind. He utterly loathed that kind of company. But they wanted to know Li Rukai's opinion on Fengding investment. If Li Rukai doesn't answer this question well, his path to promotion might be blocked. Li Rukai didn't know why Jiang Chen would ask such a question. After a brief thought, he answered truthfully. Chairman Jiang, I don't have a very good opinion of this company. Oh, and the reason? Their methods are too dirty. They often use their resources and connections to force companies to make concessions. Once they have their eye on a company, they will release the news to prevent anyone else from participating. Then, they will buy the most shares at extremely low prices. Those companies had no choice but to accept venture capital investment in order to keep their businesses afloat. Nowadays, there's a saying in the industry, companies favored by Fengding investment will either die or be half dead. Li Rukai said respectfully. Alright, next, the Jiang Group will launch a full-scale attack on Fengding investment. We can't let this kind of trashy investment company continue to harm Jiangqing's businesses. In order to safeguard the ethical development of Jiangqing's business community, our Jiang Group has the responsibility and obligation to stand up. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, his words filled with an air of dominance. His words were practically a death sentence for Fengding investment. I've announced that for any cooperation project with Fengding investment, I'm willing to pay a 10% premium as long as it involves the Jiang Group. Chapter 47 Resolving the Trouble Through a Visit. Chairman Jiang, it's just the group's funds. Tang Qingqing advised that because a lot of money had been spent on acquiring Wanhai Energy, the group's account no longer had enough funds to fight against Fengding investment. Don't worry about funding. Jiang Chen waved his hand to interrupt Tang Qingqing, as he planned to once again venture into the U.S. stock market and rake in a fortune. The finance department has compiled the financial statements for the first half of the year. This announcement will not only disclose the group's financial statements for the first half of the year, but also the 3 U.S. companies acquired by the group and Wanhai Energy, as well as the merger of Wanhai Energy and Jiang's Energy to form Xingchen Energy Company. The Securities Department will submit another written report, requesting the China Securities Regulatory Commission to reassess and remove the star rating. It is believed that once these announcements are released, the group's stock price will surge dramatically. Clear, Tang Qingqing and Li Rukai said respectfully. After the two left, Jiang Chen took out his phone and dialed Mu Wanbing's number. Bing bing, Rian and I plan to visit your parents tonight. Oh, Sister Rian, you're coming along too? There was a hint of surprise in Mu Wanbing's tone. There are some things I'd like to discuss with Uncle Mu. Okay, then I'll tell my parents. That night, Lu Rian drove the Lamborghini Urus, carrying Jiang Chen, into the Mu family villa. Knowing in advance that Jiang Chen was coming to visit, the butler had already opened the villa's gate. Hearing the roar of the car engine, Mu Wanbing jogged out of the villa. Ah Chen. Mu Wanbing happily hugged Jiang Chen, nestled in her beloved's arms, and breathed in that familiar scent. Since the two established their relationship, Jiang Chen would ask Mu Wanbing out to dinner whenever he had time, and their feelings for each other quickly warmed up over those meals. It's not that both of them are foodies. Jiang Chen is usually busy with the group's affairs, and he is currently acquiring Wanhai Energy, so his time is really limited. He can only spend more time with Mu Wanbing during mealtimes. Did you miss me? Jiang Chen asked gently. I want to. I really want to. Showing affection in public, are you guys being polite? Can't you consider the feelings of single people? Suddenly, Lu Rian's plaintive voice came from the side. Mu Wanbing hurriedly broke free from Jiang Chen's embrace, her shy eyes fixed on Lu Rian. Sister Rian. Mu Wanbing had heard about Lu Rian from Jiang Chen more than once, knowing that she was Jiang Chen's secretary and that she had a close relationship with the Jiang family. This was, in fact, the first time the two had ever met. Hello Wanbing. I've heard Jiang Chen praise you quite a bit before. Lu Rian praised, admitting that Mu Wanbing was indeed beautiful, and her looks were even slightly better than hers. But Mu Wanbing's beauty is different from Lu Rian's. Mu Wanbing possesses a pure beauty, like a blank sheet of paper untouched by worldly pollution. Lu Rian's beauty, on the other hand, has a touch of allure, like a cold and elegant rose. But Lu Rian only showed her glamorous side to those close to her. To outsiders, she was always aloof and kept people at arm's length. Mr. Jiang, Miss Lu, the master and madam are waiting for you in the living room. That's what the butler said respectfully. So the three of them headed towards the living room. Auntie, uncle. Jiang Chun took the initiative to greet Mu Zhongxing and Xie Qinghe and handed the gift to Xie Qinghe. Auntie, this is a gift for you and uncle. Xie Qinghe accepted the gift and scolded. Xiao Chun, I'm happy just to have you here. Why did you bring a gift? It's too expensive. Don't do this again next time. Good. Xiao Chun, Wan Bing said you wanted to discuss something with me? Dinner is still a while away. Why don't we go to the study and talk first? Mu Zhongxing said in a deep voice. Why can't we talk about this after we finish eating? Xie Qinghe glared at Mu Zhongxing, somewhat resentfully. Auntie, it won't take too long. Besides, after we talk, Uncle Mu might not be so worried anymore. Inside the study, Mu Zhongxing sat in the main seat, while Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan sat opposite him. A short while later, a nanny brought tea. Jiang Chun took a sip of hot tea, his eyes fixed on Mu Zhongxing, and said in a low voice, Uncle Mu, I heard you've been troubled by the IPO lately? Mu Zhongxing sighed helplessly. You've heard about it? No secrets stay hidden forever, so Mu Zhongxing wasn't surprised that Jiang Chun had heard about this. Besides, with the Jiang Group's capabilities, what could possibly be kept from them? Xiao Chun, Assistant Chairman Lu, I think I understand now. Fonding Investment has been planning this for a long time. They have long had their eyes on the Mu Group, this lucrative piece of meat. Unfortunately, the group's cash flow is tight, and some shareholders want to withdraw their investment, so I can only seek investors to take over the shares, but it's a long story. Mu Zhongxing's eyes were filled with resentment, and his tone was full of dissatisfaction with Fonding Investment. Uncle Mu, Sister Ruyan, and I have come here today to help you resolve this problem. Jiang Chun looked at Lu Ruyan, who took out 2 contracts from her bag and handed them to Mu Zhongxing. Uncle Mu, these are 2 contracts. One is a loan agreement. I will lend you 500 million yuan in my personal name to alleviate the financial pressure on the Mu Group. There is no repayment deadline and no interest is required. The second contract is an investment contract. Jiang Group will directly invest in Mu's Group. Mu's Group currently has assets of 980 million yuan, and Jiang Group is willing to invest 1.5 billion yuan to acquire 51% of Mu's Group's equity. At that time, the Mu Group will become a subsidiary of the Jiang Group, and you will still serve as the chairman of the Mu Group. Furthermore, the Jiang Group will use all its resources to help the Mu Group complete its listing and make the Mu Group bigger and stronger. As for how to choose, Uncle Mu, you can think about it carefully. After saying that, Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair and drank his tea. Lu Ruyan whispered, President Mu, there's Fonding Investment today, and there might be another investment company next time. If we have the backing of the Jiang Group, no one will dare to scheme against the Mu Group. Mu Zhongxing frowned, pondering Jiang Chun's suggestion. He knew perfectly well that with the assets of the Mu Group, it wouldn't cost 1.5 billion to acquire 51% of the Mu Group's shares. Xiao Chun, you should have heard that Fonding Investment not only wants 35% of the shares of Mu's Group, but also wants Wanbing to marry the young master of Fonding Investment. I heard that the Jiang Group has announced today that it will launch a full-scale attack on Fonding Investment. If they dare to covet Wanbing, Fonding Investment has no reason to exist. But the Jiang Group's crisis is not over yet. If it declares war on Fonding Investment, it may bring trouble upon itself. Fonding Investment is not worthy to be an enemy of the Jiang Group. Jiang Chen's words were full of domineering arrogance. Uncle Mu, the crisis of the Jiang Group has been resolved. You should have heard that Wanhai Energy has been acquired by a company in Jiangxin. Could it be? That's right. Jiang's Group has become the controlling shareholder of Wanhai Energy. This time, Jiang's Group will return to the pinnacle of Jiangxin's business world with a brand new look. Not only Wanhai Energy, but also the US-based OIO Company, MU Company, and BI Investment Company, and they are the controlling shareholders. Today, the Jiang Group's assets are nearly 40 billion yuan. Chapter 48 Investing in the Mu Family. Assets approaching 40 billion? Upon hearing the number Jiang Chen uttered, Mu Zhongxing was completely stunned. It hasn't been that long. In less than a month, the Jiang Group, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, now has assets of nearly 40 billion yuan. If I told anyone, who would believe me? Xiao Chen, you're not lying to your uncle, are you? Mu Zhongxing hesitated, his deep eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. Uncle Mu, please rest assured, in a few days, Jiang's Group will release its first half financial report and acquisition announcement. You can keep an eye out for it then. Okay. Mu Zhongxing said excitedly. The next second, he pushed the loan agreement to Jiang Chun, leaving behind the investment agreement. In that case, I agree to sign this investment contract. If the Mu Group can have the Jiang Group as its backer, I wonder how many companies will be eager to cooperate with us. We are the ones who are benefiting from the Jiang Group. Now, Mu Zhongxing likes Jiang Chen more and more, just like Xie. Having such a capable son-in-law is an honor for the Mu family. Swish, swish, swish. The two signed their names, and the contract took effect immediately. As for the group's shareholders, if they knew that the Jiang Group had invested, they would probably be laughing all the way to the bank. How could they possibly be unwilling? The funds will be transferred to the Mu Group in 2 days. Uncle Mu, you can keep this a secret for now. Isn't there a shareholder who wants to withdraw his investment? Then we'll buy back his shares first, and he'll regret it. A sinister glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. There should be no leniency towards traders. Okay, we'll do it your way. The food should be ready. Let's go downstairs to eat. Xiao Chun, you must have a few drinks with your uncle tonight. Mu Zhongxing patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder, and the two walked downstairs. I was just about to call you guys. The food is almost ready. Get ready to eat. Old Mu, what did you two talk about? You look so happy. I haven't seen you smile for the past few days. Xie Qinghe asked in confusion, her eyes scanning Mu Zhongxing and Jiang Chun. The company's troubles are resolved, and I'm in a good mood today. I'm going to have a few drinks with Xiao Chen later, so don't try to stop me. Mu Zhongxing said excitedly. The gloom of the past few days had completely dissipated. Xie Qinghe gave Jiang Chun a deep look, naturally knowing that the little guy in front of her had solved the problem. Xiao Chen, this is all thanks to you. You have no idea how worried your Uncle Mu has been these past few days. Auntie, you're too kind. It's what I should do. We're family, so we shouldn't stand on ceremony. Yes, we are family. Seeing her parents so satisfied with Jiang Chun, Mu Wanbing was the happiest of all. Tonight, Mu Zhongxing got drunk again, and once again patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder and called him brother. Xie Qinghe, Mu Wanbing, and Lu Rian burst out laughing. Look at you, with your alcohol tolerance. I told you long ago you couldn't outdrink Xiao Chun. Chairman Jiang, it seems the Mu family is quite satisfied with you. At the Jiang family villa, Lu Rian couldn't help but tease Jiang Chun. But for some reason, a hint of jealousy crept into my heart. It's hard not to like someone as outstanding as me. TCH. Lu Rian glared at him fiercely. But the group lacks sufficient working capital, so how can it invest in the Mu Group? Don't worry, I have a plan. Fengding Investment. This long-established investment force in Jiangxing enjoys a reputation in the city's investment circles that is no less than that of the Jiang Group, but its development in recent years has been mediocre, without any outstanding achievements. With total assets of over 2 billion, it has over 4 billion in private equity funds. Behind it is the Wang family of Jiangxing. The Wang family holds 40% of the shares in Fengding Investment, making them one of the top wealthy families in Jiangxing. The Wang family's foundation is far beyond what the Mu family can match. Dad, I must marry Mu Wanbing. Wang Badan, the young master of Fengding Investment and the young master of the Wang family, said coldly that ever since he caught a glimpse of Mu Wanbing from afar, her beautiful appearance had been deeply imprinted in his mind. He, the eldest son of the Wang family, had slept with countless women, including young married women, models, obscure actresses, and school beauties, but none of them could compare to Mu Wanbing. Despite his cunning schemes, people simply ignored him. Upon hearing that the Mu Group was seeking cooperation, Wang Badan asked his father, Wang, to help him secure a deal with the Mu family. Wang had a son late in life and doted on Wang Badan, so he naturally did not refuse him. Don't worry, Dad promises you, it won't be long before Mu Wanbing becomes your woman. Suddenly, Wang's phone rang. It was his assistant calling. Chairman Wang, something terrible has happened. Jiang Group has announced that it will launch a full-scale attack on Fengding Investment. At the same time, Jiang Group is willing to pay a 5% premium for all projects in cooperation with Fengding Investment. Several companies that cooperate with us have contacted people from the Jiang Group. Upon hearing his assistant's voice, Wang was completely stunned. What? We have no grudge against the Jiang Group, and we've always kept to ourselves. How could this happen? Quickly send someone to find out what we did to offend the Jiang Group that made them target us. Wang said in a deep voice. Despite the ongoing crises facing the Jiang Group, it still possesses considerable strength as a leading private enterprise in Jiangxing. At this juncture, offending the Jiang Group is not a wise choice. How so? Wang leaned back on the sofa, muttering to himself. Dad, what are you afraid of? The Jiang Group is already struggling to take care of itself, and now they're provoking Fengding Investment. Why should we be afraid of them? Wang Badan said dismissively, his eyes filled with disdain. Yes, you're right. Wang said coldly. If it were the Jiang Group at its peak, we would probably have to back down. But now they are struggling to survive, and the China Securities Regulatory Commission has put them on the risk list. If they dare to offend Fengding Investment and our Wang family at this time, then they can't blame us. The next second, Wang dialed his assistant's number again, announced that Fengding Investment will never cooperate with any company that partners with the Jiang Group. Clear. The following evening, Jiang Chun returned to the Securities Department's trading room, intending to once again venture into the U.S. stock market, convert all funds in the account into U.S. dollars. The original stock account had 380 million yuan, which was all converted into U.S. dollars, equivalent to 54.2857 million U.S. dollars. Using the stock market analytics tool, I first selected a stock with the most volatile price fluctuations. Buy with all your funds. Yes. The 24 traders exclaimed excitedly that they could finally follow Chairman Jiang to fight in the U.S. stock market again. Buy in with all your funds at the lowest point and sell at the highest point. This cycle repeated itself, causing Jiang Chun to accumulate more and more money. Until 4 a.m., when the U.S. stock market closed, I converted the money in my account back into Huaxia RMB. The initial capital was 54,285,700 U.S. dollars. The operation ended with a value of 394 million U.S. dollars. This is equivalent to 2.758 billion yuan in Chinese currency. The company earned 2.378 billion yuan in a single day. 1.5 billion yuan was transferred to the group's account. Transfer the rest to the A-share account first, and continue the battle in the U.S. stock market tonight. Chapter 49: The Rise of the Jiang Group. Sister Ruyan, tell Li Rukai to announce the acquisition of the Mu Group along with the announcement. Jiang Chun had just woken up when he had to deal with the group's affairs. Tomorrow I will take over the Mu Group. I will send Tang Qingqing, Lu Huasheng, and Li Zhongfeng to the Mu Group. You can come with me too. Okay. Lu Ruyan recorded Jiang Chen's instructions. That afternoon, Tang Qingqing went to the chairman's office. Chairman Jiang, this is the group's financial statement for the first half of the year. Tang Qingqing said respectfully, handing the documents in her hand to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun simply flipped through it. Jiang's group's financial statements for the first half of 2024. He only looked at a few key data points. The group's investment costs in the first half of the year were 2.18 billion renminbi. Personnel expenses, 1.56 billion yuan. Revenue, 39.21 billion yuan. Investment revenue, 2.97 billion yuan. A share revenue, 11.69 billion yuan. Revenue from U.S.-listed companies, 24.55 billion yuan. Net profit, 35.47 billion yuan. Total assets, 39.08 billion yuan. Group market capitalization, 3.874 billion renminbi. Most of the profits came from stock market investments made by Jiang Chun after he took over the Jiang Group. However, the majority of the profits were reinvested to replenish the group's fixed assets. Jiang Chun signed his name on the last page and handed it to Tang Qingqing. Leave it to Li Rukai. This financial statement will be released together with the acquisition announcement. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. I had planned to announce it in a couple of days, but I didn't expect the finance department to be so efficient. Since that's the case, let's announce it in advance. These announcements will likely cause the group's stock to surge dramatically. With total assets almost 10 times its market capitalization, no one can estimate how high the stock will rise. It should be at least 15 times. Clear. Tang Qingqing said respectfully. That night, the Jiang Group's official website and the China Securities Regulatory Commission simultaneously released 7 announcements. Stock code 000168. Stock abbreviation Jiang Group. Jiang Group 2024 first half financial statements. Jiang Group achieved revenue of 39.21 billion yuan in the first half of the year, including 2.97 billion yuan from investment revenue, 11.69 billion yuan from a share revenue, and 24.55 billion yuan from U.S.-listed revenue. Net profit reached 35.47 billion yuan. Group market capitalization, 3.874 billion renminbi. Announcement regarding Jiang Group's acquisition of MU Company in the United States. Jiang Group has acquired a 54.68% stake in MU Company in the United States, with a market value of 2.362 billion US dollars, equivalent to 16.535 billion yuan in Chinese yuan, becoming its controlling shareholder. The handover is currently underway. Announcement regarding Jiang Group's acquisition of the US-based OIO Company. Jiang Group has acquired a 53.7% stake in the US-based OIO Company, with a market value of 960 million US dollars, equivalent to 6.72 billion Chinese yuan, becoming its controlling shareholder. The handover is currently underway. Announcement regarding Jiang Group's acquisition of the U.S.-based BI company. Jiang Group has acquired a 54.3% stake in the U.S.-based BI company, with a market value of 1.749 billion yuan, equivalent to 12.243 billion yuan in Chinese currency, becoming its controlling shareholder. The handover is currently underway. Announcement regarding Jiang Group's acquisition of Manhwa Energy Company. Jiang Group has acquired a 51.4% stake in Manhwa Energy Company, with a market value of 2.104 billion yuan, becoming its controlling shareholder. The handover is currently underway. Announcement regarding the merger of Manhwa Energy Company and Jiangsu Energy Company. As resolved by the group's board of directors, and in order to facilitate the management of the branch companies and in accordance with the group's arrangements, Manhwa Energy Company and Jiangsu Energy Company are now merged to form Xingshan Energy Company. Xingshan Energy Company has assets of 6.773 billion yuan, of which Jiang Group holds 70.61% of the shares, and the original shareholders of Manhwa Energy hold 29.39%. In the future, Star Energy Company may be listed separately. Announcement regarding Jiang Group's acquisition of Moose Group. Jiang Group invested 1.5 billion yuan to increase its stake in Moose Group, acquiring 51% of its shares and becoming its controlling shareholder. The handover is currently underway. The Jiang Group will not interfere with the Mu Group's decision-making, and Mr. Mu Zhongxing will remain the chairman of the Mu Group. The Jiang Group will use all its resources to assist the Mu Group in completing its listing. It can be said that they remain silent until they make a stunning debut. After a long period of silence, the Jiang Group has now dropped several bombshells. This completely shattered the peaceful night. Countless people couldn't sleep all night. Holy crap, what am I seeing? Jiang Group's first half financial report and an acquisition announcement. Am I from another time? Isn't the Jiang Group a company on the verge of bankruptcy? How come its net profit is over 35 billion in just 6 months? Acquiring 3 publicly listed companies in the US, doesn't that make them a multinational corporation? The China Securities Regulatory Commission, CSRC, only recently added the Jiang Group to its risk list. How long has it been? This semi-annual report of the Jiang Group is enough to surpass the annual reports of many listed companies. More than 35 billion yuan in net profit in half a year. Pay attention, it's net profit, not revenue. How many companies can have such a high net profit? Based on the Jiang Group's assets, it must have become the richest family in Jiangxing. That's right, with total assets of over 39 billion, less than 40 billion, he is indeed the richest man in Jiangxing. This financial report isn't fabricated, is it? At the same time, many people questioned whether the Jiang Group's financial statements were fabricated. How could a company on the verge of bankruptcy generate a net profit of over 35 billion yuan in just 6 months? But some people spoke up for the Jiang Group. Those acquisition announcements are not fake. If such announcements were to be falsified, a large number of people would be arrested. Look at those companies that were acquired by the Jiang Group. The official announcement of the acquisition by the Jiang Group has been released. It was almost at the same time that Jiang Group released its announcement. The announcement was simultaneously reposted on the official websites of MU Incorporated, OIO Incorporated, BI Incorporated, Manhwa Energy, Moose Group, and the newly launched Xingshan Energy. This undoubtedly confirms the authenticity of the Jiang Group's acquisition. It was a scene of being slapped in the face at lightning speed. It seems this is true. With total assets of over 39 billion, but a market capitalization of only 3.874 billion, a tenfold difference. Doesn't that mean Jiang Group stock should increase at least 15 times? Holy crap, I just sold all my Jiang Group stock. I was actually glad I didn't lose too much. Now it seems like I'm the biggest idiot. I've lost a fortune. Ha ha ha. I was still hesitant, but luckily I didn't sell my stocks, otherwise I would have regretted it to death. Not buying Jiang Group stock was a huge mistake. A mistake of 100 million. A mistake of 100 million. We must buy the Jiang Group tomorrow. Go all in with loans. No one will help me achieve my lofty ambitions, so I will take out loans to climb to the top of the mountain, invest heavily in the Jiang Group, and then happily acquire a Cullinan. Chapter 50, Mu Wanbing's Internship. Reorganizing the Security Department. 9 o'clock that night. Jiangxin once again led his traders to conquer the U.S. stock market. 1.258 billion yuan was converted into 179 million US dollars. A series of fierce battles ensued. Bloodshed and carnage. As of 4 a.m. the following day, the account has now reached 682 million US dollars. This is equivalent to 4.774 billion yuan in Chinese currency. Net profit was 3.516 billion yuan. Profit margin, 279%. It nearly tripled. The entire sum of 4.774 billion yuan was withdrawn to the Securities Department's trading account. At 9 a.m., shares will begin their pre-market auction. Countless investors flocked to Jiang Group's stock. Yesterday's closing price was 1.22 yuan per share. It hit the daily limit during the bidding. It hit the daily limit up at 1.34 yuan per share. The share price increased by 0.12 yuan, or 9.8%. Market capitalization, 4.253 billion yuan. Countless people wanted to buy but couldn't, and the funds tied up in the lockup period once exceeded 3 small targets. This was almost expected. There was no suspense whatsoever. 10 o'clock. Mu's Group. Bing, what brings you here? Jiang Chen noticed Mu Wanbing and asked with some confusion. My dad asked me to intern at the company, so it's a way for me to get some experience in advance. Mu Wanbing said sweetly. Jiang Chen remembered that Mu Wanbing had been admitted to the School of Business Administration of Tsinghua and Peking universities. It seemed that Comrade Mu had long wanted to make Mu Wanbing his successor. He gently rubbed Mu Wanbing's head and said in a low voice, "It's good to get used to it in advance. Call me if you have any trouble." Mu Wanbing nodded in agreement. Joke. She's the daughter of the Mu Group, and she's interning at her own company. Who would dare to cause her trouble? Not to mention, the Mu Group is backed by the Jiang Group, so offending the Mu Group is tantamount to offending the Jiang Group. If you dare to offend the Jiang Group in Jiangqing, are you really afraid the fish in the river will go hungry? Inside the meeting room, the representative of the Jiang Group sat on the north side, and the representative of the Mu Group sat on the south side. However, 2 people stood out from the crowd. Jiang Chen took Mu Wanbing's hand and sat down in the main seat on the east side. But nobody would complain. They didn't even dare to look at it for long. Since the contract was signed beforehand, today's process is just a simple formality. Even a simple process takes at least an hour and a half. Jiang Chen was almost asleep from listening. I was trading U.S. stocks yesterday and didn't fall asleep until after 4 a.m. this morning, so I only got a little over 4 hours of sleep. Now that sleepiness was getting in the way, he nestled against Mu Wanbing's shoulder and fell asleep. This made Mu Wanbing extremely distressed. She secretly vowed to grow up as quickly as possible so that she could help Jiang Chen and make him less tired. Mu Wanbing woke him up just as the process was about to end. Chairman Jiang, would you like to say a few words? Mu Zhongxing's eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. Putting aside personal relationships, they only discussed business matters in the company. Jiang Chen looked around at everyone, coughed twice, and said, "Today, the Jiang Group will send people to the Mu Group to take charge of the Mu Group's listing. Once the China Securities Regulatory Commission approves the listing, the Jiang Group will complete a series of pre-listing tasks and drive up the price of Mu Group's shares to the target level, at least doubling or tripling the group's market value. As for other matters, let Chairman Mu handle them. I believe that with Chairman Mu's capabilities, the Mu Group will achieve even greater success." With just a few brief words, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. At noon, Jiang Chen had a simple lunch with Mu Wanbing, Mu Zhongxing, Lu Ruyan, and others. Back to the Jiang Group. Jiang Chen took another nap in the lounge suite of the office. No one dared to disturb them during that time. Afternoon. Bai Ruyu knocked on the glass door. "Chairman Jiang, the security personnel you instructed us to recruit are now all in place." This recruitment included 37 retired soldiers, 4 of whom were retired Special Forces soldiers. These are their files. Bai Ruyu handed a stack of files to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at them briefly and said in a low voice, "Of these 4 retired Special Forces soldiers, 1 will serve as the Security Department manager. We will also select 15 more people to reorganize the group's security department. Select 5 people, with a retired Special Forces soldier serving as the team leader, to be responsible for the security of the Jiang family villa. Choose a clever one to be my driver, and the rest will be my personal bodyguards." Now that Jiang Chen is worth tens of billions, he is bound to be targeted, making his safety of paramount importance. "Clear," Bai Ruyu said respectfully. Less than 2 hours later, she returned to the chairman's office, but this time she was not alone. She was accompanied by 4 muscular and strong men. "Chairman Jiang, everything is arranged. Let me introduce you. Zhou Yang, who previously served in a special forces unit as a squad leader, is someone I plan to recommend for the position of security manager." Jiang Chen found Zhou Yang's information and began to scrutinize him. A 182 centimeters tall man from northern China. Okay, he can temporarily serve as the acting security manager. The formal appointment will be announced at the board meeting. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, without the slightest doubt about Bai Ruyu's arrangements. Holding a board meeting to announce the formal appointment is just a formality. Nowadays, the board of directors of the Jiang Group is almost entirely dominated by Jiang Chun. There are only 4 people left on the board of directors. Jiang Qingxue has gone missing. Chairman Jiang Chun. Independent Director Guaning. Employee Director Yang Huanhai. However, Jiang Chun directly or indirectly holds 92.77% of the shares in Jiang's group, giving him the most significant say. Although Guaning holds shares and has voting rights, it makes little difference whether she has them or not. If she's a smart person, she should just enjoy her dividends and not do anything shady. Yang Huanhai, needless to say, as a director of the employee union nominated by the group, does not hold any shares in the group. Therefore, the board of directors will absolutely agree to anything Jiang Chun decides. Zhou Yang, I'm entrusting this security department to you. I hope you can reorganize the group's security department and implement semi-military management to ensure that there are no security risks within the group. Yes, Zhou Yang said in a deep voice. Jiang Chun gestured for Bai Ruiyu to continue. This Neo Manxing used to serve in a special forces unit of a certain military region. I plan to put him in charge of the security work at the Jiang family villa. Can. Zhang Jijia, who once served in a special forces unit of a certain military region, was your personal driver. Can. Ma Hongliang will serve as your bodyguard captain. Can. Jiang Chun had no objection to Bai Ruiyu's arrangements. Whether he is suitable for the job requirements remains to be seen. Their salaries will be adjusted. Their monthly salary will be increased to 45,000, and the rest of the staff will receive a monthly salary of 28,000. Other benefits are the same. As for rest, adjust it yourself. We guarantee everyone a 2-day weekend every week. If you don't take a day off, you will be compensated with double pay. If any of your comrades are looking for work, we can recommend them to the group, where the compensation is excellent. I'll take as many as you have. If the group can't accommodate them all, they can be placed in one of its subsidiaries. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. This is almost the best treatment one can get. The 4 of them were somewhat excited. The original benefits were already quite good, but Jiang Chun improved them even more. Monthly salary of 45,000. The total annual salary is 7 to 800,000. How many white-collar workers does it crush? Thank you, Chairman Jiang. Chapter 51, Wind Top Investment Destroyed. The Jiang Group released its financial statements, making it the undisputed richest family in Jiangxing, a behemoth that no one dares to mess with. Fengding Investment. Chairman Wang, the situation is bad. All the companies that originally wanted to cooperate with us have gone to the Jiang Group. There are also some projects that are currently being worked on, but the other party wants to terminate the cooperation, even at the cost of paying breach of contract penalties. The assistant said hurriedly, his eyes fixed on Wang. This is outrageous. The Jiang family is determined to oppose our Wang family. Wang roared, slamming his fist on the desk, showing that he was almost unable to contain his anger. Chairman Wang, there's one more thing. Last night, Jiang's group released its financial report for the first half of the year on its official website. The assistant said cautiously, Are you about to give up? Wang was secretly pleased. How dare they offend Fengding Investment with this? You should take a look first. There was a hint of disdain in the assistant's eyes. You don't even know the other party's background, yet you're spouting nonsense? No. Fengding Investment is finished. I'd better think of a way out as soon as possible. Wang's eyes were filled with doubt. He searched for Jiang Group in his computer browser and sure enough, a lot of news related to Jiang Group popped up. Shocking. Jiang Group releases its first half financial report with a net profit of over 35 billion yuan. Shocking. Jiang Group's total assets reach nearly 40 billion yuan, making it the richest company in Jiangxing. Shocking. How will the Jiang Group, on the verge of bankruptcy, turn things around? Shocking. Jiang Group acquires 5 companies in succession. Shocking. The Jiang Group's total assets are 10 times its market value. Wang was completely dumbfounded when he saw the words on the computer screen. He thought he was seeing things, so he clicked on one of the news articles and saw the specific figures released by the Jiang Group. This is impossible. This is fake. Wang staggered, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's all over. Everything is over. The assistant shook his head helplessly and said in a deep voice, Chairman Wang, this is my resignation letter. I resign. After saying that, the assistant tossed the employee badge to Wang and turned to leave Fengding Investment. Offending the Jiang Group will inevitably lead to the bankruptcy of Fengding Investment. A few more days passed. After several consecutive days of limit-up openings, Jiang's Group stock rose to 2.17 yuan per share, with a market value of 6.885 billion yuan. The funds locked up still exceeded 200 million yuan. Countless people want to buy it, but they can't. The A-share circulating equity accounts for 2.93%, totaling 92.96 million shares. There aren't nearly enough to go around for all the stock market investors. Everyone knows that Jiang Group stock is a sure thing now, with a potential return of at least 10 times, so who would be foolish enough to sell it prematurely? In the past few days, the funds in the securities department's accounts have exceeded 50 billion yuan. The group's financial account still has 4 billion yuan in funds. We've never been this rich before. Jiang Chen's personal stock account has a market value of 3.185 billion yuan. Today, Jiang Chen's personal assets are 7.502 billion yuan, making him the richest man in Jiangxing. A billionaire at only 18 years old. It's worth mentioning. These past few days, Wang from Fengding Investment has been coming to the Jiang Group building every day, wanting to pay a visit to Jiang Chun, presumably to apologize and beg for leniency. Jiang Chun had never seen him even once. Sister Rian, how's the investment situation at Fengding? Jiang Chun flipped through the documents in his hand and casually asked a question. The situation is not good. It's almost on the verge of bankruptcy. Ever since the Jiang Group released the news, no one has dared to cooperate with Fengding Investment, and all the projects that were originally agreed upon have been terminated. Lu Rian said in a calm tone. Notify the Strategic Investment Department to initiate the acquisition of Fengding Investment. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Chairman Jiang, you want to acquire Fengding Investment? Fengding Investment is on the verge of bankruptcy. What use is a bankrupt company to you? Lu Rian was somewhat puzzled. Fengding Investment has several hundred employees. If Fengding Investment goes bankrupt, these employees will lose their jobs. Although the Wang family father and son are despicable, many employees are innocent. Besides, Fengding Investment has many projects with good development prospects and can make a lot of money. Okay, I'll inform Li Zhongfeng right away. We want a full acquisition, 100% controlling stake. Clear. Actually, there's another reason. He wants to integrate. The group's Strategic Investment Department, Risk Assessment Department, and Fengding Investment were reorganized to form Xingchen Investment Group, which can be considered a subsidiary of Jiang's Group. Going forward, all of the group's overseas investment activities within China will be handled by Xingchen Investment Group. As the parent company, Jiang's Group is responsible for the appointment and removal of senior management personnel, the finance of its subsidiaries, and audit supervision. Clear division of labor facilitates management. On that day, Li Zhongfeng and people from the Jiang Group's Strategic Investment Department came directly to Fengding Investment. Upon hearing that people from the Jiang Group had arrived, Wang hurriedly came out to greet them. Mr. Li, we apologize for not being able to greet you properly with such a distinguished guest. Li Zhongfeng and others went to Wang's office and handed him the acquisition contract directly. Chairman Wang, we are here today for only one purpose, to acquire Fengding Investment on the instructions of Chairman Jiang. Also, please ask Chairman Wang to tell those shareholders to come and discuss the acquisition. Wang's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Li Zhongfeng's cold words. Chairman Jiang instructed that if you refuse or are unable to acquire the company in its entirety, then Fengding Investment has no reason to exist. Chairman Wang should know the financial strength and power of the Jiang Group. This is no joke. Wang slumped on the sofa, his eyes slightly vacant. After a long silence, he slowly said, I agree. He then took out his phone and made several calls, asking the company's shareholders to wait in the conference room. Mr. Li, the notification has been completed. Shall we move to the conference room? All right. Thank you for leading the way, Chairman Wang. In the conference room of Fengding Investment, a group of shareholders arrived one after another. Wang looked around at everyone and said weakly, Everyone, I've called you here today because I have something to announce. This is Mr. Li, the CEO of Jiang's Group. Jiang's Group wants to acquire Fengding Investment. Li Zhongfeng waved his hand, and someone distributed the acquisition contracts to each shareholder. This is the acquisition agreement. All the terms are clearly stated. Please sign it if there are no problems. Sign as soon as possible and process it as soon as possible. Li Zhongfeng's words were particularly forceful. No way. It was the Jiang Group that gave him his confidence. It was Jiang Chun who gave him his confidence. Some people will hesitate. Li Zhongfeng glanced at his subordinate, who understood and said, Actually, we could have waited until Fengding Investment went bankrupt before starting the acquisition plan, but our chairman Jiang is kind-hearted, so he gave you this opportunity. You all have only 10 minutes to consider. If you haven't made a decision by then Fengding Investment will go bankrupt completely, and your shares will become worthless. Li Zhongfeng snorted coldly and said, Why don't you all give it a try and see if the Jiang Group can do it? No, I'll sign. Shareholders quickly signed off. He dared not gamble. In less than 10 minutes, all the shareholders had signed their names. Finance, transfer the money. Today, Fengding Investment is wholly owned by Jiang Group, which holds 100% of its shares. Chapter 52 Rich and Powerful? The next day, August 7, 2024, Jiang Group's stock hit the daily limit again, reaching 2.38 yuan per share, with a market capitalization of 7.55 billion yuan. The Securities Department's account held 61.48 billion yuan. The group's financial accounts hold 3.057 billion yuan. Jiang Group conference room. The group's senior management had been informed the day before. Lu Rian pushed open the glass door, and Jiang Qin stepped into the conference room. Everyone stood up respectfully and said, "Good morning, Chairman Jiang. Please sit down." Today's meeting mainly discussed several arrangements for the group and its next development direction. First, the group currently has ample funds and will repay all debts in one lump sum. The specifics will be handled by the finance department. Jiang Qin's eyes were fixed on Tang Qingqing. The latter replied respectfully, "Understood." Second, regarding improvements to employee benefits. The basic salary of all employees will be increased by 20%, and the original 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund will be adjusted to 6 social insurances and 2 housing funds. The individual contribution will be paid by the group and no longer needs to be paid by the individual. The company will bear 50% of the personal income tax, and employees will only need to pay the original 50%. This will also be handled by the finance department. Tang Qingqing felt a headache coming on. According to Jiang Qin's requirements, the monthly personnel expenses alone amounted to as much as 400 million yuan. Besides, does such a divine benefit even exist? What company would dare to do something like this? But since Chairman Jiang has given the order, she only needs to carry it out. Third, it's still about improving employee benefits. Add a scholarship for children taking the college entrance exam. For any employee of the Jiang Group whose child is admitted to university, the group will cover the tuition fees and provide additional bonuses. Everyone was stunned. What on earth is this scholarship for children's college entrance exams? They had never even heard of it. Jiang Qin continued. If you are admitted to a 985 or 211 university, you will receive an additional reward of 50,000 yuan per year. If you are admitted to a first-tier university, you will receive an additional reward of 30,000 yuan per year. If you are admitted to a second-tier university, you will receive an additional reward of 20,000 yuan per year. And if you are admitted to a vocational college, you will receive an additional reward of 10,000 yuan per year. During internships at key universities or first-tier universities, students can be assigned to companies under the Jiang Group nearby. Upon graduation, they can directly join the Jiang Group headquarters or its subsidiaries. This is not a guaranteed job, it's just a priority opportunity. If you are negligent, inactive, or fail the personnel assessment during your employment, the group will still dismiss you. But there is one condition: no criminal record, no gross negligence, and no unethical behavior. Otherwise, you will be dismissed immediately. This task will be coordinated by the Human Resources Department, with assistance from the Finance Department and the Audit and Supervision Department. As a result, the annual expenses for employee salaries and various benefits alone amount to 6 or 7 billion. Chairman Jiang is indeed wealthy and powerful. Fourth, the Xingchen Charity Foundation was established under the leadership of the group, and 10% of the group's annual net profit will be used for charitable causes. Prioritize assistance to remote areas, addressing the education and healthcare needs of left-behind children and the elderly living alone. At least 2 public schools will be built every year, covering kindergarten, primary school, junior high school, and senior high school, and education will be completely free. First, we will build a hospital in Jiangcheng to provide free medical services to the poor. This hospital will not be for profit. We want to help people get better while spending less money. If they can take medicine, they can take injections instead of injections. If they can take injections, they can take 4 drips instead of 4 drips. And if they can avoid examinations, they can avoid examinations. This task will be temporarily led by the board office, while the Human Resources Department will recruit personnel to establish the group's public welfare department. Fifth, the Strategic Investment Department, Risk Assessment Department, and Fengding Investment will be integrated to form Xingchen Investment Group. From now on, all domestic investment business will be handled by Xingchen Investment. Star Investment has the right to acquire its third-tier subsidiaries. I personally serve as the chairman of Xingchen Investment Group. Li Zhongfeng has been appointed as the vice president and general manager of Xingchen Investment Group. Fu Xinhe has been appointed as the deputy general manager of Xingchen Investment Group. In addition, the Audit and Supervision Department of Shingshan Investment Group is directly assigned by the group's Audit and Supervision Department and is subject to dual leadership. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. Li Zhongfeng and Fu Xinhe were particularly excited upon receiving their appointments, especially Li Zhongfeng. He was originally the manager of the Strategic Investment Department, but now he is the vice chairman and general manager of Shingshan Investment Group. That's considered a promotion. As for Fu Xinhe, he was just promoted to manager of the Risk Assessment Department, and now he has become the deputy general manager of Shingshan Investment Group. Although he went from being the head of a department to the second in command of a branch company, it's clear to everyone that Shingshan Investment Group might be the future focus of Jiang's group. Otherwise, Chairman Jiang would not have personally assumed the chairmanship of Shingshan Investment Group. There's nothing we can do about it. In his previous life, Jiang Chun was a talent in the investment world. If he were given a second chance at life, all he would do is invest. The system rewards also provide insight into the stock market, which is why the Jiang Group's current development is limited to the investment field. 6. The Human Resources Department conducts a comprehensive assessment of the group and its subsidiaries' employees every 6 months, and employees who fail to meet the assessment standards will be dismissed. Subsidiaries have the right to appoint and dismiss lower-level managers and ordinary employees. The appointment and dismissal of middle-level managers are reported by the subsidiary to the Human Resources Department of the parent company for approval. Senior managers are assigned and appointed by the Human Resources Department of the parent company. The Audit and Supervision Department conducts random checks on the group and its subsidiaries every quarter, while the secondary audit and supervision departments are rotated every 6 months to strictly prevent any corruption. The Finance Department conducts a comprehensive review of the finances of the group and its subsidiaries every 6 months, and large financial expenditures must be reported to the group's Finance Department. If we don't have enough staff, we can recruit more employees, but the work must be done. In other words, it grants subsidiaries the right to operate independently. However, personnel, auditing, and oversight, and financial authority are firmly held by the group headquarters. By firmly grasping these 3 rights, one can restrain the behavior of branch managers, reduce the occurrence of corruption, and at the same time, maintain complete control over the branch. 7th, the Security Department is responsible for reorganizing the branch's security personnel and adopting semi-military management. Security personnel for branch offices are recruited by the group's Security Department, and priority should be given to veterans during the recruitment process. New employees will receive training from the group's Security Department upon joining the company, and will be assigned to various branches by the group's Security Department. At the same time, we can contact the local government. Every year there are many retired soldiers. Jiang Group and its subsidiaries are willing to settle them and guarantee excellent treatment. This task will be primarily handled by the Security Department, with assistance from the Human Resources Department. Regarding the group's next development direction, we must acquire an absolute controlling stake of more than 51% in the projects and companies in Jiangcheng that have promising development prospects. The future of the Jiang Group is not limited to Jiangxing. The next step is to expand into Jiangdong Province and become the richest family in Jiangdong Province. But Jiangcheng is our base. We must develop Jiangcheng well before we can confidently go out into the world. Chapter 53 is trending. He deserves to make money. On that day, Jiang's group internally sent out a notice on salary adjustments, which was distributed to every employee at the group headquarters and its subsidiaries. What's going on? Basic salary increased by 20%. Social insurance and housing fund changed from 5 to 6 and 2. The company pays 50% of personal income tax, and the individual only needs to pay 50%. Holy crap, this is some kind of divine perk. Chairman Jiang is too awesome. Who says all capitalists profit from human suffering? I think our Chairman Jiang is the most handsome boss in the world. Without a doubt. My monthly salary used to be 8,000 yuan, but now it's increased by 1,600 yuan. I'm going to celebrate properly when I get back. These 6 types of insurance and 2 types of housing funds alone are enough to make countless people envious. My wife advised me to quit my job as soon as possible, but now it seems that not listening to her was the best decision I ever made. I'm going to post this on my WeChat moments. I'm going to make them all envious. Wait a minute. What's with this student's college entrance exam bonus? I've never heard of it before, and I've never heard of any company offering such a bonus. Could it be something created by our Jiang Group? For any child of a Jiang Group employee who is admitted to a university, the group not only covers the tuition fees, but also provides an additional bonus. Students from 985 and 211 universities receive a bonus of 50,000 yuan per year. My daughter is taking the college entrance exam this year. Does that mean she's ineligible for the company's bonus? No, look at the notes at the back. This benefit is available starting this year, including this year's college entrance exam takers. My son is about to take the college entrance exam, but his grades are terrible. No way, I'm going to buy 2 7 Wolf cigarettes. If he doesn't study hard enough, I'll beat him until his skin is torn and bleeding. Old Wong, just let me know when you're going to discipline the kids, and we'll do it together so they can feel the love of a father. My daughter's grades are pretty good, but she still has 2 years until the college entrance exam. Let's try to get into a 985 or 211 university. All I want to say is that the employee benefits and compensation packages in our group are among the best in the world. On this day, almost all employees of the Jiang Group posted on WeChat Moments, Xiaohongshu, Douyin, and other platforms, complaining about the group's repeated changes to employee benefits, but in reality, they were showing off. A silent display of pride. Jiang Group is trending on social media again. Amazing. What kind of incredible company is this? The employee benefits at Jiang's Group are truly enviable. Boss, have you heard your employees' cries? This is the first time I've heard of a scholarship for children's college entrance exams. There are only 2 kinds of bosses in the world, Jiang Chun and everyone else. The world's most handsome boss. Other bosses, how are we expected to make empty promises? Why? Why are they paid so well? Why am I not an employee of the Jiang Group? Did you get our permission to unilaterally increase employee benefits? We don't agree, because we didn't. Yes, we strongly oppose the Jiang Group arbitrarily increasing employee benefits, unless our boss is like you. But that's simply impossible. Wah. I won't tell anyone who's envious. I sent the employee benefits and compensation information of Jiang's Group to our boss, and our boss told me to pack my things and get out. Jiang Group is the only company with a conscience. Others are afraid of not exploiting their employees enough, but they are afraid of not giving their employees enough. I've never felt the difference between people before, but this is the first time I've felt the difference between companies. Hey boss, come and learn from this. Only by treating employees like family can you create more value. If you treat them like cattle, you're just an animal husband. By the way, is the Jiang Group still hiring? I really want to work for the Jiang Group. If I find a partner who works for the Jiang Group, I don't even need a bride price. Currently, the entire internet is filled with discussions about the Jiang Group. Countless people envy the employees of the Jiang Group. For every person who envies Jiang Chun, there is another boss who hates him. Everyone was peacefully exploiting each other, and then you just flip the table? You don't follow the rules of capitalism, and you treat your employees so well. How are you going to let them continue to exploit you? But what can they do? The Jiang Group has assets worth tens of billions. Its size is what it is. At the same time, some state media outlets actually praise the Jiang Group. Minzhong Daily. Jiang's Group has comprehensively improved employee salaries and benefits, not only raising basic wages by 20%, but also increasing social insurance and housing provident fund from 5 to 6, and even proactively covering 50% of employees' personal income tax. Furthermore, Jiang's Group has innovated its bonus system, establishing scholarships for children's education. Jiang's Group's consideration for every employee is worthy of emulation by other business owners. Xinhua News Agency reports. The official media's praise for the Jiang Group has propelled it to a new level. A company that prioritizes employee welfare deserves everyone's praise. The official media's public praise is a way of guiding business owners to improve employee benefits and put themselves in their employees' shoes. The exploitation of workers by capital seems to have become a consensus, despite repeated talks by relevant departments, with little effect. Now, the Jiang Group has taken the lead in breaking this consensus, which may have unexpected effects. That night, Jiang's Group issued another announcement on its official website. Jiang Group announcement regarding the establishment of a charity foundation. As resolved at the group's senior management meeting and approved by the group's board of directors, it was decided to establish the Xingchen Charity Foundation, with 10% of the group's annual net profit to be used for charitable causes. The Starry Sky Charity Foundation prioritizes helping remote areas to address the education and healthcare needs of left-behind children and the elderly living alone. At least 2 public schools will be built every year, covering kindergarten, primary school, junior high school, and senior high school, and education will be completely free. With Jiangcheng as the first pilot city, a comprehensive public hospital will be established to provide free medical services to the poor. The hospital will not be for profit, but will take it as its mission to treat serious illnesses with low costs and will eliminate all unnecessary prescriptions and examinations. The group is establishing a public welfare department and is recruiting philanthropists nationwide. Signature, Jiang's Group, official seal. Date, August 7, 2024. Chairman, Jiang Chun, official seal. The announcement sparked heated discussions once again. Wow, the Jiang Group has established a charitable foundation. They're allocating 10% of the group's annual net profit to charity. According to the financial report just released by the Jiang Group, the net profit in the first half of the year was more than 35 billion yuan. 10% of the net profit isn't that 3.5 billion yuan? Nearly 7 billion yuan a year is spent on public welfare. Has the Jiang Group gone mad? Other chairmen try to make money into their own pockets, but he just keeps spitting money out like crazy. Other bosses complain they don't have enough money, but Jiang Chun complains he has too much. First they improved employee benefits, then they established a charitable foundation. The Jiang Group is truly impressive. No wonder the Jiang Group can make money. Chapter 54 Jiang Group Press Conference. Chairman Jiang, many media outlets have wanted to interview you recently. Especially after the announcement last night, there were many inquiries from the media, including several state media outlets. The next day, as soon as she arrived at the office, Lu Rian hurriedly went to find Jiang Chun. As the company's secretary, her phone is constantly ringing off the hook. Initially, due to the crisis at the Jiang Group and the fact that a new chairman had just taken office, he declined numerous media interviews. Now that the crisis has been resolved, the Jiang Group has topped the trending searches multiple times, and its brand awareness has been greatly enhanced. Giving media interviews at this time would be beneficial to the group's development. What's more, it was praised by official media. Inform the media that a press conference will be held at 3 p.m. today. Jiang Chun glanced at the schedule and realized he had half a day free in the afternoon. Good. Also, what is the current situation of Jiang's real estate company? Jiang Chun stared at Lu Ruyan and asked in confusion. Although he had seen information about the group's subsidiaries before, he didn't know much about the specifics. After all, at that time, all I was thinking about was how to turn the company's situation around and resolve the crisis. Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment and said, since the real estate bubble burst, Jiang's real estate company has been in a state of semi-death, mostly taking on small projects with limited profits, but it is able to barely survive. Summon the head of Jiang's real estate company to see me. Okay. Before long, the person in charge of Jiang's real estate company arrived at Jiang Chun's office. Chairman Jiang, you wanted to see me? The man spoke respectfully, his head bowed, not daring to look at Jiang Chun. The black suit jacket couldn't hide his beer belly at all, making him look somewhat comical. His head was bald, with very little hair. Jiang Chun sized up the man. Fan Wenlong. It's me. As the person in charge of Jiang's real estate, do you think you bear any responsibility for letting the company get into this state? Jiang Chun's tone was somewhat cold. Fan Wenlong hurriedly said, Chairman Jiang, the real estate market is in a bad state. The entire real estate industry is collapsing, not just our Jiang's real estate. Back then, if it weren't for Chairman Jiang using the group's working capital to help Jiang's real estate pay off its debts, Jiang's real estate would probably no longer exist. Oh, you're trying to use my mom to pressure me. No, I wouldn't dare. Take a look at this document. Jiang Chun tossed a stack of documents to Fan Wenlong. Fan Wenlong glanced at him twice, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His terrified eyes stared at Jiang Chun. Chairman Jiang, please spare me this time. I promise I will never do it again. I swear to be loyal to the Jiang Group and to you. The document detailed how, over the past few years, Fan Wenlong betrayed the group by leaking tender documents to competitors, resulting in the loss of several projects and causing Jiang's real estate to suffer significant financial losses. Therefore, the decline of Jiang's real estate was not only due to the downturn in the real estate industry, but also because there was a mole within the company. No need for further words. I can give you some dignity by letting you resign and leave on your own. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't be able to stay in Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun spoke coldly, showing no mercy to traitors. Thank you for your magnanimity, Chairman Jiang. I will submit my resignation as soon as I get back. Wait a moment. Jiang Chun suddenly called out to Fan Wenlong, who was leaving, and said in a deep voice, I'm asking you, who can serve as the general manager of Jiang's real estate? Ma Guoyang. He's the deputy general manager of Jiang's real estate, but you've been suppressing him just because he doesn't fit in? Even though he's the deputy general manager of Jiang's real estate, you've completely stripped him of his power. Yes. Fan Wenlong lowered his head and said, Okay, I understand. This time, we'll consider it a voluntary resignation. You'll receive all the compensation you're entitled to. The Jiang Group won't treat you unfairly. Think carefully about how you've been reporting to the group. Jiang Chun waved his hand. He didn't want to say anything more to Fan Wenlong. The Jiang Group is currently in the eye of the storm, under the watchful eyes of all the media. If another scandal involving a branch manager leaking secrets were to break, many would likely be eager to see the Jiang Group make a fool of itself. Anyway, Jiang Chen doesn't lack this money, so it's better to avoid causing the group any more trouble. Chairman Jiang, the media reporters have arrived at the press conference. Almost all the media outlets, big and small, have come. Even some small media outlets have tried to participate in this press conference. Lu Rian said in a deep voice, her bright eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen straightened his suit and said in a low voice, "Let's go." The scene of the press conference. This morning, reporters received the news and rushed to Wuhan, fearing they would miss today's press conference. This was the first press conference held by Jiang Chen since he took over as chairman. Reporters from major state media outlets sat in the first few rows, local media sat in the middle rows, and other smaller media and entertainment media sat in the back. Thank you to all the media reporters for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend the Jiang Group's press conference. I am the host of today's press conference. The Jiang Group hired a professional host to oversee the press conference. Next, please welcome Mr. Jiang Chen, chairman of the Jiang Group, with applause. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue as Jiang Chen walked onto the stage under everyone's watchful eyes. The spotlight shone on him, and cameras snapped photos frantically. Everyone was amazed. The chairman of the Jiang Group was not only young but also quite handsome, only slightly less so than the viewers in front of the screen. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Chen, the chairman of Jiang's Group. Currently, I am also a freshman in the Department of Finance at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Everyone gasped. Although they investigated Jiang Chen's background, he became chairman of the Jiang Group at the age of 18. However, upon hearing that he was a student who had just finished the college entrance examination and was about to be admitted to the Department of Finance at Tsinghua and Peking universities, I was deeply impressed. Everyone was still somewhat shocked. This is just ridiculous. Looking back at her own child, who was the same age as Jiang Chen, she was still at home asking, "Mom, can I eat this? Mom, can I eat that?" Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Looks like we'll have to call in the 7 wolves of fatherly love again. I know everyone is curious and wants to know how I brought the Jiang Group back to life and how I saved a company that was on the verge of bankruptcy. I want to say that this is all thanks to everyone's support and trust. Without their trust, I probably wouldn't have achieved what I have today. So I want to thank them. Thank every single employee. I'm sure everyone saw the trending topics yesterday. Jiang's Group is improving employee benefits. What may seem like a company improving employee benefits is actually just an expression of gratitude for their contributions. Without the hard work of its employees, no company, not even the Jiang Group, would have achieved what it has today. This is what everyone deserves. Chapter 55. We, the youth, cherish the ambition to serve our country. I firmly believe that companies should consider things from the employee's perspective. Don't just think about what employees can bring to the company. You should consider what the company can bring to the employees. If you can give your employees a graceful and dignified appearance, they will give back even more to the company. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, his deep gaze swept over everyone, and the dazzling spotlights flashed wildly, making his figure appear exceptionally tall and imposing. The beautiful host walked back onto the stage, stood next to Jiang Chen, and respectfully asked, "Thank you for your wonderful speech, Chairman Jiang. Now we will begin the QA session. Due to Chairman Jiang's limited time, there are only 3 slots available for this QA session. Please raise your hand if you have any questions." All the media reporters in the audience raised their hands. Jiang Chen glanced around and chose the reporter from the People's Daily. "Hello, Chairman Jiang. After listening to your speech, I realized that success is by no means accidental. I saw the latest financial report of Jiang Group and found that most of the group's profits come from stock market investments. Many netizens commented that you are a stock market legend and a new generation of stock market god. What are your thoughts on this, Chairman Jiang?" The reporter from Minzhong Daily spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Jiang Chen smiled kindly and said in a low voice, "You're right. The Jiang Group had been losing money for the past few months. It wasn't until I took office that I focused on the stock market and made my first fortune. It was the stock market that turned the crisis around for the Jiang Group. The A-share market has not performed well in the past 2 years, especially this year, with the main index falling below 2,600 points. Many stock investors have suffered heavy losses. The government has introduced a series of policies in an attempt to revitalize the stock market, but the results have been less than ideal. The stock market is experiencing widespread pessimism. Judging from the current economic environment, not only China, but the world economy is in a slump. In particular, changes in the international situation have seriously affected the investment of foreign capital. But compared to other countries, China is stable and its people live and work in peace and contentment, making it a worthwhile place to invest. Therefore, I hope that capital from all over the world can see China, come to China to visit, and that investing in China will definitely not be a regret. This is a surefire way to make money. Finally, I want to say to the retail investors in the stock market, everyone has seen the market downturn, and few can smell investment opportunities. So everyone should focus on their work and treat stock trading as a pastime in their spare time. Don't put all your money into stock market investment. At least, when the stock market is declining, it won't affect your normal quality of life. Jiang Chun spoke from the bottom of his heart. It was his true feeling. The second reporter to ask a question came from China News Service, another top state media outlet in China. Chairman Jiang, you became the chairman of the Jiang Group at just 18 years old, making you the youngest entrepreneur in China. At the same time, you have excellent academic performance, entering Tsinghua and Peking universities, China's top universities, as the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination. I wonder if you have anything to say to the youth of China. First, a reporter from the Minzhong Daily asked him about his views on the investment environment and stock market investment, and then a reporter from the New China News Service asked him what he wanted to say to Chinese youth. As expected of official media, their stance is truly superior. Jiang Chun, holding the microphone, pondered for a moment and said, "Here, I would like to first borrow the words of a certain educator. When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are wealthy, the nation is wealthy. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. The rising sun shines brightly. Rivers emerge from their hidden depths, flowing into a vast ocean. Hidden dragons soar from the abyss, their scales and claws flashing. Young tigers roar in the valleys, causing all beasts to tremble. Eagles test their wings, stirring up dust and wind. Rare flowers begin to bloom, resplendent and magnificent. The sword is sharpened, its edge gleaming. The sky is blue above, the earth is yellow below, spanning 1,000 ages, encompassing the 8 directions. The future is like the sea, the days ahead are long. How beautiful are the youth of China, as timeless as the heavens. How magnificent are the youth of China, as boundless as the nation." He recited a passage from Ode to Young China in a magnetic voice, which was also Jiang Chen's favorite passage. Youth are the foundation of the nation and the hope and future of a people. We, the youth, should cherish the ambition to serve our country and devote ourselves to the great cause of building our motherland, so that China can once again stand proudly at the top of the world and recreate the glorious glory of our Chinese nation. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. In Chairman Jiang, I see the shadow of hundreds of millions of young Chinese people. The future of China is destined to be full of unlimited potential. Jiang Chun gave the last opportunity to ask a question to the Jiangxing media. At least the Jiang Group's roots are still in Jiangxing, and he himself is a native of Jiangxing. We have to give our own family a proper picture. Chairman Jiang, you must have encountered many difficulties when you first took over the group. I would like to ask you, what made you persevere? Jiang Chun pursed his lips. I think it should be responsibility. When I first took over the group, I knew nothing about it, and I was very grateful for everyone's help. The Jiang Group is my mother's life's work, and I can't let her life's work be destroyed. Similarly, nearly 10,000 employees and nearly 10,000 families rely on the Jiang Group. For my mother's sake, and for the employees who rely on the Jiang Group, I must do everything in my power and not let them down. As it turns out, I succeeded. But I still have to say that without them, there would be no Jiang Group as it is today. My success is simply because I stood on their shoulders and they lifted me to my current position. Here, I would like to express my gratitude once again to all the employees of the Jiang Group. After the press conference, staff from the Jiang Group invited the media reporters to the banquet hall and prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. This is the Jiang Group's way of treating guests. Back in his office, Jiang Chen opened his stock trading software. Today's limit up ended again. The total market value of the individual stock account is 1.176 billion yuan. Meanwhile, Jiang's Group's stock hit its daily limit up immediately upon opening. 1.62 yuan per share. The group's market capitalization is 5.104 billion yuan. However, many investors still complain in the stock comment section. They tried for several days but failed to acquire any shares in the Jiang Group. Those who hold the stock certainly won't let go. They're all waiting for the stock to hit its daily limit so they can profit from several more limit up days. Who would easily give up money that's already in their hands? Jiang Chen, are you free tonight? Just as Jiang Chun was bored and playing games, he suddenly received a call from Mu Wanbing. What's wrong? Jiang Chun asked in confusion. It's rare for this girl to take the initiative to ask me out. I have to make time even if I don't have time. There's a gathering of wealthy families, and I'd like you to come with me, Mu Wanbing said in a low voice. Now that the Mu Group has been acquired by the Jiang Group, with the Jiang Group as its backer, many people naturally want to curry favor with it. Not only did he try to curry favor with Mu Zhongxing, but he also tried every means to curry favor with Mu Wanbing. Okay, I'll come pick you up later. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chun called Lu Rian over. Sister Rian, I'm accompanying Wanbing to a high society gathering tonight. Let's cancel all our plans for tonight. Chapter 56 Private Banquet, an Irresistible Allure. Longhu Villa. The Li family, a wealthy clan in Jiangcheng, hosted a private banquet, which was attended by many business elites and heiresses. These private banquets are essentially a form of resource sharing, where people chat, build relationships, and perhaps even develop business connections and collaborations within their own companies. Although the Mu family isn't considered a wealthy family in Jiangcheng, they still have assets worth hundreds of millions, so they can generally meet the basic requirements. The Mu family had previously received numerous invitations to banquets, and had even hosted several themselves. Mu Wanbing rarely participates, as she is aloof, not good at socializing, and dislikes crowds. This time, however, things are different. The Mu family status has risen dramatically, and many people want to curry favor with them and seek cooperation. Even top-tier wealthy families are keen to befriend the Mu family, simply because the Mu family is backed by the Jiang Group. Furthermore, Mu Wanbing's internship at the Mu Group, where she began to engage with the group's business and make connections with these daughters of prominent families and young masters of wealthy clans, is not necessarily a bad thing for the group's development. Moreover, as Jiang Chen's girlfriend, she wanted to shorten the gap between them as much as possible. Thus, Mu Wanbing, who had almost never attended a high society banquet, surprisingly participated. Mr. Mu, it's been a long time. And this is... When Mu Zhongxing arrived at the Li family, many people came over to greet him, and they also noticed the beautiful girl next to him. I've heard that Mr. Mu has another daughter. Could this be her? That's right. This is my daughter, Mu Wanbing. Wanbing, please say hello to all the uncles and elders. Mu Zhongxing said with a smile. Mu Wanbing politely greeted everyone. Hello, uncles and elders. I've long heard that the Mu family's daughter is stunningly beautiful, and seeing her today, I can confirm it's true. Old Mu, you've raised a wonderful daughter. Mr. Mu is so lucky. My niece Wanbing is not only young and beautiful, but I've also heard she's a top student. Hearing everyone praise her precious daughter, Mu Zhongxing felt especially proud. I wouldn't call her a top student, but her college entrance exam results were pretty good. She received her admission notices from Tsinghua and Peking universities a few days ago, so she's going to be a freshman at one of them. What? Those are top universities in China. I never expected my niece to be a top student at Tsinghua or Peking University. It's truly enviable to have such an outstanding woman. Mr. Mu, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Your niece has been admitted to a top university. Shouldn't you be throwing a grand celebration? That's right. If my daughter were even slightly better than my niece Wanbing, I would definitely publicize it and want the whole of Jiangxing to know. I heard that Chairman Jiang of the Jiang Group got into Tsinghua or Peking University this year. I never expected that two genius teenagers would emerge from our Jiangxing this year. Chairman Jiang is quite capable. He single-handedly turned the situation around for the Jiang Group and became the richest man in Jiangxing. Hearing everyone's endless praise for Jiang Chun, Mu Wanbing was overjoyed, even more so than when others praised her. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the Longhu Villa, followed by 4 black Mercedes-Benz GLS 450s. 14 bodyguards dressed in black suits stood in 2 rows. Zhang Jijia hurriedly got out of the car, opened the back door, and raised his hand to block it. Jiang Chun got out of the back seat of the Phantom and looked around. Wait for me here. Yes. Zhang Jijia, Ma Hongliang, and others said respectfully. They are responsible for protecting Jiang Chen's personal safety. However, security was tight for this private gathering, and the attendees were well-known figures in Jiangxing, so there was naturally no danger. That's why they followed Jiang Chen's instructions and waited at the villa entrance. Even so, they remained vigilant, constantly observing their surroundings, fearing any unexpected situation might arise. This is their duty. Jiang Chun took out his phone and dialed Mu Wanbing's number. As soon as the Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived, the villa's servants saw the license plate number, Jiang C88888, and immediately reported it to the Li family's butler. In Jiangcheng, there is only one person who can display a license plate with 5 eighths, and that is Jiang Chun, the richest man in Jiangxing and chairman of the Jiang Group. Upon receiving the report from his subordinate, the steward hurriedly reported it to Li Zhongtian, the head of the Li family and chairman of the Li Group. Sir, Chairman Jiang has arrived. Oh, Li Zhongtian was somewhat puzzled. He seemed not to have expected Jiang Chun to attend the Li family banquet. Go and greet them. Li Zhongtian, who was chatting with Mu Zhongxing and others, hurriedly said. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Jiang has arrived. Please excuse me for a moment to go to the door to greet him. Chairman Jiang has actually come? Let's go and greet him together. Finally, I'll be able to see this legendary Chairman Jiang in person. Let's go quickly, don't keep Chairman Jiang waiting. Suddenly, Mu Wanbing's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Jiang Chun standing at the villa entrance. Hello. I've arrived. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Jiang Chen's magnetic voice came through the receiver. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Mu Wanbing waving, as well as Mu Zhongxing, Li Zhongtian, and others walking over. Wanbing. Mu Wanbing threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen gently rubbed her head, his eyes filled with affection. All right, didn't I come to keep you company? Let's go and say hello to Uncle Mu and the others first. Mu Wanbing reluctantly let go of Jiang Chen, but at the same time took his arm, and the two walked towards Mu Zhongxing and the others. Uncle Mu. Jiang Chen first greeted Mu Zhongxing politely. Xiao Chen, you're here. Let me introduce you, Uncle. This is Mr. Li Zhongtian, chairman of the Li Group and the organizer of tonight's banquet. Chairman Jiang, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend this banquet. It truly brings honor to Longhu Villa. Li Zhongtian said respectfully. Although he was the head of the Li family, a top-tier wealthy family in Jiangcheng, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Jiang Chun. Who can blame him for being so capable? In less than a month, he was able to revive the Jiang Group and generate more than 30 billion yuan in net profit, making him the richest man in Jiangcheng. Its net profit in just half a year is almost equivalent to 10 Li groups. This is the third largest private enterprise in Jiangcheng, second only to Jiang Group and Wanhai Energy in the past. Chairman Li, you're too kind. Jiang Chun was very approachable and treated everyone the same. Chairman Jiang, I'm from Xunfa Technology. Chairman Jiang, I'm from the Lin Group. Chairman Jiang, I am. The dozen or so business executives around him greeted him warmly, their tone extremely respectful, their posture so humble they were practically crawling on the ground. In the end, it was Mu Zhongxing who came to Jiang Chen's rescue, saying in a deep voice, Xiao Chun has been busy all day, let's go inside and talk. Yes, look at my head. Chairman Jiang, I have been very negligent. Please forgive me. Li Zhongtian said apologetically. Chairman Jiang, please. Jiang Chun led Mu Wanbing into the Li family villa. Li Zhongtian was half a body length behind them on the left, and Mu Zhongxing was behind them on the right. Then came the bosses of various families and companies. Jiang Chen's arrival attracted the attention of many people, especially the daughters of wealthy families. Their eyes were practically sparkling. Women will always be attracted to outstanding men, no matter when they are young. Jiang Chun, it's all my fault for this damned, irresistible charm. I hope Wanbing won't be jealous. Chapter 57 Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. But our chairman Jiang is a man of integrity and naturally wouldn't pay any attention to those rich young ladies. The group arrived at the lounge inside the Li family villa. There was bound to be some small talk. Everyone showered Jiang Chun and Mu Wanbing with compliments and praises, their attitudes extremely humble. No way. They were really going all out for the sake of their family business and their relationship with Jiang Chenpan. Jiang Chen's eyes occasionally swept over the crowd, but their attention remained fixed on Mu Wanbing, watching her every move, worried that she might not be comfortable in this setting. The CEO's concern. After chatting with the crowd for a while, Jiang Chun had already formed a general idea and a rough first impression. Please listen to me first. Almost everyone here represents the Jiangxing business community. I think we can all unite and make money together. Jiang Chun said in a calm tone. Going it alone will never make you strong or big. Only through unity and cooperation can you go further. Just like the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce, Taishan Chamber of Commerce, and Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Jiang is right. Chairman Jiang, please continue. Chairman Jiang, what are your thoughts? Chairman Jiang, please speak. We will all listen to you. The people around echoed him, their expressions still as obsequious as ever. Jiang Chun looked around at everyone and said in a low voice, I wonder if our Jiangxing business community could establish a chamber of commerce? Members could share resources, cooperate for mutual benefit, and make Jiangxing's business reputation known far and wide, beyond Jiangxing, beyond Jiangdong province, and even to the whole country and the world. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's suggestion, everyone fell into a brief moment of contemplation, pondering its feasibility. Chairman Jiang, if the Jiang Group takes the lead, then my Li Group is willing to join the Chamber of Commerce. Li Zhongtian said in a deep voice. Mu Zhongxing didn't say much. The Mu Group was already a subsidiary of the Jiang Group. Whatever decision Jiang Chen made, he would always support him. Chairman Jiang, as long as you take the lead and serve as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, we will support you. Seeing this, the bosses all nodded in agreement. But their only condition was that Jiang Chen must become the president of the Chamber of Commerce and lead everyone to make money together. Everyone recommended Jiang Chen. He was the only one capable of leading the charge. Since everyone is so kind to me, I will take on the role of president of the Chamber of Commerce. Let's take advantage of Chairman Li's banquet today to finalize the matters concerning the Chamber of Commerce. I will have someone draft a charter for the Chamber of Commerce later, and then we can discuss it together. Jiang Chen raised his glass to the crowd, and they clinked glasses in the air. No one dared to disrespect Jiang Chen. Everyone drank it all in one gulp. So they named it Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce after Jiangxing. The Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce differs from official associations such as the Private Enterprise Association and the Industrial and Commercial Association. The Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce is a non-governmental organization established solely to facilitate the expansion of Jiangxing businesses beyond the city. Ultimately, Jiang Chen was elected as the president of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Li Zhongtian, chairman of Li's Group, Hai Dafu, chairman of Pan Ocean Group, Lu Zhongji, chairman of Jiangxing Interactive Entertainment, and Zhu Chunfeng, chairman of Fiberhome Technologies, have been appointed as vice presidents of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Mu Zhongxing, chairman of the Mu Group, serves as the chairman of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. In fact, there were several people present who were more senior than Mu Zhongxing. But why appoint him as the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce? It's simply because the Jiang Group is behind them. Jiang Chen was standing there. Anyone with eyes can see that Jiang Chen and Mu Wanbing have an ambiguous relationship. She only regretted that her daughter was not ambitious enough to marry a rich man. The other bosses are all members of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. After the banquet, everyone escorted Jiang Chen to the villa entrance. Li Zhongtian personally opened the car door for Jiang Chen and said respectfully, "Chairman Jiang, please take your time." "Fine." Jiang Chen turned to look at Mu Wanbing and said gently, "How about I give you a ride?" Mu Wanbing looked shy and bashful. She glanced at Mu Zhongxing beside her and lowered her head without saying a word. The people nearby were quite perceptive. "Mr. Mu, I haven't had enough to drink yet. How about we have some more?" "Mr. Mu, since we're in such a good mood, shall we continue drinking?" "Mr. Mu, I have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you. Shall we talk about it?" Mu Zhongxing gazed at Mu Wanbing, then finally looked at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice, "Xiao Chen, please take Wanbing there." "Uncle Mu, please rest assured, I will definitely get Wanbing home safely." Jiang Chen took Mu Wanbing's hand and sat in the back of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. He greeted everyone and then left. He pulled the beautiful woman into his arms, inhaling her faint fragrance, which sobered Jiang Chen up considerably. He lowered his head and kissed those soft, red lips. Zhang Jijia thoughtfully raised the rear partition to separate the back seat from the driver's seat. Do not listen to what is improper. Do not look at what is improper. After a long while, their lips parted. "Hate," Mu Wanbing said shyly. "This was my first kiss, and it's gone just like that?" But she seemed to be soaking in sugar water, her expression especially sweet. It has a sweetness mixed with a touch of girlish shyness. "How was your internship at the group?" With one arm around Mu Wanbing and the other holding Ruyi, Jiang Chen spoke with concern. Mu Wanbing said in a low voice, "At first I wasn't used to it, but everyone took good care of me and patiently taught me any questions I didn't understand. After all, she is the daughter of the Mu Group. Who would dare to offend their young lady? My daughter Wanbing will definitely be a powerful businesswoman in the future." Jiang Chen spoke with great affection. "If there are any problems you can't handle, tell me immediately." "Good. It's that confidence that comes from the person you love." The convoy stopped in front of the Mu family villa. Only after watching Mu Wanbing walk into the villa did Jiang Chen feel relieved enough to leave. The Mu family living room. "Oh, Xiao Chen brought this back to you." Xieqing has seemed to be at the forefront of gossip, speaking with a rather ambiguous look in her eyes. "Mom, you're so mean." A blush rose on Mu Wanbing's pretty face again, and she headed straight for the bedroom without looking back. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen then arrived at the group. "Sister Ruyan, at yesterday's banquet, I met with many entrepreneurs to discuss the establishment of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Could you have someone draft a charter for the chamber?" Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on Lu Ruyan. "Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce?" Lu Ruyan was puzzled. "I never expected that my chairman would actually be quietly working on something big." Attending a banquet unexpectedly led to the formation of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Clear. Also, notify Ma Guoyang, the vice president of Zhang's real estate, to come over. Good. After Lu Ruyan left, Jiang Chun began his share trading for the day. Currently, his total stock market value is 1.176 billion yuan. With nothing else to do, he played 2 more rounds of the new mode of Honor of Kings. After the game ended, there was a knock on the glass door of the office. Chairman Jiang, I am Ma Guoyang, the Deputy General Manager of Jiang's Real Estate. A dark-skinned middle-aged man spoke respectfully, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. Manager Ma, please have a seat. I wanted to talk to you today because I wanted to ask you about the true situation of Jiang's real estate. I hope you won't hide anything from me. Ma Guoyang pondered for a long time. Chairman Jiang, do you want to hear the truth? That's natural. Jiang's real estate is completely rotten. Chapter 58 Fengyang Real Estate. Is Jiang's real estate company rotten inside and out? This seems to be different from what Jiang Chun knew. Tell me more. Jiang Chun was particularly curious, so he personally poured Ma Guoyang a glass of water and stared at him with a puzzled look. Ma Guoyang was deeply moved and respectfully said, Chairman Jiang, ever since Fan Wenlong became the general manager of Jiang's real estate, he has replaced all the management personnel with his confidants. If they had the ability, that would be fine, but instead they ended up with a bunch of incompetent fools who made a mess of the company. The truly capable people were squeezed out, and those who remained either coasted along or were suppressed. Not only that, Fan Wenlong has repeatedly embezzled project funds and forged false invoices to put company money into his own pocket. Ma Guoyang told the truth without embellishment and handed over the evidence he had to Jiang Chun. Since the establishment of Jiang's real estate, Chairman Jiang has strictly required us not to pursue expansion, but to be steady and down to earth, and to control the company's debt ratio. However, after Fan Wenlong took office, he not only failed to control the company's debt ratio, but instead made it worse. In pursuit of achievements, he mortgaged projects to banks and then invested the money in new projects, which led to a surge in Jiang's real estate's debt ratio. Acquiring land at extremely high prices greatly increases project costs, squeezes profits to the limit, and may even result in losses. That's why the Jiang family has many real estate projects, but the profits are pitifully low. Spending a lot of money to buy land, and then developing it will inevitably increase the cost per square meter. For example, if the total cost of a house is 8,000 yuan, but the market price is 7,000 yuan, then there will be a loss of 1,000 yuan per square meter. A project takes at least 2 years from construction to completion, requiring investment of both funds and time. If the project still incurs losses and bank loans still need to be repaid, it will inevitably collapse sooner or later. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a coldness. He originally intended to let Fan Wenlong go, but now he realizes he was being too saintly. For someone like that, sending him to the deepest hell wouldn't be an exaggeration. Chairman Jiang, there's one more thing. Ma Guoyang seemed to hesitate for a moment. Please speak freely, Manager Ma. Fan Wenlong's mistress's younger brother started a construction company. I think it was called Manhwa Construction Company, which often contracted construction projects from Jiang's real estate. For example, a project that could have been done for 30 million would be contracted to them by Fan Wenlong for 40 million, and he kept 10 million for himself. After listening to Ma Guoyang's words, Jiang Chun suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Do you think there is any hope for Jiang's real estate? Chairman Jiang, I don't think it's necessary. To reiterate, Jiang's real estate is rotten to the core. Unless we scrape the bone and remove the poison, and completely overhaul Jiang's real estate from the inside out, everything will be in vain. If it's a complete overhaul from the inside out, it's no less than starting a new real estate company. Therefore, the best approach is to acquire a well-established real estate company. Okay, I understand. Manager Ma, effective immediately, you are promoted to General Manager of Jiang's real estate company. I'm giving you a task. Kick out all the parasites in Jiang's real estate and keep the capable people. Remember, I'm only giving you 3 days. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on Ma Guoyang. With just one sentence, Ma Guoyang became the head of Jiang's real estate. They gave him enormous power. Please rest assured, Chairman Jiang. After Ma Guoyang left, Jiang Chun dialed Li Zhongfeng's number again. Come to my office. Before long, Li Zhongfeng arrived, panting, with sweat still clinging to his forehead. It was clear that upon receiving Jiang Chun's call, he abandoned all his work and rushed over. Joke. Nothing is more important than being summoned by the boss. Chairman Jiang, you wanted to see me? I'm giving you a task. Acquire a real estate company within the entire province, preferably a large real estate company with all the necessary qualifications. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. Li Zhongfeng pondered briefly. Chairman Jiang, there are currently 3 relatively large real estate companies in Jiangdong province. Longhua Real Estate, Jiangdong Construction, and Fengyang Real Estate. As the former head of the Strategic Investment Department, Li Zhongfeng had a good understanding of the more prominent enterprises in the province. That's part of his professionalism. But Jiangdong Construction is backed by the Jiangdong Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission and is a state-owned enterprise, so it may be difficult to acquire it. As for the other two, Manhwa Real Estate has strong financial resources, so it's estimated that it will be difficult. On the contrary, Fengyang Real Estate suffered heavy losses due to the real estate bubble, with a debt ratio as high as 130%, and was on the verge of bankruptcy. Fengyang Real Estate ranks third in the province and has all the necessary qualifications, which meets your requirements. Upon hearing Li Zhongfeng's account, Jiang Chun pondered deeply. First, try to contact the management of Fengyang Real Estate to find out their background. Clear. Li Zhongfeng turned and left to carry out the task assigned by Chairman Jiang. Jiang Chun opened his computer browser and searched for the 4 characters, Fengyang Real Estate. The results showed a lot of news about Fengyang Real Estate being on the verge of bankruptcy. Why has Fengyang Real Estate, once valued at hundreds of billions of yuan, fallen to its current state? Fengyang Real Estate is insolvent and may face bankruptcy. Breaking news, Fengyang Real Estate faces 3 new lawsuits, involving nearly 10 billion yuan. It seems that the situation of Fengyang Real Estate is not very good. Jiang Chun thought to himself. Fengyang Real Estate was founded at the end of the 20th century. Its chairman, Xian Fengyang, was originally a small-time contractor. He had a construction team of more than 30 people and often took on small, miscellaneous projects. Because of his generous nature, he attracted many people to work for him. The construction team grew larger and larger, reaching a peak of more than 200 people. Later, he founded Fengyang Construction Company and began to undertake some large projects and connect with large-scale real estate companies. Fengyang Construction Company was the predecessor of Fengyang Real Estate. Xian Fengyang seized the opportunity in the real estate industry, used all his personal wealth to attract projects for the company, and gradually began to independently undertake projects. As the company grew larger and larger, it became the Fengyang Real Estate we know today. At its peak, Fengyang Real Estate's market value was nearly 100 billion yuan. However, with the real estate bubble bursting, the entire real estate sector entered a period of hardship, and Fengyang Real Estate was no exception. Bank lending has tightened, sales have been sluggish, funds have not been recovered, and many loans have become overdue. Today, Fengyang Real Estate's stock price has plummeted, and its market value is only tens of billions, just 1/10 of its peak value. Many people speculate that Fengyang Real Estate's fate will be bankruptcy and restructuring. In addition to Fengyang Real Estate, new capital can be introduced. But the real estate industry's winter is not over yet. So who will invest in real estate? Unless you have so much money you don't know what to do with it. The real estate projects in Fengyang are quite good. If they can be completed and delivered smoothly, they can recoup a large sum of money. That's good. Let me rewrite the fate of Fengyang Real Estate. Jiang Chun dialed a number. Li Rukai, acquire shares of Fengyang Real Estate on the A share market. I'll take as many as you have. Chapter 59, Investing 10 billion. Fengyang Real Estate. Chairman's office. Xian Fengyang looked worried. The funds were delayed, and another project was about to be halted. Currently, the real estate bubble is causing a downturn in the entire industry, with sluggish property sales and difficulties in recovering funds. The bank had promised to provide the loan, but due to policy reasons, it was unable to disperse it. They had tried every possible solution, but the funding problem remained unresolved. The project requires upfront funding. Otherwise, it cannot be completed in time to deliver the apartments to the owners, which would be another major problem. Chairman Xian, someone just called. They said they were from Jiangxing Xingchen Investment Group and seemed to want to discuss an acquisition. The assistant said cautiously. Star Investment Group? Xian Fengyang asked in confusion. The assistant respectfully said, Chairman Xian, Xingchen Investment Group is a newly established investment group that belongs to Jiang Group. Since Jiang Group acquired Fengding Investment, it has merged it with the group's Strategic Investment Department and Risk Assessment Department to form Xingchen Investment Group. So it's a subsidiary of the Jiang Group that wants to acquire us. Do they have the capability? Xian Fengyang looked suspicious. Although Fengyang Real Estate is on the verge of bankruptcy and no longer at its peak, it is still a large real estate company with a market value of nearly 10 billion yuan, ranking among the top 3 in the real estate sector of Jiangdong Province. Acquiring Fengyang Real Estate is no easy task. Maybe there really is. The assistant whispered. A few days ago, Jiang Group released its financial report for the first half of the year. Since the new chairman took office, in less than a month, it has generated a net profit of more than 30 billion yuan. If the Jiang Group were to fund this, Xingchen Investment Group could easily acquire us. Set a time to meet with them as soon as possible. Xian Fengyang said in a deep voice. To be honest, he didn't have high hopes. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but given the size of Fengyang Real Estate, it wasn't something any company could easily acquire. Jiang Group. Chairman's office. Chairman Jiang. The other party replied that they would like to schedule a time to talk. Li Zhongfeng said respectfully, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. Then let's do it tonight. Let's head to Jiangzhou, the provincial capital. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. He plans to speak with the other party in person and must finalize the acquisition as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. Before long, the news that Jiangdong province has approved the Jiangxing city government's application to build a high-tech industrial park will be announced, and everyone will know at that time. He had to get all of this sorted out before the news was released. Otherwise, many people will be eyeing this piece of cake. Set a time. In addition to Jiang Chun, the negotiating party also included Li Zhongfeng, vice chairman of Xingchen Investment Group, and Fu Xinhe, vice president. Fengyang Real Estate. Upon hearing that Jiang Chun, chairman of the Jiang Group, had personally come to Jiangzhou to discuss the acquisition, Xian Fengyang hurriedly instructed his assistant to prepare to welcome him. We received them with the highest level of hospitality. What if the other party really has the capability to acquire it? Xian Fengyang had to seize even the slightest hope. He didn't care at all about losing control of Fengyang Real Estate. As long as the project can be completed smoothly, the apartments can be delivered to the owners, and he can pay the salaries of his brothers who follow him, that would be the best outcome. I only ask that I have a clear conscience. Don't let people talk behind your back and curse your ancestors for 18 generations. It takes less than 2 hours to drive from Jiangxing to Jiangzhou. The luxury convoy entered the highway from Jiangxing and drove smoothly on the highway. Jiang Qin sent Mu Wanbing a WeChat message with a X to tell her that he was going to Jiangzhou to discuss an acquisition and wouldn't be able to have dinner with her that night. Originally, this acquisition could have been handled by Li Zhongfeng and others, but Jiang Chun wanted to take a trip to Jiangzhou. Within 2 months at most, the Jiang Group will be established in Jiangzhou, the provincial capital. The purpose of this visit can be considered as an investigation. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Li Zhongfeng turned to look at Jiang Chun and said respectfully, Chairman Jiang, the group has allocated 10 billion yuan to Xingchen Investment, and the funds have already been received. At the same time, the Securities Department has fully purchased shares of Fengyang Real Estate and has now acquired 1.8% of them. Fengyang Real Estate currently has a market capitalization of 9.76 billion yuan, a total share capital of 1.42 billion shares, and 1.37 billion A shares in circulation, accounting for 96.4% of its total share capital. Li Zhongfeng took on the role of a personal assistant, introducing Jiang Chun to the basic information about Fengyang Real Estate. Of these, 530 million shares were pledged by banks, accounting for 37.3% of its total share capital. The controlling shareholder is Xian Fengyang, who holds 31.4% of the shares. Jiang Chun nodded. Vice Chairman Li, you've worked hard. Please take a rest. After saying this, Jiang Chun closed his eyes and pondered, wondering if he should hire a personal assistant. Although Lu Ruyan is the chairman's assistant, she has a lot of things to deal with in the group and cannot serve Jiang Chun 24 hours a day. Therefore, hiring a personal assistant is crucial. Jiang Chun found his chat with Lu Ruyan and sent her a message. Sister Ruyan, could you please find me a personal assistant? Male and quick-witted. Clear. Lu Ruyan replied to messages very quickly. Less than 2 hours. The convoy exited the highway, headed straight to the headquarters building of Fengyang Real Estate. Xian Fengyang and executives from Fengyang Real Estate arrived at the building entrance early to wait. Chairman Xian, I just contacted the secretary of Vice Chairman Li of Xingchen Investment. The other party will arrive in about 5 minutes. Is everything arranged? Xian Fengyang said in a low voice. Please rest assured, Chairman Xian, everything has been explained. Not long after. First, a black Range Rover came into view, followed by a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and then several Mercedes-Benz GLS 450s. At the very back were 4 or 5 Buick GL8s. A convoy of more than a dozen luxury cars was parked in front of the Fengyang Real Estate building. Once the car came to a stop, a dozen bodyguards got out and stood guard around the perimeter. Xian Fengyang and the others hurried over. Li Zhongfeng got out of the passenger seat and respectfully opened the car door for Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun got out of the car, his deep eyes scanning the crowd before finally settling on Xian Fengyang. Chairman Jiang. I am Xian Fengyang from Fengyang Real Estate. Xian Fengyang reached out his hand and looked at Jiang Chun's information. Although he was already surprised by Jiang Chen's age, knowing that the other party was only 18 years old. Seeing it with my own eyes, I was still somewhat shocked. Chairman Xian, I've long admired your name. Jiang Chen said politely. Fengyang Real Estate. Meeting room. Chairman Jiang, you've come from afar. Why don't you rest for a while, and then we can discuss business later. Xian Fengyang said in a low voice. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said in a deep voice, It's all right. I prefer to chat about serious matters. Truly a young prodigy, I admire you. Xian Fengyang sighed. There's a reason why they've succeeded. Chairman Xian, let's skip the formalities. You should know why we're here. Star Capital is interested in acquiring your company. What is Chairman Xian's opinion? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His deep eyes were fixed on Xian Fengyang. What price is Chairman Jiang offering? How many shares does he want to buy? Xian Fengyang said in a low voice. Jiang Chen held up one finger. 10 billion. 100% equity in Fengyang Real Estate. Chapter 60 Starry Sky Real Estate. Investing billions. Acquire 100% equity of Fengyang Real Estate. They acquired the property at almost the market price. Currently, Fengyang Real Estate's market value is only 9.76 billion yuan. Xian Fengyang frowned in thought, completely astonished by Jiang Chen's actions. I originally thought the other party just wanted absolute control. Unexpectedly, the other party wanted complete control. But the price Jiang Chen offered was reasonable. Although Fengyang Real Estate has a market value of 9.76 billion yuan. However, it still contains some moisture. Fengyang Real Estate has total assets of 103.584 billion yuan. However, its debts amounted to a staggering 94.317 billion yuan. Net assets, 9.267 billion yuan. The extra 493 million yuan is simply inflated market value. But Jiang Chen didn't acquire it based on net assets, nor on market value. He offered 10 billion directly. How could anyone not be tempted? Chairman Jiang, please give me some time so we can discuss this. Xian Fengyang said in a deep voice, his deep eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. Please proceed, Mr. Xian. Jiang Chen raised his hand in greeting. Xian Fengyang and the shareholders of Fengyang Real Estate arrived at the chairman's office, leaving his assistant and some senior executives to entertain Jiang Chen and the people from Xinchen Investment. Let's all share our thoughts. Xian Fengyang glanced around at everyone, not rushing to express his opinion, but instead seeking their input. Brother, I think we can sell. Chairman Jiang is willing to invest 10 billion, which is already beyond the company's value. If the company's crisis isn't resolved and if it can't attract capital, it may face bankruptcy and liquidation. Now that someone wants to take over, why not go with the flow? Since the other party has the ability to acquire the company, they also have the ability to resolve the company's crisis. Only by selling the company to them can the company have a chance to survive. Brother, I know you have deep feelings for the company, but this is the only way we can do it. Seeing this, Xian Fengyang sighed helplessly. Yes, we've tried every possible method these past few days, but we're still powerless. Since everyone agrees, let's sell the company to them. A moment later, Xian Fengyang and the others returned to the conference room. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Chairman Jiang. Xian Fengyang said with a slight apology. It's all right, Mr. Xian, what's your decision? Jiang Chen said in a calm tone. To be honest, I'm a little confused. The Jiang Group owns a real estate company, so why would they want to acquire us? Xian Fengyang asked in confusion. Chairman Xian, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with what we're discussing. Jiang Chen did not answer the question directly. After all, one should not wash one's dirty linen in public. If Jiang's real estate hadn't deteriorated to the point of being beyond repair, it would have required a complete overhaul of the company. However, this would require recruiting a large number of new employees and a period of adjustment, significantly increasing time costs. It simply cannot be completed within 1 or 2 months. But they only have less than a month left. Left with no other option, they had to acquire a real estate company. Since Chairman Jiang doesn't want to talk about it, then I won't ask any further questions. Xian Fengyang said in a low voice. I agree to the sale. But I have one condition. Jiang Chen frowned, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied, and asked indifferently. What are Chairman Xian's conditions? Chairman Jiang, many of the company's longtime employees have worked with me for decades, from the initial construction team to the current Fengyang Real Estate. In other words, without them, there would be no Fengyang Real Estate. I beg you to treat them kindly and give them a job to support their families. Xian Fengyang pleaded. Jiang Chen's brows relaxed considerably. He had initially thought Xian Fengyang was going to ask for an exorbitant amount. I never expected these conditions. Okay, I promise you. Jiang Group will never dismiss any employee who works diligently. Salary and benefits will be based on the standards of the Jiang Group, and everyone will be treated equally without any favoritism. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. He felt a growing fondness for Xian Fengyang. Even though the company is about to be sold, he's still thinking about his employees. This kind of boss is pretty good. They truly deserve to have followed Xian Fengyang for so many years. Both parties agreed to hold a signing ceremony tomorrow, at which time they will sign the acquisition contract. Chairman Jiang, we have prepared a small feast to welcome you all and help you get rid of the dust of your journey. Xian Fengyang took the initiative to invite him. Seeing this, Jiang Chun did not refuse. It's said that most people in the real estate business can drink a lot, and some can drink a lot at that. Amidst the clinking of glasses, most of Xingchen Investment's employees drank too much, and several even passed out under the table. But the scene at the main table, with Jiang Chun, Xian Fengyang, and others, was quite different. Guang Jiangchen drank at least 2 jin of baijiu by himself, but he remained expressionless and showed no signs of drunkenness. In contrast, Xian Fengyang and his group were slurring their words after drinking so much. Chairman Jiang, this glass of wine is for you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Fengyang Real Estate would have gone bankrupt and been liquidated, and we wouldn't have been able to pay our employees' salaries. On behalf of the thousands of employees of Fengyang Real Estate, I thank you. Xian Fengyang swayed as he picked up his wine glass and downed the 2 ounces of baijiu in one gulp. Jiangchen also downed his drink in one gulp. Xian Fengyang poured another glass of wine. Chairman Jiang, Fengyang Real Estate is the culmination of our lifetime's work. It's like family to us. Now that we're selling Fengyang Real Estate to you, we hope you can lead it to even greater heights. The 2 of them drank it all in one gulp. But the next second, Xian Fengyang fell under the table. Several people nearby quickly helped him up. Jiangchen looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, we've had enough to drink today. Don't let it interfere with tomorrow's signing ceremony. Take Chairman Xian back and take good care of him." Back at the hotel, Jiangchen took a cold shower, and the effects of the alcohol wore off considerably. He drank almost 3 jin of baijiu, a type of Chinese liquor, but he was completely unharmed. This alcohol tolerance is way better than 90% of people. I wish there was a place where people could drink as much as this. I had a long phone call with Mu Wanbing. We said good night to each other from afar, and then I went to sleep. 9 o'clock the next morning. Fengyang Real Estate held a signing ceremony and invited many media reporters. When the reporters spotted Jiang Chun, they frantically snapped photos. The most talked about topic online right now is Jiang Chun and the Jiang Group. In the presence of the media, Jiang Chun and Xian Fengyang signed the contract, and the 2 shook hands in front of the cameras. Xingchen Investment Group, a subsidiary of Jiang's Group, acquired 100% equity of Fengyang Real Estate, making Fengyang Real Estate a subsidiary of Xingchen Investment Group and a third-tier subsidiary of Jiang's Group. This is the first time that Xingchen Investment Group has been exposed to the public eye since its establishment. After the signing ceremony, reporters wanted to interview Jiang Chun, but he slipped out of the venue early. Jiang Chun, however, had Li Zhongfeng take the interview in his place. Li Zhongfeng spoke to the reporters present about the future development direction of Xingchen Investment Group, allowing the public to fully understand Xingchen Investment Group. The interview lasted for more than an hour. Li Zhongfeng finally managed to escape the siege of a group of media reporters. The staff of Xingchen Investment were arranged to move into Fengyang Real Estate to prepare for the handover. At the same time, Fengyang Real Estate has been renamed Xingchen Real Estate Development Company, Ltd., abbreviated as Xingchen Real Estate. Chapter 61. The mayor of Jiangxing asks for a meeting. That afternoon, Xingchen Real Estate Conference Room. Jiang Chun, Li Zhongfeng, Xian Fengyang, and others sat in the conference room. Even Ma Guoyang, the general manager of Jiang's Real Estate, came from Jiangxing. This meeting mainly focused on the handover and restructuring of Xingchen Real Estate. Looking around at everyone, Jiangchen said in a deep voice, "Next, the group's Human Resources Department will send people to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the former employees of Fengyang Real Estate. Fengyang Real Estate will also need to fully cooperate with this work." Xian Fengyang assured, "Please rest assured, Chairman Jiang, we will cooperate fully to ensure a smooth handover of the company. Former employees of Fengyang Real Estate, and even senior executives who wish to leave will be given reasonable compensation, and those who wish to stay are welcome to do so." Effective immediately, Ma Guoyang will serve as the general manager of Xingchen Real Estate. Jiang's Real Estate will be merged into Xingchen Real Estate after its restructuring is completed. Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on Xian Fengyang, and he said in a low voice, "Is Chairman Xian willing to stay?" "Aye." Xian Fengyang was somewhat surprised, not expecting Jiang Chen to say that. In fact, he had already prepared himself to leave the company. After all, he was the one who promoted many of the company's management personnel. Now that the company has been sold, the new owner will definitely be wary of his prestige within the company, so his departure is the best option. But Xian Fengyang never expected that Jiang Chen would want him to stay. To say that you have no feelings for Fengyang real estate would be a lie. It's something I built and worked hard for myself, like my own child. How could I bear to leave it? Chairman Jiang, do you trust me? Xian Fengyang asked in surprise. Why wouldn't I trust someone who always thinks about his employees? Jiang Chen countered with a question. Xian Fengyang looked somewhat moved and said sincerely, Chairman Jiang, I'm willing to stay. All right, effective immediately, Xian Fengyang will serve as the Deputy General Manager of Xingchen Real Estate and will assist Ma Guoyang in handling company affairs. The remaining senior management positions will be temporarily retained, and appropriate adjustments will be made after the personnel department's assessment is completed. As for how to make the adjustments, we will leave it to Ma Guoyang and Xian Fengyang to discuss together, and it needs to be reported to the group's Human Resources Department for approval. Vice Chairman Li will remain in Jiangzhou for the time being to reassess all of Xingchen Real Estate's projects, highlight key projects, and prioritize their construction. Projects with low profit margins and little value will be temporarily shelved or sold off in a concentrated manner. In addition, the group will allocate at least 20 billion yuan within 30 days to ensure the project starts, ensure the delivery of commercial buildings, and repay departmental debts. Within 6 months, the group will assist Star Real Estate in clearing its debts. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, which reached everyone's ears. The former executives of Fengyang Real Estate were particularly surprised. Will the group allocate at least another 20 billion yuan within 30 days? Can Xingchen Real Estate clear its debt within 6 months? Is the Jiang Group's cash flow really that strong? That's over 90 billion yuan in debt. It's not 900 yuan. However, those at Xingchen Investment remained much calmer. The ability of their chairman to create miracles is evident to all. It seems there's nothing that Chairman Jiang can't accomplish. Since Chairman Jiang has said so, it will definitely be accomplished, without a doubt. After dealing with Xingchen Real Estate, and with the weekend approaching, Jiang Chen stayed in Jiangzhou for a few more days. It wasn't until Saturday evening that Lu Rian called. Chairman Jiang, we have a few candidates for the personal assistant you are looking for. We will wait for you to return and make your final decision. Good. There's one more thing. Jiangcheng Mayor Han Zhong's secretary called me and said that Mayor Han wants to see you and asked if you have time next Monday. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised to hear Lu Rian's voice. Mayor Han wants to see me? What's up? Jiang Chen naturally knew Han Zhong. The mayor, who was parachuted in, is said to have an extremely powerful background. Having been in Jiangcheng for less than 6 months, he quickly established a foothold, attracting numerous enterprises with a total investment of nearly 10 billion yuan, creating tens of thousands of jobs, and contributing hundreds of millions of yuan in taxes annually. I'm going back to Jiangcheng tonight. I'm free tomorrow morning. Will you come with me to the municipal government? Lu Rian made an appointment with the mayor's chief secretary in advance, setting the time for 9 a.m. on Monday. Jiang Chun and Lu Rian arrived ahead of time. Chairman Jiang, you've arrived. Wang Wenxue, the mayor's secretary and director of the municipal government office, invited Jiang Chun to rest in his office and made him a cup of tea. Director Wang, you're too kind. Chairman Jiang, you are a role model for the youth of Jiangcheng. Many people regard you as their idol. I chatted with Wang Wenxue for a few minutes, but didn't get any information out of him. No wonder he's someone close to the leader. That's a tight-lipped thing. Chairman Jiang, Mayor Han requests your presence. Good. Jiang Chun followed Wang Wenxue toward Han Zhong's office. Wang Wenxue knocked lightly on the door and led Jiang Chun into the office. Mayor Han, Chairman Jiang is here. After saying that, Wang Wenxue turned and walked out. Hello, Mayor Han. Jiang Chun said in a calm tone. Han Zhong raised his eyebrows and looked Jiang Chun up and down. Indeed, it truly proves the old saying. Heroes emerge from among the young. Mayor Han is too kind. I am truly unworthy of such praise. Jiang Chun was very polite and showed no fear even when facing the mayor of Jiang City. Ha ha ha. Han Zhong smiled and stood up, inviting Jiang Chun to sit on the sofa. To make a profit of over 30 billion in just 1 month and revive the Jiang Group is truly astonishing. I heard you went to Jiangzhou and acquired Fengyang Real Estate. News media reported on this last night. It's already spread. Even if the media hadn't reported it, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been surprised at all, given Han Zhong's abilities. Yes, the cooperation went relatively smoothly. Fengyang Real Estate has now been renamed Xingchen Real Estate and has become a third-level branch of Jiang's group. In the current downturn in the real estate industry, you still dare to acquire Fengyang real estate. This courage alone is something that countless people cannot match. Han Zhong praised again. I've asked you to come here today because I heard you intend to take the lead in establishing the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. The municipal government will fully support this. I hope you can guide the entrepreneurs of Jiangxing well, lead the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce to the whole country and even the world, and enhance the reputation of our Jiangxing. Healthy competition and resource sharing create a positive and healthy business environment. This not only benefits the development of Jiangxing's business community, but also attracts more investors. Please rest assured, Mayor Han, I will do my best. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, his tone firm and resolute. Even if Han Zhong didn't say it, he would still fulfill his due responsibilities. Good. I have nominated you as a representative to the Jiangxing People's Congress. You are also awarded the title of Outstanding Youth of Jiangxing. If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me. Managing the city's economy is Han Zhong's primary responsibility, and helping businesses solve their difficulties is also part of his job. With Jiang Chun now leading the Jiangxing business community, he was extremely pleased. Thank you, Mayor Han. I will visit the Jiang Group for research when I have time. On behalf of the Jiang Group, I welcome Mayor Han at any time. As soon as Jiang Chun finished speaking, Han Zhong picked up his teacup. Mayor Han, please go ahead with your work. I won't bother you any longer. Serving tea signifies seeing the guest off. Jiang Chun was perfectly aware of this. The fact that the mayor could spare half an hour to receive me is already a great honor. One cannot be ignorant. Good. Chapter 62 Chamber of Commerce Meeting. A few days later, August 15th. Several more days of trading. The total holdings of the Securities Department of Jiang Group have exceeded 100 billion yuan. The stock market capitalization is 100.84 billion yuan. The group's finance department has 20.736 billion renminbi in available funds. In terms of financial strength, Jiang Group can easily outperform many companies. As Lei Jun once said, if there isn't hundreds of billions in the company's account, I can't sleep soundly. I don't know who didn't say it, but the author did. Besides, this is Lei Jun, the chairman of Dami Technology, so don't make assumptions. Just enjoy reading novels, don't take it too seriously. If you're serious, believe me, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you in a heartbeat. At the same time, Jiang Chen's personal stock trading account balance exceeded 10 billion yuan. The total value of the stocks held by the individual is 10.083 billion yuan. Personal funds account, 2.18 billion yuan. Jiang Group's stock hit the daily limit again. It has hit the daily limit for 14 consecutive days. Today, each share of Jiang Group is worth 8.43 yuan. The group's market capitalization is 26.748 billion yuan. Jiang Group's debts have been cleared. Total assets amounted to 186.609 billion yuan. As for Xingchen Real Estate, after the restructuring of Jiang's real estate was completed, it was merged into Xingchen Real Estate, and all assets were merged into it. Later, the Jiang Group allocated 20 billion yuan, of which 10 billion yuan was used to guarantee the project construction and 10 billion yuan was used to repay the group's debts. Xingchen Real Estate's market value has now seen 3 consecutive daily price limits. Xingchen Real Estate's shares are priced at 9.14 yuan each, with a total market capitalization of 12.99 billion yuan. The company currently has assets of 110.27 billion yuan. The liabilities amounted to 84.317 billion yuan. Net assets, 25.953 billion yuan. P.S. According to the information I reviewed, the group's subsidiaries are listed separately, and their assets and profits are considered part of the parent company. Chairman Jiang, it's time. The members of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce have arrived in the conference room. Lu Rian said respectfully, her eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun glanced at the time, then stood up and straightened his suit. Good. Jiang Chun's personal assistant, Fu Ning, followed behind the two, carrying Jiang Chun's water cup and notebook. This Fu Ning was the most suitable candidate that Jiang Chun selected from the list of personnel provided by Lu Rian. They are quick-witted and perceptive. The Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce's bylaws have been initially drafted. This meeting is to briefly discuss and announce the chamber's membership criteria. The meeting was held in the large conference room of the Jiang Group. Similar to an auditorium, the meeting room was filled with almost half of the Jiangxing business community. Li Zhongtian, Hai Dafu, Lu Zhongji, Zhu Chenfeng, Mu Zhongxing, and others were already seated on the table at the podium, all quietly waiting for Jiang Chen's arrival. No one dared to urge them. No one complained. After a long while, the sound of footsteps could be heard in the corridor. Fu Ning opened the conference room door, and stepped aside to let Jiang Chun and Lu Rian go first. Everyone stood up to greet Jiang Chun, the chairman of the Jiang Group and the president of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Jiang. Chairman Jiang. Everyone greeted Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement and walked straight to the center of the podium. Only after he sat down did everyone dare to sit down. Nowadays, no one dares to offend Jiang Chun. This person is the wealthiest person in Jiangxing. Moreover, it is rumored in Jiangxing's business circles that Jiang Chun was selected as one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Jiangxing City, and was also nominated as a representative of the Jiangxing Municipal People's Congress and a member of the Jiangxing Municipal People's Congress Economic Group. The economic group here is the same as the one in real life, just with a different name. Thank you all. The author doesn't want to be locked up in a dark room, showing a strong will to survive. Now we will proceed with the first item on the agenda for this meeting. As the chairman of the council in Jiangxing, the provincial capital, Mu Zhongxing served as the host of this meeting. Read out the general charter of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Mu Zhongxing's voice resonated throughout the entire venue, and everyone listened attentively, glancing at the documents in their hands from time to time. Before the meeting, everyone received a copy of the Chamber of Commerce's general charter. About half an hour later, Mu Zhongxing's reading finally ended. Now we will proceed to the second item on the agenda for this meeting. Please welcome Jiang Chun, president of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce and chairman of the Jiang Group, to speak. As soon as Mu Zhongxing finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Everyone pricked up their ears, focused their attention, and held their pens, ready to take notes. Jiang Chun looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, Chairman Mu just announced the Chamber of Commerce's general charter. I hope everyone will abide by the Chamber's rules and refrain from provocation. If any member violates the rules, they will be kicked out of the Chamber of Commerce and their membership will be revoked. Everyone must understand that our Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce cannot be limited to Jiangxing. Our future lies in the whole country and even the world. Without strict rules, the Chamber of Commerce is destined not to go far. In addition, for new members to join, they need recommendations from at least 2 members to first become trainee members of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Only after passing the 1-year training period can they become full members. But memberships are divided into different tiers. All members present were promoted to the highest level, becoming 3-star members of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. In the future, when new members join and become full members, their membership level will be assessed based on their asset size. Members with assets of over 100 billion are 5-star members. Members with assets of 50 billion or more are 4-star members. Those with assets of over 10 billion are Samsung members. Members with assets of 5 billion or more are considered 2-star members. A member with assets of 1 billion is a 1-star member, which is equivalent to an entry-level member of the Chamber of Commerce. Members with 3 stars or above have voting rights in the Chamber of Commerce and can elect the president, vice president, and chairman of the board, with elections held every 3 years. Members with 4 stars or above are eligible to run for the Chamber of Commerce. The person with the most votes will be elected as president, vice president, or chairman of the board. Jiang Chen's deep voice echoed in the conference hall. Everyone gasped. The highest level members of the Chamber of Commerce must have assets of at least hundreds of billions. The minimum requirement for membership is a net worth of 1 billion yuan. This Chamber of Commerce is pretty high class. Fortunately, they were among the first members of the Chamber of Commerce, and there were no entry requirements. Otherwise, at least half of the people present would not have been eligible to join. Upon joining, one immediately becomes a Samsung member, on par with tycoons with assets exceeding 10 billion. Jiang Chen's voice continued. As members of the Chamber of Commerce, you will have the opportunity to cooperate with Xingchen Investment Group, a subsidiary of Jiang Group. Jiang Group will use all its resources to help you. It can be said that the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce is entirely led by the Jiang Group, and its members are protected by the Jiang Group. Members of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce are required to pay membership fees, which are only required to be paid once. Members of 1 to 3 stars need to pay 1 million yuan. 4-star members need to pay 10 million yuan, and 5-star members need to pay 50 million yuan. The membership fees collected will be used for the daily management of the Chamber of Commerce, the regular organization of Chamber of Commerce activities, and investments by Chamber of Commerce members. At the same time, the Chamber of Commerce will allocate 30% of its profits to public welfare every year. This fund will be managed by the Xingchen Foundation under the Jiang Group, and the destination of each fund will be announced regularly. Ensure transparency and openness. Chapter 63 Who is the biggest grudge? In the next 6 months, Xingchen Investment Group will allocate 10 billion yuan for investments by members of the Chamber of Commerce. If you have any good projects, you are welcome to come to Xingchen Investment for detailed discussions. But there is one condition. All projects must remain in Jiangqing. Jiang Qin's words were like a bombshell. 10 billion yuan. What does that mean? The annual GDP of a county town is approximately tens of billions. The investment of tens of billions of yuan has directly driven changes in the regional economy. Jiang Chun personally promised that Xingchen Investment Group would invest 10 billion yuan within 6 months, making all the Chamber of Commerce members present starry-eyed. After the first plenary meeting of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce concluded, countless business owners rushed back to their respective companies. Those with projects seized the opportunity to attend the evening meeting, while those without projects at the moment worked hard to create them. As long as you can secure investment from Xingchen Investment Group, a continuous stream of wealth will come your way. Jiangxing City Government. Mayor Han, the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce held its first members meeting today, with attendees representing more than 30% of the entrepreneurs in Jiangxing's business community. During the meeting, Jiang Chen announced that Xingchen Investment Group will allocate 10 billion yuan over the next 6 months for investments by Chamber of Commerce members, and this investment can only remain with Jiang Chen. Wang Wenxue respectfully reported that, in fact, ever since Han Zhong met Jiang Chen that day, he had been having his secretary keep an eye on him. Therefore, Jiang Chen's every move was under their watchful eyes. Good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Han Zhong excitedly said that the 10 billion yuan investment could be a significant milestone in his political career. With this investment, no one can shake Han Zhong's position in Jiangxing, or even Jiangdong province. Make arrangements. I want to personally present Jiang Chen with the Certificate of Honor at the Top 10 Outstanding Youth Awards ceremony to be held in a few days. Clear. After Wang Wenxue left, Han Zhong lit a cigarette. The swirling smoke made his thoughts particularly clear. Perhaps someone can handle the troubles of companies like the Jiangxing Municipal Asset Supervision and Administration Commission and Jiangxing Holdings Group. In fact, Han Zhong was parachuted into Jiangxing with a mission. Over the years, the Jiangxing Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission has many corruption problems, resulting in serious losses of state-owned assets. Jiangxing Holdings Group, Jiangxing Construction Group, and other companies, as subsidiaries of the Jiangxing Municipal Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, have used various improper means to generate a lot of non-performing assets, while high-quality assets have been sold off at bargain prices. The Jiangxing municipal government allocates hundreds of millions of yuan annually, but it is still unable to fill the gap. Jiang Chen's appearance now seems to have given Han Zhong a solution to this problem. Jiang Group. Chairman Jiang, Secretary Wang from the municipal government called, and said that the Jiangxing municipal government will hold an award ceremony for the top 10 outstanding youths in 2 days. As one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Jiangxing, you are required to attend the ceremony, and Mayor Han will personally present you with the award. Assistant Fu Ning said respectfully. Okay, let's arrange the itinerary first. Jiang Chan said in a deep voice, while he lowered his head to process the documents in his hands. By the way, have Ma Guoyang and Xian Fengyang come over. Good. That afternoon, 2 executives from Xingchen Real Estate arrived at the chairman's office. Chairman Jiang, Ma Guoyang, and Xian Fengyang said respectfully. Sit down and talk first. How is Xingchen Real Estate doing? Are the employees motivated? Jiang Chun asked with concern. Chairman Jiang, everything is fine. Ma Guoyang said in a deep voice. This is all thanks to President Xian's cooperation. Not at all. Assisting Mr. Ma in his work is my duty. Xian Fengyang said politely. Seeing that the 2 heads of Xingchen Real Estate were cooperating well, Jiang Chun was relieved, and it was time to hand over this matter to them. There's something I need to tell you. You guys find a way to buy the land in the west of the city. Land in the west of the city? Ma Guoyang was somewhat surprised. It hardly qualifies as a desolate wilderness. What a godforsaken place. Jiangxing City once planned to develop the Chengxi-Nong Economic Development Zone, which generated a lot of buzz at the time, but the project was submitted but Jiangdong province never approved it. Although the land was bought for a large sum of money, it has yet to be developed. With the project in the Economic Development Zone shelved, the land lost its development value. Chairman Jiang, I've heard of you before. Ma Guoyang told Jiang Chen what he knew. Chairman Jiang, shouldn't we reconsider this matter? If Jiangxing City cannot launch the Economic Development Zone project, this land has no investment value whatsoever. Xian Fengyang seconded. Chairman Jiang, I heard in Jiangzhou before that Jiangxing couldn't come up with the funds to develop the economic zone and was seeking financial assistance from Jiangdong province. The project was overly reliant on the provincial government's finances, but even with government funding, Jiangxing still had to raise some of the funds itself. At the time, The province required Jiangcheng to raise the funds first, and the provincial government would then allocate the funds once Jiangcheng had raised them. However, Jiangcheng was unable to raise the funds, so the project was not approved. Jiangcheng smiled. It seemed that these two were truly putting themselves in his shoes and thinking of him. What if I said it was approved by the provincial capital of Jiangdong? Not for the Economic Development Zone project, but for the high-tech industrial park project. What? Ma Guoyang and Xian Fengyang were shocked. Although this matter hasn't been officially announced yet, it's pretty much a done deal, so I want you to acquire the land in the west of the city as soon as possible. Once the high-tech industrial park project is announced, the value of this land will skyrocket. As for the name, just say that the Jiang Group plans to invest in the development of commercial buildings. At the same time, I require you to prepare a bidding proposal for the high-tech industrial park project. We are determined to win this project. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. I will have the group's finance department allocate 10 billion yuan later. You must get this project done well and make it a resounding success, the first major achievement for Xingchen Real Estate since its inception. Please rest assured, Chairman Jiang, we will live up to your expectations. Ma Guoyang said firmly. Chairman Jiang, I will fully cooperate with President Ma, and we will definitely secure the high-tech industrial park project. That same day, Ma Guoyang arranged for someone to contact the businessman who had bought the land in the west of the city years ago. That person once bought the 50-year usage rights to 301 mu of commercial land in the west of the city for a sky-high price of 3.7 billion yuan. I thought the West City Economic Development Zone would be built, but the project has been put on hold indefinitely. The land he bought was worthless. It stuck with me. Later, this businessman almost went bankrupt due to insufficient working capital. He tried every means to sell the land, but because the western part of the city was too desolate, no one dared to take it over. I heard that Xingchen Real Estate, a subsidiary of the Jiang Group, wanted to buy this piece of land. The businessman originally planned to sell it for 3.7 billion. But Ma Guoyang wasn't stupid, so he immediately said he wouldn't buy it and told him to keep it. Now, the businessman was completely panicked. He thought he could control Xingchen Real Estate, but he didn't expect to shoot himself in the foot. The next day, he went to Xingchen Real Estate and personally apologized to Ma Guoyang. Ultimately, Xingchen Real Estate took over for 1.3 billion yuan. The money was transferred to the other party's corporate account on the same day. Ma Guoyang and Xian Fengyang were overjoyed. I got a great deal. The merchant was equally pleased. A vengeful person took over that piece of land that had no development value. If he knew the truth, I wonder if he would slap himself twice. Chapter 64 Award Ceremony 64. 2 days later. The scene of the award ceremony for the top 10 outstanding youths of Jiangxing City. Mu Wanbing linked arms with Jiang Chun as they accompanied him to the event. Nearly 60% of Jiangxing's business community attended the event, with more than half of them being members of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. The other entrepreneurs did not refuse to join, but were not qualified. They were not invited by the Li family that day, nor did they attend the party that night, so they naturally knew nothing about the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Because the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce has extremely high entry requirements, they are not qualified yet. In addition to business entrepreneurs, there are also outstanding talents from all walks of life. After all, it was an award ceremony for the top 10 outstanding young people in Jiangxing, and it was not limited to the Jiangxing business community. Chairman Jiang, President Jiang. People addressed him in various ways, and everyone greeted Jiang Chun respectfully. Jiang Chun smiled and nodded in response. Chairman Jiang, Mayor Han is looking for you. Just as Jiang Chun was exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Wang Wenxue appeared at the venue and respectfully addressed Jiang Chun. All right, please lead the way, Director Wang. Jiang Chun said politely, then turned to look at Mu Wanbing. Wanbing, wait for me here. Mu Wanbing nodded gently. So Jiang Chun and Wang Wenxue left the venue together and went around to the lounge. Wang Wenxue first gave a brief report, then came out to invite Jiang Chun inside. Mayor Han, hello. Inside the lounge, Jiang Chun spoke politely. Xiao Jiang, I've been looking at you for a few days now, and you've surprised me quite a bit. Han Zhong praised with a smile. Jiang Chun is probably the only person in the entire Jiangxing business community who can chat with Han Zhong like this. Jiang Chun naturally knew that Han Zhong was implying that Xingchen Investment was going to invest 10 billion yuan in Jiangxing. As a resident of Jiangxing and a local businessman, I have an obligation and responsibility to contribute to the economic development of Jiangxing. Only when Jiangxing's economy prospers can we businessmen make money. Jiang Chun remained polite in his reply. Han Zhong particularly appreciated this attitude. That's right. No matter what, we have the same goal, to make Jiangxing better and better. With the current poor economic climate, many companies are laying off employees and cutting salaries. I really want to thank Jiang Group for continuing to increase investment and improve the business environment in Jiangsheng at this critical juncture. Mayor Han, you are too kind. The people of Jiangsheng are fortunate to have a leader like you. So I thank you on behalf of the Jiang Group and on behalf of the millions of people of Jiangsheng. Let's not flatter each other like that. Han Zhong pointed at Jiang Chun and joked with a smile. This little guy is getting more and more into his temper. There's something I need to tell you. Suddenly, Han Zhong spoke with a particularly serious expression. Jiang Chun straightened his expression and fixed his gaze on Han Zhong. Mayor Han, please speak. Do you know Jiangxing Urban Construction Group? I've heard of it. Jiangxing Construction Group is affiliated with the Jiangxing Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Its main businesses include real estate and government project construction, with assets of over 3 billion yuan. However, in recent years, the situation of Jiangxing Construction Group seems to be not very good. However, Jiang Chun does not yet know the specific details. Snort. Han Zhong snorted coldly. The original intention of establishing Jiangxing Urban Construction Group was to lead the development of real estate companies in Jiangxing and improve urban infrastructure. Since the establishment of Jiangxing Construction Group, some large-scale government projects have been entrusted to them. But the actual situation is not ideal. The early projects were completed quite well, but in recent years, the City Construction Group has been poorly managed and heavily indebted, resulting in many projects being abandoned. Han Zhong put it very tactfully. But Jiang Chun knew perfectly well what was going on. With Han Zhong making such a comment about Jiangxing Construction Group, the chairman of the group must be sweating bullets. But why did Han Zhong tell him this? But then he understood. I'd like you to take over Jiangxing Urban Construction Group. I wonder if you'd be interested? Han Zhong's eyes were fixed on Jiang Chun. Jiangxing Construction Group is a test for Jiang Chun. If Jiang Chun can pass the test, then all the companies under the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission will be handed over to Jiang Chun. Converting all public enterprises in Jiangxing into private ones is a bold attempt, unprecedented nationwide. With the deepening development of the market economy, more and more cities are beginning to focus on the development of the private economy, encourage innovation and entrepreneurship, and create a favorable business environment. Reducing or eliminating public enterprises in the urban economic structure does not mean ignoring the principle of public ownership, but rather better leveraging the role of market mechanisms, improving resource allocation efficiency, and promoting sustained and healthy economic development. Jiang Chun looked somewhat surprised. Should we hand over Jiangxing Urban Construction Group to him? Can a state-owned enterprise be converted into a private enterprise? Jiang Chun knew this was a test from Han Zhong, so he firmly said, on behalf of the Jiang Group, I am willing to accept the organization's leadership and arrangements. This moment, Jiang Chun's ideological awareness is ridiculously high. The magnetic field is becoming increasingly strong. Good. Han Zhong patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder with satisfaction. Wang Wenxue pushed open the door to the lounge and saw this scene. He thought to himself, Mayor Han values Jiang Chun very much. Mayor Han, the award ceremony is about to begin. Okay, Xiao Jiang, let's go together. Okay. Han Zhong walked in front, Jiang Chun lagged behind by half a step, and Wang Wenxue walked behind the two of them. The venue. Everyone is in position. Mu Wanbing looked at the empty seat next to her and glanced at the door at the back of the venue from time to time, but she still couldn't see her beloved. Suddenly, the side door of the venue opened. Han Zhong walked into the venue first, followed by Jiang Chun, who was half a body length behind him. Everyone stood up. Han Zhong waved to the crowd, and then sat down in the middle of the first row of the meeting room. Beside him were all the leaders of the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government. Member of the Standing Committee of the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and Minister of the United Front Work Department. Member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee and Minister of the Publicity Department. Member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Government, and Executive Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor in charge of investment promotion, Director of the Bureau of Commerce, etc. Jiang Chun sat next to Mu Wanbing. This demonstrates the importance that the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and government attach to this award ceremony for the top 10 outstanding youths. The host walked into the venue and announced the start of the award ceremony. First, Han Zhong, Deputy Secretary of the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and Mayor, delivered a speech. Han Zhong's speech was relatively simple, lasting less than 5 minutes. Simply put, it calls on all young people in the city to learn from them, strive to be good young people of the times, and contribute to the construction of Wuhan. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Next, the Minister of the United Front Work Department, the Minister of Publicity, and the Executive Vice Mayor spoke in turn. The implied meaning is roughly the same. The speaking session alone lasted for nearly an hour. This made Jiang Chen feel drowsy. Please welcome the 10 outstanding young people of Jiangxing to the stage to receive their awards. When the host invited the 10 outstanding young persons to the stage, Mu Wanbing secretly nudged Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, it's your turn to go on stage. Oh, Jiang Chen roused himself, looked around, and walked into the venue on his own. Please invite the city leaders to present them with the awards. Chapter 65 Jiang Chen, I actually have wife fans? The awards podium. Jiang Chen and 9 others stood in a row, and many reporters below the stage took pictures. During the award ceremony, Han Zhong personally presented Jiang Chen with a certificate of honor and trophy, praising him in a low voice. Little Jiang, I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. Jiang Chen was like a sharp blade in Han Zhong's hands, used to penetrate the Jiangxing Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. It was the weapon he used to reorganize all state-owned enterprises in Jiangxing. Mayor Han, please rest assured, I will never let the organization down. 10 city leaders posed for a group photo with 10 outstanding young people. The next day, major media outlets in Wuhan reported on yesterday's top 10 outstanding youth award ceremony. The topic of Jiang Chen has once again surged to the top of the trending search lists on various platforms. Jiang Chen, chairman of the Jiang Group, has been selected as one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Jiangxing. Jiang Chen attended the Jiangxing Top 10 Outstanding Youth Awards ceremony in formal attire. Jiangxing Mayor Han Zhong personally presented the award to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, a role model for our generation of youth. Topics related to Jiang Chen across the internet easily garnered over 10,000 likes and comments. He just hasn't opened a personal account yet, otherwise he would have hundreds of thousands of followers in no time. Jiang Group. Fu Ning carried a stack of documents and asked Jiang Chen to sign them. Chairman Jiang, many netizens have been discussing you recently, and some are even calling on you to open a personal account so they can become your first fan. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback when he heard Fu Ning's voice. I never imagined I would become an internet celebrity. In today's internet age, the emergence of various short video platforms has created a group of internet celebrities. Some people drove Cullinan cars while waving their hands. Some people bought luxury villas by reselling scripts, and some people made hundreds of millions of yuan a year by buying ghost necklaces. They have truly benefited from the dividends of the times. In contrast, those who work diligently are ridiculed and mocked because of a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil. But Fu Ning's words gave Jiang Chen an idea. Go and call Lu Ruiyan here. Yes, Chairman Jiang. Before long, a tap-tap-tap sound echoed in the quiet office. Sister Ruiyan, short videos have become incredibly popular on the internet in recent years. Has the group expanded its business in this area? In the first few years after short videos became popular, the group began to show signs of crisis and was unable to take care of itself. Lu Ruiyan answered truthfully. Yes. The Jiang Group was on the verge of bankruptcy and had no time to care about anything else. In that case, open an official Douyin account for the group as soon as possible. This matter will be handled by the Secretariat. We release short videos of the group's daily activities to raise awareness of the group. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Although we missed the peak period, it's not too late now. With the entire internet focused on the Jiang Group, opening a short video account at this time will attract a large number of fans. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Lu Ruiyan said respectfully, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. Chairman Jiang, would you like to register a personal account? Chairman Jiang, you are currently a hot topic of discussion online, and many netizens have become your fans. If you could open a personal social media account, your influence and number of followers would probably surpass that of the group's account. Using 2 additional accounts to promote the group will definitely double the effect. Fu Ning, standing beside him, said respectfully. Okay, then we'll do it your way. The Secretariat will open the group's official social media account and my personal social media account. As for my personal account, Fu Ning will be responsible for its operation and maintenance. Your suggestion is excellent. Your bonus will be doubled this month. Jiang Chen immediately made the decision. Yes. Fu Ning was overjoyed. He receives tens of thousands of yuan in bonuses every month. The prize money has now doubled. Wouldn't this month's income be over 100,000? It's definitely better to stay by the boss's side. It seems I need to offer more useful suggestions in the future. Becoming a millionaire is not a dream. On that day, the official Douyin account of Jiang's Group and Jiang Chen's personal Douyin account were opened and officially verified by Douyin. The first video was also updated at the same time. In the video, Jiang Chen himself appears in the video. He was dressed in a black suit, which immediately enhanced his overall aura. His deep eyes were fixed on the phone camera. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang. I hope you'll continue to support and follow me. It's just a simple sentence, a short video that's only a dozen seconds long at most. Upload and publish. The official Douyin account of Jiang Group, Jiang's personal account. Jiang's personal account, Jiang Group official account. Once you see a video, clicking the message will redirect you to another account. Even though it's during working hours, there are still plenty of netizens slacking off. They had just opened Douyin, TikTok, when they saw a notification. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang. His handsome face appeared on the phone screen, and a magnetic voice came from the phone's earpiece. Holy crap, Jiang actually opened a personal Douyin account. This is actually Jiang, and it even has official certification. No way, I have to follow him. I want to be Jiang's first fan. These past few days, the internet has been flooded with news about Jiang. Everyone envies the treatment that Jiang Group provides to its employees and praises him as the best boss on the entire internet. And the things he says to contemporary youth, his values are incredibly positive. Many netizens have become his loyal fans. However, Jiang had not yet opened a personal account, which is why they had not paid attention to him. Now they have finally found their home. Less than 10 minutes. Jiang's personal account has gained over 10,000 followers. The video received over 10,000 likes. The number of reposts exceeded 10,000. The Jiang Group's official account barely surpassed 5,000 followers. Most of them are Jiang's fans. Less than half an hour. Jiang's personal account has surpassed 100,000 followers. Numerous netizens left comments in the comment section. Wow, is this Jiang, the chairman of the Jiang Group? My husband is so handsome. Shut up, stairs. Don't claim someone else as your husband. This is clearly my husband. Chairman Jiang, your wife fan has arrived. Please sign for it. When will the Jiang Group start hiring? I really want to be an employee of the Jiang Group. What are the requirements for joining the Jiang Group? You want to become employees of the Jiang Group, but I only want to be the boss's wife of the Jiang Group. After finishing his work, Jiang opened Douyin, TikTok, and couldn't help but laugh when he saw the comments below the video. Fu Ning, are netizens all this interesting these days? Jiang couldn't help but say. His predecessor was a bookworm who only knew how to study all day. I downloaded TikTok when it first came out, used it for a few days, but then felt it was too time-consuming, so I uninstalled it. He only downloaded Douyin again after registering a personal account. Back and forth, Douyin downloads increased by 2. Chairman Jiang, netizens will only exceed your expectations. Fu Ning said respectfully. So Jiang looked through the comments again. He replies to netizens from time to time. I still have female fans. Those interested in joining the Jiang Group can follow the official account, where recruitment information will be released. My friend, the Jiang Group's boss's wife has already been chosen. Chapter 66, yet another employee benefit distribution? The hashtag, the mysterious boss lady of the Jiang Group, trended on social media, with countless netizens eager to find out her identity. After a long investigation, almost nothing was found, except for a photo of a person's back. It was at a banquet that someone took a picture of Jiang and the mysterious proprietress, but they didn't capture their faces. On this day, countless girls' hearts were broken. Lightweight makeup. In Mu Wanbing's office, she saw the text on her phone screen and was overjoyed. It seems that she holds a very important place in Jiang's heart. A man who is morally upright. I must reward him when I have time. Mr. Mu, this document needs your signature. A short while later, the secretary came into the office and handed the documents in her hand to Mu Wanbing. Originally, Mu Wanbing was an intern when she first joined the Mu Group, but she was promoted to president of the subsidiary Qingyan Cosmetics due to her outstanding performance. Give me the sales figures for the second quarter. Mu Wanbing said coldly. Whenever Jiang wasn't around, she always maintained a cold and indifferent attitude, like an ice queen. Okay, please wait a moment. 2 or 3 minutes later, the secretary handed the sales report to Mu Wanbing. You can go out now. I'll call you if I need anything. After the secretary left, Mu Wanbing opened the second quarter sales data of Qingyan Cosmetics in her hand. Her brows were furrowed, and she didn't look well. The sales figures for light face makeup in the second quarter were really bad, down 35% from the previous quarter. At this crucial juncture for the Mu Group's IPO, the sales performance of Qingyan Cosmetics, a high-profit product within the Mu Group, is shockingly poor, which could directly impact the Mu Group's listing. Is there any way to quickly boost performance? Suddenly, Mu Wanbing thought of Jiang's newly opened social media account. This might be a good approach. Expanding sales channels through the currently popular Douyin short video platform and marketing products using the influencer effect might increase the sales of Qingyan Cosmetics. Previously, Mu Wanbing used Douyin to record her life, posting several videos of studying and traveling. Her ID was Bing Bing Bueling, and she had more than 20,000 followers. She first had her secretary contact the platform to get her account verified. Next, I opened Douyin, TikTok, and recorded a video showcasing the use of popular Qingyan cosmetics products. In the video, Mu Wanbing appears without makeup, but even without makeup, her stunning beauty is still undeniable. Hello everyone, I'm Bing Bing. Today's video is a tutorial video. Look at this product I'm holding. It's a best-selling item from our lightweight makeup line. A video of less than 5 minutes has been recorded. Edit the video, upload it to my personal account, and invest 50,000 yuan in Douyin Plus. Yes, Mr. Mu. 2 hours later, the video was posted to the Douyin account, Bing Bing Bueling. At the same time, 50,000 yuan was invested in Douyin, TikTok, advertising. The office of the chairman of the Jiang Group. Jiang Chun was idly playing on his phone when a Douyin, TikTok, notification popped up at the top of his screen. The account you follow, Bing Bing Bueling, has posted a video. Check it out. Since he registered on Douyin, he has only followed 2 people. One is the official Douyin account of the Jiang Group, and the other is Bing Bing Bueling, Mu Wanbing's Douyin account. Jiang Chun subconsciously clicked on the video and saw Mu Wanbing's bare face. A smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. My girlfriend is so beautiful. I immediately saved and liked this. He then instructed Lu Rian to repost the video using the Jiang Group's official Douyin account. My girlfriend is working so hard. I can't just ignore her, can I? Even if we take a step back and say that the Mu Group is an enterprise invested in by the Jiang Group, Mu Wanbing is making money for herself. Invest 1 million in Douyin. It wasn't just Jiang Chun. Mu Zhongxing, chairman of the Mu Group, invested 100,000 yuan in Douyin for his daughter. The CEOs of some of the Jiang Group's companies who knew about Mu Wanbing's relationship with Jiang Chun also launched Douyin, TikTok, promotions immediately. The amount ranges from 100,000 to 500,000. Anyway, this amount of money is nothing to them. They can just go to karaoke bars less often and hire fewer young models. If Jiang Chun finds out, he can easily give them some resources. This small amount of money might come back 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. Even if Jiang Chun didn't know, they wouldn't lose anything. Mu Wanbing was puzzled when she saw the message about Douyin Plus being promoted in the background. Didn't she have her secretary invest 50,000 yuan in Douyin? Why are there so many? The largest single transaction was worth millions. The total amount spent on Douyin advertising is at least 5 or 6 million. What exactly is going on? Mu Wanbing took a screenshot and sent it to Jiang Chun. Did you do this? Besides Jiang Chun, Mu Wanbing really couldn't think of anyone else. Jiang Chun received a message from Mu Wanbing and saw the screenshot. I immediately understood. I guess it's those people from the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. The 1 million is mine, but I don't know about the others. Who cares who it is? As long as the video goes viral, that's all that matters. The video has been viewed over 30 million times. Both likes and comments exceeded 100,000. In addition, the number of followers increased by more than 200,000. 246,000 followers. It is still growing at a rate of several hundred per hour. It's safe to say that Mu Wanbing's video has gone viral. Regardless of the method, it became a hit. Even without the support of many people on Douyin, Mu Wanbing's outstanding looks would have made her famous sooner or later. It just shortened the time. Mr. Mu, the video is going viral. The secretary said excitedly. Mu Wanbing had already seen the video data, but her expression remained somewhat indifferent. I'm going to start the live stream tonight. I want to personally promote these products. The secretary looked somewhat surprised upon hearing the news that Mu Wanbing would be personally promoting the products. President Mu is serious. For the first live stream, in addition to all the best-selling products, we'll also prepare a few promotional items to attract customers, and the product department will be in charge of that. Clear. After the secretary left, Mu Wanbing sent another message to Jiang Chun. Your little one is going to do a live streaming sales event tonight. I wonder if you'll have time to watch. Of course. I must support my baby. Jiang Chun replied to the message very quickly. Seeing Jiang Chun's affirmative answer, Mu Wanbing finally smiled. Fu Ning, do you think we should give the employees some benefits? Jiang Chun stared at Fu Ning and murmured. Chairman Jiang, are you planning to give out employee benefits again? Is that not allowed? Jiang Chun hesitated. No. I just feel that this is a bit too frequent. It might make employees feel guilty. Fu Ning hurriedly said. They just raised the basic salary, changed the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund to 6 social insurances and 2 housing funds, and added a scholarship for children's college entrance examinations. Now it's time to provide employee benefits. Does Chairman Jiang have nowhere to spend his money? Do you know that this makes employees feel guilty? How can I slack off like this? Chapter 67. Light and beautiful makeup goes viral. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Chun remained silent. You think I'm doing this for your benefit? I'm only thinking of myself. If I don't provide employee benefits, what excuse can I use to buy cosmetics in large quantities? Chairman Jiang, please speak. Fu Ning hurriedly and respectfully said. Order your light beauty makeup products through this live stream. One copy for everyone in the group. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. Fu Ning looked at his phone screen and hesitated. Chairman Jiang, it's fine to give this to female employees, but to give it to male employees. You're so silly. If you're a man, you can give it to your wife or girlfriend, or if all else fails, give it to your mom. Please rest assured, Chairman Jiang, I will take care of it right away. Fu Ning left the chairman's office and contacted Lu Chong in the logistics department directly, as the procurement business had always been handled by the logistics department. Manager Lu, Chairman Jiang instructed us to distribute employee benefits. Let's discuss the details in person. Lightweight makeup. Mu Wanbing sat in the live broadcast room, enthusiastically introducing the company's products. This whitening face cream has a good whitening effect. It also contains some Chinese herbal medicines, so even pregnant women can use it. There were over 20,000 viewers watching the live stream, but most of them were boys, all attracted by Mu Wanbing's beauty. Only a small number of girls are truly interested in the product. Although Mu Wanbing's introduction was quite comprehensive, sales were not very optimistic. The live stream, which lasted an hour and a half, only sold a little over 2,000 orders. Several hundred units of the welfare-oriented items were sold. Suddenly, the official Douyin account of Jiang Group entered the live broadcast room. Without saying a word, he first threw out 10 carnivals. Looking at the gift effects in the live stream, Mu Wanbing's expression froze for a moment. Thank you for the gift, it's far too precious, please don't send any more. Mu Wanbing secretly took out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Chun. Is that you? The next second, another 90 carnivals were given away in the live stream. Including the previous 10, that makes a total of 100. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan. These 100 would amount to 300,000. He immediately became the top-ranked fan in Mu Wanbing's live stream. He originally wanted to use his personal account, but the two of them hadn't announced their relationship yet. Jiang Chun didn't want too much attention to Mu Wanbing for the time being. Once the relationship is made public, countless media outlets will be watching Mu Wanbing closely. She had just taken over Qingyan Cosmetics, and a bunch of trivial matters awaited her. Exposing herself to the spotlight at this time would do more harm than good. Let's talk about it once things stabilize. However, many people in Jiangxing knew about it, but since Jiang Chun hadn't announced it, they didn't dare to say anything and just kept it to themselves. Stop refreshing. Upon seeing the message from Mu Wanbing, along with an angry and embarrassed emoji, Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly as he tapped his finger on the screen. Yes, sir. Mu Wanbing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to introduce the Qingyan Makeup Series products in her hand, she saw the Jiang Group's official Douyin account come to the live broadcast room again. More than 20,000 orders were placed for each product. That applies to every product. Mu Wanbing's live stream features at least 20 or 30 products on her shared bike. The most expensive item is priced at 999 yuan. Mr. Mu, this is a huge order surge. The secretary beside her spoke cautiously, her eyes fixed on the sales data in the back office. We sold nearly 700,000 orders. The transaction amount was 350 million yuan. Whether it was the live stream operations team, the sales team, the viewers in the live stream, or even Mu Wanbing and her secretary, everyone was numb. What are they trying to do? Data manipulation? No. If orders are placed using the official account of the Jiang Group, and it's suspected of being a data manipulation scheme, it will definitely be detected. In that case, not only Qingyan Cosmetics Company and Mu's Group, but even the Jiang Group will be punished. Never underestimate the power of Chinese law. Do not challenge judicial authority. It's that guy again. Mu Wanbing thought to herself. The live stream chat exploded. Wow, the Jiang Group's official account received a whopping 700,000 orders. Are all rich people this arrogant? I was struggling to decide which product to buy, and someone else just bought over 20,000 orders for every single item? Is this the difference between people? Indeed, human joys and sorrows are not the same. What do you want to do? I saw the message from Mu Wanbing. Jiang Chun replied with a speechless emoji. I just found out that the group is going to give employees benefits, and the purchasing department has their eyes on Qingyan Cosmetics products. Perfect, we should keep the good stuff in the family. Mu Wanbing didn't believe a single word of Jiang Chen's rather sincere reply. He sent a fierce emoji. Mu Wanbing then said to the viewers in the live broadcast room, "Thank you, Jiang Group. Jiang's group plans to provide employee benefits and has chosen Qingyan Cosmetics as the product." But she was utterly speechless. "You said you'd give out benefits, so you could just randomly buy a set of products, right? Is it necessary to buy everything? There is overlap between high-end, mid-range, and low-end products. Didn't the Jiang Group's procurement department notice this? How could I not have noticed? They're trying to curry favor with the future boss's wife." Before long, various companies in the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce, having heard the news, placed orders in Mu Wanbing's live stream using their official company accounts. The Li Group has placed an order. Oceanwide Group has placed an order. Jiangxing Interactive Entertainment has placed an order. Fiber Home Technologies has placed an order. It can be said that all members of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce placed orders. They only bought one set of products. Even so, the number of orders was still quite high. As of the time Mu Wanbing finished her broadcast, nearly 2 million orders have been sold in total. The total transaction amount exceeded 1 billion yuan. These are real order data. There is no fraud or order cancellation. That day, the live stream clips of the light face makeup line selling out quickly went viral online, gaining popularity in a novel way. In particular, the Jiang Group was the first to place an order for 700,000 units and throw away 100 carnivals. This has sparked heated discussions among countless netizens. At the same time, the Jiang Group's official account released a statement. Jiang's Group Logistics Department. This purchase of the Qingyan Makeup Series products is a normal purchase for employee benefits. There is no hype involved, and Jiang's Group disdains hype in any way. This can be considered a clarification for Qingyan Cosmetics. The official accounts of the other companies followed suit, releasing video statements one after another. The content is roughly the same as that of the Jiang Group. This proves that this purchase was not a publicity stunt, but simply a way to benefit employees. The choice of Qingyan Cosmetics was a well-considered decision by the company, and there was no underhanded operation involved. Behind the series of video statements, light and natural makeup has become a huge hit. Please arrange shipment as soon as possible, Mu Wanbing said with a hint of helplessness. Almost all shipments are made within the same city. Clear. Mu Wanbing rubbed her head, thinking to herself, this quarter, no, this year's sales target has already been exceeded. Chapter 68 Jiangxing Urban Construction Group Rectification Plan. Monday, August 19, 2025. Jiang's Group's stock hit the daily limit again at the opening. 10.2 yuan per share. Its market capitalization is 32.365 billion yuan. The total market value of the Securities Department's stock trading accounts was 157.649 billion yuan. The group's working capital account of the Finance Department has 19.752 billion renminbi in working capital. The Jiang Group has 177.401 billion yuan in cash alone. With this amount of money, they could easily outperform many listed companies. The group's total assets amounted to 227.644 billion yuan. It has entered the ranks of the top 100 enterprises in the country. In terms of market capitalization alone, the Jiang Group doesn't even rank highly. Also, Jiang Qin's personal stock trading account holds a total market value of 15.175 billion yuan. Personal funds accounted for 1.874 billion yuan. His personal net worth is 31.234 billion yuan. He squeezed into the top 100 of the national rich list, ranking 95th, and his net worth surpassed that of the boss of Manhwa, become the youngest billionaire in China. But, as is widely known, the market value of the Jiang Group will continue to surge. At that time, Jiang Qin's net worth will also rise accordingly. They should be able to squeeze into the top 15 at least. What does this mean? 1.4 billion Chinese people, ranked in the top 15. Of course, this excludes those reclusive families, but they are only a minority. Jiangxing City Government. Chairman Jiang, you've arrived? Mayor Han has been waiting for you, Wang Wenxue said respectfully. I'm so sorry I'm late. The two walked to the door of Han Zhong's office, where Jiang Chen suddenly stopped. Director Wang, shouldn't you consult Mayor Han first? Wang Wenxue smiled and said, Chairman Jiang, Mayor Han has already given instructions that you don't need to ask for permission to come in the future. You can just go directly. Isn't this treatment a bit too good? Mayor Han, Chairman Jiang is here. Wang Wenxue respectfully made Jiang Chen a cup of tea, then turned and left, closing the office door behind him. Han Zhong first raised his eyebrows, then picked up his teacup and took a small sip. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, sit on the sofa for a while. I still have some things to take care of. Mayor Han, please go ahead with your work. After saying that, Jiang Chen sat quietly on the sofa. About 10 minutes later, Han Zhong finally finished his work and went straight to the sofa. He continued, I'm always busy. Just now, someone asked me to approve a loan. Believe it or not, as soon as I sign the document, someone else will come to me to approve a loan. The government's finances are tight right now. We only have so much money on hand. If we give it to them, we won't have any left to give to others. We have to prioritize what's urgent and what's not. Tightening our belts and living frugally is tough. Jiang Chun lowered his head and remained silent. This is not a topic he should be discussing. Too sensitive. What are your thoughts on Jiangxing Urban Construction Group? Now, let's get to the main topic. Han Zhong lit a cigarette and tossed the cigarette and lighter to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun handed the pre-prepared restructuring plan to Han Zhong, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Mayor Han, this is my idea, to merge Jiangxing Construction Group into Xingchen Real Estate. Xingchen Real Estate currently has many construction projects. With the addition of Jiangxing Construction Group, construction efficiency will be greatly improved, ensuring that the projects are completed and delivered to the owners ahead of schedule. At the same time, Xingchen Real Estate can undertake more projects, greatly improving its capacity and creating more jobs. Furthermore, once the merger is completed, Xingchen Real Estate may become the second largest real estate company in Jiangdong Province, second only to Jiangdong Construction Group in scale. Although the real estate industry is experiencing a downturn, high-quality real estate projects still have considerable potential. In the future, Xingchen Real Estate will develop real estate projects in core areas, while also expanding into the high-end commercial real estate sector. Hearing Jiang Chun's description and quickly reviewing the plan in his hand, Han Zhong felt much better, and he lit another cigarette. This plan is very good. I have high expectations for the future of Xingchen Real Estate. Today, we will hold a meeting of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee. At that time, I will propose a feasible plan to reduce the financial burden, taking Jiangxing Urban Construction Group as a pilot project to transform state-owned enterprises into private enterprises, reform Jiangxing's industrial structure, and create a better business environment. Han Zhong said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with determination. With Jiang Chun's restructuring plan, he was confident he could persuade the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee to support it. After Jiang Chun left, Han Zhong asked Wang Wenxue to prepare a car to go to the Municipal Party Committee, as he wanted to have a word with the top leader of the Municipal Party Committee. Secretary Zhang. Han Zhong said politely. Party Secretary Zhang Gang stood up and said, Mayor Han, what brings you here? Logically speaking, a meeting of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee should be held this afternoon, and any issues could be discussed before the meeting. Secretary Zhang, do you still remember the plan I told you about to reduce the financial burden? Zhang Gang nodded. He vaguely remembered that he and Han Zhong had discussed this matter in depth at the time. The problem is that the enterprises under the jurisdiction of Jiangxing Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission have been too incompetent in recent years. Not only have they failed to alleviate the pressure on the city's finances, but they also require annual funding from the city's finances. Please take a look at this rectification plan first, which concerns Jiangxing Urban Construction Group. Starry Sky Real Estate. That's right, it belongs to the Jiang Group. I've been hearing a lot about the Jiang Group lately. Zheng Gang was quite curious, so he carefully looked through the plan. That's good, we can give it a try. Seeing that Zheng Gang agreed, Han Zhong added, in that case, I will formally propose it at today's Standing Committee meeting. In this way, the original Standing Committee meeting was changed into an expanded Standing Committee meeting, with the heads of the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, the Finance Bureau, and the Urban Construction Group attending as observers, and it was placed as the last item on the agenda. Zheng Gang made the decision and immediately instructed his secretary to implement it. Let's go to the Jiang Group for an inspection and research in a few days. Good. Today, Jiang's Group has become a leading enterprise in Jiangxing, with more than 20,000 employees. There has been a lot of news lately. As the party secretary of Jiangxing City, Zheng Gang should go down to the grassroots level to understand the actual situation of the Jiang Group and see if he can provide more job opportunities. That afternoon, Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee Standing Committee enlarged meeting. First, other matters were discussed according to procedure. Finally, it was time for the last topic. Officials from the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, the Finance Bureau, and the Urban Construction Group attended the meeting. Han Zhong looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, the city's finances are under considerable pressure right now. It's time to get rid of these burdens and cumbersome things, otherwise the financial problems will not be improved for a long time. The heads of the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission and the Urban Construction Group felt a chill run down their spines. They had a bad feeling. It seemed like this was directed at them. Feeling the gazes cast by Zheng Gang, the party secretary of the municipal committee, and Han Zhong, the deputy party secretary and mayor, they broke out in a cold sweat. I discussed this issue with Secretary Jiang a few days ago. After returning, I drafted a preliminary plan to transform the state-owned enterprise into a private enterprise, which will then be wholly acquired by the private enterprise, using Jiangxing Urban Construction Group as a pilot project. Let's hear everyone's thoughts. Chapter 69 Special Meeting. On the way back to the Jiang Group, Jiang Chun instructed Fu Ning to notify Ma Guoyang and Xian Fengyang to come to the group's headquarters. One issue is the acquisition of land in the western part of the city. Secondly, there is the restructuring plan for the Urban Construction Group. Since Han Zhong said he was confident, then there would be no unexpected changes. They must prepare in advance. Go back and get a detailed document of Jiangxing Construction Group, then have Li Zhongfeng wait for me in my office. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. A temporary meeting will be held at 3 p.m. The tentative attendees are Lu Ruyan, Li Zhongfeng, Tang Qingqing, Bai Ryu, Li Rukai, and Xu Hang. 2 hours later, Ma Guoyang and Xian Fengyang appeared together in the chairman's office. How's the land acquisition going? Chairman Jiang, we have already purchased 200 mu of commercial land and more than 500 mu of industrial land, for a total cost of 21 billion yuan. Ma Guoyang reported the facts truthfully. Upon hearing this data, Jiang Chun was fairly satisfied. It can be said that, according to the high-tech industrial park plan submitted by Jiangxing City, almost half of the land is in the hands of the Jiang Group. If Jiangxing City wants to develop an industrial park, it cannot bypass Xinjiang real estate. Continue the acquisition and try to buy some more. Remember, money is not an issue. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, his words carrying a domineering air. Yes. There is one more thing. Regarding the acquisition of Jiangxing Construction Group, we have reached a preliminary agreement with the Jiangxing municipal government to acquire Jiangxing Construction Group in its entirety. You should be prepared for this. At that time, Jiangxing Construction Group will be merged into Xinjiang Real Estate. Before that, a comprehensive review of the management of Jiangxing Construction Group will be conducted. The Human Resources Department, Legal Department, and Supervision and Audit Department will form an investigation team to be stationed in Jiangxing Construction Group. Once the Jiangxing Urban Construction Group's review is completed, you can begin the merger process. Don't worry about their past identities. As long as they stay, they will be employees of my Jiang Group. Whoever dares to obstruct our work, tell them to come directly to me. You don't need to give anyone face. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. If he can't even solve this problem, then he shouldn't be the chairman anymore. Pack your bags and go home to have a baby. Clear. A special meeting will be held at 3 p.m. this afternoon. You can stay and attend. Not long after Ma Guoyang and his companion left, Li Zhongfeng arrived at the chairman's office with the compiled documents. Chairman Jiang, the information you requested has been prepared. Li Zhongfeng handed the brief report to Jiang Chun and then gave a brief summary. Jiangxing Construction Group was established in 2003 and is affiliated with the Jiangxing Municipal Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. It is a wholly state-owned enterprise under the Jiangxing Municipal Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. The current chairman of Jiangxing Construction Group is Ding Kaifeng, who is at the deputy division level. Currently, the Urban Construction Group has assets of 2.146 billion yuan, but its liabilities are as high as 2.827 billion yuan. Jiang Chun frowned deeply. I knew the situation at the Urban Construction Group was not optimistic, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. It was already insolvent. No wonder they have to rely on municipal government funding to barely stay afloat. The group's net assets are 681 million yuan. It's a negative number. He finally understood why Han Zhong had made him take over this mess. If there were more companies like the Urban Construction Group, the head of the Municipal Finance Bureau would probably be devastated. Already facing financial difficulties, they have to subsidize the expenses. Do you really think he's a god of wealth? The only bright spot is the assets held by the Urban Construction Group, most of which are high-quality assets, but the Urban Construction Group lacks the ability to revitalize them. If Starry Sky Properties takes over, it may be able to clear the debts of the City Construction Group by utilizing those high-quality assets. Chairman Jiang, you don't want this burden, do you? Under Li Zhongfeng's questioning gaze, Jiang Chun nodded helplessly. Although the Urban Construction Group has a high level of debt, its assets are still quite good, and it has several high-quality projects in hand. If it can be revitalized, it may not be impossible to turn a profit. Furthermore, Xinjiang Real Estate's ability to take over the Urban Construction Group can further enhance its brand awareness. From now on, almost all municipal projects in Jiangxing will be handed over to us. If we're only considering the assets of the Urban Construction Group, Jiang Chun isn't particularly interested. But the Jiangxing municipal project is what he really wants. Don't be fooled by the low profit margins of these projects. Their influence is considerable. I'll have someone prepare an investment feasibility report. Good. Jiang Group conference room. When Jiang Chun arrived at the conference room, Ma Guoyang, Xian Fengyang, Lu Ruyan, Tang Qingqing, Li Zhongfeng, Bai Ryu, Li Rukai, Nie Yu, Chu Hang, and others were already sitting in the conference room. We're just waiting for the chairman to chair the meeting. This interim meeting is a special working meeting for the restructuring of Jiangxing Urban Construction Group. According to negotiations with the Jiangxing municipal government, the Jiang Group will take over the Jiangxing Urban Construction Group and merge it into Xingchen Real Estate. Li Zhongfeng, please tell me about the basic situation of Jiangxing Urban Construction Group first. Jiang Qin's eyes swept over everyone before finally settling on Li Zhongfeng. Li Zhongfeng had already prepared the materials and first gave a brief overview of the Urban Construction Group. It also briefly summarizes the investment feasibility report issued by Xingchen Investment. That's roughly the situation. All right, everyone understands now. Jiang Chun looked at everyone again. A preliminary acquisition price will be determined, and then further negotiations will be held with the municipal government. It's all finalized. The finance department will send people to inventory the financial situation of the Urban Construction Group. The audit and supervision department will re-audit the finances of the Urban Construction Group. The human resources department will send people to assess employees. The securities department will be responsible for information disclosure, and the legal department will cooperate in the action. After the meeting ended, everyone got busy again. Jiang Chun called Bai Ryu, the HR manager, to his office. Prepare for the group's autumn recruitment and draft recruitment information to fill vacancies in the group headquarters and its subsidiaries. In addition, we can recruit more veterans to strengthen security forces. You can contact the Municipal Veterans Affairs Bureau. All positions are tentatively scheduled for a 3-month internship. During the internship, the salary will be 90% of the base salary. After the internship, the group's personnel assessment will be completed and the best candidates will be selected for employment. At the same time, all the benefits and compensation for the internship period will be paid retroactively. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, now that the company is growing in size, the number of employees needed will only increase. Yes, I'll make the arrangements right away. Bai Ryu said respectfully. Chairman Jiang, is there anything else? That's all for now. Chairman Jiang, Zhou Yang, the security manager, wants to see you. Fu Ning said in a low voice. Let him in. Half a minute later, Zhou Yang stood respectfully in front of Jiang Chun. What can I do for you, Manager Zhou? Jiang Chun asked, puzzled. Chairman Jiang, it's like this. I have a few comrades who are looking for jobs recently. The comrade in arms, Zhou Yang mentioned. Could they be Special Forces members? Tell the HR department to process their onboarding directly. We will be treated the same as them. As for the positions, they will be added to the bodyguard team first. Chapter 70 announcement is out. Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee enlarged meeting. Let's all share our thoughts. Han Zhong, Deputy Secretary of the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and Mayor, said in a low voice, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. The members of the Municipal Party Committee Standing Committee who attended the meeting either whispered with their heads down or remained silent. Su Lin, member of the Standing Committee of the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and Executive Vice Mayor, spoke first. Let me give my opinion first. I support Mayor Han's proposal. In recent years, the municipal finance has had to allocate several hundred million yuan to the Urban Construction Group every year just to keep the group running. Everyone, please don't forget the original intention of establishing the Urban Construction Group. It was originally for better economic development, but now it has become a burden on the city. Given our current financial difficulties, why keep these burdens? Our top priority should be to lighten our load, focus on economic development, and alleviate fiscal pressure. The heads of the Municipal Party Committee's Publicity Department, Organization Department, Political and Legal Affairs Department, and full-time Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, among others, expressed their opinions. Almost everyone supported Han Zhong's proposal. You should know that this proposal was discussed and approved by the top leaders of the Municipal Party Committee and government. So how could they possibly object to it? Hearing the speeches of the standing committee members, the heads of the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission and the Urban Construction Group were disheartened, especially Ding Kaifeng, the chairman of the Urban Construction Group. He had only been transferred to the Urban Construction Group for less than a year and hadn't even settled in before he was about to be transferred. He was originally a deputy division-level cadre. When he was transferred from a state-owned enterprise to a local government position, he was reduced from a deputy division-level cadre to a section-level cadre. At best, he could enjoy the treatment of a deputy division-level cadre. Cough cough. Party Secretary Zhang Gang coughed lightly and said, Mayor Han and I discussed this before. The municipal finances can no longer support the extra funding. If we allocate funds to state-owned enterprises, other places will have to allocate less. Who can blame us when our fiscal budget is limited? Take the urban construction group as an example. Selling it to individuals is the best way out. It not only reduces the financial pressure, but also provides job security for employees. Since no one has any objections, then this matter is settled. Next, let's discuss who should take over. Now that the proposal has been approved, there is no need to discuss the issue of who should take over. Within Jiangqing, only the Jiang Group is capable of taking over the urban construction group. The decision was passed unanimously, with Xingchen Real Estate, a subsidiary of the Jiang Group, taking over Jiangqing Urban Construction Group. Executive Vice Mayor Su Lin was put in charge of the negotiations. Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Director Gua, are we just going to give up like this? Ding Kaifeng said resentfully, as if he were a little wife who had been abandoned. That's so pitiful. Gua Maochun, director of the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, sighed. It's come to this now. Let's leave it to fate. Jiangqing Construction Group cannot be saved. We can only follow the decision of the expanded meeting of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee. I'll find a way to transfer you to the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Ding Kaifeng was someone he had personally promoted, so he had to find a good place for his own people as a way of giving them an explanation. Otherwise, who would follow me? Ding Kaifeng returned to Jiangqing Construction Group with no other choice. He immediately convened a high-level meeting and informed them of the Municipal Party Committee's resolution. As for the others, let them find their own way and rely on their own abilities. He looked around the huge office, his heart filled with mixed feelings. The next day, the Jiang Group, led by Li Zhongfeng, held talks with Su Lin, a representative of the Jiangqing municipal government. It's just a formality. Jiang Chun had already reached an agreement with Han Zhong on the specifics. The final acquisition price was set at 520 million yuan. At that time, both parties signed a contract, and the money was transferred to the municipal finance account. Complete the handover procedures. An investigation team from the Jiang Group has been stationed at Jiangqing Urban Construction Group. Ding Kaifeng, on the other hand, remained with the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. A few more days passed. August 23rd, Jiang Chun arrived at the office and first opened his Texas Hold'em stock trading account. Jiang's group's stock hit the daily limit again. 25.3 yuan per share. The total market capitalization is 80.276 billion yuan. At the same time, the group's stock market value is 391.07 billion yuan. Finance Department, 19.232 billion yuan. Individual stock accounts held 37.76 billion yuan. 1.87 billion yuan in personal accounts. This day, the Jiangqing municipal government officially issued an announcement. Announcement regarding the approval of the Jiangqing High-Tech Industrial Science and Technology Park project. With the approval of the Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government, the construction of a high-tech industrial park in Jiangqing City has been approved. The project is located in the western part of the city, specifically. The total area is 1,200 mil. The estimated investment is 10 billion yuan. Of this, 6 billion yuan was allocated by the provincial government and 4 billion yuan by the Jiangqing municipal government. This announcement immediately sparked heated discussions. Holy crap, the West City project has finally been approved. A high-tech industrial park? Or a provincial-level science and technology park? There will definitely be many companies moving in. My goodness. The Jiangqing city government is quietly accomplishing something big. I proposed the West City Development Zone a few years ago, but I didn't expect that the development zone would not be approved, but the high-tech industrial park would be approved instead. There will be more job opportunities in Jiangqing from now on. The Jiangqing municipal government went to great lengths to secure this industrial park project. It was proposed by the previous mayor, but it was not approved due to financial issues. Now, the newly appointed mayor has restarted the project, transforming the development zone into a high-tech industrial park, which has been successfully approved. This means that Jiangqing will usher in a new era of development. It will not only attract many businesses, but also create more jobs and generate substantial tax revenue. A certain place in Jiangdong province. The businessman who had spent 3.7 billion to acquire land in the west of the city was completely stunned. He just sold the land. He bought the land for 3.7 billion yuan, but sold it to Xingchen Real Estate for only 1.3 billion yuan. I thought this piece of land was worthless. Result. Less than half a month later, the Jiangqing municipal government issued an announcement to build the Chengxi High-Tech Industrial Park. Even a fool could figure that out. The western part of the city is already extremely valuable. He was filled with deep regret. We've had this piece of land stuck with us for years. Why can't we hold on for a few more days? Is it really worth it to wait another 2 weeks? He lost at least several billion. Jiangqing city government. Jiang Chun went to the mayor's office again. Xiao Jiang, I heard you're interested in the West City High-Tech Industrial Park project? Han Zhong heard some rumors. Jiang Chun didn't hide anything and handed the project proposal to Han Zhong. Mayor Han, this is the project proposal drafted by Xingchen Real Estate. You were prepared for this all along? Han Zhong asked in surprise, his deep eyes fixed on Jiang Chun as if trying to see through his heart. How did he know about the high-tech industrial park? Han Zhong was puzzled. Could it be that someone leaked the news? However, the provincial approval only came through yesterday. Could it be that Jiang Chun has the ability to foresee the future? Or did they use some unknown means? Currently, apart from the western part of the city, there are no other places available for development within Jiangqing City. I am certain that future development will revolve around the west of the city. Jiangqing is an industrial city, and the municipal government's plan proposes a transformation. Jiangqing's tourism industry is not well developed, and its service industry is not ideal, so I guess it will be a high-tech industry. That's why I had people prepare in advance. Chapter 71 Is the Mu Group going public? Han Zhong looked surprised. I never expected Jiang Chun to have such awareness. No wonder he was able to revive the Jiang Group. As for behind-the-scenes manipulation, that's simply impossible. From the initial planning to the submission of the high-tech industrial park plan to the provincial party committee in government, everything was kept strictly confidential, and there was absolutely no leak of information. Furthermore, the provincial party committee standing committee only finalized the decision yesterday, and even I only found out last night. How could Jiang Chun have known in advance? Could it really be his keen insight? If that's the case, that would be too terrifying. Thinking of this, Han Zhong looked at Jiang Chun with even more respect and appreciation. After reviewing the project proposal in his hand, Han Zhong nodded with satisfaction and said, "This project proposal is good. I'm personally quite satisfied. However, the final outcome will depend on the project bidding process. Adhering to the principles of fairness, impartiality, and transparency, no one can pull strings." That's for sure. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice that he agreed with Han Zhong's words. The bidding process is expected to begin before the end of the month. It is currently being prepared. At that time, some experts will be hired to participate in the review to ensure the fairness of the project to the greatest extent possible, so that every company can participate in the bidding. As things stand now, the only companies in the province capable of undertaking this project, besides Xingchen Real Estate, are Jiangdong Construction and Manhwa Real Estate. However, given the large scale of the project, it's hard to guarantee that companies from other provinces will participate in the bidding. So never let your guard down until the very last second. Han Zhong sincerely advised. Why would he want local companies to undertake such a good project, keeping the profits within the family? It can also create job opportunities for local migrant workers. Leave all the money in Jiangqing. Okay, on behalf of the Jiang Group, I will never let Mayor Han down. The Jiang Group will become a benchmark in Jiangqing. Back to the Jiang Group. Jiang Chun called Ma Guoyang again, asking them to refine the continuation plan. Meanwhile, all project team members signed confidentiality agreements and were not allowed to leave the site without permission before the bidding meeting ended. Just as the call ended, Jiang Chen's phone rang again. It was Mu Wanbing. Wanbing, is something the matter? The Mu Group is going public. Do you have time to attend the bell-ringing ceremony? Mu Wanbing's clear and gentle voice came through the receiver. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then asked, which day? Tentatively scheduled for the 25th. 25th? That is, the day after tomorrow. Okay, I'll participate if I have time. With various things piling up lately, Jiang Chen can't guarantee he'll be able to attend the Mu Group's IPO ceremony in Shanghai. This round trip will take at least 2 days. Are you going? Yes, tonight's flight. I'm going to Shanghai with my dad and the others. Be careful, and call me anytime if anything happens. Jiang Chen gave the instructions again. After hanging up the phone, he instructed his assistant. Have Li Rukai from the securities department come here. Before long, Li Rukai strode into Jiang Chen's office. Chairman Jiang, you wanted to see me? Is it about the Mu Group's IPO? Jiang Chen nodded. Li Rukai respectfully said, Chairman Jiang, we have already formulated a detailed plan for the listing of the Mu Group. The tentative opening price for Mu's Group is 11.82 yuan per share. Total share capital, 87,140,400 shares. Total market value of 1.03 billion yuan. The Securities Department has raised 1 billion yuan in cash flow and plans to drive up the price of Moose Group's stock to 24-27 yuan per share. Ultimately, it stabilized at around 20 yuan per share. Hearing Li Rukai's words, Jiang Chun had a general idea of what was going on. In fact, given the assets and profitability of the Mu Group, it's quite remarkable that its stock market value doubled on the day of its listing. This is still due to the Jiang Group behind them. Okay, let's proceed according to the original plan. Keep a close eye on stock price fluctuations and don't let them slip out of your control. I don't care who it is. If any outside organization tries to take control, crush them. As he finished speaking, a cold glint appeared between Jiang Chen's brows. Everyone knows that the Mu Group is a subsidiary of the Jiang Group. Anyone who dares to mess with the Mu Group is making an enemy of the Jiang Group. Meanwhile, the enemies hidden behind the Jiang Group may take the opportunity to target the Mu Group, thereby dragging the Jiang Group down with them. Sufficient preparation is essential. Tell Tang Qingqing that if the funds are insufficient, transfer them from the group's account in a timely manner. In short, the group will fully cooperate with your securities department. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Li Rukai hurriedly and respectfully replied, "Please rest assured, Chairman Jiang, I guarantee to complete the mission." Headquarters of Wanshare Holdings, Jiangzhou City, Jiangdong Province. Chairman Wan, I heard that the Mu Group, a subsidiary of the Jiang Group, is about to go public. Should we vent our anger? Inside the chairman's office, Wan Xing, vice chairman and head of the securities department of Wan's Holdings, said coldly. Wan Sen's brows furrowed in gloom. Some time ago, they had suffered a great loss at the hands of the Jiang Group and were forced to hand over Wan High Energy. He kept this debt in mind. However, the Jiang Group was too powerful to be openly offended. Don't be fooled by the fact that Jiang Group's market value is far less than Wan's Holdings. Its assets are much larger. Its assets are almost 5 or 6 times that of Wan's Holdings. By openly offending the Jiang Group and Jiang Chun, Wan's Holdings will likely suffer a fate even worse than Douyi's. However, that doesn't mean Wan Sun can tolerate it. First, allocate 500 million yuan to suppress the Mu Group. I want the Mu Group stock to plummet as soon as it goes public. Wan Sun said coldly. Remember to be discreet and don't let anyone know that it's Wan's Holdings that's behind this. He didn't want Jiang Chun to find out. She dared not let Jiang Chun know. Knowing that Wan's Holdings wouldn't be implicated, whether it's Mu's Group, Jiang's Group, or Jiang Chun, they can only swallow this bitter pill. Understood, just you wait and see. On the other end, a flight that took off from Jiangxing Airport landed at Shanghai International Airport. Mu Zhongxing, Xie Qinghe, Mu Wanbing, and senior executives of the Mu Group appeared in Shanghai to participate in the bell-ringing ceremony. After all, this is a major event for the Mu family, and they cannot be absent. As for the Mu Group, it is overseen by a vice president. Bing Bing, is Xiaoqin coming back? Xie Qinghe took Mu Wanbing's arm and whispered. Mu Wanbing shook her head, her tone slightly downcast, and said, he's not sure yet. He's been too busy with work lately, and might not be able to find the time. Jiang Group's Xingshan Real Estate has also acquired Jiangxing Construction Group. The mess that Jiangxing Construction Group alone will keep him busy for a while. Furthermore, the Jiangxing municipal government has issued an announcement that it plans to establish the Chengxi High-Tech Industrial Park, a project with a scale of over 10 billion yuan. Xiaoqin will not give up easily. Mu Zhongxing whispered beside him. His son-in-law was capable, and he, as the father-in-law, was quite proud. Because of Jiang Chun, who wouldn't give Mu Zhongxing some face. That's why he took the initiative to speak up for Jiang Chun. Chapter 72 Wanshare Holdings Securities Department. Holy crap, we've been liquidated. Wanbing is so lucky to have found such a capable and competent boyfriend. Xie Qinghe patted Mu Wanbing's delicate hand, comforting her. Mom, don't comfort me, I understand him. His future is destined to be extraordinary. I want to be his supporter, and I must never hold him back. Mu Wanbing said in a deep voice. Her internship at the Mu Group during this period has helped her mature a lot. Especially when Qingyan Makeup took charge, all the tasks were left to Mu Wanbing alone. Under such pressure, it would be strange if one didn't mature. The day finally arrived when the Mu Group went public. The Mu Group representatives attended the event in their finest attire. Mu Wanbing wore an expensive, handmade, custom-made dress, and her pure and innocent image attracted everyone's attention. Reporters at the scene frantically snapped photos. Mu Wanbing waved and greeted everyone in a very appropriate manner. That aura was in no way inferior to Lu Rian's. There are less than 5 minutes left until 9 o'clock. According to the plan, the official bell ringing and plaque hanging ceremony will take place at 9 o'clock. At that time, Mu's Group stock will be listed on the A-share market and trading will begin on the same day. Mu Wanbing's eyes kept glancing towards the entrance of the venue. but that familiar face never appeared. Although I kept saying I understood, I still hoped he could come. Witness the momentous events of the Mu family together. All right, stop thinking too much. The ceremony is about to begin. Xie Qinghe noticed Mu Wanbing's emotions and whispered in her ear. Mu Wanbing nodded, exhaled a breath of stale air, and adjusted her emotional state. The countdown is about to begin. Outside the venue. Chairman Jiang, I'm sure President Mu will be very excited when he sees you. Fu Ning said in a fawning tone. Have Li Rukai keep a close eye on stock market fluctuations and tell me immediately if anything happens. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. His right eyelid has been twitching since this morning. An old saying goes, a twitching left eye means good fortune, while a twitching right eye means bad luck. Something is destined to happen today. Don't worry, I just contacted Mr. Li, and I will give him a reminder later. Upon hearing the countdown in the venue, everyone's eyes were focused on Mu Zhongxing. At that moment, the meeting room door was pushed open. Jiang Chun arrived at the venue surrounded by 4 or 5 bodyguards, and he was holding 99 roses in his hands. Mu Wanbing saw Jiang Chun immediately, and her beautiful eyes lit up with surprise. Really? He still came. The countdown has finally ended. A somber chime rang out in the hall. The Mu Group stock is now officially listed. At the same time, shares of the Mu Group began to be auctioned on the A share market. The dazzling spotlights frantically captured this important moment. The ceremony was finally over, and Mu Wanbing quickly ran to Jiang Chen's side. You've arrived? Mu Wanbing said with a look of surprise. Jiang Chun handed the roses in his arms to Mu Wanbing. Congratulations. Mu Wanbing's beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang Chun, as if they were practically glued to him. The love in his eyes was undisguised. At this moment, some media reporters spotted Jiang Chun at the back of the venue and turned their cameras to interview him. After briefly answering a few questions from the reporters, Jiang Chun then directed them to focus on the main subject of the day, the Mu Group, and instructed them not to report anything that shouldn't be reported. Those reporters were all shrewd people, and naturally they knew what Jiang Chun meant. It seems Jiang Chun is protecting his girlfriend very well. Jiang Chun led Mu Wanbing away from the venue. Securities Department of Jiang Group. Li Rukai and 24 traders stared at the screen in front of them, watching the bidding fluctuations of Mu's group stock. Chairman Jiang personally instructed everyone to be on high alert. Li Rukai said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Mr. Li, we will definitely do our best to complete the task assigned by Chairman Jiang. The person in charge of the trading room assured him. It's still the bidding process. The stock price of Mu's Group was driven up to 17.5 yuan per share, an increase of 48.05%. According to the A-share listing rules, there are no price limits for newly listed stocks on their first day of trading. That's why Jiang Group stock surged 48.05%, ranking first on the daily gainers list. You need to see when the bidding ends. It was just 9:30. A shares officially commenced trading. Buy 300 million shares first, and drive the stock price up to 25 yuan per share. Li Rukai said in a deep voice. The 24 traders acted decisively, their fingers flying across the keyboards, and one buy order after another was successfully placed. The stock price of the Mu Group fluctuated rapidly. The price rose from 17.5 yuan per share to 20 yuan per share. It has risen to 25 yuan again. It eventually settled at 25.42 yuan per share. It's a completely linear rise. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. Continue. Buy another 100 million and push the stock price up to 30 yuan. The 24 traders worked almost non-stop, pushing the stock price up to 30.86 yuan per share, a gain of 161.08%. Stabilize the fundamentals and prevent the stock price from falling sharply. Li Rukai had just finished speaking. Then the person in charge of the trading room exclaimed, Mr. Li, there's a large buy order. The stock price of the Mu Group surged again. It rose from 30.86 yuan per share to 35 yuan, and is now approaching the 40 yuan mark. What are they trying to do? Li Rukai said in a deep voice, his brows furrowed with a heavy expression. Mr. Li, according to securities market trading data, someone lent out a large amount of Mu's Group shares 5 minutes ago. They're trying to short the Mu Group. The next second, Li Rukai realized what was happening. This is the most obvious short-selling tactic. They borrow shares from the brokerage firm at a low price, then drive up the stock price, gradually selling them off at the peak. Finally, they buy the shares back at a low price to repay the brokerage firm. Once you've noticed the other party's methods, you can estimate their intentions. Drive the stock price down. Li Rukai said in a deep voice. At the same time, he ordered people to investigate the other party's identity. He then reported the matter to Jiang Chun. When Jiang Chun, who was far away in Shanghai, learned of this, his premonition was indeed correct. Someone had taken the opportunity to secretly cause trouble. Check. Since they want to short sell, let's give them a hand. Let's see how much money they can mobilize. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. He wasn't flustered at all. In the face of absolute power, everything else is insignificant. Since you want to do it, let's see who has the strongest financial resources. Then, Mu's Group's stock rose to 40.63 yuan per share, but before it could hold above 40 yuan, it fell at a visible speed. It plummeted below 35 yuan in an instant. It couldn't even hold on to 30 yuan. The sell orders reached a staggering 1 million lots. It eventually fell below 20 yuan. It fell to 17.5 yuan, the price at the time of the auction. But they still couldn't hold on to 17.5. It fell all the way down to around 12.4 yuan. Countless stock market investors have clearly felt the cruelty and brutality of the stock market. It is a place that devours people without spitting out the bones. One dynasty, one era. Heaven and earth seemed to merge in an instant. Wan's Holdings, Securities Department. Mr. Wan, we've been wiped out. The trader said urgently. Wan Xing was completely stunned. I originally thought that by suppressing the stock price of the Mu Group, the other party would do anything to stabilize it. But I never imagined they would be so crazy. Aren't you trying to suppress me? Then I'll push it to the bottom first. I'll make you lose everything. Chapter 73. Xingshan Real Estate wins the bid. Chairman Wan, our securities trading account has been liquidated. Inside the chairman's office, Wan Xing spoke cautiously, not even daring to look up at Wan's son. Bang! Wan Xin slammed his fist on the desk, his cold eyes fixed on Wan Xing, and said in a deep voice, What are you all doing? How could this happen? The other party spared no expense to drive down the stock price, causing our margin call with the stock exchange to be triggered. This operation not only failed to suppress the Mu Group, but also allowed them to make hundreds of millions. Wan Xing said in a low voice. Waste. If you can't handle the Jiang Group, fine, but you can't even handle the Mu Group? What am I doing keeping you around? Quickly cut off any connection between that account and Wan's Holdings. We absolutely cannot let them find out who we are. Otherwise, it will definitely bring annihilation to Wan's Holdings. Wan Xin said in a panicked tone that Wan's Holdings was no match for Jiang's Group. With just a word from Jiang's Group, Wan's Holdings would face a crisis. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Wan Xing left the chairman's office in a hurry. August 26, 2024. Jiang Chun and Mu Wanbing's group returned to Jiangxing from Shanghai. Xiao Chun, can we still find the person who was driving down the Mu Group's stock price? Mu Zhongxing said in a low voice that he had learned about what had happened in the stock market yesterday. Although the Mu Group's stock price remained stable at 25 yuan per share, the other party's methods stirred a hint of anger in Mu Zhongxing's heart. It's disgusting to trip someone up behind their back. Jiang Chun smiled knowingly and said, Uncle Mu, don't worry, I will handle it properly. Seeing this, Mu Zhongxing stopped talking. He believed that Jiang Chun would make the other party pay. At the entrance of the Mu family villa, Jiang Chun affectionately ruffled Mu Wanbing's hair and said in an extremely gentle tone, Wanbing, school will start in a few days. I'll come pick you up then. The months-long holiday following the college entrance examination is coming to an end, and the start of the new semester is fast approaching. As freshmen at Tsinghua and Peking universities, they need to go to school to register. There's also a 2-week military training program. After serving as chairman for a few months, Jiang Chun almost forgot that he was still a student. Good. Being in the same school as her sweetheart made Mu Wanbing unusually happy. There is absolutely no issue with adapting to the new environment. Back to the Jiang Group. Inside the office, Jiang Chun was calculating the time. There are 5 days left until the start of school. He needed to hurry up and get everything settled. The company's daily affairs can be handled by Lu Ruyan, Li Zhongfeng, and others, while he will issue instructions remotely. Besides, the Jiang Group has gotten back on track, and all the performance evaluations and restructuring of its subsidiaries have been completed. They can just continue operating as usual. However, we only hope that the Jiangxing City West High-Tech Industrial Park can complete the project bidding process. The Jiangxing municipal government set the bidding date for August 29th, just 2 days before he was to leave for Kyoto. The plan devised by Xingshan Real Estate was further improved, and everyone was confident that they could win the project, so they held a celebration banquet. Finally, the day arrived at August 29th. The scene of the bidding meeting of Jiangxing Municipal Government. As representatives of the Jiang Group, Ma Guoyang, General Manager of Xingshan Real Estate, and Xian Fengyang, Deputy General Manager, accompanied Jiang Chun to the scene. Everyone, welcome to participate in this project bidding. All bids have been submitted to the project review panel, and the expert group is reviewing them one by one. Please be patient. The host's voice echoed throughout the entire bidding venue. In addition to Xingchen Real Estate, a subsidiary of Jiang Group, the bidders included 2 real estate companies from Jiangdong Province, Jiangdong Construction Group and Manhwa Real Estate, as well as several large real estate companies from other provinces. A total of 7 companies participated in the bidding. The expert panel's review process was relatively quick. The bidding process ended in less than 2 hours. Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee Secretary Zheng Gang, as the general commander of the high-tech industrial park project, personally attended the bidding meeting and announced the final review results. First of all, on behalf of the Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee and government, I welcome everyone to participate in the bidding. The proposals from each company were comprehensively evaluated by the expert group, and the best proposal was finally selected. After repeated deliberations by the expert panel, Xingchen Real Estate was ultimately selected as the winner of the bid. Let's give a round of applause to Xingchen Real Estate. This project is a large-scale comprehensive industrial park project to be built by the Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee and government over the next 5 years, with a total investment of over 10 billion yuan. Once completed, the project will be able to accommodate dozens of high-tech enterprises and create tens of thousands of jobs. Therefore, to ensure the quality of the project during construction, the Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee and government will follow up throughout the entire process. Zheng Gang's voice was particularly loud, echoing throughout the entire bidding venue. The Qingxi High-Tech Industrial Park project covers a total area of more than 1,200 mu. The construction is expected to take 1.5 years, and it will take at least 2.5 to 3 years to complete the supporting facilities. Therefore, this project is a large-scale comprehensive industrial park project invested and constructed by the Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee and municipal government in the past 5 years. That evening, Xingchen Real Estate held a celebration party. As the chairman of the Jiang Group, Jiang Chun made an appearance at the event and had a drink with everyone. Everyone deserves credit for Xingchen Real Estate's ability to secure this project. I have always believed in rewarding those who have made contributions. Each individual who participates in the project bidding will be awarded 50,000 yuan. Every employee of Xingchen Real Estate will receive a bonus of 1,000 yuan. Remember, I, Jiang Chun, will never treat anyone unfairly. As long as you have the ability and can create value for the company, how will that value be reflected? It will be reflected in your salary. Jiang Chen's deep voice reached everyone's ears. It wasn't just a few words of praise. They also offered a substantial reward. For employees, the purpose of going to work is to earn money. Making empty promises is useless and won't make people feel bloated. Why are more and more people disgusted by empty promises? False promises are meaningless. Let's get practical. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, and everyone was deeply moved. Before the banquet ended, Jiang Chun made an excuse to leave. I found a hotel to rest for the night, and will go to explain some things tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, Xingchen Real Estate Conference Room. As everyone knows, the company has recently secured the Jiangcheng West High-Tech Industrial Park project. The importance of this project goes without saying. From this day forward, Xingchen Real Estate must do everything in its power to ensure the construction of this project without any mistakes, strictly define responsibilities, and assign responsibilities to individuals. Once the project is completed, I will give everyone an extra big red envelope. I, Jiang Chun, will definitely not treat everyone unfairly. Ma Guoyang is appointed as the first person in charge of the project, and Xian Fengyang is appointed as the second person in charge. You two bear primary responsibility for the project. At the same time, the group headquarters will send an inspection team to Xingchen Real Estate to strictly inspect the project construction process. Ensure absolute transparency throughout the entire project construction process. Chapter 74 System Rewards. August 29, 2024. There's only 1 day left before Jiang Chun departs for Kyoto. Jiang Group. Fu Ning, convene a meeting with the group's senior management and branch office heads. The meeting is tentatively scheduled for 2 p.m. As soon as Jiang Chun arrived at the office, he instructed Fu Ning to notify the group's senior management to hold a meeting. Seeing that he was about to leave Jiangcheng to go to university in Kyoto, the group's affairs had to be settled, otherwise he could not leave with peace of mind. I'll go and inform them right away, Fu Ning said respectfully. After Fu Ning left, Jiang Chun then opened the Zijinhua stock trading software, first operating the stocks, with a total personal holding market value of 31.469 billion yuan, and then checking the latest stock fluctuations of the Jiang Group. Jiang Group's stock hit the daily limit again at the opening. 33.67 yuan per share. The group's total market capitalization is 106.847 billion yuan. Ding! Congratulations. The market value of the company you are bound to has exceeded 100 billion yuan. The current total market value is 106.847 billion yuan. The system's cold voice, which had been silent for a long time, resurfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. As the company's market value has surpassed 100 billion for the first time, the host is rewarded as follows. Super battery technology, breaking through current technological barriers. Its energy density reaches 1500 wh/kg, while significantly improving safety performance, reducing production costs by 70%, and increasing energy recovery rate by 30%. Super fast charging technology, breaking through current technological barriers. This new charging technology enables wireless charging. Standard 220V voltage, maximum power 3000 kW. Hiss. Jiang Chen gasped. This is far ahead of current technology. Achieve a qualitative breakthrough. Take super battery technology as an example. Baiengda's latest solid-state battery has an energy density of 400 wh/kg, while this technology achieves an energy density of 1500 wh/kg, which is 3.75 times higher. If equipped with a battery pack of the same size, the driving range can jump from 700 kilometers to over 2,500 kilometers. Secondly, it boasts super fast charging technology. Even setting aside the entirely new charging method and wireless charging capability, this alone puts it ahead of all other technologies. Furthermore, its maximum charging power exceeds 3,000 kilowatts, while the most advanced fast charging technology currently available only manages around 1,000 kilowatts, making it almost 3 times faster. What does that mean? It can easily achieve a range of over 500 kilometers with just 2 minutes of charging, outperforming all other products on the market. It only takes a few minutes to charge a new energy vehicle from 0% to full. If used on a mobile phone, the battery life can exceed 72 hours when playing games. The phone battery went from 0 to 100% in less than a minute. It's a complete revolution in existing technology. If the Jiang Group masters this technology, it can become a leader in the new energy field and a true industry leader. It has amazed countries around the world. Jiang Qingxue Clue 1. The next second, when Jiang Chun saw the third reward given by the system, he couldn't help but stare blankly. It's been more than 2 months. Finally, a clue about Jiang Qingxue was found. The original owner's mother had been missing for more than 2 months. The investigation had lasted for more than 2 months, but no clues or activity traces were left behind. It seemed that someone was deliberately hiding her. Open the clues. Jiang Qingxue's location, Kyoto. Only a few words. Kyoto? What was mother doing in Kyoto? Jiang Chun stared intently. It seems that this trip to Kyoto for university has brought new tasks. Now that he knew his mother was in Kyoto, he had to find her and bring her back. No one, no matter who or what force, can imprison a mother. This can be considered Jiang Chun giving the original owner an explanation. Even though I've already taken over this body. Jiang Chun opened his personal attribute panel again. Host, Jiang Chun. Identity, student. Age, 18. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 61 kilograms. Durability, 7. Strength, 5. Agility, 3. PS. The average value for a normal person is 10. Company, Jiang Group. Skill, stock market insight. Technology, super battery technology, super fast charging technology. Overall assessment, slightly better than erectile dysfunction, at least able to last 5 minutes, but still far from being a real man. Jiang Group's market capitalization, 106.847 billion yuan. Company ranking, 156. Personal net worth, 80.1 billion yuan. Wealth ranking, 24th. In just a few days, his personal wealth surged back into the top 30 of the national list. Jiang Group has even broken into the top 200 nationwide. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Group conference room. All the heads of the group headquarters and branches were present. As soon as Jiang Chun arrived at the conference room, the once noisy space fell silent. The last time such a conference was held was when he had just taken over as chairman of the Jiang Group. Unfortunately, some faces are no longer visible. In particular, several directors of the group, such as Fang Tianhe and Ji Xinyuan. The number of attendees this time was 40% less than the last time. Jiang Chen looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The main purpose of today's meeting is to announce one thing. I'm leaving for Kyoto to go to school tomorrow." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, everyone realized what was happening. Our chairman is still a student. A prospective freshman at Tsinghua or Peking University. Damn it. Who would have thought that a freshman could transform a bankrupt company into the #1 leading enterprise in Jiangdong province, creating a market value of hundreds of billions? We plan to establish a Jiang Group management committee to be responsible for the day-to-day management during this period. I will assume the role of chairman of the management committee. Tang Qingqing, Li Zhongfeng, Lu Huasheng, Lu Chang, Li Rukai, and Zhou Yang serve as members of the management committee to jointly make decisions on the group's daily management. Lu Rian serves as the Secretary General of the Management Committee, responsible for recording the committee's decision-making matters and reporting to me regularly. At the same time, she coordinates the implementation of decisions by various departments within the group. Establish the Jiang Group Supervisory Committee to be responsible for the supervision and review of the group. I will assume the role of chairman of the Management Committee. Bai Ruoyu, Nie Yu, and Xu Hang serve as members of the Supervisory Committee. Lu Rian serves as the Secretary General of the Supervisory Committee, with the same functions as the previous one. I hope that all departments will cooperate sincerely during this period to ensure the normal operation of the group. Anyone who causes trouble during this time will be held primarily responsible, and their relevant responsibilities will be investigated. If anyone thinks they can pull some dirty tricks while I'm not at headquarters, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll make them regret it. As he spoke, Jiang Qin's expression became particularly serious, his eyes filled with a coldness, and a powerful aura enveloped the entire conference room. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Whether it's the management committee or the supervisory committee, you are the highest decision makers in the group, representing me, and you must take responsibility. Chapter 75, First Arrival in Kyoto. The meeting has ended. Jiang Qin specifically called Li Zhongfeng to his office. Chairman Jiang, what are your instructions? Li Zhongfeng said respectfully. I'll be taking a look at domestic new energy companies and car manufacturers recently. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. The super battery technology and supercharging technology that the system has rewarded us with are completely groundbreaking and far ahead of their time. We can't let them sit idle. Xingchen Energy, a subsidiary of the Jiang Group, is a traditional energy company whose main businesses include oil and coal mining. These two technologies are clearly not what Star Energy needs. If the project is handed over to Xingchen Energy, a new factory will need to be built, which will require a significant investment of time and capital. Okay, I'll find out as soon as possible. Come to Kyoto and report to me then. Yes. August 30th, 2024. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Jiang Chun, Mu Wanbing, Fu Ning, Zhang Jijia, Ma Hongliang, and a group of more than a dozen people chartered an Airbus A380. The flight was scheduled to take them from Jiangxing Airport to Kyoto Airport, with an estimated flight time of 3 hours and 53 minutes. Inside the business class, Jiang Chun looked around the plane, thinking to himself, I'll be frequently traveling between Jiangxing and Kyoto in the future. As the Jiang Group's business expands, I might even have to go to other cities for business. Maybe I should buy a private jet. That would make my travels more convenient. Besides, with the Jiang Group's strength, it can easily buy one. No, it can buy two, keeping one for itself and one for the group. They're so rich and powerful that even their ideas are much more assertive than those of ordinary people. Fu Ning, Jiang Chun said in a low voice, his eyes fixed on his assistant behind him. Boss. Fu Ning walked to Jiang Chen's side, bowed slightly, and spoke with particular respect. As Jiang Chen's personal assistant, he would go wherever Jiang Chen went. Even when Jiang Chen went to school in Kyoto, he would accompany him the whole time. I'll look into private jets later and order two A380s first. Jiang Chen spoke in a low voice, worried that he might disturb Mu Wanbing, who was sleeping soundly next to him. Clear. Fu Ning was particularly surprised. Damn it. Which boss directly ordered two airplanes? It's still the Airbus A380. Each aircraft costs at least several $100 million. They're really rolling in money. At noon that day, the passenger plane landed smoothly at Kyoto Airport. Several bodyguards who had arrived in Kyoto ahead of time were already parked at the airport in a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Mercedes-Benz GLS S450. Many passengers were shocked when they saw this. Holy crap, who is that? This convoy is impressive. Who's the big shot behind it? Judging from the license plate, the vehicle belongs to Jiangxing, Jiangdong Province. I heard that the chairman of the Jiang Group is a prospective freshman at Tsinghua or Peking University. Could it be him? Holy crap, is that my crush? Did you guys see the girl next to him? Who is she? What's her relationship with Jiang Chen? They look so close. There was a constant murmur of conversation around her, but because Mu Wanbing had her head down, no one could see her face clearly. Everyone was speculating about her true identity and her relationship with Jiang Chen. The group got into the cars, and the convoy quickly drove away from Kyoto Airport. Kyoto, Zishan Villa District. The convoy drove into Villa number 8. This property is Jiang Chen's latest purchase, with a total price of 650 million yuan. After all, he'll be spending 4 years of his university life here, so owning a villa shouldn't be a problem, especially since he won't be staying in the dorms often. Besides, there are some things that are not very convenient to handle when living in a dormitory. Just like Fu Ning and the others couldn't exactly go to Jiang Chen's dorm to report on their work, could they? This villa also served as a place for Fu Ning and his group to stay. So he bought the villa next door as well, spending another 480 million yuan. Jiang Chun, this villa is so beautiful. Upon seeing the villa before her, a light shone in Mu Wanbing's beautiful eyes. It was much prettier than the Mu family villa. Whatever you like is fine. Jiang Chun affectionately ruffled her hair and said in a low voice, "Choose a bedroom you like." Jiang Chen doesn't intend to take advantage of Mu Wanbing now. He wants to wait a while longer. After Mu Wanbing skipped off to choose a room, Jiang Chen sat down on the sofa in the living room, with Fu Ning standing respectfully beside him. Registration is the day after tomorrow. Go and make the arrangements. Although we don't usually live in the dormitory, we still need to prepare a set of items in case of emergency. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The courses at Tsinghua and Peking universities are relatively tight. If they have to get up at 8 a.m., they may stay overnight in the school dormitory to avoid being too rushed. You can stay at the villa normally, but if there's anything important, you can come to the school to find me. Jiang Chen is quite well known now. Although he can't be called a household name, most young people know him. His identity cannot be hidden. It's impossible for him to keep a low profile now, but he still doesn't want to be too flamboyant. Bodyguards don't need to provide close protection. They can wait for me outside the school, in groups of 3 or 4. You can decide the specifics. Clear. It's a deep voice, said Ma Hongliang, the bodyguard captain, his voice still particularly loud. We will recruit a few more nannies, cooks, and a professional housekeeper, with excellent benefits. Yes. Fu Ning said respectfully. All right, you guys settle in first. Yes. Besides Fu Ning living on the first floor of the villa, there are 3 bodyguards living on the basement floor of the villa, and the rest of the people living in the villa next door. If an accident occurs at villa number 8, they can provide reinforcements within half a minute. In the second bedroom on the east side of the 3rd floor of the villa, Mu Wanbing put all her clothes into the closet. She felt a little excited about the cohabitation that was about to begin. Back in Jiangcheng, they each had their own careers and rarely had time to date. Now that they've come to Kyoto to study and are living together, they're constantly running into each other, so who knows, maybe some sparks will fly. Jiang Chun intended to return to the master bedroom, but as he passed by Mu Wanbing's bedroom, he saw the little girl lying on the bed taking selfies, her movements and expressions extremely seductive. He swallowed hard, but managed to suppress his impulse and went back to his bedroom to take a cold shower. The next day, the two had a great time in Kyoto. First, they went to the gate that symbolized China and watched the flag-raising ceremony. I feel a strong sense of national and ethnic pride. Later, I sampled some of Kyoto's local snacks. I went shopping and bought quite a few things. Bodyguards were present throughout the entire process. Fortunately, Jiang Chun and Mu Wanbing wore sunglasses and masks, so they were not recognized. Otherwise, all major short video platforms would definitely be exposed. Right now, Jiang Chun doesn't want to expose Mu Wanbing to the media. He wants to protect her in his own way and wait for her to fully mature. When Mu Wanbing returned to the villa that night, she was completely exhausted and collapsed on the sofa. Mu Wanbing complained helplessly. Sigh. What am I going to do about the 2-week military training? Chapter 76 Report on Tsinghua and Peking Universities. September 1st, 2024, is the day for new students to register at Tsinghua and Peking Universities. Many prospective freshmen come to Tsinghua and Peking Universities from all over the country to begin their at least 4-year university life. After all, most students who are admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University will continue their studies and pursue higher degrees and greater academic achievements. Banners were hung at the entrance of Tsinghua and Peking Universities. Welcome to the class of 2024, freshmen of Tsinghua and Peking Universities. Countless freshmen went through the enrollment process, and the upperclassmen provided them with enthusiastic service. Many student organizations have also set up tents to recruit new members, injecting fresh blood into their organizations. Inside the president's office at Tsinghua and Peking Universities, President Lin, our Jiang Group donates 1 billion yuan to Tsinghua and Peking Universities for scientific research every year. Jiang Chan said in a low voice, his eyes fixed on Lin Xuemin, the current president of Tsinghua and Peking Universities. At the same time, we will establish the Seedling Scholarship to reward students with excellent academic performance. We will also establish a poverty relief fund for students from impoverished families. Our Jiang Group is willing to provide free assistance to them. with no limit on the number of recipients. It can be considered as making a contribution to the country's education cause. Principal Lin Xiumin, who was in his 50s, looked excited, with a burning gaze in his eyes. Donate 1 billion yuan for scientific research every year. That's no small amount. Not to mention the Green Seedling Scholarship and the Poverty Relief Grants. On behalf of Tsinghua and Peking Universities, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Jiang Group and Chairman Jiang. President Lin, you don't need to be so polite. After all, I am also a member of Tsinghua and Peking University. Jiang Chun said politely that he respected Lin Xiumin from the bottom of his heart. Okay. A donation ceremony will be held at a later date. Lin Xiumin said excitedly. After their conversation, Lin Xiumin personally escorted Jiang Chun out of the teaching building and then arranged for his assistant to handle the enrollment procedures for him and Mu Wanbing. As soon as I entered the campus, many students began to pay attention to me. Some students even took photos like crazy. All the students knew that Jiang Chun was a prospective freshman at Tsinghua or Peking University and a prominent figure among the freshmen. He is an idol in the hearts of students. Fortunately, he broke up with Mu Wanbing. Otherwise their relationship would have been exposed in no time. Jiang Chun was assigned to the finance class 1 of the economics and management department. Mu Wanbing was assigned to class 2 of the industrial management department. Both of them belong to the School of Economics and Management, but they are in different majors. As for the dormitory, Jiang Chun was assigned to room 408 in building 2 of the boys' dormitory, while Mu Wanbing was assigned to room 309 in building 6 of the girls' dormitory. After having Mu Wanbing settled into her dormitory, he and Fu Ning and the others went to the boys' dormitory. Tsinghua and Peking University have standard 4-person dorm rooms, with 4 students living in each room. In dormitory 408, Jiang Chun pushed open the dormitory door and saw 3 students cleaning the room. Upon hearing the dormitory door being pushed open, the 3 roommates all looked over. Jiang Chun, Fu Ning, Zhang Jijia, and Ma Hongliang were seen standing at the door, while the other bodyguards remained downstairs in the dormitory building. Hello. Jiang Chun was the first to greet everyone. Wow, Chairman Jiang, my idol. I can't believe it really is you. When I first saw the name, I thought it was just someone with the same name, but I never imagined it was true. My idol and I are roommates. The 3 roommates dropped their cleaning tools and exclaimed in surprise. His expression was one of utter shock. Chairman Jiang, could you please sign your autograph? I admire you so much. Yes, I want one too. Seeing his 3 roommates' enthusiasm, Jiang Chun politely replied, Okay. But we're not only classmates, we're also roommates, so let's not call you Chairman Jiang. It feels awkward. Just call me by my name. Since we're not at the company, there's no need to use job titles. Although Jiang Chun told them to call out their names, they didn't dare. In the end, one of them said, Then from now on we'll call you Brother Chun. Jiang Chun thought about it, and then agreed. Brother Chun sounds much more pleasant than Chairman Jiang. Fu Ning and the other 2 helped Jiang Chun make his bed, while he chatted with his 3 roommates. They learned the identities of the 3 people. The bespectacled man's name is Lu Tian. He comes from Shangbei province, and his parents are teachers. The slightly muscular boy is named Huang Ming. He comes from Chunan province and comes from a fairly well-off family. His family owns a restaurant. Yes, it matches her figure. The last well-dressed young man was named Fu Zekin, a local from Kyoto. He came from a wealthy family. His parents ran a listed company, but its scale was far smaller than the Jiang Group, roughly the same as the Mu Group. All 3 had good grades and were admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities based on their abilities. Jiang Chun didn't act like a chairman at all and quickly became familiar with the 3 of them, who were no longer as reserved as they had been at the beginning. Later, they were even sorted by age. Jiang Chun is the eldest, Huang Ming is the 2nd eldest, Lu Tian is the 3rd eldest, and Fu Zekin is the 4th eldest. To be able to call Jiang Chun a brother and to be brothers with their idol is an honor for them. Boss, it's all packed up. After a short while, Fu Ning said respectfully. Good. Jiang Chun looked at everyone and said politely, It's a pleasure to meet you all. Let me treat you to a meal. Brother Chun, it's only right that I make the arrangements since you've come to Kyoto. This meal is on me. Let me do my duty as the host. As the only person from Kyoto in the dormitory, Fu Zekin said enthusiastically. Seeing this, Jiang Chun stopped refusing, since there was still plenty of time. In that case, this opportunity can be given to Xiao Si. But can I bring someone with me? Fu Zekin naturally wouldn't refuse. No problem, I'd love to. Fu Ning hurriedly arranged for a vehicle. At the same time, Jiang Chun called Mu Wanbing. Are you all packed? I've already packed up and am chatting with my roommate. Mu Wanbing's voice came through the receiver, and laughter could be faintly heard on the other end. My roommate is treating us to dinner. let's go together. Okay. Jiang Chun and Mu Wanbing rode in a Phantom, while Lu Tian and the others took the S-450. The group went to the hotel that Fu Zekin had booked. It is also a 5-star hotel owned by Fu Zekin's family. Inside a private room at the hotel, when Lu Tian and the others saw Mu Wanbing, everyone looked somewhat surprised. Previously, Jiang Chun had only mentioned having a girlfriend, but her identity had never been revealed. Now, seeing the two behaving intimately, their relationship is self-evident. Brother Chun, is this your wife? Fu Zekin said in a low voice. Jiang Chun smiled and nodded, then introduced the group to the others. This is my girlfriend Mu Wanbing. Wanbing, these are my roommates, Lu Tian, Huang Ming, and Fu Zekin. But it hasn't been exposed yet, so you guys have to help keep it a secret. The three of them hurriedly patted their chests and assured each other. Definitely, definitely. Hello, sister-in-law. It's nice to meet you for the first time. Let us toast you. Hearing the way the three addressed her, Mu Wanbing blushed and raised her wine glass to take a small sip with them. After a satisfying meal, as the group was preparing to leave, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. Young Master Fu, they insisted on breaking in, and we couldn't stop them. The waiter in the private room said, feeling wronged. Fu Zekin, you dare to steal my private room? You're asking for trouble. P.S. Please care for and treat animals kindly. Chapter 77, What Audacity. Fu Zekin, are you tired of living? Hearing the angry shouts at the door, Fu Zekin frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He recognized the person from the voice, Feng Haojia, the second young master of the Feng family, a third-rate family in Kyoto. Feng Haojia, what do you want? This is my hotel. Fu Zekin said coldly, though his words were harsh. He dared not offend Feng Haojia. No way. Although it is their own hotel. However, the Feng family was only a third-rate family in the capital, and the Fu family could not afford to offend them. The Feng Group has assets of tens of billions, numerous businesses under its umbrella, and is a long-established family in Kyoto with extensive connections. On the other hand, the Fu family's assets are at most a few billion, not even reaching the threshold of becoming a prominent family. Kyoto, being the political and power center of China, has given rise to countless wealthy and powerful families. To put it simply, if you were to throw a brick from a Kyoto overpass and hit 10 well-dressed people, at least 6 would be from wealthy families, and the other 4 would be from powerful families. It's fair to say that for a third-rate family like the Feng family, crushing the Fu family would be as easy as stepping on an ant. The Feng family is notoriously protective of its own in Kyoto, which fostered Feng Haojia's arrogant and domineering personality. Oh, Fu Zekin, you've gotten too cocky again, daring to talk to me like that. Believe me or not, I'll break your legs. Feng Haojia snorted coldly, his words full of sarcasm. Lu Tian and Huang Ming stood aside. They were not locals from Kyoto. Judging from Feng Haojia's impressive attire, his background must be extraordinary, and he was someone they could not afford to offend. Seeing Fu Zekin being humiliated like this, the two dared not speak out against their anger. Fu Zekin clenched his fists, but reason prevented him from getting angry. Young Master Feng, today's expenses will be paid by my family. What do you think? You want the Fu family to pay the bill? What? Can't the Feng family afford to eat? Clearly, Feng Haojia wasn't planning to let this go easily. We finally managed to corner Fu Zekin. This time we're going to teach him a lesson. Snort. Aren't you a top student? Is getting into Tsinghua or Peking University really that impressive? The conflict between the two was actually nothing serious. They attended the same high school and were classmates. The reason was that Fu Zekin had good grades and was always first in the school in every exam, while Feng Haojia was almost always at the bottom of the school. Therefore, he disliked students with good grades from the bottom of his heart. This time, Fu Zekin was admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities with excellent grades, which made Feng Haojia even more unhappy, so he tried every means to target Fu Zekin. But Fu Zekin rarely goes out, so Feng Haojia has no way to catch him. Even today, he had come to the Fu family hotel to try his luck, and he actually failed. That's how the scene at the beginning came about. How could that be? Your Feng family is a large and powerful family, while my Fu family is just a small and insignificant one. I hope young Master Feng will be lenient. Fu Zekin's tone was full of grievance. But what could he do? Please show mercy. Who the hell do you think you are? If you want me to let you go, it's not impossible. Just crawl between my legs and drop out of Tsinghua and Peking University, and this matter will be over. Feng Haojia said in a sinister tone. So what if you have good grades? I can go to Tsinghua or Peking University whenever I want. What right do you, a little brat from the Fu family, have to go to the same school as me? Unexpectedly, Feng Haojia is a freshman at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Behind the crowd, Jiang Chun and Mu Wanbing watched coldly. Xiao Chun, this guy is too arrogant. Aren't you going to help your roommate? Mu Wanbing said in a low voice. Jiang Chun remained calm as he watched. Upon hearing the commotion, Fu Ning, Zhang Jijia, Ma Hongliang, and others rushed out from the adjacent private room, worried about their boss's safety. Boss, are you alright? Fu Ning squeezed through the crowd and stood beside Jiang Chun, speaking respectfully. Zhang Jijia stood in front of Jiang Chun and the other man, his cold eyes fixed on Feng Haojia and his group. A dozen bodyguards surrounded Feng Haojia and his group. There are more helpers? Feng Haojia said jokingly, completely disregarding Jiang Chun and the others, his arrogance practically written all over his face. The next second, he dialed a number. Brother, I've been bullied at the Fu family hotel. Please bring your men over quickly. Then the lackeys jumped out again. Wait until young Master Feng arrives. You'll all be in for a surprise. Daring to offend the Feng family in Kyoto is truly courting death. Not only you, but the entire Fu family will be wiped out in Kyoto. Fu Ning, have someone take Wanbing to school first. As he spoke, Jiang Chun rubbed Mu Wanbing's head and said in a low voice, Go back and get some rest. Leave this to me. But before Mu Wanbing could leave, upon learning of the conflict between Fu Zekin and Feng Haojia, Fu Wushu, the head of the Fu family, rushed over in a panic. Young Master Feng, I was unaware of your arrival. I apologize for not welcoming you properly and for any offense caused. Fu Wushu first apologized to Feng Haojia with groveling apologies, then turned to look at Fu Zekin coldly, and without saying a word, came up and gave him a big nose roll. You brat, how dare you offend young Master Feng? Do you want to wipe the Fu family out of existence? How could I have given birth to such a wicked child? This scene stunned Jiang Chun, Mu Wanbing, Lu Tian, Huang Ming, and others, while Feng Haojia and his group showed mocking smiles. Fu Zekin, however, seemed to take it all in stride, his cold gaze fixed on Fu Wushu. Dad, they were the ones who provoked us, and you're blaming me without even asking what happened. Shut up. Fu Wushu first rebuked him angrily, then looked at Feng Haojia with a fawning expression. Young Master Feng, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly. Please calm down and don't take it to heart. Feng Haojia sneered. Fu Zekin, aren't you arrogant? Then show me how arrogant you are. Let Fu Zekin drop out of school and get out of Kyoto, and this matter will be over. Fu Wushu hurriedly agreed. Yes, everything will be done as you wish, young Master Feng. Did you hear me? Go to Tsinghua or Peking University right now to withdraw from your studies. From this day forward, you are never allowed to set foot in Beijing again. The Fu family has no one like you. From today onwards, I have absolutely no connection with the Fu family, but it's impossible for me to drop out of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Fu Zekin was disheartened. You. Fu Wushu pointed at Fu Zekin and then looked at him with a big nose. But Fu Zekin managed to evade it. You brat, you dare to hide? Fu Wushu wanted to grab Fu Zekin and hit him, but Jiang Chun stepped forward and pulled Fu Zekin behind him. Stop. Fu Wushu stopped what he was doing, sized up Jiang Chun, and said in an icy tone, Who are you? What business is it of yours how I discipline my own son? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Who do you think you are, your father? Jiang Chun spoke coldly, his eyes filled with a chill. How dare you act so disrespectfully at my Fu family hotel? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Wushu was about to make a move. Then Zhang Jijia used a grappling technique to throw Fu Wushu away, and two bodyguards rushed up to restrain Fu Wushu. Have someone send Wanbing back. Jiang Chun said in a cold tone. It's best not to let Mu Wanbing see what happens next. After all, this matter is unlikely to end well. Zhang Jijia called a bodyguard and instructed him to make sure the young lady was safely delivered to Tsinghua and Peking universities. Wait a moment. Make her spend the night with me. Chapter 78. Are the Feng family in Kyoto really that powerful? Didn't you hear what young Master Feng said? Let her stay and keep young Master Feng company. Feng Haojia's lackey pointed at Mu Wanbing. Beautiful lady, it's your good fortune that young Master Feng has taken a liking to you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you know who young Master Feng is? The second young master of the Feng family. The Feng Group is the Feng family's business, with a market value of tens of billions. If you can please young Master Feng, he might give you 300,000 or 500,000 yuan and let you enjoy a life of luxury. Upon catching a glimpse of Jiang Chen's cold expression, Fu Ning felt a sense of foreboding. This guy dares to offend the boss's wife. The Feng Group is finished. Fu Ning secretly took out his phone and sent a message to Li Zhongfeng, the vice chairman of Xingchen Investment. Investigation of the Feng Group. Preparation for acquisition. The Feng family has offended the boss's wife. Upon seeing the message from Fu Ning, Li Zhongfeng dropped his phone on the ground, while several other executives nearby looked on in surprise. What's wrong with Chairman Li? What happened that gave Chairman Li such a fright? The secretary hurriedly picked up the phone and respectfully handed it to Li Zhongfeng. Damn it, the phone group is courting death. Li Zhongfeng cursed angrily. They know Chairman Zhang's personality all too well. He usually seems approachable, but if anyone really offends him, just look at one high energy. Immediately afterwards, he sent a message to Fu Ning. Please rest assured, Chairman Jiang, I will handle it immediately. Li Zhongfeng surveyed the crowd with an icy expression and said in a deep voice, immediately gather information on the phone group in Kyoto. Suppress the phone group with all our might and force them to replace their leaders in the shortest possible time. Go and get it done right away. If you don't do a good job, you'd all get the hell out of here. At the same time, Li Zhongfeng made another call to Li Rukai. Mr. Li, the phone group in Kyoto has offended the boss's wife. Mr. Li should know what to do. On the other end of the phone came Li Rukai's anxious voice. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Chairman Li. Now, the high-ranking officials around Li Zhongfeng finally understood what was going on, and everyone ran away. Everyone knows it in their hearts. The Kyoto phone group is completely finished. Jiang Group. Lu Rian saw the message sent by Fu Ning. TSK. This second young master of the Feng family really doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he let this guy's girlfriend accompany him? He brought this on himself. The next second, Lu Rian took the lead in notifying the management committee members to hold a meeting. This matter will not be left to rest. The wind is picking up. It would be a miracle if the Feng group didn't go bankrupt. Is the Feng family of Kyoto really that powerful? Jiang Qin's expression was calmer than ever before, his indifferent eyes surveying the crowd before finally settling on Feng Haojia. You dare mention the Feng family? Feng Haojia said coldly. You brat, be smart, and let me play with your girlfriend for a few days, otherwise I'll make sure you leave Kyoto on your deathbed. You're not the first one to threaten me like this. Jiang Qin said indifferently. You can ask the last person who said the same thing what happened to them. Where did this idiot come from, daring to spout nonsense in front of young Master Feng? Does he want to die? You dare threaten young Master Feng? Believe me, if young Master Feng says one word, countless people will take your life. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Qin clapped his hands, his eyes fixed on Feng Haojia. Then I'll see just how capable the Feng family really is today. Let's see who dares to offend the Feng family. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind the crowd, followed by dozens of bodyguards in black. Big brother, you finally arrived. Young Master Feng. Young Master Feng. Fu Zekin walked to Jiang Qin's side and whispered, Brother Chun, this is Feng Haosen, the eldest son of the Feng family, and Feng Haojia's elder brother. He is the vice president of the Feng group. Jiang Qin's expression was indifferent. Is the Feng family of Kyoto very powerful? I'll say the same thing again. Let him know the consequences of offending the Feng family. Without further ado, Feng Haosen ordered dozens of bodyguards in black to take action immediately. Fu Ning waved his hand expressionlessly, and more than a dozen bodyguards took action. Snort. You guys started it. That would be considered legitimate self-defense. The bodyguards from both sides engaged in a fierce fight. Less than 3 minutes later, the Feng family bodyguard was lying on the ground groaning in pain. Jiang Qin's dozen or so bodyguards, however, were unharmed. That's it. Jiang Qin retorted sarcastically. Is this all the Feng family in Kyoto has? Boy, who exactly are you? You've offended the Feng family. Believe me, I'll make sure you can't stay in Kyoto anymore. Then let's wait and see. Jiang Qin instructed Fu Ning beside him. Pass down the word. I want the Feng group bankrupt within 24 hours. As for the Fu family, Jiang Qin looked at Fu Zekin. Fu Zekin said in a low voice, Brother Chun, don't worry about me. Anyway, I'm no longer a member of the Fu family, so you don't need to go easy on me. Fine, the Fu family will go bankrupt too. Don't worry, boss. I've already told Chairman Li and General Manager Liu. Fu Ning said respectfully. Jiang Qin nodded, somewhat satisfied with Ning's performance. Hey, who do you think you are? Saying you'll bankrupt the Feng group? What a joke. Just as Feng Haosen finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. You wicked child, who have you offended? All our partners have called to say they are canceling all cooperation with the Feng family, and investors have all expressed their intention to withdraw their investment. I'm afraid the Feng group will go bankrupt within 24 hours. The receiver crackled with Mr. Feng's hysterical roar. Feng Haosen was completely stunned. Will the Feng group go bankrupt within 24 hours? This sentence seems somewhat familiar. I want the Feng group bankrupt within 24 hours. Right. Isn't that exactly what Jiang Qingang just said? At this moment, the general manager of the Fu family hotel hurried over and saw Fu Wushu, who was being restrained. Mr. Fu, something bad has happened. Suppliers have canceled their cooperation. Investors are withdrawing their funds one after another, and the Fu family has gone bankrupt. Upon hearing this, Fu Wushu collapsed to the ground. It's over, the Fu family is really bankrupt. Who exactly are you? Feng Haosen stared at Jiang Chun, a hint of fear in his eyes. Someone you can't afford to offend. It was you who bankrupted the Fu family, wasn't it? Fu Wushu looked at Jiang Chun and said in a panic, I beg you to show mercy and let the Fu family go. Zekin, please plead for your father. Plead for the Fu family. You are also a member of the Fu family, and the family's bankruptcy will not do you any good. Fu Zekin ignored Fu Wushu. Less than 6 months after his mother's unexpected death, Fu Wushu hastily married his secretary. With his stepmother came his stepfather, and from then on, Fu Wushu never gave Fu Zekin a kind look, frequently beating and scolding him. Just now, they even wanted him to drop out of school and leave Kyoto. Ah, so this is what he calls his father. You're the one who said you were severing ties with me, expelling me from the Fu family, and forcing me to drop out of school and leave Kyoto. So, what does the fate of your Fu family have to do with me? Fu Zekin said coldly. You. Fu Wushu pointed at Fu Zekin, but fainted before he could finish speaking. It took a long time for him to slowly wake up, but his eyes were particularly empty. Let's go. Jiang Chun took Mu Wanbing's hand and left the Fu family hotel directly. As he passed Feng Haosen, he muttered, Is the Feng family in Kyoto very powerful? These words were undoubtedly rubbing salt into Feng Haosen's wounds, and were like a vicious slap on the nose. Chapter 79 Modern Spider Cave, Room 408, Tsinghua University and Peking University. Brother Chen, I'm sorry to have troubled you today. I originally wanted to treat everyone to a meal, but it ended up causing all this trouble. I'm really sorry. Fu Zekin looked at everyone and bowed deeply. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, he took the initiative to apologize. If it weren't for his relationship with Feng Haojia, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. Although the Jiang Group was not afraid of the Feng family at all with its financial resources, it was due to its own reasons that the Jiang Group had to pay a considerable price. Bankrupting a company with a market value of tens of billions is definitely not as simple as just talking. There are quite a few things involved in this process. After all, Fu Zekin, as a son of a wealthy family, had been exposed to business warfare since childhood. Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Tian and Huang Ming, and the two understood, quickly restraining Fu Zekin. Jiang Chun was tickling his waist, showing no signs of being the chairman of the Jiang Group. Instead, he acted like any other person his age, enjoying playing pranks and causing mischief. What the hell are you apologizing for? The Feng family deserves all of this. Even without me, the Feng family would have offended others and ended up going bankrupt anyway. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Besides, the Feng family alone wouldn't cause me any loss of interests. On the contrary, why are you being so polite with us? You too, let Xiao Si feel the care of his brothers. A series of giggling sounds came from room 408. Fu Zekin's shouts could be heard throughout the entire corridor. The dorm room next door on the left. Holy crap, this is intense. The dorm room next door on the right. Are college students this awesome these days? The dormitory downstairs heard the sound of beds scraping against the floor from upstairs, in broad daylight, under the clear sky. How could they do this in the dormitory? The dorm across the hall. Could it be that the 4 people in the dorm across the hall are from the same city? Really? Prejudice in people's hearts is like a city called Rongqing, a city based on a song title. Come walk with me on the streets of Chengdu, woohoo woohoo. Even after all the lights have gone out, they don't stop. You will bend over and stick your butt out. I will put my hands in my pockets. Walk to the end of Yulin Road. I sat at the entrance of the tavern. What a strange melody. This is just for laughs, nothing malicious, please don't take it seriously. Just kidding. I'm begging you, my survival instinct is kicking in if all else fails. Oh dear, I dropped my soap and I'll have to bend down to pick it up, but it's so shiny, I can't hold it steady. After this incident, the brothers in dormitory 408 developed a closer relationship and no longer had any of the original prejudices about their identities. That night, the Fu family declared bankruptcy. Jiang Group's Xingchen investment acquired all of Fu's assets for 310 million yuan, including Fu's hotel, which has now been renamed Xingchen Hotel. September 1, 2024. Not only was it the official start of the school year, but it was also a ceremony to open the freshman military training camp in the scorching sun. As prestigious universities in China, Tsinghua and Peking universities have hired professional special forces soldiers from a special forces unit of the Kyoto military region as instructors for this military training. The opening ceremony has concluded. Jiang Chun and Lin Xuemin discussed the donation in the principal's office and decided to sign the donation agreement at the welcome party 3 days later. Principal, we don't know how Feng Haojie from the Feng family in Kyoto was admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities, but he is a bad person who has done all sorts of bad things. If he stays at Tsinghua and Peking universities, it may affect the school's reputation. After the negotiations concluded, Jiang Chun suddenly mentioned Feng Haojie. Although the Feng family's bankruptcy is imminent and Feng Haojie is destined to drop out of Tsinghua and Peking universities, wouldn't that be too easy? Besides, dropping out of school and being expelled are two different concepts. I'm not quite sure about that yet. Please wait a moment. Lin Xuemin immediately ordered his assistant to investigate the matter, and the assistant found out the results in less than 10 minutes. Principal, we found out. The Feng family bribed a teacher in the academic affairs office and donated 100 million yuan to the school in exchange for Feng Haojie's admission. That teacher said he received 5 million from the Feng family. The assistant said respectfully. Bang! Lin Xuemin slammed his hand on the table and said sternly, seriously deal with the teacher involved. Hand him over to the judicial authorities to pursue his relevant responsibilities, and at the same time, expel Feng Haojie immediately. The school will issue an official notice of the disciplinary action. As for the 100 million yuan donated by the Feng family, Principal, it's just a verbal promise. The donation hasn't been completed yet. I understand, you can go now. The assistant closed the door again. Lin Xuemin looked at Jiang Chun with some difficulty and said in a low voice, sigh, sometimes I also feel powerless, but what can I do? Jiang Chun naturally understood the implication in Lin Xuemin's words. Even though Lin Xuemin wanted to curb this behavior, he couldn't stop the people below him. Moreover, those people were extremely powerful, either from wealthy families or influential figures. Lin Xuemin alone could not stop them. Fortunately, these people were only after the degrees from Tsinghua and Peking universities and rarely caused trouble at school, so he had to turn a blind eye. He ignored their existence and focused on cultivating outstanding talents to provide fresh blood for the country's development. Principal, it will come true one day. The road is long and arduous, but we will reach our destination if we keep going. If we persevere, the future is promising. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Well said. Lin Xuemin clapped his hands. With young people like you, China is poised to create new glories in the near future. Early the next morning, the first day of military training, the guys from room 408 gathered at the playground early on. Originally, Jiang Chun could have been exempted from military training for donating 1 billion yuan to Tsinghua and Peking universities. However, Jiang Chun refused, believing that since he advocated fairness and justice, he should start with himself. As freshmen, it is only natural for us to participate in military training. Not to mention, he also wanted to take this opportunity to properly train his body. 8 o'clock sharp. All 50-plus students in the class gathered on the playground. Everyone was dressed in the military uniforms issued by the school and stood upright on the playground, waiting for the military training instructors. However, many students subconsciously looked at Jiang Chun, the popular figure at Tsinghua and Peking universities, who was voted the campus heartthrob by the students as soon as he entered the university. It's hard not to take a second look at a handsome and wealthy male god. Countless infatuated girls became Jiang Chun's die-hard fans. Mu Wanbing had unknowingly gained quite a few rivals in love. Not only the girls in their finance class 1, but even the girls in the neighboring classes were paying attention to Jiang Chun. There were also many senior girls sitting in the closest seats to finance class 1 on the playground. Brother Chun, I didn't know you were so charming. I'm in the group, Lu Tian joked. You little brat, getting a beating? Want to go back to the dorm? We'll loosen tighten you up a bit. Jiang Chun said irritably. Junior Jiang, it's so hot today. I made you some freshly squeezed watermelon juice myself, and it tastes pretty good. Junior Jiang, what's so great about watermelon juice? This is plum juice that your senior made for you. It's refreshing and helps you cool down in the summer. Jiang Chun was speechless. He had the illusion of entering a spider's web. Chapter 80. Jiang Chun is in a coma? Stand still, all of you. Whispering is prohibited in the queue. Suddenly, a dark-faced instructor walked to the front of the group, his voice unusually serious and cold, completely devoid of any emotion. Unauthorized personnel should not disturb normal training. Even when facing several delicate girls, he showed no mercy. Military camps are already places where strength reigns supreme, let alone special forces units filled with elite individuals. Here, gender and age don't matter. As long as you have the ability, you will be respected. She's a girl. What's wrong with giving in a little? Such remarks are common in society, but they would never exist in the military. Look at those female soldiers. They never ask for special treatment, never complain about hardship, and they even hold themselves to the same training standards as male soldiers, all in pursuit of ultimate strength. To achieve this goal, they have to put in far more effort and sweat several times more than their male counterparts. Many outstanding female soldiers are able to surpass their male counterparts in military competitions, truly earning the respect of male soldiers through their strength. They are far better than those boxers who only pay lip service to gender equality. Respect women. Do not engage in gender antagonism. The law stipulates that men and women enjoy equal rights and obligations. The girls slunk away, glancing back at Jiang Chun as they left. If they could become Jiang Chen's girlfriends, they would rise to a higher social class, achieving a leap in social standing. Not to mention girls, even boys want to have some kind of relationship with Jiang Chun. It's just about seeing chrysanthemums blooming all over the mountain. It's just that chrysanthemums have withered and fallen, and your smile has faded. If you're not even afraid of being poor, what else is there to be afraid of? The stern-faced instructor glanced around at everyone, then gave Jiang Chen a deep look. He didn't care about Jiang Chen's identity. Anyway, after this training, he would still have to return to the special forces to serve. Students, it's our first meeting, and I'm very dissatisfied with you. Although you are students from Tsinghua and Peking universities, no matter how long you wear this camouflage uniform, even if it's just for a day, you must not bring shame to this camouflage uniform. The stern-faced instructor said coldly. During the upcoming military training, I expect you to strictly discipline yourselves, demonstrate the steely will of soldiers, and live up to every training session. I won't go easy on you just because you're students. I'll train you like new recruits in the army and hold you to military standards. So get ready for your hellish training. Although it's called hellish training, it's far from real hellish training. At least they can still feel each other's breath. Real hellish training is a battle against the devil, pushing one's limits every time, even teetering between life and death. 2 hours of standing at attention. Under the scorching sun, the students of Finance Class 1 stood at attention on the playground, while the stern-faced instructor adjusted their movements and corrected their mistakes from time to time. While other classes were training, they were standing at attention. While other classes were resting, they were still standing at attention. Not far away, Mu Bingning kept an eye on Jiang Chun during her break, feeling a pang of heartache. In less than half an hour, the scorching temperature had already caused many students to shiver, reaching their physical limits and showing signs of heat stroke. But the stern-faced instructor showed no mercy. When a student fainted, he quickly carried them to a shady spot to rest and gave them some Huaxiang Zhengqi water, a traditional Chinese medicine for relieving pain. Although he was strict, he couldn't let a student actually get sick. He couldn't bear that responsibility. An hour later, only about 20 students were still gritting their teeth and persevering. Jiang Chun was among them. He felt completely exhausted. No way. This body is in terrible condition. After an hour and a half, only 4 or 5 students were still persevering, while the others collapsed and rested in the shade. Jiang Chun felt his body swaying precariously, but his inner willpower prevented him from giving up. There are 10 minutes left in 2 hours. Jiang Chun was the only one still standing in the whole class. Everyone had a completely new perspective on him, and even the stern-faced instructor couldn't help but look at him with new respect. At this time, Jiang Chun was in very poor condition. Both my physical strength and willpower have reached a critical point, and I could faint at any moment. The image of the original owner's mother, Jiang Qingxue, appeared in his mind. Jiang Qingxue gently stroked his forehead, her face filled with deep affection. Mom, I must find you. 2 hours have finally passed. The stern-faced instructor stood beside Jiang Chun and said in an icy tone, "At ease. Attention. Go and rest first." Although his tone was still cold, the stern-faced instructor was somewhat friendly towards Jiang Chun. But the next second, Jiang Chun's body swayed slightly, and he leaned backward. The dark-faced instructor caught him quickly. Not far away, in the military training group of Class 2 of Industrial Management, Mu Wanbing saw Jiang Chun faint and ran out of the training group without caring about anything else. Jiang Chun, the medical clinic at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Jiang Chun's coma was different from the other students' heat stroke. His body had reached its limit, or rather, it had exceeded that limit. He had been holding on by sheer willpower, but when the stern-faced instructor announced the end of the military posture exercise, Jiang Chun's willpower was completely exhausted, leading to his coma. The stern-faced instructor and Mu Wanbing stayed by the bedside when Lin Xumin arrived after hearing the news. "Instructor Qi, what's going on?" Lin Xumin said in an unfriendly tone. "Although it's supposed to be training, we can't really cause any trouble for the students." "Principal Lin, I'm sorry." "I apologized," said Qi Long, the stern-faced instructor. Doctor, how is Jiang's health? Lin Xuemin ignored Qi Long and focused his eyes on the school doctor. Principal, this student just fainted due to exhaustion and is fine. He should wake up soon. However, his physical condition is too weak, and he may not be able to withstand high-intensity training, so we still need to be careful. The school doctor said respectfully. Okay, it's good that you're all right. Lin Xuemin finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at Qi Long. This is a school, not a military camp, much less your special forces. Don't use special forces tactics to train students. Their bodies can't handle it. Fortunately, there's nothing seriously wrong. If something had really happened, who would take responsibility? Besides, do you know who he is? He's the chairman of the Jiang Group, and tens of thousands of families are counting on him. Suddenly, Jiang Qin's weak voice came through. Principal Lin, it's not Instructor Qi's fault. I just wanted to train myself. As you can see, my health is really bad. If I don't take this opportunity to train, I'm afraid I'll be ruined. It's my fault for not being careful enough, which led to this accident. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's voice, the two turned around. Lin Xuemin hurriedly said, Jiang Qin, this kind of thing can't be accomplished overnight. We have to proceed step by step. Qi Long surprisingly did not refute, and said, the principal is right. I understand your idea, but you can't get fat in one bite. You still have to take it one step at a time. Chapter 81 Relationship Exposed. Principal Lin, Instructor Qi. I will be more careful in the future and won't push myself like I did today. Jiang Qin assured her, then looked at Mu Wanbing, whose face was streaked with tears, and smiled. Wanbing, I'm fine, don't worry. By the way, you missed training. Before Jiang Qin could finish speaking, Qi Long said in a deep voice, I've already spoken to their instructors, so there won't be any problems. That's good. You should get some rest today, my friend. Thank you for taking care of him. Qi Long looked at Mu Wanbing and said in a low voice, Yes, instructor. The military training isn't over yet. I asked the instructors from other classes to keep an eye on them. I'm going back to check on them now. After saying that, Qi Long left. Lin Xuemin looked Jiang Qin and Mu Wanbing up and down. How could he not see the relationship between the two? Xiao Jiang, do you want me to cancel your military training? Your health is more important. Jiang Qin shook his head and refused, saying, Principal, I don't want those privileges. I want to be like other students. Now that I'm at school, I'm a student, and I should do what students should do. Besides, the Jiang Group's donation to Tsinghua and Peking universities isn't for any special privileges. All right, I was just being nosy, Lin Xuemin said with relief. He could have easily canceled Jiang Qin's military training with a single word, but he harbored resentment towards this system of privilege. Now, Jiang Qin's resistance to such privileges brought Lin Xuemin comfort. But you need to be careful in future training, and don't do what you did today. I've already spoken with the military training instructors, and we'll rest for a day and go back to training once we've recovered. Student Mu, thank you for staying here to take care of Xiao Jiang. I have some research tasks to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. After Lin Xuemin left, Mu Wanbing sat on the edge of the bed, grasped Jiang Qin's hand, and said worriedly, How could you be so foolish? It was just military training, and you've gotten yourself into this state. Do you know how worried I was about you? I'm sorry, I was just being reckless before. I thought that if I just held on, everything would be fine. After this incident, it seems that Jiang Qin and Mu Wanbing's relationship can no longer be kept secret. Wanbing, are you really going to be exposed to the media this time? Are you ready? If not, I'll find a way to suppress it. Mu Wanbing kissed Jiang Qin's cheek and whispered, I can. Then, the two shared a deep and affectionate kiss. Fortunately, it was a private ward in the school clinic, and there were only 2 people in the ward. At noon, Lu Tian, Huang Ming, and Fu Zekin all came to visit Jiang Qin. They were relieved to learn that Jiang Qin was all right. That afternoon, Jiang Qin returned to the classroom. Reporting, Instructor. Jiang Qin from Finance Class 1 requests to resume training. Qi Long fixed his gaze on Jiang Qin and said in a deep voice, Enter the ranks. Yes. Jiang Qin, who had resumed training, clearly felt that the intensity of the afternoon training session was somewhat lower. In addition to military posture, there is also drill training. After training ended that evening, Jiang Qin returned to dormitory 408 and sent a message to Fu Ning. Make arrangements to tell the reporters about my relationship with Wanbing. There's no need to hide it anymore. Actually, people at Tsinghua and Peking University student forums have already been talking about it. There are even photos. When Jiang Qin fell into a coma, Mu Wanbing made no attempt to hide the worry in her eyes. The two appeared hand in hand again at the school cafeteria during dinner. This undoubtedly proves that the two are in a romantic relationship. This day, many girls were heartbroken. Holy crap, my husband has a girlfriend. Oh my God, why is God doing this to me? Is my love with my husband going to end before it even began? Isn't this girl the newly crowned campus belle? These two are such a perfect match, such stunning good looks. So the girlfriend my husband was talking about before was her. I wonder what it's like to have such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. Who is this girl? What makes her Jiang Chen's girlfriend? Just because she's pretty? No, she's the daughter of the Mu Group in Jiangqing. When she was doing a live streaming sales event, the official Douyin account of the Jiang Group tipped her 300,000 yuan and purchased hundreds of millions of yuan worth of products. It seems that their relationship was established at that time. Is this how a domineering CEO spoils his wife? This kind of plot only happens in Tomato's wish fulfillment novels. Now, Mu Wanbing's identity can no longer be hidden. Dormitory 309. Mu Wanbing's roommates surrounded her. Bing Bing, tell me quickly, when did you and Jiang Chun get together? Confess honestly, or you'll face family discipline. Seeing her roommate's curiosity, Mu Wanbing whispered. After graduating from high school, when the results came out, the class organized a reunion, and we only confirmed our relationship after the reunion. Who's pursuing whom? I confessed first, but we'd liked each other for a long time. We just never had the right opportunity. It wasn't until after the college entrance exams that we finally, after asking a lot of irrelevant questions, her roommates finally let Mu Wanbing off the hook for the time being. They didn't make things difficult for Mu Wanbing like in the movies and TV dramas, simply because they knew they weren't good enough for Jiang Chun, and they weren't as pretty or outstanding as Mu Wanbing. There will certainly be envy and jealousy, but there are more blessings than anything else. That night, Star Group issued a statement. They acquired the Kyoto Feng Group for 3.45 billion yuan, and all of that 3.45 billion yuan was used to repay foreign bank debts. The Feng Group. Market capitalization of 9.72 billion yuan. Total share capital, 763 million shares. 12.73 yuan per share. It has now become a subsidiary of Xingchen Investment, which holds 100% of the shares. The Feng family went bankrupt, and the father and son were left destitute on the streets. However, over the years, the Feng family has offended many people who have used their family background to suppress them recklessly. Now that the Feng family is bankrupt, those people will definitely cause trouble for the Feng father and son. The bodies of the Feng father and son were discovered early the next morning. After extensive investigation, the police identified the suspect as a middle-aged man suffering from cancer. As for who instigated it, there is no way to verify. September 2nd. Military training for freshmen at Tsinghua and Peking universities. You did well in your military posture and drill practice yesterday. Let's consolidate your skills first. Stand at attention for half an hour. Qi Long said in a loud voice. During a break, Jiang Chun found Qi Long. Instructor Qi, I want to increase the intensity of my individual training. Qi Long stared at Jiang Chun, his deep eyes scrutinizing him. Good. While the other students were resting, Qi Long trained Jiang Chun alone, and even took the initiative to share his training experience in the special forces. A few more days passed. These days, Qi Long is quite satisfied with Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun's progress was also clearly visible. Physical fitness has improved significantly. September 7th. Tsinghua and Peking universities prepared a welcome party for the new students, and the Jiang Group's donation ceremony was also held today. As the chairman of the Jiang Group, Jiang Chun personally attended the donation ceremony, which even took up half a day of training. Jiang Group donated 1 billion yuan for scientific research. Also, the Youth Seedling Scholarship and the Poverty Alleviation Scholarship. This incident has once again spread across the entire internet. Chapter 82 Physical Fitness Source. September 20th, 2024. The more than half-month-long military training for freshmen has finally come to an end. Countless freshmen sweated under the scorching sun without ever complaining. They proved with their actions that there are no cowards among the youth of China. Jiang Chun, in particular, trained diligently every day, often getting Qi Long to give him extra coaching. 5-kilometer cross-country runs and 100 push-ups were commonplace for him, and he even mastered some combat skills. In the freshman military training performance, Jiang Chun won first place, a well-deserved honor recognized by everyone. The training during this period completely changed Qi Long's opinion of Jiang Chun. Although he was the chairman of a company worth hundreds of billions, he never bullied others and could get along well with his classmates. He was unpretentious and approachable. Jiang Chun, we're returning to the special forces tomorrow. To be honest, you've really opened my eyes. It even makes me think that you could shine in the military. If you weren't the chairman of the Jiang Group, I would probably persuade you to join the army no matter what. Qi Long spoke from the bottom of his heart, his deep eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. Instructor Qi, no matter what my identity is, it will not affect my dedication to the country. Regardless of position or identity, We are all Chinese, shouldering the important responsibility of revitalizing the country and the nation. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with fervor when he mentioned the country. Haha, from now on we will protect peace, and you will make sure the people live a good life. Let's work together. Qi Long saluted Jiang Chun, and Jiang Chun quickly straightened his posture and returned the salute. A military salute brought two people of different backgrounds together with the same goal. Instructor Qi, I have a favor to ask. I would like to ask Instructor Qi for help. Oh, Qi Long was puzzled. If it didn't violate any rules, he wouldn't object to helping. But if it harmed national interests, even the emperor himself wouldn't be able to intervene. Every year, special forces have a number of retired soldiers. Jiang's group can provide them with job opportunities with excellent benefits and a guaranteed annual salary of 4 to 500,000 yuan. That's all. Qilong thought it was something serious. Okay, I agree. I'll tell the brothers when I get back. Actually, the resettlement of Special Forces veterans has always been a headache. You know, Special Forces veterans have extremely high military skills and strong individual combat capabilities. In one-on-one combat, 20 or 30 adults are no match for them. If they go astray, local military and police forces are no match for them. Qilong truthfully stated. That's why retired Special Forces members report to relevant departments regularly, and the local authorities provide them with generous benefits. It's best if they're safe and sound, but if their families encounter unexpected changes and urgently need a large sum of money, it's hard to guarantee that they won't, and some forces offer exorbitant sums to win over retired members. If the Jiang Group is willing to accept them and provide even better treatment, that would be a great thing. An annual salary of 4 to 500,000 yuan surpasses that of many corporate executives, making it hard for anyone to refuse such an offer. Instructor Qi, I still need to ask you for help with this matter. As long as someone wants to come, my Jiang Group warmly welcomes them. I'm not bragging, but with the strength of the Jiang Group, we can accommodate any number of people. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qi Long saluted him again. Gratitude. Instructor Qi, you're too kind. Since the military training has ended, the school has given the students 2 days off so that they can rest well. That evening, Jiang Chun and Mu Wanbing returned to Villa Number 8 in the Zishan Villa district. Since the start of military training, the two have been living in the dormitory, as it is really inconvenient and exhausting to run around. After washing up and returning to his room, Jiang Chun opened the system panel to check his personal physical attributes. Host, Jiang Chun. Identity, student. Age, 18. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Durability, 9. Strength, 12. Agility, 11. PS. The average value for a normal person is 10. That's a step up to the level of a normal person. Company, Jiang's Group. Skill, stock market insight. Technology, super battery technology, super fast charging technology. Overall assessment, most accurate for normal people, barely reaching 15 minutes. Please try again. Let's look at the group's market capitalization. Although the daily training was tough and tiring, Jiang Qin still made time to keep track of the group's stock fluctuations and manage his personal stock portfolio. The Jiang Group has a market capitalization of 305.751 billion yuan. Company ranking, 40th. After several consecutive limit-up days, Jiang's Group's market value soared once again, squeezing into the top 50 companies in China. From the brink of bankruptcy to becoming a financial tycoon, it's only been a little over 2 months. It can be said that he created a legend in the business world. Jiang's Group's stock price is 96.36 yuan per share. Stocks approaching 100 yuan. However, in the last 2 or 3 days, the stock price of Jiang's Group has stabilized considerably, and the upward momentum has weakened. Personal net worth, 246.455 billion yuan. Wealth ranking, 6th. Currently, Jiang Qin's personal account holds 2.08 billion yuan, and the total market value of his personal stock trading account is 109.576 billion yuan. His personal wealth is second only to a certain new energy battery tycoon, a certain company. But Jiang Qin's ambitions don't stop there. He wants to completely change the global financial landscape and make China the world's economic center. After closing the system panel, Jiang Qin checked the group's financial situation. The Jiang Group holds stocks worth 506.829 billion yuan. The Ministry of Finance currently has 103.864 billion yuan in funds. Its cash reserves alone amount to 610.693 billion yuan. The group's market capitalization growth rate cannot keep up with the growth rate of its assets. Tell Li Rukai to temporarily reduce the trading volume of the Securities Department. Such a large amount of funds will likely attract strict scrutiny from the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Besides, with our financial strength, no matter which stock we buy, it will definitely lead to retail investors blindly following suit, inevitably causing the stock to hit its daily limit. Therefore, the group will reduce its stock market investment scale in the future, and the securities trading account shall not exceed 1 billion renminbi, with all remaining funds transferred to the group's financial account. Jiang Chun gave instructions to Fu Ning beside him. Clear. Have Li Zhongfeng come to Kyoto tomorrow. I have something to tell him. Yes. Early the next morning, Jiang Chun had just finished exercising when he saw Lu Ruyan and Li Zhongfeng arrive at Zishan Villa together. Chairman Jiang. Lu Ruyan and Li Zhongfeng said respectfully. Okay, please have a seat. Have you had breakfast yet? Why don't you grab something to eat together? Jiang Chun took the initiative to invite them. Judging from their tired appearance, Fu Ning must have just informed them, and they took the earliest flight to Kyoto. Lu Ruyan did not refuse. Her relationship with Jiang Chun was not ordinary. They were not just boss and employee, but more like siblings. Of course, Jiang Chun always regarded Lu Ruyan as his own sister. But he had no idea what Lu Ruyan was thinking. Chapter 83: The Influence of the Beautiful Teacher. In the restaurant, Jiang Chun sat in the main seat, and Lu Ruyan pulled out the chair to his left, while Li Zhongfeng stood respectfully to the side. Old Li, come and eat. If someone reports on an empty stomach, I'll probably get yelled at to death as their boss. Seeing the reserved Li Zhongfeng, Jiang Chun couldn't help but tease him. Seeing this, Li Zhongfeng stopped being coy and sat down next to Lu Ruyan. The breakfast at the villa was quite lavish, with the chef having prepared a great deal of ingredients. You should know that in addition to the people in charge of Jiang Chun and Mu Wanbing's meals, there are also about 20 bodyguards, and those bodyguards have quite a large appetite. Let's eat first, then we can talk about work. After breakfast, the three of them went to the study. Fu Ning brewed a pot of hot tea for the three of them, then turned and left. Old Li, how's the investigation into domestic new energy companies going? Jiang Chun said in a low voice, his eyes fixed on Li Zhongfeng. Li Zhongfeng took out a document and handed it to Jiang Chun, then respectfully said, currently, the major car companies in the domestic market are Baingda, Tesla, Dami, Dream, and Future. Among them, Baingda is an established car company, but it has actively transformed and switched to new energy vehicles, and now it has the highest market share. In addition, some established car companies are also involved in new energy vehicles, such as Geely and Chang'an, which all occupy a considerable market share. As for the new energy battery field, there is a certain company, namely BD, as well as companies such as Baingda, Bank of China Lithium Battery, Huaxin High Tech, and Funning Technology. But acquiring these companies is not easy. Li Zhongfeng said respectfully. In that case, let's establish our own brand, and name it after the stars. Invest 10 billion yuan to establish Xingshan Motors. Xingshan Automotive is a wholly owned subsidiary of Jiang Group. The first production plant is located in Jiangxing. Invest another 10 billion yuan to establish Xingshan New Energy Technology Company. Both are wholly owned subsidiaries of the Jiang Group. The first production plant is also located in Jiangxing. Strive to complete it in the shortest possible time. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, since there is no suitable company to acquire, then we will build our own. Yes. And how are things going with the United States? Jiang Chun's eyes were fixed on Lu Ruyan. Speaking of which, Yang Zhong has been in the United States for nearly 2 months. The integration is almost complete. Almost all the senior executives of the 3 companies have been replaced by Chinese, and half of the middle and lower level managers have also been replaced by Chinese. The companies are now completely under our control, Lu Ruyan replied respectfully. Okay, if things in the US are mostly settled, arrange for a loyal and reliable person to take over, and let Yang Zhong return to China as soon as possible. There are still many things to do back home. The group has ample funds now, and the construction of our business empire is just beginning. You need to find more capable talents within the group and contact headhunting firms to recruit as many people as possible. We have plenty of money, but we don't have many talents. For a company, the most important thing is talent, Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. Putting everything else aside, Xingshan Automotive and Xingshan New Energy alone are enough to attract a lot of attention. He truly experienced the bitterness of being alone. Aside from the older generation of the Jiang Group, he had almost no one else he could rely on. We must inject fresh blood into the group as soon as possible. Relying solely on recruitment is not enough. Campus recruitment targets recent graduates who lack work experience, requiring time and effort to train them. However, social recruitment can discover very few outstanding talents. For now, we can only start by simultaneously developing talent internally and recruiting through headhunters. At this point, Jiang Chun suddenly had a brilliant idea. We will invest 10 billion yuan to establish the Xingqian Talent Center and cooperate with well-known domestic universities to cultivate a continuous stream of high-quality talents for the group. The Xingqian Academy of Sciences will be established under the Xingqian Talent Center with an annual investment of at least 5 billion yuan for talent training and technology research and development. This matter will be jointly handled by you for now. Talent cultivation is not only a major issue for the Jiang Group, but also a major issue for the country and society. You must take responsibility for it, Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. Clear, Lu Ruyan and Li Zhongfeng said in unison. We need to keep a close eye on things within the group and report any issues promptly. America. Yang Zhong was extremely busy during this period, dealing with those Americans all day long. Otherwise, almost everything wouldn't have been resolved within 2 months. Marco, General Manager of MU Company in the United States. Zhu Guangji, General Manager of OIO Company in the United States. Lao Yang, General Manager of BI Company in the United States. Apart from Marco, the other two were sent by the Jiang Group. At the Kelton Hotel, Yang Zhong had finally gotten a day off and had just finished showering when he received a call from Jiang Chun. Chairman Jiang, prepare to hand over your work. Someone will take over for you. Go back to China after the handover is complete. Jiang Chen's voice came through the receiver, making Yang Zhong so excited he almost cried. Thank you, Chairman Jiang. After hanging up the phone, Yang Zhong hurriedly told his wife back home the good news. Living apart from your spouse in another city is not a pleasant experience. 2 days passed quickly, always slipping away unnoticed. Classes officially begin today. Jiang Chun and Fu Zekin sat in the classroom, occasionally looking down to write class notes. In short, everyone benefited greatly from the lesson. I heard that the teacher for the afternoon class is a famous beauty from Tsinghua and Peking universities, and quite a few people came to audit the class. Huang Ming said with a lecherous look on his face, his mouth practically watering. Jiang Chun and Lu Tian, however, showed no interest whatsoever. One had a girlfriend, and the other was a bookworm. Only Fu Zekin and Huang Ming chatted idly. I've heard of her. Her name is Huang Ying, and she's only 29 years old. Oh, speaking of which, she's from the same clan as Fatty. Because of Huang Ming's physique, his roommates affectionately called him Fatty. A 29-year-old female PhD, a professor at Tsinghua or Peking University. This is another academic superstar. Huang Ming exclaimed in surprise. Fatty, Teacher Huang is still single. So what if you're single? You're not going to be interested in us anyway. TCH, you're right. She definitely wouldn't be interested in you, but she might be interested in Brother Chun. An 11-year age difference? That's too much of a gap. What do you know? My sister is wonderful. She's so considerate and makes you worry-free. Hey, then Brother Chun, you'd better seize this opportunity. Hearing Huang Ming and Fu Zekin joking around, Jiang Chun kicked each of them. You two are never serious. Jiang Chun arrived late, just before class was about to start in the afternoon. The classroom was full of students. Jiang Chun was completely stunned. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? During regular classes, more than half of the seats in the classroom are empty. But now, it's almost full, with only a few empty seats. Seeing Fu Zekin beckoning to him, Jiang Chun walked over and sat in the empty seat. Luckily, my buddy arrived early, otherwise there wouldn't have been any seats. Huang Ming and Fu Zekin arrived at the classroom almost half an hour early and secured several good seats. Awesome. Jiang Chun didn't know what to say, so he could only give a thumbs up. Chapter 84 Soaring Net Worth. Hello students, I am your instructor, Huang Ying. A white t-shirt paired with black yoga pants accentuates her perfect figure. White sneakers complete the look, exuding a sporty vibe. Her long, black hair cascades over her shoulders, and she wears silver-rimmed glasses, giving her an elegant and refined appearance. When my hair grows long enough to reach my waist, I will share the beauty of the moon with you. My sister said purple has a lot of charm, but yoga pants are more alluring. Look at the way those male students are staring at you. They're practically mesmerized. I wish I could stick it onto my yoga pants. Today's lesson is international finance. Please open your textbooks. Huang Ying opened the teaching materials and began today's lesson. Her voice was particularly light and melodious, and her sweet voice evoked a lot of fantasies. Brother Chun, I always said this teacher is beautiful. Fu Zekin nudged Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chun was utterly speechless. Now, students, please answer the teacher's questions. You. Huang Ying walked to Jiang Chen's side and whispered, let's go with this student. First, explain what international finance is, and briefly discuss your understanding of international finance. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Fu Zekin, stood up, and replied, international finance is a discipline that focuses on the study of international currency and capital flows, multinational corporations' financing and investment decisions, and exchange rates. This mainly includes the international monetary system, international financial markets, international capital flows, currency crises, policy issues, and international coordination under open conditions, the international monetary system and currency zones, the RMB exchange rate, and the internationalization of China's financial industry, etc. In addition, international finance also involves international balance of payments, financial instruments and markets, exchange rates and exchange rate policies, etc. That's a good answer. It seems Chairman Jiang has a good understanding of international finance. But please pay attention to classroom discipline during class and don't whisper to your classmates. Huang Ying was fairly satisfied with Jiang Chen's answer, and her tone couldn't help but praise him. Sit down. Throughout the class, Huang Ying glanced at Jiang Chen from time to time, her heart filled with curiosity about this student. After a day of classes, Jiang Chen and his 3 roommates were walking back to their dorm when they unexpectedly ran into Mu Wanbing and her 3 roommates. Oh my, this really is a destiny ordained by heaven. Hello Chairman Jiang. I am Lin Miomon, Wanbing's roommate. I am Jiang Ryu. Xiaowen. Upon hearing Mu Wanbing's 3 roommates greet him, Jiang Chen politely replied, Hello, I'm Wanbing's boyfriend, Jiang Chen. Chairman Jiang, you've snatched away Wanbing, the prettiest girl in our dorm. Don't you think you should treat our family to a meal? Lin Miomon teased. Of course. There's no time like the present. Let's do it tonight. So Jiang Chen had Fu Ning book a restaurant, and then ordered his bodyguards to drive over and pick them up. Star Hotel. The ultimate VIP room. Please feel free to order anything you'd like to eat. Don't be shy. Jiang Chen took Mu Wanbing's hand and sat down in the main seat, his gaze fixed on Lin Miomon and the other 2. Today we're going to take down the rich. We must bankrupt Chairman Jiang. Fu Zekin interjected, his gaze fixed on Lin Miomon. If we want to bankrupt Brother Chen, we'll probably have to eat him for the rest of our lives. Ever since they met on campus, his heart has been completely captivated by Lin Miomon. Although Lin Miaomon's looks couldn't compare to Mu Wanbing's, she was still considered youthful and beautiful. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, a small gift was prepared for them. Wanbing, see you tomorrow then. See you tomorrow, Brother Chen. You guys need to make sure they get to their dorms safely. Jiang Chen gave instructions. Don't worry. A few days later, the National Day holiday was approaching. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved a system milestone. Your company's market value has surpassed 500 billion. Congratulations, host, on receiving the following rewards. 6 free attribute points. 5-star management talent card 2. 5-star scientific research talent card 2. The system's cold voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind, which made him look somewhat surprised. Its market value has exceeded 500 billion? Open the system panel. Host, Jiang Chen. Identity, student. Age, 18. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Durability, 9. Strength, 12. Agility, 11. PS. The average value for a normal person is 10. Company, Jiang Group. Skill, stock market insight. Technology, super battery technology, super fast charging technology. Overall assessment, normal human level, barely managing 15 minutes. Please keep trying, host. The Jiang Group has a market capitalization of 500.016 billion yuan. Company ranking, 27th. Personal net worth, 312.97 billion yuan. Wealth ranking, 4th. Today, Jiang Chen's net worth surpasses that of Pinduoduo's owner and is second only to Douyin's owner, Zhang Ming. Jiang Group's market capitalization is second only to Bank of Communications, surpassing Foxconn Industrial Internet. It's important to understand that it won't be easy for the market value to climb any higher. The top-ranked companies are all industry giants, including the 5 major state-owned banks and the 3 major fuel giants. Open your stock trading software and check the Jiang Group stock. Another limit up opening. 157.58 yuan per share. Let's look at the other 3 listed companies of the Jiang Group: Xingchen Real Estate, Mu Group, and Feng Group, formerly known as Xingyao Group. Among them, Xingchen Real Estate's market value exceeded 50 billion yuan, with a total market value of 51.347 billion yuan, 36.16 yuan per share, 0 debt, and total assets of 120.87 billion yuan. Logically speaking, given Xingchen Real Estate's assets, its stock should have hit the daily limit up at the opening. However, due to the downturn in the real estate industry, investors were hesitant to buy, which led to the slow rise in Xingchen Real Estate's stock price. It was only after the announcement that Xingchen Real Estate was undertaking the construction of the Jiangshan High-Tech Industrial Park project that the stock opened high and hit its daily limit for a day. The market value of Moose Group rose to 5.376 billion yuan, 49.83 yuan per share. Through in-depth cooperation with the Jiang Group, we have expanded into many new projects and generated considerable profits. As for Xingyao Group, its total market value rose to 13.492 billion yuan. This is largely thanks to the acquisition by Xingchen Investment. Otherwise, with Xingyao Group's assets, it would have barely maintained around 10 billion. In today's capital market, any company that collaborates with Jiang Group or Xingchen Investment has seen its market value skyrocket. Turn off your phone. Jiang Chen pondered what to do with the 6 free attribute points. Durability, 9 plus 6, is equal to 15. Strength, 12. Agility, 11. P.S. The average value for a normal person is 10. All of these are added to the durability attribute. After all, it concerns a man's dignity. There is no room for carelessness. Overall assessment, normal human level, barely managing around 20 minutes. Please keep trying, host. It lasted another 5 minutes. It seems that to reach the level of a top reader, 2 hours or more. There's still a long way to go. The road ahead is long and arduous. Take it slowly. Chapter 85. The astonished Airbus president. Jiang Chen looked at the talent summoning card that the system had rewarded him with, and he was particularly curious. This is the first time such a reward has appeared. Management talent summoning card and technology talent summoning card. P.S. A friendly reminder that the loyalty of the talents summoned by the system is permanently 100%, and they have been implanted with current world data, making them no different from normal people. Use the management talent summoning card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for using the management talent summoning card to summon management talents, Xie Shuyan and Gu Ling. The summoned talent will report to the host within 30 minutes. Use technology talent summoning cards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for using the technology talent summoning card to summon research talents, Jiang Pan and Jiang Xingyun. The summoned talent will report to the host within 30 minutes. Hearing the system's cold voice, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa with anticipation, quietly waiting for the talent the system would summon. To be honest, his heart was filled with curiosity. For a long time. Boss, there are 2 men and 2 women outside the villa who want to see you. This is what the bodyguard captain, Ma Hongliang, said respectfully. It's finally here. Let them come over. Jiang Chen suppressed his emotions and spoke calmly. Soon, the 4 of them stood in front of Jiang Chen. First, greet them respectfully, then introduce yourself. Effective immediately, Xie Shuyun will serve as the general manager of Xingyao Group. Gu Ling has been appointed as the director of Xingchen Talent Center. Jiang Pan serves as the dean of the Star Academy of Sciences, and Jiang Xingyun serves as the vice dean. Jiang Chen then passed on the super battery technology and super fast charging technology, which were rewarded by the system, to Jiang Pan and Jiang Xingyun. You should develop these 2 technologies as soon as possible. The system only rewarded the complete documentation for the 2 technologies, but they still needed to be studied before they could be put into use. However, the study itself was much simpler, since with the complete documentation available, it was just a matter of copying and pasting. Both the super battery technology and the super fast charging technology are 3 versions higher, with 3 levels: high, medium, and low. Understood. Jiang Pan and Jiang Xingyun replied respectfully. Currently, the Star Talent Center is still in a blank state, with only the 3 of you. Therefore, I hope that Gu Ling can set up the framework as soon as possible and attract outstanding talents. Yes. After the 4 people left, Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. This time, the system did not offer any rewards for clues related to his mother. I have been in Kyoto for a month now. All I know is that my mother is in Kyoto. But there was still no news. During the National Day holiday, Jiang Chen, Mu Wanbing, and others chartered an Airbus A380 to return to Jiangxing. Chairman Jiang, Frank, the president of Airbus China, has arrived in Jiangxing, and we have arranged to meet tomorrow morning. We have notified Chairman Liu that a meeting of senior executives of the group will be held at 3 p.m. tomorrow to report on the work done in the previous period and a plan for the next steps. The Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and government plan to conduct research at the group's headquarters the day after tomorrow. Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee Secretary Zheng Gang and Jiangxing Municipal Government Mayor Han Zhonghui will attend. The listing application of Xingchen Investment Group has been approved by the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Fu Ning reported respectfully. Good. The Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government will conduct research the day after tomorrow, and Lu Ruyan, Li Zhongfeng, and Ma Guoliang will accompany them. Jiang Cheng said in a low voice. Clear. The flight took more than 3 hours and finally landed at Jiangxing Airport. Currently, with the expansion of Jiang Group's business, Business owners and executives from all over the country are traveling to and from Jiangxing, leading to a surge in passenger traffic at Jiangxing Airport, Jiangxing High-Speed Railway Station, and Jiangxing Bus Station. Major hotels in Jiangxing are often fully booked, which directly drives economic development. This is all thanks to the Jiang Group. Back in Jiangxing, the group first went to the Mu family home, where the elderly couple had been waiting for them with a meal prepared. After a quick meal, Jiang Chun returned to the Jiang family villa to devise his next work plan. The next day, the office of the chairman of the Jiang Group. Jiang Chun first learned about the group's financial situation. The total market value of the group's securities trading accounts is currently 8.364 billion renminbi. The group's accounts have available funds of 642.493 billion yuan. Damn it! Which company has over 600 billion in cash? They can be described as having a very solid financial foundation. A short while later, Fu Ning walked to Jiang Chen's side and said respectfully, "Chairman Jiang, Mr. Frank has arrived in the conference room." "Okay, let Assistant Chairman Liu and Manager Tang accompany me to meet them." After straightening his suit, Jiang Chen walked into the conference room. Frank and his group of 7 were drinking tea in the conference room, occasionally marveling at the Chinese tea culture. "Mr. Frank, this is Chairman Jiang of our Jiang Group." Fu Ning first identified Jiang Chun, then respectfully said, "Boss, this is Mr. Frank, President of Airbus China region, from France." "My God, I never imagined Chairman Jiang was so young. It's unbelievable," Frank said with an incredulous look, his eyes scrutinizing Jiang Chun. "Mr. Frank, I invited you here today to discuss a business deal." Jiang Chun didn't want to say much to this foreigner and went straight to the point. "Chairman Jiang, someone from your company told me this before. You'd like to order 2 Airbus A380 aircraft? But I want to make it clear to Chairman Jiang that the delivery time of the aircraft will be 6 months from now, and the second one will probably take 1.5 to 2 years. Frank said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with Frank's answer. "Mr. Frank, I think we should be more sincere in our negotiations. In addition to the 2 A380s, I would also like to order 3 A320s and 4 A330s. Due to the business expansion needs of the Jiang Group, apart from its own A380, all other aircraft were handed over to the Jiang Group and its subsidiaries. He plans to provide Xingchen Investment Group with 1 A380 and 2 A330s, deliver 1 A320 each to Xingchen Real Estate, Xingchen Energy, and Xingchen New Energy, and hand over the remaining 2 A330s to other subsidiaries." Frank was particularly shocked when he heard Jiang Chen's request. This is not just 2 A380s. They ordered 7 more aircraft. A total of 9 aircraft. Is he going to start an airline? Leaving aside the ordering costs, 9 aircraft would cost at least $3 billion, which is close to 21 billion Chinese yuan. This is no small sum. The annual maintenance, upkeep, and equipment costs alone amount to at least 1 billion yuan, and that's an understatement. Because of the high cost, not many people in China own private jets. Just like a few years ago, even if the planes were just sitting at the airport and not flying for a day, the money still had to be spent. If he could reach an agreement, Frank even felt he could be transferred to a key position at Airbus headquarters, at least as Airbus vice president. "Chairman Jiang, I need to report this large order to the group and try to get you the fastest delivery time." Frank and his group immediately left the Jiang Group, as he needed to contact Airbus headquarters as soon as possible. Chapter 86 Executive Vice Governor. October 3, 2024, 3 p.m. Jiang's Group Conference Room. A month later, the group held another senior management meeting. Yang Zhong, the group's vice chairman in charge of the U.S. region, has returned to the group headquarters to attend this high-level meeting. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Chun. The department managers first reported on their recent work. Among them, Bai Ruiyu from the Human Resources Department is particularly noteworthy. "Chairman Jiang, the group recently held a campus enterprise recruitment event, recruiting a total of 2,083 interns, including 27 international students from renowned international universities, 249 interns from key universities, 704 with bachelor's degrees, and 1,103 with associate's degrees. We also held 2 social recruitment events, recruiting 914 interns. A total of 2,997 people were recruited through this series of recruitment events. Today, the Jiang Group and its subsidiaries have nearly 30,000 employees and have recruited nearly 3,000 interns, who have been placed in various positions within the group and its branches." Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, "We need to recruit at least another 10,000 people before the end of the year. Currently, companies such as Xingchen Automotive and Xingchen New Energy Technology have huge staff shortages, and we must fill the gaps in employees as soon as possible. Mentioning these two companies, Jiang Chun looked at Li Zhongfeng and said in a deep voice, Vice Chairman Li, how are the preparations for Xingchen Automotive and Xingchen New Energy Technology progressing? Li Zhongfeng truthfully stated, we are still in the preparation stage. The company name registration has been completed, and billions of yuan have been transferred into the account. The location for the factory has been found, and we are preparing to negotiate with the Jiangxing municipal government. We will get this done as soon as possible, and then we will hand over the project to Xingchen Real Estate. We will keep the profits within our own community. Clear. What is the construction progress of the Chengxi High-Tech Industrial Park project? Xingchen Real Estate General Manager Ma Guoyang respectfully stated, the preliminary planning has been completed, and the areas have been divided as required, with construction proceeding simultaneously. The foundation is almost finished, and the external perimeter wall has been completed. Next, construction will begin on the main building area, which is expected to be completed as planned. The project must be delivered with guaranteed quality and quantity. No one is allowed to cut corners or use inferior materials. In addition to the Chengxi High-Tech Industrial Park, commercial real estate projects and residential projects should be implemented as soon as possible. The Ministry of Finance has allocated 10 billion yuan to cooperate with the municipal government in developing Chengxi district. Jiang Chun gave the instructions again. Vice Chairman Yang, you've worked hard these past few days. Would you like to take a break for a while longer? Yang Zhong hurriedly said, thank you for your concern, Chairman Jiang. Everything is for the benefit of the group. It's no trouble at all. I plan to establish a branch of the group in Kyoto, mainly responsible for the business of several provinces in northern China. It will be called Kyoto Star Group. I will appoint Yang Zhong as the general manager of Kyoto Star Group, who will be fully responsible for the management of the branch. The Jiang Group headquarters will remain in Jiangcheng, while the Kyoto Star Group will oversee the Kyoto region and the 4 provinces of Shaanxi and Hebei. Kyoto Star Group and Star Investment Group are both second-tier subsidiaries of the Jiang Group. Some personnel from various departments were drawn to establish the Kyoto Star Group. The appointment of management personnel was dispatched by the group headquarters. Middle-level managers had to be reported to the group headquarters for approval, and other personnel could be appointed by themselves. The main structure of the branch is basically the same as that of the group headquarters, except for the securities department. Once the branch is established, the Ministry of Finance will allocate 100 billion yuan for investment in Kyoto and the 4 provinces of Hebei and Shaanxi. With this 100 billion yuan, Kyoto Star Group could be pushed to its peak. Clear. Yang Zhong was particularly excited. Now he was the top leader of the region, and he had the final say in the entire Kyoto branch. He was like a powerful regional official in ancient times. How are Xingchen Investments' preparations for its IPO going? Chairman Jiang, the China Securities Regulatory Commission approved Xingchen Investments' listing a few days ago. It is currently in the preliminary preparation stage and is expected to be listed before the end of the year. Currently, the Jiang Group has 3 listed companies, Xingchen Real Estate, Xingyao Group, and Moose Group. Once Xingchen Investment successfully goes public, the group will have 4 listed companies. Jiang Chun shook his head slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the number. Xingchen Energy is accelerating its listing preparations and striving to list after the new year. The Ministry of Finance has allocated 200 billion yuan to Xingchen Investment for the acquisition of high-quality enterprises in the province, with the priority being Wanshare Holdings, Jiangdong Pharmaceutical, and Manhwa Real Estate, aiming for full acquisition or at least absolute control. At that time, Manhwa Real Estate will be merged into Xingchen Real Estate, and Jiangshire Pharmaceutical Company will be merged with Jiangdong Pharmaceutical to form Xingchen Pharmaceutical Company, which will strive to be listed after the new year. Xingchen Group aims to achieve a market capitalization of over 300 billion yuan upon its IPO. This high-level meeting directly allocated more than 300 billion yuan, with business empires distributed across Jiangdong Province, Kyoto, and the 4 provinces of Shanghai. This investment will definitely cause a stir in the business world, attract countless people's attention, and directly drive a surge in regional GDP. October 4, 2024, 10 a.m. Jiang Chun, Lu Ruyan, Li Zhongfeng, Ma Guoyang, and Fu Ning stood at the entrance of the group. Shortly after, a black Passat led the way, followed by 2 black Audi A6s with license plates Jiang C001 and Jiang C002, and then a Toyota Coaster and 2 Buick GL8s. The research team was quite impressive. To Jiang Chen's surprise, there was also a black Audi A6 in the convoy, with the license plate number Jiang N00004. It's worth noting that no city in Jiangdong Province has a license plate starting with Jiang N. Such plates are typically reserved for provincial government departments, provincial agencies, and the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Jiang N00004 appears to be the license plate of the vehicle assigned to the executive vice governor. The executive vice governor was actually leading the research team? Wasn't it supposed to be a research visit by the Jiangqing Municipal Party Committee and government? Why is there an executive vice governor? As the coaster stopped in front of the Jiang Group building, the door slowly opened, and the first person to get off was a middle-aged man with white hair who looked to be over 50 years old. According to the WHO's classification, 45 to 59 years old is considered middle age. Next is Zheng Gang, the party secretary of Jiangqing City, followed by Han Zhong, the mayor of Jiangqing City. Jiang Chun hurried over. Zheng Gang took the initiative to introduce Jiang Chun. This is Governor Liu from the province. Governor Liu's real name is Liu Hualin. He is a member of the Standing Committee of the Jiangdong Provincial Party Committee, Executive Vice Governor of the provincial government, and Deputy Secretary of the Party Group of the provincial government. Hello, Governor Liu. Jiang Chun said respectfully. Liu Hualin stared at Jiang Chun, a smile playing on his lips. I've seen you in the news, Mr. Jiang. The youngest chairman in China and the richest man in Jiangdong province. Liu Hualin laughed and said, truly a heroic young man. Upon hearing Liu Hualin's praise, Jiang Chun hurriedly said, Governor Liu, you flatter me too much. I am truly ashamed. Haha, this little guy is quite modest. Liu Hualin looked at Zheng Gang and Han Zhong beside him. Governor Liu, you see, I was right just now. This guy's humility is practically written all over his face. Comrade Xiao Jiang, you have achieved such results at such a young age. You can be appropriately proud. Jiang Chun found it difficult to respond to such remarks, so he simply stood respectfully to the side. Chairman Jiang, Governor Liu is on a temporary trip to Jiangqing for research. He heard that we are going to visit the Jiang Group, and he is quite interested. You'd better be our guide. Chapter 87, More Titles. On behalf of the Jiang Group, I warmly welcome all leaders to visit and conduct research. I will serve as your guide throughout the visit. Jiang Chun spoke politely, without arrogance or impatience. Jiang Group was founded in 1999. After more than 20 years of development, it has achieved its current glory and has become a key enterprise in Jiangdong province, a leading enterprise in Jiangcheng, and a well-known enterprise in the country. As of now, the group's total market capitalization is 500.016 billion yuan, ranking 27th in the country, with nearly 30,000 employees. The group is involved in a wide range of fields, and its subsidiaries Xingchen Real Estate, Xingyao Group, and Mushi Group are all listed. Xingchen Investment Group is preparing for listing and is expected to be listed before the end of the year. Group Corporate Culture. Within 2 hours, Jiang Chun gave a group of provincial and municipal leaders a comprehensive overview of the Jiang Group, covering everything from the company's business philosophy to its future development direction, earning the secret praise of the leaders present. This young man is something else. At such a young age, he has achieved so much, surpassing 99.99% of people nationwide. In addition, I spearheaded the establishment of the Jiangqing Chamber of Commerce, uniting well-known enterprises within Jiangqing and making the name of the Jiangqing Chamber of Commerce known throughout the country and even the world. Currently, it has 69 members and total assets exceeding 1 trillion yuan. The provincial and municipal leaders present applauded enthusiastically. Executive Vice Governor Liu Hualin praised. Jiang's Group is a landmark enterprise in Jiangdong province and a representative of the Jiangdong business community. Young Chairman Jiang is young and promising. He is leading this giant ship with his personal strength. I believe that the future of the Jiang Group is destined to be brilliant. I heard you plan to privatize Jiangqing state-owned enterprises. I think that's a good idea. I've looked into the enterprises under the Jiangqing Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, and they lose a lot of money every year. Instead of easing the city's financial pressure, they're constantly draining the city's coffers. Liu Hualin is a leader who rose through the ranks from the grassroots level. He has rich experience in grassroots work and unique insights into certain matters. He then changed the subject and started talking about the current state of state-owned enterprises. Some state-owned enterprises operate rigidly, neglecting innovation and development, and are unable to lead high-quality economic development. They will eventually be eliminated by the market. On the other hand, the privatization of state-owned enterprises introduces private capital, drives the transformation of state-owned enterprises, introduces advanced management models, revitalizes enterprises, and gives them new life. The national economic model is not static. In the past, state-owned enterprises led economic development. Now, state-owned and private enterprises are like two parallel carriages. No one can say for sure what the future holds. The courage to innovate and the spirit to put ideas into practice are commendable and worthy of emulation. The country promotes and encourages the development of the private economy, and we must implement the country's policy and not hinder the private economy. In my opinion, Jiangxing should serve as a pilot area for the privatization of state-owned enterprises in Jiangdong Province. You should accumulate experience, explore and move forward step by step, and then promote it throughout the province. Liu Hualin's statement can be considered a public statement of support for Jiangxing to conduct the pilot program, which may well reflect the opinion of the Jiangdong Provincial Party Committee and provincial government. After all, just as Jiangxing was preparing to explore, the executive vice governor came down to conduct research and even focused on inspecting the Jiang Group. The speech just now almost entirely supported the work of the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and municipal government. But this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. The Jiangxing Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission has more than a dozen companies with 60,000 to 70,000 employees, representing tens of thousands of families. If a wrong step is taken, the consequences are unimaginable. The successful restructuring of Jiangxing Urban Construction Group can be considered a successful first step. This gave Zheng Gang and Han Zhong hope. Their confidence has greatly increased. On behalf of the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and government, I solemnly declare that we will implement the spirit and guidance of the Provincial Party Committee and government, adhere to the people-centered approach, and prioritize the interests of the people. Zheng Gang said with a solemn expression. Okay, I will tell the Provincial Party Committee and government about your attitude. If there are any difficulties in the reform process, you can inform the Provincial Party Committee and government at any time. Liu Hualin's eyes were fixed on Jiangxing again, and he said in a low voice, I heard you've been working on some talent center project lately? Yes. Talent is the driving force of enterprise development, and its importance is irreplaceable. Without talent and unable to attract talent, an enterprise is destined to decline. Therefore, the Star Talent Center is dedicated to collecting and cultivating talent, sparing no expense, and investing a large amount of money every day, just to retain outstanding talent. Whether or not they ultimately stay with the Jiang Group is a matter of personal choice, but as long as we can keep people in China and reduce the brain drain, then our work will not have been in vain. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. Liu Hualin was the first to applaud. Another round of applause erupted. Well said. The people are the foundation of the country and the nation, while talent is the support for the development of the country and the nation. 100 years ago, we clearly realized that backwardness would lead to being bullied. How can we avoid falling behind? The answer is to rely on talent, a continuous stream of talent. After decades of development and the hard work of several generations, we have achieved the prosperous China we have today. However, in some areas, we still lag behind Western countries. For example, in the chip industry a couple of years ago, we were held back by the West. Only with talent can we achieve technological breakthroughs, break through the technological blockade imposed by the West, and no longer be held back by others. The idea of the Star Talent Center is good, but it won't be easy to implement. There's still a long way to go. If you encounter any difficulties, you can contact the Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government. Liu Hualin patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder, his eyes filled with expectation. It's like how elders treat younger generations. That day, the group visited subsidiaries such as Xingchen Investment and Xingchen Energy, and also inspected the construction of the Chengxi High-Tech Industrial Park project. Liu Hualin and the others then left. Before leaving, Liu Hualin then said to Jiang Chun, in view of your contributions to the economic work of Jiangdong Province, the Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government have decided to award you the Outstanding Youth Award and nominate you as a representative to the Provincial People's Congress and a member of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference. Goodness. Jiang Chun has acquired another identity. Previously, he was one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Jiangxing and a representative of the Jiangxing Municipal People's Congress. Now, he is an outstanding youth of the province and has been nominated as a representative of the Provincial People's Congress and a member of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference. He probably has the most titles among young people in China. Each of these titles carries considerable weight. They made outstanding contributions to society at that time. The Jiang Group is a major taxpayer in Jiangdong Province, provides numerous jobs, and is also enthusiastic about public welfare projects. These titles bestowed upon Jiang Chun were well-deserved, and no one could find fault with them. Please rest assured, the Jiangdong Provincial Party Committee and provincial government, our Jiang Group will continue to shoulder more social responsibilities and build a better Jiangdong province. Jiang Chun reiterated his stance. That evening, Fu Ning reported again. Boss, Director Wang from the municipal government just called to invite you to the municipal government meeting tomorrow. Chapter 88, State-Owned Enterprise Privatization Reform, Jiangqing Xingchen Asset Management. A city government meeting? Jiang Chun was a little puzzled. But I agreed anyway. Remember to remind me tomorrow. Following the visit of Executive Vice Governor Liu Hualin to Jiangqing for research, the Jiangqing Municipal Party Committee and government organized cadres overnight to study and implement the spirit of the speeches and instructions of higher-level leaders. Although it was the National Day holiday, the main leaders of the Municipal Party Committee and government, as well as the heads of various units, remained on duty, and they dared not slack off. They care more about the hats on their heads than about going on vacation. According to convention, this study session should have been held tomorrow, but for some reason, a meeting of cadres was organized overnight. Seeing that the party secretary and mayor had sacrificed their rest time, how could they dare to complain? Even after the meeting ended, everyone's expressions remained somewhat unnatural. They realized something big was about to happen, especially the leaders of the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The meeting focused primarily on the privatization reform of state-owned enterprises and summarized the work experience of Jiangqing Urban Construction Group in its restructuring. Doesn't this mean that state-owned enterprises in Jiangqing are about to undergo new changes? Privatization of state-owned enterprises, simply put, means selling state-owned enterprises to individuals, transforming them into private enterprises, and having private enterprises take charge of their operation and management. Tens of thousands of state-owned enterprise employees have become private enterprise employees. This is not a simple matter. It concerns tens of thousands of families. More importantly, once state-owned enterprises are privatized, the power of the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission will be directly affected. Although the organization itself will not be abolished, its staff will certainly be reduced. Those who hogging the spot without actually using it will definitely be kicked out of the group. Furthermore, the municipal government is holding a working meeting tomorrow and has actually invited Jiang Chun, chairman of the Jiang Group, to attend. Doesn't this mean that the privatization of state-owned enterprises is on the agenda? That night, countless people are destined to have sleepless nights. Many people are destined to run themselves ragged. October 5, 2024. The Jiangqing Municipal Government convened a working meeting, which was attended by the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government, leaders of municipal departments, heads of state-owned enterprises, Jiang Chun, chairman of Jiang Group, and Liu Ruyan, chairman's assistant. The entire process was recorded by a reporter from the city's television station. At the start of the meeting, Zheng Gang, the municipal party secretary, spoke first, mentioning the relevant national documents on the reform and optimization of state-owned enterprises, then discussing the national encouragement of the development of the private economy, and reiterating the spirit of the talks made by the executive vice governor during his research visit. Next was Mayor Han Zhong, whose brief speech directly introduced the main topic of the meeting. This meeting mainly focused on the privatization reform of state-owned enterprises in Jiangqing City. In the early stage, Jiangqing Urban Construction Group was used as a pilot to integrate into Xingchen Real Estate under Jiang Group. Overall, the situation is not bad. Just now, when Comrade Zheng Gang spoke, he mentioned that when Governor Liu conducted his research, he encouraged Jiangqing to serve as a pilot area for state-owned enterprise reform in Jiangdong Province, and to comprehensively promote the privatization reform of state-owned enterprises. Comrades, this reform concerns tens of thousands of employees of state-owned enterprises in Jiangqing and tens of thousands of families. Although it is a pioneering exploration, we must be extremely careful and think carefully about every step we take to avoid losses to the interests of the people and state property. The success of Jiangqing Construction Group has given us some experience, but whether it is applicable to other companies remains to be seen. However, the privatization reform of state-owned enterprises in Jiangqing is imminent, and all departments must fully cooperate to jointly promote the completion of this work. Han Zhong spoke earnestly, his eyes fixed on the dozens of leaders present. The director of the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission stated that the commission will implement the decisions of the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government and fully cooperate with the privatization reform of state-owned enterprises. It was Jiang Chen's turn to speak, the only non-government employee present. However, he attended the meeting as a representative of the Jiangqing People's Congress and sat in the first row of the meeting hall. Respected leaders, on behalf of the Jiang Group, I will fully cooperate with the work of the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government and unconditionally support the resolutions of the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government regarding this privatization reform of state-owned enterprises in Jiangqing. But I have an immature idea about this reform. Even when facing a group of government leaders, Jiang Chun remained calm and never showed any stage fright. Could we adopt the model of public-private partnership, but with changes to equity distribution and corporate management, where the Jiang Group becomes the absolute controlling shareholder? The Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission holds a portion of the shares, enjoys corporate dividends, but does not participate in the daily management of the company, and has the right to make decisions on major matters in accordance with the law. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's speech, the leaders of the Municipal Party Committee and government were immediately impressed, especially Mayor Han Zhong. This approach is not unprecedented. There are many public-private partnerships, but most are dominated by state-owned enterprises. Jiang Chen's proposal simply reversed the relationship between the two, with private enterprises taking the lead and the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission only enjoying the right to dividends and not participating in the daily management of enterprises. In reality, it's no different from a private enterprise. The Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission has lost control of the company. Chairman Zhang's suggestion is good. I think we can give it a try. Han Zhong immediately expressed his support. Zheng Gang looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Let's vote by raising our hands." After he finished speaking, he and Han Zhong were the first to raise their hands. All attendees voted. Most people raised their hands in support, a small number abstained, and there were no opponents. Joke. The top leaders of the Municipal Party Committee and government have reached a consensus. If they still object, wouldn't that be putting the leaders in a bad light? The meeting ultimately resolved that Jiang's group would take the lead in establishing Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management Company, with Jiang's group holding 51% of the shares, and Jiangxing Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission holding 49%. All state-owned enterprises under Jiangxing Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission would be incorporated into Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management. At the same time, Jiang's group invested 10 billion yuan to buy 51% of the equity of all state-owned enterprises from the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The appointment of senior management personnel at Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management still needs to be discussed. However, Jiang Chun is tentatively appointed as chairman, and Gua Haiyang, director of the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, is appointed as vice chairman. However, this position of vice chairman is merely a nominal one. The next morning, the Jiang Group transferred the funds to the Jiangxing fiscal account. With this 10 billion yuan, many municipal projects can now commence. This has relieved Jiangxing City's urgent financial crisis. Thanks to the full support of the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and government, the initial integration of state-owned enterprises in Jiangxing City was completed in less than 48 hours, and they were transformed into subsidiaries of Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management Company. Tens of thousands of state-owned enterprise employees have transferred to Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management, and their compensation is the same as that of the Jiang Group. Jiang Group dispatched working groups to various enterprises to simultaneously conduct personnel assessments, asset inventory, and financial audits, striving to complete the integration work in the shortest possible time. The newly established Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management has total assets of nearly 20 billion yuan. It has more than a dozen subsidiaries, including Jiangxing Heating Company, Jiangxing Gas Company, Jiangxing Urban Investment Company, Jiangxing Talent Development Company, Jiangxing Water Supply Company, Jiangxing Landscaping Company, and Jiangxing Agricultural Seed Company. Most of these businesses are related to people's livelihoods, and their profitability is relatively weak. But that's okay, as long as we don't lose money. That evening, the Jiang Group's official website published information that the China Securities Regulatory Commission had disclosed about the group. At the same time, Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management submitted its application for listing. Chapter 89, Building the Headquarters Building. On the last day of the National Day holiday, Frank, the head of Airbus China, visited the Jiang Group again. Chairman Jiang, Airbus headquarters highly values this cooperation and will certainly offer you the most suitable price. According to your requirements, 2A380S, 3A320S, and 4A330S, the total price is $3.48 billion, but after the discount, you only need to pay $3.3 billion. Frank said politely, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chun, his tone quite respectful. The discount of $180 million is almost the lowest price Airbus can offer. However, it still costs $3.3 billion, equivalent to 23.1 billion Chinese yuan. As for the delivery time, as you know, passenger aircraft orders often have a backlog. It's an order to produce model, so if you'd like expedited delivery, we have an Airbus A380 that a prince in the Middle East ordered. Production is almost complete, but for some reason, The prince has asked us to sell it. If you don't mind, headquarters can allocate this aircraft to you. The interior layout can be customized to your needs, and it can be delivered to you in a maximum of 2 months. Frank said apologetically. As for the other aircraft you ordered, you may have to wait. Headquarters has promised to deliver them all within 3 years. Can? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. It's only 2 months, he can wait. But at least 2 more aircraft must be delivered within a year, otherwise there's no point in discussing it. I believe that as long as the news is released, Boeing, Bombardier, or other manufacturing companies will be very interested, and maybe their delivery time will be shorter. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Frank's expression became noticeably more tense. Just as Jiang Chen said, once other companies find out, they will definitely take the initiative to contact the Jiang Group. This is a huge order that any company would want to secure. Okay, I agree. Frank readily agreed, saying that the delivery time could be coordinated with headquarters, and they could simply skip the queue if necessary, as long as they could retain this major client. If Chairman Jiang has any further needs, we can consider Airbus. Good. Of course, this was only a verbal promise. The two parties then signed a purchase agreement, with the buyer paying a 30% deposit and the balance to be paid upon delivery. If Jiang Chen breaches the contract during the contract period, the deposit will not be refunded. However, if Airbus breaches the contract, it will have to compensate Jiang Chen for 3 times the deposit amount. $990 million were transferred into Airbus's account, nearly 9 billion yuan. Because it is a cross-border transaction, the funds will take 48 hours to be credited to your account. Mr. Jiang, we look forward to cooperating with you again. Whatever your needs may be, Airbus will do its best to meet them. Okay. That afternoon, Jiang Chen went to Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management. It occupies 3 floors of an office building located in the city center. Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management Conference Room. The first meeting was held. Jiangxing Mayor Han Zhong and Director of the Municipal Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, Gua Haiyang, attended the meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, Han Zhong delivered a speech, emphasizing the high expectations that the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and government have for Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management. Next, Jiang Chen arranged the work deployment. According to the financial audit, Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management has total assets of 19.874 billion yuan, cash flow of 376 million yuan, liabilities of 4.35 billion yuan, and monthly interest payments of 18 million yuan. The overall financial situation is not optimistic. The company borrowed 5 billion yuan from the Jiang Group in its own name to repay debts and for business operations. This money is interest-free, with 600 million yuan to be repaid annually, and the entire amount will be repaid within 5 years. If a dozen or so companies can't even reach 600 million in net profit each year, then they really are a burden. The investigation revealed that some senior executives had committed serious violations of rules and regulations, such as embezzlement and corruption, and the cases will be handed over to the judicial authorities for investigation and trial. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he clearly noticed a slight change in Han Zhong's expression. But his dissatisfaction wasn't with Jiang Chen, but with those parasites. It seems these companies have been rotten for a long time. Fortunately, reforms were implemented, and state-owned enterprises were privatized. Otherwise, if they had been allowed to do whatever they wanted, it would have only harmed the interests of the country and the people. Regarding personnel adjustments, Bai Mingyu has been appointed as the vice chairman and executive president of Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management, with full authority over the company's affairs. Li Xingyuan has been appointed as the chief financial officer of Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management. Xiang Yun has been appointed as the human resources director. Lan Tian has been appointed as the director of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Li Ming has been appointed as the audit director. The Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management Supervisory Committee is hereby established. I will serve as the director of the committee, Gua Haiyang as the deputy director, and Bai Mingyu, Li Xingyuan, Xiang Yun, Lan Tian, and Li Ming as supervisory committee members. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Most of them are senior executives dispatched by the Jiang Group. As for the adjustment of the management of the subsidiaries, it will be the responsibility of the executive president, Bai Mingyu, and reported to the group's Human Resources Department for approval. Effective immediately, all financial expenditures of Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management will be allocated by the Finance Department, filed with the group's Finance Department, and supervised by the Discipline Inspection and Audit Departments throughout the process. If any violations are discovered, an internal investigation will be conducted first. Once evidence is obtained, the matter will be handed over to the judicial authorities for impartial handling. The meeting has ended. Jiang Chun and Han Zhong met at the chairman's office of Jiangqing Xingchen Asset Management. I never expected there to be such serious corruption problems. No wonder companies are suffering heavy losses. With these parasites lining their own pockets, it's no wonder the companies are doing well. Han Zhong said angrily, and immediately instructed his secretary, Wang Wenxue, have the Discipline Inspection Commission assign personnel to investigate thoroughly, no matter which level the investigation leads to, and those responsible must be dealt with severely. At the same time, have the public security, procuratorate, and courts cooperate. As long as the evidence is conclusive, proceed with the trial as soon as possible. Han Zhong's tone was particularly stern. He deeply abhorred this behavior. Xiao Jiang, Jiangqing Xingchen Asset Management, is now in your hands. Mayor Han, please rest assured that Jiangqing Xingchen Asset Management will achieve profitability as soon as possible and will live up to the expectations of the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. By the way, Mayor Han, I want to apply for a plot of land to build the Jiang Group headquarters building. As you can see, the Jiang Group has too many subsidiaries, and this office building is not enough. This wasn't just a sudden whim of Jiang Chen's. Regardless of how the Jiang Group develops in the future, he will always keep the group headquarters in Jiangqing, simply because he is a native of Jiangqing, and this is his home. I'll talk to the head of the Land and Resources Bureau later. Han Zhong said in a deep voice. There's no reason for him to refuse such a small matter. Besides, how could he not understand the hidden meaning in Jiang Chen's words? The construction of the new Jiang Group headquarters building would mean that the Jiang Group would remain in Jiangqing forever. Moreover, how many jobs can building such a high-rise building provide? As for what he said about chatting, it's not just about finding suitable plots of land. There are also deeper-level plans. One high-tech industrial park in the west of the city is not enough. There are still large tracts of land in the west of the city waiting to be developed. It's not impossible to create a new district. At that time, his political achievements are off the charts. Chapter 90 Fu Zekin gets beaten. After the National Day holiday, Jiang Chun and Mu Wanbing returned to Kyoto, beginning a dull and boring learning journey. I managed to balance handling company affairs with my studies. After completing the construction, Kyoto Star Group directly purchased an office building. In Kyoto, where land is incredibly valuable, buying an office building is a truly extravagant investment. They spent 2 billion yuan to purchase a 50-story, over 170-meter tall office building in full and renamed it Jingshan Building. The top floor was left empty, and the entire floor was reserved as Jiang Chen's office. An office of over 500 square meters. Outside is the secretary's office. He transferred 4 secretaries from the Jiang Group headquarters and recruited 8 more secretaries in Kyoto to form Jiang Chen's private secretarial team. In addition to assistant Fu Ning, a personal secretary was also recruited. Bai Ningbing received her bachelor's and master's degrees from Tsinghua and Peking universities, and her doctorate from a top foreign university. She obtained her international doctoral degree at the young age of 27, making her a top academic achiever. After graduation, she first worked for a top 100 company in China, but was dismissed for reporting her boss for harassment. That's how she ended up at Kyoto Star Group. She is extremely capable and was reassigned as Jiang Chen's personal secretary. The 49th floor of this building houses the chairman's office, meeting rooms, and reception rooms of the Kyoto Star Group. The 47th and 48th floors are the offices of the group's senior executives, and the 44th to 46th floors are the offices of the group's Human Resources Department, Finance Department, and Audit Department. Floors below the 43rd floor will be reserved for subsidiary office space. Xingyao Group then moved to Jingshan Building, occupying a full 5 floors. With 100 billion yuan transferred into the Kyoto Star Group's account, Yang Zhong went on a buying spree, acquiring various high-quality assets and investing in numerous projects. In just 2 months, Kyoto Star Group gained a reputation in Kyoto and the 4 provinces of Shaanxi and Hebei, and Yang Zhong became a hot commodity. Jiang Chun rarely makes public appearances. The entire branch is under the full control of Yang Zhong. It can be said that Yang Zhong was constantly entertaining clients. Also, Xingchen Investment Group successfully acquired Wanshire Holdings and renamed it Xingchen Holdings. The Wan family of Jiangdong has completely declined. It also acquired companies such as Jiangdong Pharmaceutical, Longhua Real Estate, and Jiangdong Mining. Longhua Real Estate merged with Xingchen Real Estate, causing its market value to soar to 90 billion yuan. Jiangdong Mining was merged into Xingchen Energy, and Xingchen Energy became a wholly owned subsidiary of Xingchen Investment, with total assets exceeding 15 billion yuan. Jiangdong Pharmaceutical and Jiangshi Pharmaceutical Company merged and were reorganized into Xingchen Pharmaceutical, with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. The original plan was to use 200 billion yuan, but most of it has already been spent. Today, Xingshan Investment Group's assets have exceeded 200 billion yuan. Once listed, it will become the only subsidiary of the Jiang Group to exceed 200 billion yuan. Jiangxing. The construction progress of the Chengxi High-Tech Industrial Park project is 60% complete. The main construction of Xingshan Automobile and Xingshan New Energy Technology factories has been basically completed, and only the finishing touches and equipment arrival are awaited. Jiang Group spent 5 billion yuan to acquire a plot of land for the construction of Xingshan Building. It has hired a well-known design institute to design and build the building. The construction team has arrived on site to prepare for the preliminary work. Xingshan Real Estate is still the contractor. The restructuring of Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management was completed. The working group found dozens of managers who had violated regulations and discipline, and handed them over to the Jiangxing Discipline Inspection Commission and judicial authorities for handling in accordance with laws and regulations. As a result, almost all senior management personnel were replaced, but the company achieved a turnaround from loss to profit. Zheng Gang, secretary of the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee, has been transferred to serve as the full-time deputy secretary of the Jiangnan Provincial Party Committee. Mayor Han Zhong has taken over as party secretary of the municipal government. Mayor's secretary Wang Wenxue became the first secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and the director of the Municipal Party Committee office. Another mayor was transferred out, named Xie Xuanquan. A new round of adjustments has been made to the leadership team of the Jiangxing Municipal Party Committee and municipal government. Rumors are circulating that the authorities have approved Jiangxing's promotion to a vice-ministerial level city, making it the second vice-ministerial level city in Jiangdong province. However, the specifics remain unknown. Within 3 months, the market value of Jiang Group surged by more than 300 billion yuan. The group's total market capitalization is 813.729 billion yuan, 256.45 yuan per share. It ranked 18th nationwide, surpassing the Rice Group. Jiang Qin's personal assets amount to 432.814 billion yuan. He ranked second in personal wealth, surpassing Pinduoduo. Now, Jiang Qin has become a household name. In less than 6 months, his personal wealth ranked second in the country, and his group went from the brink of bankruptcy to a nearly trillion-dollar business empire, which can be described as a miracle in the business world. Countless media outlets wanted to interview him, but Jiang Qin refused them all. However, reports about him have never stopped. Jiang Qin's personal Douyin account has surpassed 10 million followers. It's worth noting that he has only released one video so far. On the contrary, the Jiang Group's official Douyin account updates its posts daily and has surpassed 5 million followers. The company has been particularly successful in building personal brand and corporate brand. Tsinghua University and Peking University. With final exams approaching, Huang Ming and Fu Zekin spent all their time in the library studying, fearing they would fail. But Jiang Qin didn't need it at all. The world of academic geniuses is something ordinary people simply cannot understand. But something happened the day before the exam. Fu Zekin was actually beaten up. When Jiang Qin received Huang Ming's call, he was taking a walk with Mu Wanbing on campus. Upon hearing that Fu Zekin had been beaten, he rushed over. On the way, Jiang Qin was filled with doubts. Isn't this guy studying in the library? How could I possibly get hit? Besides, who in the entire Tsinghua and Peking University doesn't know that Fu Zekin is his roommate? If you dare to hit Fu Zekin, wouldn't that be disrespecting Jiang Qin? When we arrived at the library, it was surrounded by students. Chinese people are naturally fond of gossip. It's almost ingrained in their genes. It's like when you can't hail a taxi, you just pull up a private car and tell the driver you want to go somewhere. The driver will definitely say it's not a taxi, but if you say you're catching someone cheating, the driver's eyes will light up. Not only do they waive transportation fees, but they also offer to help free of charge. If you're short-handed, just call out to the delivery guy, and he'll help you without hesitation, even if it means your order is late. But if you say he's kind-hearted, maybe a little, but he's mostly just curious to see what's going on. When the people around saw Jiang Qin, they quickly made way for him. When Jiang Qin got closer, he saw Fu Zekin, whose face was covered in blood, and Huang Ming, whose face was bruised. Weighing nearly 200 pounds, Huang Ming used his body fat to stand in front of Fu Zekin, acting as a human shield and protecting him fiercely. Several young men with dyed yellow hair were punching and kicking Huang Ming. "Stop," Jiang Qin said sternly, his cold eyes fixed on everyone. "Oh, another one looking for trouble?" A cold, sinister voice came from the side. Looking over at the sound, he saw a spoiled and arrogant young man staring at him with disdain. Upon seeing the person in charge arrive, the young man ordered his men to stop. "What? You're going to protect them?" the man said jokingly. Jiang Chun remained remarkably calm as he said softly, "Isn't your intention to lure me here? I came, so I let them go." Chapter 91. Someone wants to steal the fruit. Brother Chun, you finally arrived. Huang Ming said weakly, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chun, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Si and I were studying in the library when they came over and insisted that Xiao Si had seduced his girlfriend. Without saying a word, they beat him up. But Xiao Si and I have been together these past few days. How could I not know what he's been doing? He goes back and forth between the dorm and the library every day. He's not even trying to seduce his girlfriend. He's just messing around with his meals. When a fat person who loves food so much is even slacking off on their daily meals, it's clear that they've gone to great lengths to avoid failing their exams. If that's the case, why would Fu Zekin seduce someone else's girlfriend? The only possibility is that the other party is just using an excuse, and their purpose is definitely to lure Jiang Chun out. With final exams approaching and no classes this week, Jiang Chun and Mu Wanbing had barely been to school. They only came from Zishan Villa if Mu Wanbing hadn't had an emergency at her dorm. The other party wouldn't make up such a baseless reason. At this moment, Fu Ning, Ma Hongliang, and others rushed over and stood beside Jiang Chun. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Jiang Chun spoke calmly, but those who knew him well knew that this was a prelude to his rage. The calmer one appears, the more it indicates inner anger. His anger had almost reached its limit. Clap, clap, clap. The young man suddenly clapped. "Not bad, quite smart. Since we can't find you, we can only target the people around you. You may not know me. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Mingyang, from the Lu family of Kyoto." Lu Mingyang said arrogantly. The Lu family of Kyoto? Although Jiang Chun was not from Kyoto, he had a general understanding of the power dynamics in Kyoto. The Lu family is considered one of the top wealthy families in Beijing, with the family directly or indirectly controlling nearly 100 billion in wealth. In terms of wealth alone, the Lu family is no match for Jiang Chun. It's not even a fraction of what it used to be. However, the Lu family wielded considerable power. They were a family with impeccable political and cultural credentials. Lu Mingyang is a third-generation descendant of the Lu family in Kyoto, a true direct descendant. His father, Lu Xiangdong, is a powerful provincial governor, wielding immense influence. Just because of their family background, do they think they can bully others? They even beat up Jiang Chun's men. Snort. "If you dare to mess with me, I don't care who you are." "Oh, so what are you trying to say? If you just want to say that you have a powerful status." "Oh, I see," Jiang Chun said in a low voice. "Ha ha ha. You're the first person to dare talk to me like that. Not just in Kyoto, but in the whole country, you're the first. Should I call you arrogant, or should I call you courting death?" Lu Mingyang spoke coldly, his words carrying a hint of threat. "Think what you want. Stop dawdling and get to the point, or I'm leaving." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun grabbed Mu Wanbing's hand and made a gesture to leave. "Wait." Lu Mingyang completely lost control. "Get everyone around here out of the way." He was giving this order to his underlings. Despite his illustrious family background, there are some things he can't go too far with. "Fu Ning, arrange for a few people to take them to the hospital first." "Yes." Fu Zekin's injuries were more serious, and he was admitted to the hospital for treatment. After the surrounding people dispersed, only Jiang Chun and Lu Mingyang's two groups remained in the library. Jiang Chun pulled Mu Wanbing's hand and sat down in the chair, completely ignoring Lu Mingyang. Fu Ning and his bodyguards stood respectfully behind the two, their eyes fixed on each other. With them around, no one will be allowed to harm Jiang Chun and his wife. Seeing this, Lu Mingyang sat down directly opposite Jiang Chun. "I've heard that the Jiang Group is doing well. I've got my eye on it. Transfer it to me." Lu Mingyang didn't hide anything, speaking calmly as if he were talking about a trivial matter. "You want to buy the Jiang Group?" Jiang Chun sneered. He had expected that as the Jiang Group grew bigger and bigger, some people would be envious, but he didn't expect someone to come looking for him so quickly. "But if you want to pick the peaches, did you ask him first?" "All right. How much is young Master Lu planning to offer?" Lu Mingyang held up one finger. 1 trillion? That's acceptable," Jiang Chun said, pretending to be serious. "You fucking dream." Lu Mingyang flew into a rage and nearly overturned the table. "So, how much is young Master Lu planning to offer?" 100 million. "What? Young Master Lu probably doesn't know the market value of the Jiang Group. Why don't you open the Zijinhua stock trading software and see how many zeros the Jiang Group has in its market value? Could it be that Lu Xiaoxue was taught by a PE teacher? Physical education teacher. You want me to take the blame for everything? I'm already in poor health, chronically ill, and it's a miracle I'm still alive. Now you're making me take the blame for everything. Do you want me to die?" Lu Mingyang completely lost control and immediately overturned the table. Jiang Chun, you're fucking asking for it. Believe it or not, I can bankrupt the Jiang Group with a single word and make you disappear from this world. If the Jiang Group weren't still somewhat useful to me, do you think I'd want to talk to you? A wise person knows when to yield. Recognize reality sooner rather than later. Seeing that Lu Mingyang was no longer pretending, Jiang Chun said coldly, "Is young Master Lu threatening me? Think what you want. Originally, I was going to give you 100 million, but now I've changed my mind. I'll buy all your shares for 10 million. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making you and the Jiang Group disappear together. Your girlfriend is pretty good. If you know what's good for you, let her stay with me for a month. I'll give her to you when I'm done with her. Being able to play with what I've already finished is a blessing from my ancestors." If Mu Wanbing hadn't been mentioned, things would have been fine, but since he actually had malicious intentions towards her, he shouldn't blame Jiang Chun for wanting him dead. If you want the Jiang Group, you can have it. 10 million is unnecessary. I don't care about that little bit of money. I'll sell it for $1. Don't even think about my girlfriend. Jiang Chun said coldly, then took Mu Wanbing's hand and left. When Jiang Chun agreed to pay just 1 yuan, Lu Mingyang was overjoyed. You're smart to know what's good for you. We left the library. Mu Wanbing asked worriedly. Jiang Chun, are you really planning to sell the Jiang Group to him for just 1 yuan? This is your hard work, and it's also my aunt's hard work. Jiang Chun said coldly. He may have the life to take it, but I'm afraid he won't have the life to take it. The Lu family of Kyoto? They have no reason to exist. Fu Ning, prepare to hold a press conference and invite domestic and foreign media. The time is set for 10 a.m. tomorrow. At the same time, I will start a live broadcast simultaneously using my personal Douyin account and the group's official Douyin account. Yes. The next second, Jiang Chun dialed Jiang Pan's number again. The phone rang twice, and the other party's voice came through the receiver. Chairman Jiang, what are your instructions? How are the researches on super battery technology and super fast charging technology going? Chairman Jiang, I was just about to report to you that both of these technologies have been successfully developed. Chapter 92 Press Conference. Chairman Jiang, based on your requirements, each technology has been divided into 3 tiers. The basic version of the super battery technology has an energy density of 500 Wh/kg and a range of 900 kilometers, but the actual range can even reach 1,000 kilometers. The deluxe version has an energy density of 1,000 Wh/kg and a range of 1,800 kilometers, with an actual range that can even exceed 2,000 kilometers. The ultimate version has an energy density of 1,500 Wh/kg and a range of 2,500 kilometers, with an actual range approaching 3,000 kilometers. 3,000 kilometers, what does that mean? China stretches 5,500 kilometers from south to north and 5,200 kilometers from east to west. The ultimate version boasts a range of nearly 3,000 kilometers, allowing for convenient travel across the country on just 2 charges. The basic version of supercharged technology has a charging power of 1,000 kW. Although it is similar to the fastest technology currently available, it enables wireless charging. The deluxe version has a charging power of 2,000 kW. The ultimate version has a charging power of 3,000 kW. All 3 versions feature wireless charging, representing an unprecedented technological breakthrough in the field of new energy vehicles. Although many mobile phones can achieve wireless charging, the charging power is extremely low, while this technology has a minimum power of 1,000 kW. It can be said that once these technologies are introduced, they will trigger a historic technological revolution. All new energy vehicle manufacturers and mobile phone manufacturers from around the world will inevitably flock to this place. For example, a typical Bangda battery weighs 310 kilograms. Using the ultimate version battery, which holds the same weight, it can store 465 kW of power. With the ultimate charging device, it only takes 0.155 hours, or 9.3 minutes, to fully charge. It can be fully charged in less than 10 minutes, providing a range approaching 3,000 kilometers. Even with the basic charging device, a full charge takes only 0.465 hours, or 27.9 minutes, less than half an hour. As for the economic cost, at 0.5 yuan per kilowatt hour, a full charge costs 232.5 yuan, which is cheaper than filling up a tank of gas. With a range of 3,000 kilometers, the cost is less than 0.08 yuan per kilometer. It saves about 0.020.12 yuan compared to other brands of new energy vehicles, and about 0.5 yuan compared to gasoline vehicles. If you drive 1,000 kilometers, you can save enough for at least a big meal or a foot massage or spa treatment. For every 2,000 kilometers driven, 1,000 yuan is saved, enough to afford a meat meal. You wouldn't believe it until you did the math, and the results were shocking. Good. Upon hearing Jiang Pan's words, Jiang Chun replied calmly. As a reward from the system, these two technologies belong to him personally and have nothing to do with the Jiang Group. We will hold a press conference at 10 a.m. tomorrow to announce the research results. You and Jiang Xingyun can attend together. With these two technologies, Jiang Chun could completely crush Lu Mingyang and the Lu family of Kyoto. Kyoto Hoshino Group. The scene of the press conference. Before 10 a.m., reporters from well-known domestic and international media outlets arrived at the scene, all of them curious about the content of Jiang Group's press conference. They were invited at the last minute, and no prior notice was given. Jiang Chun, no matter what the outcome, I will be with you. In the chairman's office on the top floor, Mu Wanbing held Jiang Chen's hand and spoke gently. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. After saying that, Jiang Chun pushed open the door and left. Before leaving, he left behind 4 bodyguards to protect Mu Wanbing's safety. At 10 a.m. sharp, Jiang Chun appeared at the press conference. There was no host at this press conference. Jiang Chun held the microphone, his eyes sweeping over all the reporters. At the same time, Jiang Chen's personal Douyin account and the official Douyin account of Jiang's Group simultaneously launched a live broadcast, attracting millions of netizens to the live broadcast room, with a barrage of comments flying everywhere. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Chun, chairman of Jiang's Group. We are holding this press conference today to announce 2 important things. The first thing is about the latest technological breakthroughs. Super battery technology and super fast charging technology. Jiang Pan and Jiang Xingyun will give a detailed introduction to these 2 technologies respectively. Jiang Pan took the lead and walked to the stage of the press conference. Holding the microphone, he said in a deep voice, "Yesterday we made a breakthrough in super battery technology. This technology surpasses existing technology and is leading the world. The most advanced solid-state battery technology currently available has an energy density of 400 Wh/kg, and super battery technology will break through this boundary. Moreover, the battery safety performance has been greatly improved. Even if the battery is damaged by a strong external impact, it will never spontaneously combust and can still be used for a short period of time. New energy vehicles are most vulnerable to accidents, as damage to the battery pack at the bottom can easily lead to spontaneous combustion or explosion. I remember a few years ago, a famous male celebrity was driving a certain brand of new energy vehicle when it spontaneously combusted, nearly losing his life. This technology can guarantee that the battery will never spontaneously combust. Even if the battery is damaged, it can still be used for a short period of time." All the reporters were stunned. The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. Is this reasonable? They either don't hold press conferences at all, or when they do, they drop a bombshell. Currently, this technology is available for use and comes in 3 versions: Basic, Deluxe, and Ultimate. The basic version has an energy density of 500 Wh/kg and a range of... Holy crap! The actual battery life is actually higher than the official range? Is this reasonable? Their battery life claims are all exaggerated. You're also exaggerating your credentials. However, when they exaggerate their range, they're exaggerating. The official range is 500 kilometers, but the actual range is only 400 plus kilometers. And you? The official range is 400 kilometers, but the actual range is 500 kilometers. They're not playing by the rules. Besides, even the basic version can achieve a range of over 1,000 kilometers, which almost overturns everyone's perception. This is no longer a simple matter of whether it's reasonable or not. When everyone heard that the luxury version had a range of over 2,000 kilometers and the ultimate version had a range of over 3,000 kilometers, they were speechless. Okay, that's the super battery technology. Jiang Pan stepped off the stage, and Jiang Xingyun took his place. The second technology is super fast charging technology, which also breaks through existing technologies and leads the world. Super fast charging technology enables wireless charging. It is also divided into 3 versions. Basic version. Upon hearing Jiang Xingyun's account, everyone's eyes widened once again. It's amazing that a 10-minute charge provides a range of 3,000 kilometers. Even novels wouldn't dare to write like this. Are you sure this technology should exist on this planet? Isn't it a higher civilization? Jiang Chun walked onto the press conference stage again. These are the 2 latest technological breakthroughs, and we are now seeking cooperation globally. Both technologies belong to me. Those who are interested can come and find me. Chapter 93. The world has changed. The second thing I want to announce today. Someone contacted me yesterday, wanting to buy the Jiang Group. I agree. The Jiang Group will be sold to Lu Mingyang of the Lu family in Kyoto for 1 yuan, and the Jiang Group will have no further connection with me. Effective immediately, all subsidiaries of the Jiang Group shall cease operations. As for when normal operations will resume, that depends on the group's new chairman, Lu Mingyang. After saying that, Jiang Chun threw the microphone on the stage and left the press conference without looking back. His departure undoubtedly vented his dissatisfaction. Selling the Jiang Group, worth nearly 1 trillion yuan, for just 1 yuan, anyone would know that it must have been done under duress. Otherwise, only a fool would sell it. Putting aside the value of the shares they hold, the annual dividends from the Jiang Group alone are an astronomical figure. If you were in that situation, would you sell it? Whether it's the media reporters on site or the viewers in the live broadcast room, everyone was stunned. Less than 10 seconds after Jiang Chun finished speaking, both of his Douyin live streams were forcibly banned. But the discussion about this matter has never stopped. Before the ban, the 2 live streams had at least 10 million viewers watching online. Numerous self-media platforms went viral. The related terms climbed into the top 10 of the trending search list within 3 minutes, and the topic generated over 1 billion views. The Jiang Group was sold to the Lu family of Kyoto for 1 yuan. The Jiang Group is about to change hands. Jiang Chun has been threatened. Just who exactly is the Lu family of Kyoto? A groundbreaking technological breakthrough. Jiang Group and its subsidiaries are to cease operations indefinitely. Various live stream recordings were uploaded to short video platforms, especially the scene where Jiang Chun threw down the microphone and left, which evoked sympathy from countless people. Domestic media reporters at the scene received numerous phone calls instructing them to refrain from reporting on the Jiang Group's press conference. Numerous accounts on various self-media platforms have been banned, and trending search terms have been blocked. Less than half an hour. The hype has been completely suppressed. Everyone realized that something was wrong, and that someone must be putting pressure on them. The fact that they were able to suppress this matter in such a short time suggests they have extraordinary connections. At the same time, Jiang's group officially released several announcements regarding employee departures. The following individuals have resigned from their positions at Jiang's group. Assistant to the chairman Lu Ruyan, Human Resources Manager by Ryu, Finance Manager Tang Qingqing, Audit and Supervision Manager Nieyu, Asset Management Manager Lu Huaxing, and Security Manager Zhou Yang. Li Zhongfeng, Vice Chairman and General Manager of Xingchen Investment Group, and Fu Xina, Vice General Manager, have resigned. Xingchen Real Estate General Manager Ma Guoyang, Deputy General Manager Xian Fengyang, and several other senior executives have resigned. Bai Mingyu, CEO of Jiangqing Xingchen Asset Management Company, and several other senior executives have resigned. Chairman Mu Zhongxing and several senior executives of the Mu Group have resigned. Several senior executives resigned from Xingchen Energy. Several senior executives have resigned from Xingchen Pharmaceuticals. Several senior executives of Xingchen Holdings have resigned. Yang Zhong, Chairman of Kyoto Star Investment Group, resigns. Several senior executives of Xingyao Group have resigned. Several senior executives of Xingchen Automotive have resigned. Several senior executives have resigned from Xingchen New Energy Technology. Several senior executives and scientists from Xingchen Talent Center have resigned. Explanation regarding the suspension of the Jiangxing West High-Tech Industrial Park project. On that day, there were more than 100 resignation announcements, with all senior executives of Jiang's Group headquarters and its subsidiaries resigning. Even if someone takes over, the Jiang Group will be like a stagnant pool, and it will be impossible for it to operate in the short term. The resulting economic losses can be measured in hundreds of millions. Moreover, the Jiang Group has suspended operations, and hundreds of thousands of employees have been put on leave. The cause of all this was the Lu family of Kyoto. Actually, Jiang Chun didn't want to go too far, but the other party was just too despicable. Besides, he didn't want the business he had built up to be constantly coveted by others. This time it's the Lu family of Kyoto. Next time it might be the Wang family. Then another Zhang family appeared. Do you think he's running a business, or is he fighting against those families? Fortunately, this time, all thoughts of taking advantage of him were put to rest, and no one dared to provoke him again. As for the losses caused, Jiang Chun will take full responsibility from now on. No, it should be borne by the Lu family of Kyoto. This time, the Lu family is probably in for a lot of trouble. Anyway, Jiang Chun, the person involved, left Kyoto with Mu Wanbing. He planned to use the time to relax and clear his head. As for the final exams at Tsinghua and Peking universities, neither Jiang Chun nor Mu Wanbing cared. After all, given their status and position, that diploma was practically irrelevant. I've been busy for half a year and haven't had a proper rest. This time, I'm determined to have a good rest. They were oblivious to everything else, focusing solely on love and romance. The The Liu family of Kyoto. Lu Mingyang panicked completely. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Has Jiang Chen gone mad? Does he have a death wish to offend the Liu family? Lu Mingyang said almost frantically. Members of the Liu family returned to Kyoto from all over the country. In particular, Liu Xiangdong, the second-generation head of the Liu family and the biological father of Lu Mingyang, who served as a high-ranking official in a certain province. It was Liu Xiangdong who got the media to suppress the matter. As soon as the incident occurred, Liu Xiangdong was in a meeting when his secretary hurriedly informed him of the matter. Ignoring the meeting, he immediately used all his connections to pressure media reporters and short video platforms to remove the relevant entries. At the same time, he hurriedly returned to Kyoto. Everyone wanted to beat Lu Mingyang to death. Originally, it was the Liu family who coveted the Jiang Group, a lucrative prize, but once something went wrong, the blame fell entirely on Lu Mingyang. If this matter isn't handled properly, the Liu family of Kyoto will be completely finished. Many factions wished the Liu family dead. After all, with the Liu family gone, the vacated resources will be divided up in no time. That evening, the Liu family in Kyoto held a family meeting. Tell me your thoughts. What should we do about this? Old Master Liu said coldly. He was recuperating at a sanatorium, but this incident ended his recuperation. Liu Xiangdong said in a low voice, Dad, we must calm things down as soon as possible, otherwise our Liu family will be implicated. The first step is to find Jiang Chen and, no matter the cost, get him to come forward and clarify the situation. Just say it's a joke from someone your age. At the same time, severely punish Lu Mingyang and push all the responsibility onto him. No matter what, we must extricate the Liu family from this vortex. If necessary, some benefits can be ceded. The Liu family members nodded in agreement, as if there was no better solution. Do you think Lu Mingyang alone is enough? In my opinion, we need to introduce another one. Old Master Liu stared intently at Liu Xiangdong. The latter's heart skipped a beat. Liu Xiangdong immediately understood the old man's meaning. He was preparing to sacrifice him. Who can blame him when Lu Mingyang is his son? The Liu family has many descendants. Although the Liu family will suffer a major blow without Liu Xiangdong, it's better than losing the entire family. Liu Xiangdong said helplessly, I'm willing to do it for the Liu family. Snort. Old Master Liu snorted coldly. Is Liu Hualin from Jiangdong acquainted with Jiang Chen? Let him go and talk to Jiang Chen. In addition, my Liu family will contribute another 10 billion to cover this loss. Chapter 94. Someone relayed a message. That night, Jiangdong Province, capital city, Jiangzhou. Inside his office, Liu Hualin received a phone call from Kyoto. He frowned, rubbed his forehead helplessly, and then answered the phone. Uncle, Liu Hualin said respectfully. He was a member of a collateral branch of the Liu family in Kyoto, and was the most capable and highest-ranking member of that branch. But that doesn't mean he has a good relationship with the Liu family. In any family, only the direct descendants are the head of the household and enjoy all the family's resources. Liu Hualin's rise to the position of executive vice governor of Jiangdong Province is entirely due to his personal efforts. In his early years, the Liu family abandoned him in a remote and impoverished area, where he served as the deputy head of a poor township. He never used any of the Liu family's connections, and for decades the Liu family ignored him completely. He only returned to the Liu family once a year during the Lunar New Year, and was occasionally mocked by the direct descendants, who said that the collateral branches were sucking the blood of the Liu family. Therefore, Liu Hualin's relationship with the Liu family in Kyoto was not very good. It wasn't until he was appointed as the executive vice governor of Jiangdong Province that the Liu family's direct descendants took notice of him. But belated affection is worth less than grass. In recent years, Liu Hualin has only been perfunctory with the Liu family, and things haven't gotten too tense. His experience proves one point. Wealthy and powerful families only care about interests and who can bring honor to the family. They have never shown any kinship. If you are useful to the family will do everything in its power to support you. But if you are useless to the family, or even become a burden to the family, no matter if you are a direct descendant or a collateral descendant, you can be kicked out without hesitation. Like Liu Xiangdong, although he was a pillar of the second generation of the direct descendants of the Liu family in Kyoto, he was ruthlessly abandoned when it came to the interests of the family. Liu Hualin respectfully addressed him as uncle. Mr. Liu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hualin, I heard you have a good relationship with Jiang Chen, the chairman of the Jiang Group. You must have heard about what happened in Kyoto today. It's all that bastard's fault for acting recklessly and putting the Liu family in a vortex. Old Master Liu said angrily. But then he changed the subject. Nowadays, many families in Kyoto are eyeing the Liu family, and even the higher-ups are dissatisfied with the Liu family. Therefore, This matter must be handled properly as soon as possible, otherwise the Lu family may cease to exist. The key is Jiang Chun. Your uncle knows that the Lu family has neglected you all these years, but as long as you can help, the Lu family will definitely do its best to support you to a higher position in the future. Lu Hualin sneered inwardly. This was the ugly face of the Lu family. Uncle, let me give it a try. Lu Hualin said in a calm tone. Okay, please tell Jiang Chun that the Lu family is willing to bear all the losses and provide an additional 10 billion in compensation. As for Lu Xiangdong and his son Lu Yongming, they have been expelled from the family. Hualin, the Lu family is at a critical juncture. You must think of a way. Hang up the phone at the Lu family's house. Lu Hualin glanced at the time. It was already 7:30 in the evening. So he found Jiang Chen's number and dialed it. He wouldn't plead for the Lu family in Kyoto. He was just passing on a message as his last act of kindness towards them. As for the outcome, he didn't care. The Lu family of Kyoto. Grandpa Lu sighed helplessly. He seemed to have aged considerably. Beside him, Lu Xiangbei, the second son of the Lu family, whispered, Dad, did Lu Hualin agree? Grandpa Lu hummed in agreement. He said he would help. Sigh. I never expected Jiang Chun to pull something like this. Lu Xiangbei said resentfully. Lu Xiangxi, the third son of the Lu family, said coldly. Once the storm passes, Jiang Chun must pay the price. The Lu family has suffered a loss of over 10 billion yuan for no reason. This debt will be settled sooner or later. Lu Xiangnan, the fourth son of the Lu family, said sternly. Dad, I just checked Jiang Chen's whereabouts. After the press conference, he went to Luqing. He seems quite interested. Old Master Lu said coldly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his voice. The Lu family suffered considerable losses, especially the loss of Lu Xiangdong, a high-ranking official in a certain province. How could Jiang Chun still have the mood to go out and have fun? They really don't take the Lu family seriously. Unexpectedly, this guy has had good luck and has developed super battery technology and supercharging technology, which has caused quite a stir. A glint of greed shone in Lu Xiangbei's eyes. Everyone knows that once these two technologies are available, they will undoubtedly be money-making machines. If the Lu family can control it, they will control a continuous stream of wealth. Sooner or later, these two technologies will belong to the Lu family. The entire Jiang Group will also belong to the Lu family. Anyone who dares to oppose the Lu family, Lu Xiangbei will surely take Jiang Chen's life. Luqing. After the press conference ended, Jiang Chun and his entourage chartered a plane to Luqing, intending to relax for a few days. He had just checked into the hotel when he received a call from Lu Hualin. Jiang Chun was a little puzzled, as he didn't seem to have much interaction with this executive vice governor. We've only met a few times. Governor Lu, hello. Despite his doubts, Jiang Chun answered the phone politely. Xiao Jiang, I'm so sorry to bother you so late, but there's something personal I need to tell you. I've heard about your affair with the Lu family in Kyoto. The Lu family of Kyoto asked me to pass on a message. To relay a message from the Lu family? Jiang Chun instantly realized that Lu Hualin was a member of the Lu family. He sneered inwardly. To be honest, because of Lu Mingyang, he didn't have a good impression of the Lu family in Kyoto. But you can't hit someone who's smiling at you. Out of politeness, he didn't hang up immediately, but instead wanted to hear what the other person had to say. Seeing that Jiang Chun didn't speak, Lu Hualin said again. The Lu family said they were willing to bear all the losses from this incident and offer 10 billion yuan in compensation. Lu Xiangdong and his son Lu Mingyang were expelled from the family. It seems the Lu family is moving quite quickly. Jiang Chun thought to himself. But is that enough? Could it be that the Lu family in Kyoto thought he had never seen money before? Or do you think he's short of money? A mere 10 billion. Jiang Chun could take it out in a minute. As for Lu Mingyang and his son, what do their lives or deaths have to do with me? Did he think this would be enough to get his forgiveness? I'm just passing on a message. I'm only doing this because someone asked me to. I won't plead for the Lu family. As for whether to forgive them, that's up to you. I've made this call to you, so my relationship with the Lu family is considered over. After saying that, Lu Hualin hung up the phone without waiting for Jiang Chun's reply. He then informed the Lu family that he had spoken with Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the beautiful night view of Hong Kong. He murmured, regret? No, they're afraid. From Lu Hualin's words, he judged that the other party's relationship with the Lu family was not good. It really was just a message being relayed. The wind has just started blowing. Let's blow it a little longer. That night, Lu Xiangdong then turned himself into the Discipline Inspection Commission. Lu Mingyang was then sent to the judicial authorities. The disciplinary committee issued a notice early the next morning. Lu Xiangdong, secretary of the Xiqing Provincial Party Committee, has been suspended from his duties and is under investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission for serious violations of discipline. The Kyoto Police Department has issued a public notice. Liu Moyang is suspected of multiple illegal and criminal acts and has been placed under investigation by the police in accordance with the law. Chapter 95: The Demise of the Liu Family. The Liu family really acted quickly, truly disregarding family ties, pushing out their own son and grandson as scapegoats. However, the Liu family is delusional and wishful thinking to think that they can quell their anger and public opinion with just these things. There are many powerful and influential families in Kyoto who would love nothing more than to see the Liu family wiped out so they can divide up their spoils. Alas, it's truly a pity that I couldn't witness the downfall of the Liu family. Jiang Chun saw the news notification on his phone and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Fu Ning rushed over. Chairman Jiang, Wang Wenxue, director of the Jiangqing Municipal Party Committee office, called to inquire when the Jiang Group can resume normal operations and when the Qingxi High-Tech Industrial Project can resume construction. As soon as Fu Ning finished speaking, Jiang Chen's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Han Zhong. Secretary Han, what are your instructions? Jiang Chun said with a smile. Chairman Jiang, it's like this. The Qingxi High-Tech Industrial Park project has been suspended. When is it expected to resume? After all, this concerns tens of thousands of jobs. Please rest assured, Secretary Han, it may take a while, but I guarantee that the construction period will not be delayed. Good. Han Zhong changed the subject, saying, Xiao Jiang, I saw the news. The Liu family in Kyoto has really gone too far. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me directly. Upon hearing Han Zhong's tone, Jiang Chen's expression clearly froze. The other party was clearly not afraid of the Liu family. I thought Han Zhong had a complicated background, but I never expected that he came from the capital, the Han family of Kyoto. But they are no less powerful than the Liu family. No wonder Han Zhong didn't respect the Liu family at all. Thank you for your concern, Secretary Han. I didn't expect such a small matter to bother you. If I encounter any difficulties, I will let you know, and I will have to trouble you again then. Jiang Group is a leading enterprise in Jiangqing and a benchmark in the Jiangqing business community. Helping enterprises solve difficulties is also within the daily work scope of the Jiangqing Municipal Party Committee and municipal government. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Han Zhong, he quickly hung up the phone because Han Zhong had a meeting to attend. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Zheng Gang, the full-time deputy secretary of the Jiangnan Provincial Party Committee, called again. Hello, Secretary Zhang. Jiang Chun greeted politely. Xiao Jiang, I've heard about the Jiang Group. Don't worry, the organization and the country will protect the interests of the people. His appointment as the full-time deputy secretary of the Jiangnan Provincial Party Committee was largely due to the city's soaring GDP, which jumped from the bottom of the province to the top, adding a significant chapter to his resume. Ultimately, he owed Jiang Chun an enormous favor. Although I am in Jiangnan province, please don't hesitate to help me if there is anything I can do for you. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. All right, I have some things to take care of, so I won't say any more. Please go ahead with your work. To be honest, Jiang Chun was still somewhat grateful. To make a phone call at such a critical moment, without fear of the power of the Liu family in Kyoto, was truly a sign of a friend. Chairman Jiang, this morning many well-known domestic and foreign new energy vehicle companies and mobile phone companies contacted you, wanting to meet with you. I guess it's because of your super battery technology and supercharging technology. Representatives from companies such as the United States Techland Corporation, South Korea's 4-Star Corporation, and Japan's Toyota, Mitsubishi, and Honda have all come to China to express their desire to meet with you. Yesterday's press conference made it known worldwide that Jiang Group had made a breakthrough in super battery and supercharging technology, causing quite a stir around the world, especially domestic and foreign car companies. With the rapid development of new energy vehicles, traditional automakers have set their sights on this lucrative market and have launched their own new energy models. Some automakers that were on the verge of bankruptcy have been revived by riding the wave of the new energy sector, and their new energy brands are selling like hotcakes. Oh, let them go talk to the Liu family in Kyoto. Anyway, the company has been sold to them. Jiang Chun said indifferently. Shifting the conflict to these companies to deal with the Liu family in Kyoto is a brilliant and ingenious move. Clear. The situation escalated, and major social media platforms both domestically and internationally began discussing it. Domestic media outlets have completely lost control of the Liu family, and even major state media outlets have spoken out in support of Jiang Chun, directing their criticism at the Liu family in Kyoto. On all self-media platforms, related topics have consistently ranked first in terms of discussion volume, with total popularity exceeding tens of billions. Yes, The Liu family in Kyoto is powerful and influential. They can manipulate the media and suppress public opinion. But the Kyoto Liu family isn't the only one capable of manipulating the media. Moreover, this matter alarmed Elder Song of Kowloon Terrace. Old Master Song immediately issued instructions to angrily criticize the Liu family in the capital. In just 2 days, several members of the Liu family were investigated, and even the patriarch of the Liu family was disciplined. Everyone understood that Kowloon Terrace was going to deal with the Liu family. As expected, just 1 day later, the Liu family in Kyoto was completely eradicated. Given the Liu family's arrogant and domineering nature, they simply cannot withstand an investigation. However, considering that Mr. Liu had rendered meritorious service to the country and in memory of his past contributions, he was simply placed in a sanatorium to recuperate. You'll never be able to leave again for the rest of your life. Those who had initially aligned themselves with the Liu family and remained clean were all transferred to second-tier positions, awaiting retirement. The day after the Liu family was destroyed, Jiang Chun received a call from Kyoto. Mr. Jiang, I am Lin Hai, the head of the Kowloon TV office. Someone wants to see you. The chartered plane arrived at Luqing Airport 2 hours later. A dignified voice came through the receiver. Kowloon Terrace? That is the central hub of power in China. Countless decisions and orders originate from that place. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Hai, the head of the general office, who called personally. This made Jiang Chun feel flattered and surprised. Good. In the call, Jiang Chun first spoke to Mu Wanbing. Wanbing, I'm afraid we should return to Kyoto. Someone from Kowloon Terrace wants to see me. Then I'll go pack my things. Mu Wanbing said gently, without even a single complaint, and went straight back to her room to pack her luggage. Then, Jiang Chun called Fu Ning over. Pack your things and get to Luqing Airport within 2 hours. A private plane from Kyoto will pick me up and take me back. Yes. By the way, tell Sister Rian to notify Jiang Group and its subsidiaries to prepare to start construction. All employees will receive an additional bonus of 2,000 yuan. All projects have resumed normal construction. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. Yes. Luqing Airport. Jiang Chun and his group had just arrived when the private jet was already parked at the airport. A middle-aged man stood beside the airplane. Mr. Jiang, Director Lin asked me to pick you up. Please board. Although it can't compare to the passenger plane Jiang Chun usually charters, this private jet isn't something you can just ride on if you have money. That's a symbol of status and prestige. Thanks. Jiang Chun thanked him politely. In less than 10 minutes, the private jet took off from Luqing Airport. A 5 or 6 hour flight. Jiang Chun dozed off briefly. When he woke up, the private jet was about to land at Kyoto International Airport. Grass. I almost overslept. Chapter 96 Kowloon Terrace. Kyoto International Airport. A middle-aged man stood beside a red-painted car, his expression particularly solemn, and a strong aura seemed to emanate from him, making people feel intimidated. Behind them were 2 more coaster buses, with several burly middle-aged men standing beside them. Their waists were bulging, presumably carrying the truth. I just don't know how powerful this truth is. Does it hurt? They look like they've come to pick someone up. Then look at the cars. They have red flags hanging on the left and right sides of their front. The background is extraordinary. The Rolls-Royce Phantom and Mercedes Maybach that happened to be there to pick them up didn't dare to get close and stopped 1 kilometer away. 5 minutes later, a red-painted special plane came to a smooth stop at Kyoto International Airport. Jiang Chun and the others had just gotten off the plane. The middle-aged man hurried over. Mr. Jiang, I am here to escort you to Kowloon Terrace. Please get in the car. Jiang Chun led Mu Wanbing by the hand toward the red-painted bulletproof car. But the middle-aged man reached out and stopped him. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I would like to trouble this lady to take the coaster in the back. I will send someone to take them safely to the hotel and ensure their safety. The middle-aged man said apologetically that the higher-ups had only sent Jiang Chun over, so Mu Wanbing and the others would be settled in a hotel. After all, Kowloon Terrace is not a place that just anyone can go. Jiang Chun nodded and said in a low voice, Wanbing, you go with them first, I'll come find you later. Okay, you go ahead and do your work, don't worry about me. Once the convoy had completely left Kyoto International Airport, only then did the other vehicles that were supposed to pick up passengers dare to drive over. Because of the special license plates, the traffic police department turned on the streetlights in advance to ensure that the convoy could pass through all intersections. Jiang Chun gazed at the scenery outside the window, his mind wandering. Who exactly wants to see me? Jiang Chun frowned, completely unable to guess what was going on. Never mind. You'll know when you get there. Kowloon Terrace. Countless important instructions are issued from here every day. For this reason, security in the area is particularly tight. There were several checkpoints along the way. The outermost checkpoint was for police security checks, and inside were security checks by garrison soldiers. However, they did not check the red car that Jiang Chun was riding in. The further in you go, the tighter the security becomes. There's a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5 steps. At the last checkpoint, a lieutenant colonel walked towards the vehicle and gave a straight military salute. "Hello, please show your identification." The middle-aged man who came to pick him up took out a pass and handed it to the lieutenant colonel. The lieutenant colonel carefully checked the documents, then fixed his gaze on Jiang Chun and said in a low voice, "Hello, please get out of the car for inspection." After all, Jiang Chun was a new face, so it was normal for him to undergo a full examination. Jiang Chun cooperated fully with the soldier's inspection to ensure everything was in order. The lieutenant colonel saluted Jiang Chun and said in a deep voice, "Let him through." The car drove to the entrance of Kowloon Terrace, but did not stop. Instead, it continued to drive, bypassing the lake that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, and finally stopped at the deepest part of Kowloon Terrace. Upon arriving at the entrance of the central building, Jiang Chun was once again questioned by the guards. He could sense the murderous aura emanating from the guards here. They must be elite soldiers selected from various military regions, each one a top-notch expert. There were even quite a few bodyguards in the secluded spots. At this very moment, who knows how many people are secretly observing him? Jiang Chun believed that if he did anything excessive, many people would rush out to control him. To protect the safety of this place, they would rather arrest 1,000 innocent people than let one escape. At the entrance of the central building, a stern-faced middle-aged man stood waiting. "Mr. Jiang, I am Lin Hai." The middle-aged man was the first to reveal his identity. Forrest? Head of the general office. It was the same person who had called him. "Director Lin, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting." Jiang Chun hurriedly said, "This person is definitely a ministerial-level cadre. Young and handsome." Lin Hai praised him sincerely. Whether it was his single-handed efforts in transforming the Jiang Group from a near-bankrupt entity into a leading large-scale conglomerate in China, or his personal wealth ranking second nationwide, or perhaps, in the blink of an eye, the Liu family of Kyoto was plunged into a vortex. Logically speaking, this is something that Jiang Chun, at his age, should not be able to do at all. But he did it. It created a miracle. More importantly, he has inspired Chinese youth. Countless young people regard Jiang Chun as their idol and vow to work tirelessly for the prosperity of China. It can be said that he is already a role model for Chinese youth. This is absolutely not an exaggeration. Just look at the total number of followers and the level of discussion surrounding the topic across the entire internet. That would be the best way to prove it. Director Lin, you flatter me too much. All right, if Old Song wants to see you, I'll take you there. Director Lin, do you know who wants to see me? Jiang Chun asked curiously. You'll know when you see it. Lin Hai deliberately kept everyone in suspense. After passing through several corridors, Jiang Chun reached the end of the road. Feng Yuan, is Old Song busy? Feng Yuan, Mr. Song's personal secretary. Their main responsibilities included taking care of Mr. Song's daily life, organizing documents, and providing meals. Lin Hai was responsible for work-related matters. Feng Yuan said respectfully, Director Lin, there is no one else inside right now. Okay, I'll go check on him and take good care of Mr. Jiang. Clear. Lin Hai pushed open the door to Old Song's office. Feng Yuan invited Jiang Chun to wait in his office for a while, and then took out a white porcelain teacup to make him a cup of tea. Mr. Jiang, please have some tea. Thank you, Director Feng. Because Feng Yuan was not only Song Lao's personal secretary, but also the director of the first division of the Secretariat of the General Office. Therefore, addressing him as Director Feng is a way of referring to his official title, a respectful title used within the system. A short while later, Lin Hai came out of the office. Mr. Jiang, please come with me. Good. Lin Hai led Jiang Chun toward Old Song's office, while Feng Yuan followed with a white porcelain teacup. Upon reaching the office door, Jiang Chun let out a heavy sigh, managing to calm himself down somewhat. To be honest, he was extremely nervous, even a little apprehensive and uneasy. My heart was pounding wildly for no reason, as if it was about to jump out of my throat. Mr. Song. Knock knock knock. Lin Hai gently knocked on the wooden door of the office and went inside. Old Song, Jiang Chun has arrived. Lin Hai reported respectfully. Jiang Chun saw Old Song sitting in his office chair, head down, working on documents, and his heart pounded wildly. That was no ordinary tension. The old man held a fountain pen, as if he were writing something. He was simply sitting upright. A powerful aura emanated from the surroundings. It's intimidating. Old Song. Jiang Chun said respectfully. Old Song had just finished signing the document when he raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Chun with kind eyes. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I've heard about you for a long time. Oh, Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Old Master Song had actually heard of him? This is quite unexpected. Chapter 97, Old Master Song's Instructions. Mr. Song, a figure of reverence in the hearts of countless people. He is Jiang Chen's idol. Jiang Chen never expected that Elder Song had been paying attention to him for a long time. You all go out first. I want to talk to Comrade Xiao Jiang alone. Old Song first asked Lin Hai and Feng Yuan to leave, leaving only Jiang Chen behind. Looking at Jiang Chen, Old Song's eyes softened a little. I saw the official media reports as early as when the Jiang Group held its first press conference. We young people should cherish the ambition to serve our country. This statement is very powerful. Young people are the soul of the country and the foundation of the nation and the people. We, the youth of China, should do this, dedicating ourselves with full enthusiasm to the century-long plan of building our motherland. Old Song praised without reservation. There aren't many people in all of China whom he can praise, and Jiang Chen happens to be one of them. I remember that when Mr. Song first saw the report from China News Service, he immediately burst out laughing and praised it repeatedly. He is said to be a role model for contemporary youth. He even said that contemporary youth should learn from Jiang Chen. From that day on, he began to frequently follow Jiang Chen's activities. Even Lin Hai and Feng Yuan noticed that Elder Song held this young man in particularly high regard. Therefore, when the Liu family tried to take over the Jiang Group, Feng Yuan immediately reported it to Elder Song. Old Song was furious. However, Old Master Song did not take action immediately. He wanted to see what this kid planned to do. It was a kind of test. I'm sorry you had to go through this. I'm not wronged. Jiang Chen said hurriedly, his eyes slightly red. Despite his busy schedule dealing with national affairs, Song Lao still cared about him. All the grievances in my heart vanished. All resentment was completely resolved. Good. Throughout history, all those who have achieved great things have been able to endure what ordinary people cannot. I assure you, this will never happen again. Old Song said in a deep voice. Thank you very much, Elder Song. Jiang Chen said respectfully. At such a young age, he has managed a trillion-dollar business empire and developed two technologies, super batteries and supercharging. It is truly eye-opening. With a young man like you, how can China not prosper? Looking at the whole world, there are probably only a few young people who have achieved what you have. In the future, you must shoulder the banner of contemporary Chinese youth, leading them to forge ahead and realize the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation as soon as possible. Old Master Song gave his instructions. His eyes were kind and gentle, like those of an elder in one's family. Jiang Chen was initially a little nervous, but he has calmed down considerably now. Please rest assured, Elder Song, I will shoulder this important responsibility. Oh right. Professor Song, I plan to offer the ultimate versions of our super battery and supercharging technologies to the nation free of charge. With these two technologies, the power systems of some military equipment can be replaced with cleaner new energy sources. The basic and deluxe versions will be used for business purposes. The latest technologies developed by the Jiang Group will be provided to the country free of charge indefinitely. As long as the country needs me, I will always dedicate myself to the country unconditionally. Only when a nation is strong can it maintain this hard-won peace, and no country will dare to provoke China. If he could control the world's economic lifeline, he could blockade any country he wanted and even influence the elections of some countries. No one would dare to provoke him, much less offend him. Jiang Chen's current strength is insufficient to achieve this. However, he was able to accumulate power under the protection of China. Okay. I can't believe it, Old Song said excitedly. He originally just wanted to meet Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that the other party would hand over two technologies to the country for free. Any single technology could be worth at least hundreds of billions, or even more. Today, many weapons and equipment used by the Chinese military are powered by electricity. Super battery technology can provide power for high-energy electromagnetic railguns, subsonic weapons, electronic warfare weapons, laser weapons, and more. In addition, some large equipment can use electricity as a power source. Because tank armor itself is heavy, only high-horsepower engines can ensure normal operation, but high-horsepower engines consume a lot of fuel, requiring tens of liters of fuel per 100 kilometers. If new energy batteries were used, the vehicle would probably break down due to lack of power before even leaving the camp. But with super battery technology, things would be different. It is entirely possible to achieve power replacement, with electricity replacing traditional fuel energy and providing more energy and power for tanks and armored vehicles, resulting in a longer driving range. It can also save on military spending. It's not just the military. This technology is also needed in other sectors of the country. If all young people were like you, the prosperity of China would be no problem. Elder Song, this is what I should do. Every Chinese person hopes for a strong country. Only when the country is strong can the people live and work in peace and contentment, and we Chinese people can hold our heads high wherever we go. Jiang Chen hurriedly said. He couldn't possibly accept Old Song's thanks. Although it was a brief conversation, Old Song had already gained a thorough understanding of Jiang Chen. Don't underestimate Mr. Song's ability to judge people. Moreover, he had reviewed Jiang Chen's information beforehand. But wouldn't that make you lose money? If the final version is launched commercially, I believe countries around the world will be restless. That represents huge profits. But Jiang Chen insisted on providing it to the state free of charge. This loss is considerable. Mr. Song, I never intended to commercialize the ultimate version. You understand better than I what the ultimate version of the super battery technology represents. If it is commercially available, it will definitely be snapped up by various countries. At that time, they will use this technologically innovative weapon, which may even pose a threat to China. We can't risk creating external threats to the country just to make money. So we should keep this technology for ourselves. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. This was entirely his truest thought. Upon seeing this, Old Song clapped repeatedly. I didn't misjudge you. But the country can't let you suffer a loss. How about this? The General Logistics Department of the Army will designate the Jiang Group as a fixed procurement enterprise, and the Jiang Group will produce the ultimate version of the battery, which will be specially supplied to the military. Hiss. The Jiang Group was designated as a regular procurement enterprise by the General Logistics Department of the PLA. What does this tell us? The military will strongly support the Jiang Zemin Group. At that time, no one will dare to even think about it anymore. This clearly shows that Mr. Song had put a lot of thought into it. In addition, the military will pay the corresponding fees for the purchase, just as Elder Long said, so that Jiang Chen will not suffer any losses. However, since Jiang Chen had already said so, he would not make money from it. At most, they will be sold to the military at cost price. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can tell me directly. As long as you don't violate principles, I and the country will support you. Mr. Song stated his position. This is no ordinary statement. This shows that Old Song completely approves of Jiang Chen and even values him. Thank you very much, Elder Song. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude. As long as it doesn't violate principles, Mr. Song will support him unconditionally. But how do you define violating principles? Wasn't it all because of a single sentence from Old Song? It's definitely exploiting a bug. Although Jiang Chen understood Elder Song's attitude, he couldn't trouble Elder Song casually. No, there is something I can ask Mr. Song for help with. Chapter 98 Hidden Family? Mr. Song, there is something I would like to ask for your help with. Jiang Chen said somewhat embarrassedly. You mean your mother, Jiang Qingxue, right? Old Song smiled. That's right. It seems you are unaware of your mother's background. What? What was the mother's background? Could it be that the mother has some other background? Jiang Chen was puzzled. For the past 6 months, he has been sending people to search for his mother's whereabouts. The system gave him a hint last time, saying that his mother was in Kyoto. He sent many people to search for her, but they couldn't find any trace of her. Even the police couldn't find anything about it. It was as if my mother had vanished into thin air. It seems that someone deliberately erased any trace of the mother. But the opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. Now, hearing what Elder Song said, Jiang Chen's thoughts were even more certain. Jiang Chen shook his head in confusion, his eyes fixed on Old Song. Old Song said in a low voice, besides the well-known powerful and wealthy families in the capital, there are also some hidden families. Hidden families do not participate in politics, but they have many connections with important political figures. They do not engage in business on the surface, but they control a vast amount of wealth. Just like the rich list, those people are only the rich on the surface. The truly wealthy people disdain those lists. Those people have a wealth that you can't even imagine. They're richer than a country. And your mother, Jiang Qingxue, comes from the Bai family, a reclusive family in China. A reclusive family? The Bai family? Jiang Chen was even more puzzled, as he had never heard his mother mention it at all. But his mother's surname is Jiang, so what is her relationship with the Bai family? Why? Old Song sighed heavily. It seemed as if he had thought of some old story. Your mother is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, whose real name is Bai Qingxue. She is exceptionally intelligent and deeply loved. As a result, countless aristocratic families want to form a marriage alliance with the Bai family. Being born into a wealthy family has its troubles, and arranged marriages between families are common. The Bai family and the Su family, which are also a reclusive family, have made a marriage agreement, and the two families have agreed to get married after Bai Qingxue graduates from university. That Su family boy is a notorious playboy. Everyone in the circle knows it. How could your mother possibly be interested in a man like that? Jiang Chen nodded. Based on his understanding of his mother from his previous life's memories, his mother indeed looked down on this kind of person. In college, Bai Qingxue and your father Jiang, he were classmates. Your father came from a remote rural area, and his family was of modest means. Even his living expenses were raised by the villagers. He earned his living expenses through part-time work during his studies. Later, the two fell in love. Bai Qingxue returned to the Jiang family and proposed to dissolve the engagement with the Su family, but the Jiang family refused and sent someone to find Jiang He and ask him to leave Jiang Qingxue. A few days later, Jiang He withdrew from school and returned to the countryside. The very next day, Bai Qingxue chased after him. In order to be with Jiang He, Bai Qingxue did not hesitate to sever ties with the Bai family and changed her name to Jiang Qingxue. After you were born, the couple went into business and founded the Jiang Group. As early as when your mother left the Bai family sent people to search for her many times, but to no avail. With your mother's disappearance, the marriage agreement with the Su family was naturally nullified, which led to a deterioration in the relationship between the two families, turning them into mortal enemies. However, both the Bai and Su families are top-tier reclusive families, controlling nearly 10 trillion in wealth. Although the two families are at odds and there are constant business frictions, it has not caused too much damage. Possessing nearly 10 trillion in wealth? Jiang Chen was shocked. Goodness, what does this mean? He relied on the system and worked himself to the bone to grow the Jiang Group to nearly 1 trillion, but the wealth of either the Bai or Su families is 10 times that of him. That's equivalent to nearly a year's GDP of a developed province. They are truly richer than a country. 6 months ago, the Jiang Group encountered a crisis. Your mother was looking for investors everywhere, but unexpectedly, she ran into the Bai family. The Bai family recognized the eldest daughter of the Bai family at a glance, forcibly brought her back to the Bai family, and used their connections to erase all traces. So no matter how you search, you won't find any clues. As for you, the Bai family knows of your existence. Old Song stared at Jiang Chun and said in a low voice. Oh, Jiang Chun was even more puzzled. Given your status, you would never have gained the Bai family's approval. But now it seems the Bai family misjudged them. It probably won't be long before the Bai family sends someone to look for you. After finishing his drink, Old Song picked up his teacup and took a sip by himself. He knew that Jiang Chun needed time to process these things. No matter who it happens to, it would be difficult for them to accept in the short term. However, Old Song underestimated Jiang Chun once again. Jiang Chun remained calm and said in a low voice, "Thank you for informing me, Elder Song. If the Bai family finds you, what will you do?" Seeing Jiang Chun's calm expression, Old Song couldn't help but ask. Since the Bai family didn't acknowledge me from the beginning, there's no need for me to go out of my way to win them over. The Bai family is the Bai family, and I am me. My surname is Jiang. I will find a way to rescue my mother from the Bai family. Jiang Chun said with a determined look in his eyes. You used to ignore me, but now you'll be begging for my attention. Although the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential, sounds a bit childish, it reflects Jiang Chen's attitude. Ambitious. While it's difficult to surpass a reclusive family like the Bai family, but who can predict the future? Old Song praised him, saying that he was becoming more and more optimistic about Jiang Chun and felt that this young man would create another miracle. I'm afraid this is just the damn protagonist's halo. I'll leave you with one last piece of advice. Young people should learn to conceal their talents. Being too sharp is not a good thing. A tree that stands out in the forest will be felled by the wind. A person who excels above others will be criticized by the masses. You must remember these 2 sentences. Old Song gave his instructions again. Please rest assured, Elder Song, I will keep your teachings in mind. Jiang Chun said respectfully. All right, that's all for today. I hope you can surprise me again next time we meet. On the way back to the hotel, after leaving Kowloon Terrace, Jiang Chun kept recalling what Old Song had said, especially about his mother's background and the reclusive Bai family. He opened his phone's browser and searched for the reclusive Bai family, but there were no related entries online, and he couldn't find any news about it. The Bai family is truly mysterious. When Jiang Chun returned to the hotel, he met Mu Wanbing, who opened the door. Jiang Chun, you're back. I heard footsteps in the hallway just now, and I guessed it was you. You don't look too good. Mu Wanbing stared at Jiang Chun, her handsome face filled with worry. It's okay, I just found out some things. Jiang Chun said in a low voice, and rubbed Mu Wanbing's head. It's getting late, you should get some rest. He lowered his head and kissed Mu Wanbing's forehead, watching her return to her room. Hearing the commotion outside, Fu Ning and the others came out of the room. "Boss, are you alright?" Fu Ning asked with concern. "I'm fine. You all go about your business. Let's return to Jiangxing tomorrow morning." Chapter 99. Jiang Chun is sick? Return to Jiangxing. 99. Early the next morning, Mu Wanbing, dressed neatly, arrived at Jiang Chen's room. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked lightly on the door, but there was no response from inside. Fu Ning came out of the next room. "Miss Mu, hasn't he gotten up yet?" Fu Ning said respectfully. "The boss has been staying up until the early hours of the morning every day these past few days, so he probably won't wake up for a while. You might as well go back to your room and rest first. I'll tell the boss when he wakes up." "Oh well," Mu Wanbing said in a low voice, but the image of Jiang Chen's pale face from yesterday flashed through her mind, and she had a bad feeling. "Assistant Fu, do you think Jiang Chen might be sick? He didn't look well when he came back yesterday." "T-Sit shouldn't be. Do you have any extra room keys? I'll go check at the front desk." A short while later, Fu Ning borrowed a universal room key from the front desk and swiped it to open Jiang Chen's room door. Jiang Chun lay quietly on the bed, his face extremely pale. Mu Wanbing reached out and touched his forehead, then touched her own forehead. "Oh no, he has a fever. Get to the hospital right away." Mu Wanbing exclaimed in surprise, her expression extremely flustered, her eyes reddening. Ma Hongliang picked up Jiang Chun. Zhang Jijia parked the car in front of the hotel, and the group hurriedly headed to the nearest hospital. The convoy sped along with its hazard lights on, even running several red lights. But nothing is more important than Jiang Chen's life. Kyoto 4th Hospital. VIP ward. After examining Jiang Chun, the doctor said in a deep voice, "It's nothing serious, just a simple fever. An 4 drip will do the trick." The patient has been overworked recently and has experienced severe emotional fluctuations, which has led to an imbalance in his immune system, resulting in a high fever. If you are still worried, you can wait until the patient wakes up before conducting further examinations. Hearing the doctor's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Ning looked quite remorseful. As Jiang Chen's personal assistant, she failed to notice that her boss was unwell. Fortunately, no major mistake was made, otherwise he would have been filled with remorse. Soon after, a nurse started administering N4 to Jiang Chun and whispered, "Only one caregiver should stay in the ward. Everyone else should wait outside and not disturb the patient's rest." Mu Wanbing stayed by the bedside, while Fu Ning and the others sat on the benches in the corridor. After the first bottle of medicine was finished, Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Mu Wanbing's anxious face. "What am I doing? Xiao Chun, I was so worried about you." Tears streamed down her face as Mu Wanbing grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and sobbed. Although the doctor's examination revealed no other problems, Jiang Chun remained unconscious, showing no signs of waking up. During this time, Mu Wanbing was extremely worried. Seeing Jiang Chun wake up, her tense heart finally relaxed. "This morning, we knocked on your door, but there was no response. Assistant Fu borrowed the room key from the front desk and found you had a high fever and were unconscious. We rushed you to the hospital. The doctor said it's just a fever, nothing else. Let's do a full body checkup after the 4 drip is finished, that way we can be at ease." Mu Wanbing asked with concern. "I'll do whatever you say. Are you hungry? I'll have Assistant Fu prepare some breakfast." Before Jiang Chun could speak, Mu Wanbing walked to the door. "Assistant Fu, Jiang Chun is awake. Could you please prepare some breakfast for him?" "Good." Back in the ward, Mu Wanbing held Jiang Chen's hand tightly. Seeing that he was not in a good mood, she whispered, "What happened? You haven't looked well since you came back yesterday. I'm really worried about you." Jiang Chun said in a low voice, "I only found out about my mother." "What? Did you find Auntie?" "I guess so, but we'll have to wait a bit longer before we can bring my mother back." "Why didn't you pick up Auntie earlier?" Jiang Chun remained silent and stopped speaking. Seeing this, Mu Wanbing knew that Jiang Chun didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask any more questions, but her eyes once again showed a hint of worry. "He has too much on his shoulders. I'm really worried that one day I'll break his thin shoulders. No, I need to grow up quickly so I can help him as soon as possible. Even if I can't help him, I shouldn't hold him back." A moment later, Fu Ning bought breakfast and delivered it to the ward. "Boss, have some while it's hot. It's my fault for not fulfilling my duties as an assistant and for not noticing that you were sick." Fu Ning said, blaming himself. "I'm fine, it's not your fault." Jiang Chun waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Boss, please rest first. We'll wait for you outside." Fu Ning, with his keen insight, left the ward. "I'll feed you some porridge." Mu Wanbing had already opened the porridge box, scooped out a spoonful with a disposable spoon, blew away the steam, and put it to Jiang Chen's lips. I ate a few bites. Jiang Chen said softly, "That's enough. I want to sleep a little longer." That afternoon, Jiang Chen underwent another full-body checkup, and the results showed no problems, so everyone left the hospital with peace of mind. Unable to return to Jiangqing today, the group returned to the Zishan Villa district. As soon as Jiang Chen arrived at the master bedroom of the villa, he received a call from Lin Hai. "Director Lin. Mr. Jiang, I heard you weren't feeling well and went to the hospital this morning. How are you? Are you all right?" Lin Hai asked with concern. "Thank you for your concern, Director Lin. It was just a simple fever, and I'm fine now." "That's good. You should get some rest." I stayed in Kyoto for a few more days. On January 20th, the car carrying everyone landed at Jiangqing Airport. "Let's take Mu Wanbing to the Mu family villa first and have lunch there." In the afternoon, Jiang Chun arrived at the Jiang Group. "Sister Ruyan, how's the group doing lately?" Jiang Chun said in a low voice, his eyes fixed on Lu Ruyan beside him. After not seeing her for a while, I found that Lu Ruyan had become even more charming. The familiar tight-fitting black business suit accentuated her near-perfect figure, and paired with silver-rimmed glasses, she looked every bit the enchanting beauty. With her elegant demeanor, Lu Ruyan would always be the center of attention wherever she went. Lu Ruyan stretched her languid waist, her two bright and alluring orbs gleaming. Of course, with me in charge at the group headquarters, who would dare to make any underhanded moves? But I've been so tired lately, you'd better make it up to your big sister, you little brat. Seeing Lu Ruyan's appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but swallow. Wipe. This is extremely damaging to men. Sister Ruyan, can you be serious for once? Jiang Chen remained silent. All right. Now that you know your brother has a girlfriend, he no longer cares about his sister. I don't blame him. Lu Ruyan said with a wronged expression, her bright eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly slapped his forehead. He sat in the chair, lifeless and dejected. Sister Ruyan, I have a clue about my mother. What? Where is Chairman Jiang? Sure enough, upon hearing news of Jiang Qingxue, Lu Ruyan's expression turned serious. Kyoto. It's just that this matter can't be explained in a short time. Anyway, my mom is safe, but it will probably be a while before she comes back. Sister Ruyan, do you know anything about hidden families? Lu Ruyan shook her head. What does this have to do with Chairman Jiang? Jiang Chun briefly explained the general situation to Lu Ruyan. In this world, except for her mother, Jiang Qingxue, Lu Ruyan was his most important family member. Oh my god, Chairwoman Jiang is actually the heiress of a reclusive family? The Bai family possesses nearly 10 trillion in assets. Chapter 100 Year in Summary Meeting. Alright, Sister Ruyan, don't think too much about it. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Even if the Bai family is the richest in the world, I still have a way to surpass them. His words were filled with an air of dominance. So what if the Bai family is a reclusive family? So what if the Bai family controls nearly 10 trillion yuan in wealth? Sooner or later, I, Jiang Chun, will surpass you all. I want you to know that the people you looked down on back then are now people you can't even dream of befriending. 2 days later, January 22nd, 2025, Xingchen Investment Group's stock has been officially listed. Today, Xingchen Investment Group's total assets have exceeded 450 billion yuan. Its stock issuance price was 38 yuan per share, with a total issuance of 12 billion shares and a total share capital of 456 billion yuan. Xingchen Investment Group will set aside 10% of its shares as tradable shares, preparing to trade them on the A-share market. Jiang Group's securities department has allocated 2 billion yuan to boost the stock price of Xingchen Investment Group. The A-share market officially opened at 9:30 a.m. that day. There are no price limits on the first day of trading for newly listed stocks, which caused Xingchen Investment Group's stock to surge to nearly 100 yuan, with an increase of more than 163%. Xingchen Investment Group sold 1.2 billion shares, raising nearly 100 billion yuan. At the same time, several stocks of Xingchen Investment Group's listed subsidiaries, including Xingchen Real Estate and Xingchen Energy, rose, with some even approaching their daily limit. It has attracted countless investors and investment institutions. Jiang Group's stock surged 20%. At the close of trading, Jiang Group's stock was priced at 306.3 yuan per share. The group's total market capitalization is 971.68 billion yuan, approaching 1 trillion yuan. Because Jiang Group's stock price is too high, it won't be easy to push it to its daily limit. But it hit the daily limit again today. Xingchen Investment Group closed at 76.84 yuan per share. The daily increase was 102%. The group's market capitalization is 922.08 billion yuan. January 23rd. Jiang Group headquarters, high-level meeting. All the senior executives had already arrived at the conference room, waiting for Jiang Chen to arrive. For a long time, accompanied by Lu Ruyan and Fu Ning, Jiang Chen stepped into the meeting room. There are two things to discuss at today's meeting. The first thing is about the Jiang Group's stock issuance. Currently, the Jiang Group's stock price is too high, causing many investors to hesitate. To increase market value in a short period of time, the only option is to issue more shares and lower the stock price. According to the China Securities Regulatory Commission, CSRC, regulations, each issuance of new shares by a listed company shall not exceed 20% of its total share capital. Therefore, this issuance of 630 million shares represents 19.8% of the total share capital. The Securities Department drafted a document and submitted it to the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on Li Rukai, the Securities Department manager. Li Rukai respectfully replied, "Understood. This issuance involves 630 million new shares. The total share capital of Jiang Group will increase from 3.173 billion shares to 3.803 billion shares, with a latest market capitalization of 983.76 billion yuan. The share price will then decrease from 310.05 yuan per share to 258.67 yuan per share. The second thing is that, with the new year approaching, all departments and their subsidiaries are preparing their year-end reports. At the same time, the group is preparing to hold an annual summary meeting tomorrow, which will be attended by heads of various departments and subsidiaries." After the meeting ended, the department managers hurriedly returned to their posts and immediately ordered their subordinates to get to work, especially the finance department. The finance department oversees the finances of the Jiang Group headquarters and its subsidiaries, and compiling detailed financial data is no easy task. However, even for simple financial statistics, the finance department staff worked overtime until midnight to produce a single report. January 24th, Friday, 10 a.m. The heads of Jiang Group headquarters and its subsidiaries all came to the auditorium. Jiang Chen looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Now we will convene the Jiang Group's 2024 year-end summary meeting." At least 100 people in charge attended the meeting. However, only the relevant personnel from the group headquarters, Xingshan Investment Group, and Kyoto Xingshan Investment Group were required to report at the meeting. After all, there are too many subsidiaries. If we were to report on each one individually, it would take at least 2 days to finish. Although there was no need for an on-site report, everyone submitted a written year-end summary. The first to report was by Ruyu, the Human Resources Manager. Chairman Jiang. Currently, the Jiang Group and its subsidiaries have 34,000 employees. In 2024, 12,000 employees were laid off due to failure to meet performance targets, while 8,000 new employees were hired. By Ruyu finished her report in less than 5 minutes. Next up is the finance manager, Tang Qingqing. Chairman Jiang. Currently, the group's accounts have a total of 319.753 billion yuan in funds. Total revenue in 2024 was 975.846 billion yuan. Investment expenditure was 550 billion yuan, and operating expenditure and personnel salaries and other expenditures were 106.093 billion yuan. Annual net profit. As of now, the group's total market capitalization is 991.384 billion yuan. Ranked 11th among the top 100 companies in the country by market capitalization. Lu Huasheng, the Asset Management Department Manager, respectfully said, "Chairman Jiang, the group currently has 4 second-tier subsidiaries, Xingshan Investment Group, Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management Company, Kyoto Xingshan Investment Group, and Moose Group. There are 143 third-tier subsidiaries. Among them, there are 21 listed companies, including Jiangshi Group, Xingshan Investment Group, Mushi Group, Xingyao Group, Xingshan Real Estate, Xingshan Energy, and Xingshan Holdings. 6 companies awaiting listing, including Xingshan Pharmaceutical Company, Kyoto Xingshan Investment Group, and Jiangxing Xingshan Asset Management Company." Next, Lu Chang, the logistics manager, and Chu Hang, the legal manager, reported to each other. It basically recounted the work situation throughout the year. There weren't any major points, so I'll just mention them briefly. It was Li Rukai's turn to be the manager of the securities department. Since Yang Zhong was transferred to Kyoto Star Investment Group as chairman, Li Rukai, the deputy manager, was naturally promoted to the position. Li Rukai respectfully greeted, "Chairman Jiang. The securities department made a profit last year. Currently, the securities trading account holds 14.837 billion yuan in positions." Next, Li Zhongfeng, Vice Chairman of Xingchen Investment Group, will give a report. Chairman Jiang. Since its establishment last year, Xingchen Investment Group has invested nearly 400 billion yuan. Among them, it has wholly acquired companies such as Fengyang Real Estate and Wanshare Holdings, and become the controlling shareholder of many companies such as Manhwa Group, including 10 listed companies. Currently, Xingchen Investment Group is involved in many fields and owns or holds controlling stakes in nearly 100 companies in Jiangdong Province. Kyoto Star Investment Group. Chairman Jiang. Since its establishment last year, Kyoto Star Investment Group has invested a total of 200 billion yen in Kyoto and the 4 provinces of Japan and Hebei. Wholly owned or controlled dozens of companies. Among them, 7 are listed companies. The Xingyao Group is the largest. Chapter 101 New Year's Benefits. I listened to everyone's reports. By this time, the meeting had been going on for nearly 2 hours. Jiang Chun glanced down at the time. Everyone, please take a break. The meeting will continue in 30 minutes. Halftime is over. Everyone returned to the lecture hall. Jiang Chun glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The above are the year-end reports from various departments of the group headquarters, Xingchen Investment Group, and Kyoto Xingchen Investment Group. As for the year-end summaries submitted by other companies, I will review them in detail, but due to time constraints, I will not ask other companies to submit their reports. There are a few more things to do next. Firstly, the Spring Festival is just a few days away. The Spring Festival holiday will be from January 26th to February 16th, a total of 22 days. We will officially start work on February 17th, Monday. All departments of the group and its subsidiaries should arrange employee duty shifts, pay special attention to safety production during the Spring Festival, and group employees should not work overtime unless necessary. Employees who work overtime will be paid 5 times their normal salary and will be given additional time off in lieu of overtime. Normally, the statutory holiday is 8 days, but most employers don't even give 8 days of holiday. The Jiang Group actually gave its employees 22 days of annual leave, almost a month's worth. This is unprecedented. The Jiang Group has once again set a precedent. In addition, employees who cannot take leave will be paid 5 times their normal wage, which is at least 1,000 yuan per day. They've crushed all other companies once again. The second thing, regarding year-end bonuses. In addition to the 13th month salary, each person will receive an extra N plus 3 months of basic salary as a year-end bonus, as a reward for everyone's hard work for the group throughout the year. In addition, employees will receive an extra 5,000 yuan per month as a New Year bonus and 1,000 yuan per month as a Lantern Festival bonus. The finance department should compile the statistics as soon as possible and strive to distribute the funds to the monthly employee accounts before January 26th. Everyone in the room was shocked again, except for Tang Qingqing, the finance manager. A 13th month salary will be paid, with an additional month's salary given each year. They also give out N plus 3 months of basic salary as a year-end bonus, with the lowest paid employee receiving at least 10,000 yuan. Some employees even receive 3 months basic salary as a year-end bonus after only 1 month of employment. For those long-term employees, some of whom have worked for over 10 years, their year-end bonuses are higher than their annual salaries. Although it is the basic salary, but even the most senior employees can receive tens of thousands in compensation. With over 30,000 employees across the group, the year-end bonuses alone amount to over 1 billion yuan. In addition, there are New Year's bonuses and Lantern Festival bonuses, with each employee receiving 6,000 yuan. That's nearly 200 million more. You probably can't find a company in the whole world that offers better benefits than the Jiang Group. This treatment is unprecedented in the country and even the world. The finance department is the only one suffering. Not only the group's finance department, but even the finance departments of the subordinate branches will probably have to work overtime all night. It was a bittersweet experience. Okay, that's about it. Happy New Year in advance, everyone. See you after the New Year. That afternoon, the Jiang Group's official website released 2 announcements, which were simultaneously forwarded by Jiang Chen's personal Douyin account and the Jiang Group's official Douyin account. The first item is a New Year's greeting from Jiang Chun, chairman of Jiang's Group and chairman of Xingchen Investment Group. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Chun. On the occasion of the Spring Festival, on behalf of the Jiang Group, I extend my New Year's greetings to all employees, wishing you all a happy and prosperous New Year. A video that is less than 5 minutes long. Jiang Chun spoke entirely without notes. Second announcement. Latest announcement from Jiang's Group. To all employees of the group's departments and subsidiaries. With the Spring Festival approaching, in order to celebrate this traditional Chinese festival and ensure a joyful, peaceful, and safe holiday for all employees, Jiang Group hereby announces the following matters regarding safety during the holiday. Holiday schedule. The Spring Festival holiday will last for 22 days, from January 26th to February 16th. Work will officially resume on February 17th, Monday. 2. Conduct thorough safety inspections to ensure the safety and stability of critical facilities, and guarantee that doors and windows are locked. Department heads must fulfill their inspection responsibilities. 3rd, all departments of the group and its subsidiaries should arrange employee duty shifts, pay special attention to safe production during the Spring Festival, and group employees should not work overtime unless necessary. Employees who work overtime will be paid 5 times their normal salary and will be given additional time off in lieu of overtime pay. 4. A 13th month salary will be paid before the Spring Festival holiday, and a year-end bonus based on N plus 3 months of basic salary will be paid. In addition, a New Year bonus of 5,000 yuan will be paid to each employee, and a Lantern Festival bonus of 1,000 yuan will be paid to each employee. 5. Holidays are a period with a high incidence of accidents. Employees returning home should pay attention to personal safety and property security during their journey and return to the company on schedule after the holiday. The group wishes all employees a happy Chinese New Year and all the best. Jiang Chun, Chairman of the Jiang Group, official seal. January 24th, 2025. The first announcement was alright. Every New Year or holiday, the company sends holiday greetings to its employees. But this second announcement was enough to make everyone green with envy. All employees of the Jiang Group were particularly agitated. The Spring Festival holiday is 22 days long. In addition to the 13th month salary and year-end bonus, they have added a New Year bonus and a Lantern Festival bonus, 2 bonuses I've never heard of before. Holy crap, the boss is so generous. Chairman Jiang is truly generous. Haha, the various bonuses alone amount to tens of thousands. This year is definitely going to be a good one. Wow, 22 days of paid leave. Who else has that? Holy crap, I've only been with the company for less than a year, and I already have 22 days of annual leave and a bonus of over 10,000 yuan? That's outrageous. Hee. I've been with Jiang's Group for 5 years, and my year-end bonus alone is over 40,000 yuan, plus various bonuses of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Now I have something to brag about when I go back to my hometown for the Chinese New Year. With these benefits, who else in the world can compare? Joining the Jiang Group was the best decision I ever made in my life. Chairman Jiang is invincible. Chairman Jiang is awesome. The Jiang Group is awesome. An annual salary of 2 to 300,000 is easily within reach. Because of this welfare announcement, this has once again ignited envy across the entire internet. It quickly climbed to the top of Douyin's trending topics list. The comments section practically exploded. I won't tell you who's envious. It's fake, obviously fake. I'd rather die than accept it unless I'm offered a job at the Jiang Group. What company the hell offers 22 days of annual leave? Are they crazy? Are they trying to stir up hatred across the entire internet? 10,086 days to join the Jiang Group. What an amazing company. Guys, I'm forwarding this directly to the work group. Wait for my good news. Brother upstairs, be brave. The post-2000 generation is shaking up the workplace. This Jiang Group is impossible to manage. With this kind of treatment, if I slack off at work, I'd slap myself twice. A member of the post-2000 generation has applied to join the fight. We hope the Jiang Group will be sensible and acquire our company. Chapter 102 New Year's Eve. 102. The day before Lunar New Year's Eve. Jiang Family Villa. Jiang Chun gave his personal assistant, Fu Ning, a holiday to go home and spend the Chinese New Year with his parents. Half of the bodyguards will stay to protect Jiang Chen's safety, while the other half will go home on leave. They will be divided into 2 groups, working in shifts, with each group taking 11 days off. This ensures that every bodyguard can go home to spend the Spring Festival with their family, while also guaranteeing Jiang Chen's personal safety. Xiao Chun, why don't I stay in Jiangcheng with you? I'm worried about leaving you alone. Lu Ruyan said worriedly. In previous years, Jiang Qingxue would accompany Jiang Chun during the Spring Festival. However, Jiang Qingxue has not been found since her disappearance this year, and only Jiang Chun remains missing. Sister Ruyan, I'm fine. You should go back to your hometown to be with your parents. The only time you have to go back all year is during the Spring Festival. Besides, I have bodyguards with me. Jiang Chen smiled. He understood Lu Ruyan's thoughts and knew that she was worried about him. But he couldn't selfishly leave Lu Ruyan in Jiangcheng. Can they take good care of you? Lu Ruyan was still worried. I'm an adult. I can take care of myself. How about this? You come back to my hometown with me. Lu Ruyan came up with another idea. She won't stay in Jiangcheng, but Jiang Chun can go back to her hometown with her, which will put her at ease. Not to mention, she also had her own selfish motives. These past few years she's gotten older, and her parents are pressuring her to get married, so she can use Jiang Chun as a tool when the time comes. Thinking of this, a different kind of light appeared in Lu Rian's beautiful eyes as she looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun still refused Lu Rian's suggestion. How about this? I'll visit your uncle and aunt after the first day of the Lunar New Year. Then you should call me in advance, and I'll send you my location. Then, she had no choice but to embark on her journey home alone. Lu Rian is not from Jiangdong. Her hometown is Liujia Village, a remote mountain village in Dongxing City, Shudong Province, which is at least 7 or 8 hours away by car. Liujia Village is an impoverished mountain village, and the village is essentially a clan. His parents were both honest and kind farmers, which inevitably led to them suffering losses, resulting in his family having very little say in the village. I've been bullied a lot. However, thanks to her outstanding academic performance, Lu Rian became the first college student from Liujia Village to go to university. The saying goes, a father's status rises with his sons. From then on, the villagers' attitude towards the Lu family improved considerably. After graduating, Lu Rian joined the Jiang Group. Due to the distance, she rarely went home, only returning for a few days during her annual leave. Later, she bought a house in Jiangcheng. Even though it was bought with a loan, at least she had her own safe haven. She wanted to bring her parents to live with her, but her parents refused. They have lived in the mountain village their whole lives, and have lived in Liujia Village for decades, so they naturally don't want to leave. Most importantly, they didn't want to cause trouble for Lu Rian. Lunar New Year's Eve. Jiang Chun had just opened his sleepy eyes when he received a call from Mu Wanbing. Xiao Chun, my parents have invited you to our house. Mu Wanbing said softly, her tone filled with anticipation. Oh, Jiang Chun asked in surprise. Suddenly, Xieching's voice came through the receiver. I'll talk to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun. Xieching has snatched the phone from Mu Wanbing's hand. Come over later, Andy will cook for you. You and your uncle Mu can have a couple of drinks at noon and have some fun together. Xieching has said warmly. Seeing this, Jiang Chun couldn't refuse, so he agreed. Thank you, Andy. All right, I'll go prepare the ingredients for lunch. You guys chat. During holidays and festivals, she would personally cook, which was a tradition in the Mu family. Knowing that Jiang Chun was coming, Xieching has specially prepared 16 dishes. In previous years, she would cook